Chapter 1. The beginning of the Shushan sign-in for divine inheritance. Good. This child possesses the potential for immortality. Potential for immortality? Erguzi, you can read novels, but there's no need to make a fuss. Xiao Tianque exclaimed impatiently. However, no one paid him any heed. He shook his groggy head and opened his eyes. What greeted him was a face obscured by white whiskers. White-haired Wu Chang. The white hair hanging over his face sent a chill down his spine, instantly conjuring images of the ghostly Wu Chang from the Underworld. "Ah, ghost!" Xiao Tianque screamed, flailing his arms only to discover he was utterly immobile, with the sound of a baby's cries echoing in his ears. Why have I turned into a baby? Quickly grasping the situation, he scanned his surroundings in bewilderment. First, there were three figures he had mistakenly identified as ghosts, who were in fact Taoists with an ethereal air about them. Moreover, these three Taoists were no ordinary individuals based on the stains from his soiled diaper. They had given him a name that was identical to his previous life. Xiao Tianque couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. In my past life, my name was inspired by the line, unaware of the celestial palaces above. What year is it tonight? Little did I know that in this strange place, it would be derived from a puddle of urine. But this was no longer of any importance. What mattered was that he could distinctly feel the peculiar gazes of the three Taoists upon him. Xiao Tianque's heart raced. These three old men have been staring at me. Could it be they covet my tender physique? Yet he quickly dismissed this notion despite their incessant scrutiny akin to that of a monkey. Their eyes revealed no base intentions. Wait a moment, have I read too many novels and now find myself dreaming? At this point, Xiao Tianque was still filled with doubt. Ouch, that hurts. After feeling a sharp pain from the finger he was sucking on, he finally affirmed the reality of his situation. By heaven, I have truly crossed over. Does that mean the voice in my head prompting me to sign in was real? However, Xiao Tianque knew little about the phenomenon of crossing over. Yet he was aware that it was a remarkable means to alter an unsatisfactory reality. A pursuit desired by many. Yet he found it utterly unremarkable to him. Crossing over was akin to a bolt from the blue. My seaside villa. My Porsche Cayenne. My supermodel girlfriend. All gone. Xiao Tianque's heart bled. In his previous life, he was an orphan raised in a welfare institute, and upon reaching adulthood, he ventured into society early. Lacking money, power, connections, and education, he could only engage in menial labor to barely sustain himself. Fortunately, fate smiled upon him when he won the lottery on his first try, a staggering sum of 124 million. Just as he reached the pinnacle of his life, an unforeseen accident claimed his life, and upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in the form of an infant. Since I am here, I might as well make the best of it. Having roughly understood everything that had transpired, Xiao Tianque quickly composed himself, ready to confront this brand new world. At that moment, the mechanical voice that had previously appeared in his half-dream state echoed once more. Congratulations, host, for crossing over to the immortal realm. The immortal realm, Xiao Tianque thought, feeling a twinge of discomfort. While the immortal realm held its allure, it was also fraught with danger. He much preferred the tranquil and safe society of his former life. Regrettably, there was no turning back. Gazing at the three Taoists, who exuded an air of ethereal grace, Xiao Tianque felt a slight sense of comfort. It is well known that Taoists in the immortal realm are no ordinary folk. This child shows no signs of fear. Among the three elders, the only female, Elder Xianling, gazed affectionately at the swaddled infant, who remained quiet and composed. She playfully teased the infant with her whisk, and Xiao Tianque responded with cheerful coos. Though Elder Qianyang was not particularly fond, he could not resist approaching to make a hideous face upon hearing the child's laughter. This action momentarily left Taoist Songxiu and Elder Xianling in a state of shock. Sensing their strange gazes, Elder Qianyang cleared his throat, saying, "What are you looking at? I merely had a bug crawl up my nose." Taoist Songxiu and Elder Xianling. This small interlude did not disrupt the two elders' relentless fondling of Xiao Tianque, whose tender little face soon resembled that of a monkey's rear. To be violated by three lecherous old men right from the start, well, I am no longer pure. Xiao Tianque felt tears welling up, yet he was powerless to voice his complaints or resist their advances. Hey, old man, quickly remove your filthy hands. And you, stop poking my nostrils with that whisk. Xiao Tianque internally screamed, yet no one listened to his pleas. Good disciple, let me give you a kiss. Daoist Songshu, without hesitation, leaned in to plant a kiss on Xiao Tianque's face, and despite his desperate struggles, he could not escape. Uncle Master, let me have a kiss too. As Elder Xinling approached for a kiss as well, Xiao Tianque's scalp tingled. You are forcing me. With no other recourse, he resorted to his trump card. It must be said that the effectiveness of this trump card was indeed extraordinary. Elder Xinling immediately lost all desire to kiss him, slowly withdrawing the hand that held him. Warm liquid seeped through the swaddle, splattering onto the ground. Indeed, this so-called trump card was a puddle of infant urine. There is no problem that a good urination cannot resolve. If there is, then simply urinate again. Xiao Tianque smiled with satisfaction, just as he prepared to investigate the rewards he had received from his recent hazy sign-in. A warm and odorous hand landed on his face. What the hell? Did you wash your hands? The owner of that hand was none other than his dubious master. In the next moment, it felt as if an electric current surged from his fingertips, coursing through Xiao Tianque's body. Xiao Tianque was puzzled, yet he keenly noticed his master nodding in satisfaction. Daoist Songshu smiled and said, "This child is my only disciple in this life. Shouldn't you, my fellow disciples, offer your contributions?" As the old Daoist spoke, the two disciples, despite their reluctance, could not escape the fate of significant loss. Red Fire Pearl. Spiritual Spring. Easily acquired. What a clever heist. Xiao Tianque stared in amazement, while simultaneously feeling a surge of delight within. After all, these treasures were meant for him. My esteemed master, your disciple loves you. As the Red Fire Pearl and Spiritual Spring intertwined and danced in the air under Daoist Kanx's manipulation, they eventually transformed into a necklace radiating ethereal spiritual energy. Daoist Songshu adorned the necklace around Xiao Tianque's neck, nodding in satisfaction as he stroked his beard. With the necklace around his neck, Xiao Tianque felt his eyelids grow heavy. When he awakened once more, he found himself lying in a delicate rocking cradle. Confirming that no one was around, he immediately called upon the system in his mind. "Host, I am here. System, what did I receive for my first sign-in?" Xiao Tianque inquired eagerly. After a moment of silence, the system's voice finally responded. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the ancient divine inheritance, the Hongyuan Bagua, Zhen Tian Gong." Chapter 2. The Senior Disciple of Shushan. Hongyuan Bagua, Zhen Tian Gong? Xiao Tianque silently scoffed. Hongyuan signifies the primordial energy before division, chaos as one, the origin of all energies. The so-called Hongyuan Bagua refers to the innate 8 trigrams: Qian, Dui, Li, Zhen, Sun, Kan, Jin, and Kuan. As Xiao Tianque pondered, an unfathomable power erupted within him, akin to a volcano yet as gentle as spring rain, spreading throughout his limbs and bones. On his forehead, a semi-illusory Bagua seal emerged, ultimately branding itself deep within his soul. It seems I am destined to become a mystical Taoist in this life. With the Bagua seal now embedded in his soul, and with his master being the head of Shushan, he was the senior disciple of the Shushan sect. It would be unjust not to pursue the path of a Taoist. However, this world was the immortal realm, and he could no longer view it through the lens of his former life. As the senior disciple of Shushan, with a significant background and the sign-in system at his disposal, perhaps he could lead an extraordinary life in this realm. As he reflected, the system's prompt sounded once more. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Your sign-in location has been refreshed. Please proceed to the Demon Locking Tower to sign in." The Demon Locking Tower? Why do I feel as though I've crossed into the world of Xianjian Qishuan? Xiao Tianque mused. Yet, he was not particularly concerned about this. Armed with his system, he believed he could thrive in any world. Only by signing in can the next location be unlocked, the system prompted. Xiao Tianque weakly raised his chubby little hand. "Let's talk about that after I can walk." Having received a divine inheritance from my first sign-in, I wonder what treasures await me next. Xiao Tianque's heart brimmed with anticipation. At that moment, the door swung open, and an elderly man with white hair and beard, clad in a gray Taoist robe, entered the room with an ethereal grace. Taoist Sangshu approached the rocking cradle directly, resting his aged yet gentle hand upon Xiao Tianque's forehead. After a brief moment, he withdrew his hand, a relieved smile spreading across his face. Indeed, the red fire pearl, combined with the spiritual spring, not only poses no harm to my dear disciples' meridians, but rather nourishes and strengthens them continuously. Xiao Tianque silently regarded him, his heart already brimming with curses. He had initially believed that his dubious master was confident enough to use the red fire pearl and spiritual spring to craft a necklace for him. To where it now appears that he is utterly devoid of confidence, treating himself as a mere subject for experimentation. Master Shushan, it is time for the disciples to meet their elder brother, Elder Xianling outside the door reminded. As the master of the Shushan sect, Sangshu Daoist's first and only disciple is naturally also the elder brother of the sect, Xiao Tianque. Within the span of merely half an hour, the news of the master Sangshu Daoist taking on a disciple spread throughout Shushan, leading the eager disciples to gather at the training ground, impatient to catch a glimpse of this enigmatic elder brother. Before Xiao Tianque could fully comprehend the situation, Sangshu Daoist had already brought him to the training ground. Who could this fortunate individual be to be chosen as the master's disciple? Silence. The master has arrived. Upon witnessing the arrival of the three venerable elders in a divine glow, all chatter and speculation swiftly ceased. Greetings, master. Greetings, esteemed elders. The disciples bowed in unison, paying their respects. Despite the master's prolonged presence, the disciples still did not see their elder brother emerge. After a moment, someone could no longer contain their curiosity and asked, "Master, where is our elder brother?" Sangshu Daoist smiled in silence. Ah, why is the master holding a child? Someone noticed the infant in Sangshu Daoist's arms. Could it be that this child is our elder brother? Sangshu Daoist narrowed his eyes slightly. This child is named Xiao Tianque, my newly accepted disciple from this day forth. He shall be your elder brother. A wave of astonishment rippled through the gathered disciples. The disciples of Shushan diligently cultivate their skills, adhering strictly to the rules and regulations, yearning for the day they might be chosen as the master's disciple. However, the master had never shown intent to take on a disciple until now, when a newborn infant was appointed, leaving many deeply shocked and envious. Do not forget to pay your respects to the elder brother. Elder Chunyang's cold admonition resounded across the training ground. After a brief moment of hesitation, the disciples hastily bowed. We pay our respects to the elder brother. Though Xiao Tianque was young, as the master's disciple, he was indeed worthy of being addressed as elder brother. The three Taoists wore smiles, and Xiao Tianque chuckled innocently. The time has come we shall light incense to pay homage to our ancestors. Elder Chunyang's demeanor turned solemn as he called out. Sangshu Daoist handed Xiao Tianque to Elder Xianling and took 3 incense sticks the size of the infant's arms, igniting them before placing them in the enormous incense burner before him. Sangshu, the 7th master of the Shushan sect, today accepts Xiao Tianque as my disciple, and I hereby report this to our esteemed ancestors. Upon finishing his words, he ignited a lock of Xiao Tianque's hair and cast it into the incense burner. With these actions completed, Sangshu Daoist nodded in acknowledgement to Elder Chunyang. Strike the bell. Almost simultaneously, a resounding clang echoed from a massive copper bell atop Shushan, reverberating through the mountains and resonating across the world. The Shushan elder brother seems rather impressive. Xiao Tianque thought to himself, captivated by the grandeur of the scene. After the incense was lit and the ancestral homage was paid, Xiao Tianque officially became the elder brother of the Shushan sect. As for the bell's toll, it served to disseminate this news to the world, and it would not be long before practitioners of the Tao across the land learned of Sangshu Daoist's acceptance of a disciple. Having completed these rites, Sangshu Daoist departed with Xiao Tianque, followed closely by elders Chunyang and Xianling. The over 100 disciples of Shushan gradually dispersed, returning to their regular practices. Sangshu Daoist did not lead Xiao Tianque back to his previous quarters, but instead guided him across the iron chain bridge towards a solitary peak shrouded in white mist. Is the master going to meet someone? Observing the ethereal white mist surrounding the peak, elders Xianling and Chunyang understood their master's intent. They followed closely behind, silently trailing Sangshu Daoist. Where is my esteemed master taking me? The infant Xiao Tianque looked on with a face of bewilderment. Crossing the iron chain bridge, the first sight to greet them was a stone tablet, towering at human height, adorned with countless small characters, worn and indistinct from years of wind and rain, rendering the inscriptions illegible. However, three large characters remained particularly clear: Tung Tian Feng. Atop the solitary peak, apart from the stone tablet, there was only a stone statue seated in meditation. Nothing else adorned the summit. Sangshu Daoist, cradling Xiao Tianque, paused silently before the statue for a moment, then suddenly knelt before it with a thud. Master, today I, Sangshu, have taken on a disciple, and I have brought him here for you to see. His gaze was filled with reverence, and his voice was barely above a whisper, as if he feared to disturb the venerable stone statue before him. Could it be that my humble master, overwhelmed by the brilliance of such an exceptional disciple as myself, had become foolishly enraptured? Murmuring to a mere statue, Xiao Tianque pondered to himself. Suddenly, a gasp escaped him, his pupils dilating in shock as if he had witnessed something truly terrifying. Is it alive? The statue before Master Sangshu had developed a massive fissure. From it emerged a gaunt figure clad in a tattered gray robe. This was an elderly man devoid of color, his presence surrounded by floating debris, utterly untainted. Yet within his emaciated frame lay a tremendous power, and a mere glance from him sent an inexplicable shiver through Xiao Tianque. His eyes, murky yet reminiscent of an infinite starry sky, were unfathomable. Master, Sangshu exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face as he hastily bowed. This gray-robed elder was none other than the revered master of Sangshu Daoist and the previous leader of the Shushan sect. Over a century ago, he had entered seclusion atop the Tianfeng Peak, vowing not to emerge until he had broken through. The outside world had presumed him dead, yet it was utterly unimagined that he still lived. Rise, the gray-robed elder said with a faint smile, his gaze gradually drifting toward the two elders, Chunyang and Xianling. Chunyang, Xianling, do you no longer recognize this old man? The two elders, standing a short distance away, exchanged awkward glances before hastily approaching the gray-robed elder and bowing deeply. Chunyang and Xianling pay their respects to Uncle Master. The gray-robed elder nodded with a smile, his attention shifting to the infant cradled in Sangshu's arms. As he gently took Xiao Tianque into his embrace, his eyes, deep and star-like, regarded Xiao Tianque. The child blinked innocently, neither crying nor fussing, and playfully tugged at the elder's white beard. Beside them, Elder Chunyang, curiosity evident upon his face, hesitated momentarily before inquiring, Uncle Master, have you passed through that ordeal? The gray-robed elder shook his head, his demeanor unperturbed. Sangshu and the others were taken aback, disbelief etched across their faces. As the former leader of Shushan, his cultivation was formidable, with few in the world reaching his level of mastery, yet even he had failed to surmount the final formidable barrier. While the three were engulfed in sorrow, the gray-robed elder could not contain his laughter. Alas, for one on the brink of demise to still possess such a remarkable disciple as you. How delightful! Allow me to bestow upon you a great gift. Master, you mustn't, Sangshu Daoist interjected, having already surmised his master's intentions and hastily attempting to dissuade him. However, the gray-robed elder remained unfazed, a surge of pure energy emanating from him, flowing into Xiao Tianque's being. Sangshu, Chunyang, and Xianling felt their eyes moisten. The gray-robed elder was transferring all remnants of his power, including the essence of his life, to Xiao Tianque. Once the gray-robed elder had relinquished his strength, he resembled a candle flickering out, teetering on the brink of collapse. Trembling, he carefully handed Xiao Tianque back to Sangshu. With his frail, aged hands, he gently wiped the tears from Sangshu's eyes. Do not weep. As the old withers, new shoots arise. That moment, the infant Xiao Tianque began to wail loudly. Child, do you sense that your great-grandmaster is departing? The gray-robed elder breathed his last, transforming into myriad starlight that dissipated into the gentle breeze, vanishing into the cosmos. In his final moments, There was no trace of anguish. Rather, his countenance radiated an expression of blissful serenity. Sangshu and his siblings knelt in silence, honoring the departure of the gray-robed elder. Heaven and earth are one. All beings are born and perish in accordance with the great Tao. The spirit returns to the void. The body returns to the earth, all returning to nature. The gentle teachings, carried away by the wind. Chapter 3. Eradicating the void demons. Signing in at the demon locking tower. Time flies, and the days and months pass swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 5 years have elapsed. At the break of dawn, Xiao Tianque rose, washed up briefly, and began his study of Taoist arts. 2 hours later, he shifted to sword practice. By the time it was 3/4 past noon. The most joyous moment of the day had arrived, mealtime. After dining, he rested for half an hour before resuming his sword practice and studying Taoist principles, day in and day out, year after year. Xiao Tianque grew numb to the monotony of life. As evening approached, Sangshu Taoist arrived at his dwelling to assess the progress of his disciple's training. Disciple, demonstrate the sword techniques I have taught you. Yes, Xiao Tianque replied eagerly, gripping his sword in readiness. The azure dragon emerges from the sea, unstoppable. Parting the clouds reveals the sun, establishing the cosmos. The rhinoceros gazes at the moon, revealing its spirit. The white ape climbs the branches, concealing its mysteries. Sangshu Taoist softly recited the sword incantations, and Xiao Tianque moved with his sword. The initial stance of the azure dragon emerging from the sea, followed by the conclusion. In the span of a single incense stick. Xiao Tianque executed all 74 sword forms. Though he performed the Taiji Xianyuan sword with ease, Sangshu Taoist still appeared somewhat dissatisfied. Disciple, the Taiji Xianyuan sword demands one to move like a dragon emerging from water and be as still as a spirit cat hunting a mouse. In motion, the hands separate yin and yang, the body conceals the 8 trigrams, stepping upon the 9 palaces, internal energy harmonizing with the essence, external form aligning with shape. Do you comprehend? Sangshu Taoist elucidated the essence of the practice. Xiao Tianque nodded, a semblance of understanding dawning upon him. Once more, Sangshu Taoist instructed. Keeping his master's teachings in mind, Xiao Tianque began to practice again. This time, while the sword techniques flowed less smoothly than before, Sangshu Taoist appeared considerably more satisfied. It was not until the hour of the pig that Xiao Tianque concluded his day of cultivation. Master, I am now 5 years old. May I join my junior brothers and sisters in their training? Xiao Tianque inquired in a youthful, innocent tone that he had braced himself for Sangshu Taoist to deny him on account of his age. Yet, this time, to his surprise, Sangshu Taoist pondered for a moment before replying. Indeed, you have reached the age of 5. It is time for you to train alongside your junior brothers and sisters. Really? Xiao Tianque exclaimed with uncontainable joy. For the past 5 years, he had been solely in the company of Sangshu Taoist. From dawn till dusk, though his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, who could understand the loneliness he felt? Return and rest early. Do not become complacent in your training alongside your junior brothers and sisters. Sangshu Taoist advised before taking his leave. Children are naturally playful. If they solely focus on cultivation, it may lead to harm. The following morning, after 5 long years, Xiao Tianque could finally meet others. He eagerly departed his dwelling. He had never anticipated that one day he would be overwhelmed with joy merely at the prospect of encountering unfamiliar faces. Though only 5 years of age, he moved with grace, and due to the gray-robed elder's bestowed power. His cultivation far surpassed that of his peers. His hair, dark and glossy, cascaded to his shoulders. His skin was smooth as jade. His features were exquisite, as if meticulously sculpted by divine hands, appearing utterly effortless. At such a tender age, he had already reached a state of purity untainted by worldly filth, radiating an ethereal aura. Reminiscent of a young celestial being. It was unfathomable to consider the breathtaking countenance Xiao Tianque would possess as he matured. What rewards might await him at the demon locking tower's sign-in? Curious, Xiao Tianque quickened his pace toward the tower. The demon locking tower, perched atop the Zhenyao Peak, was where the malevolent entities subdued by successive generations of the Shushan sect were imprisoned. Although the tower contained numerous demons, it could not contain their demonic aura. Over time, this aura would coalesce into void demons. While void demons lacked the formidable powers of their corporeal counterparts, prolonged existence could allow them to detach from their bodies and wreak havoc upon the world. Thus, Shushan disciples would periodically gather at the demon locking tower to eradicate these void demons. At this moment, numerous disciples of Shushan had assembled near the tower, ready with demon-binding ropes and capture jars, fully prepared to slay the void demons. From a distance, Xiao Tianque spotted Elder Xianling leading a young girl, seemingly preparing her to join the fray against the void demons. Could this little girl be the new disciple of Elder Xianling? Xiao Tianque speculated. Earlier, while training with his master, he had overheard Elder Xianling mention her newly accepted pupil. Silently, Xiao Tianque crept behind his fellow junior brothers and sisters, observing the scene unfolding before him. Oh, has the sect leader finally permitted his precious disciple to join us? Upon noticing Xiao Tianque at the back of the crowd, Elder Xianling appeared somewhat surprised. What a beautiful child. She will surely grow into something extraordinary. Xiao Tianque remained oblivious to Elder Xianling's gaze upon him, as his attention was wholly captivated by the young girl before him. The girl, approximately 8 or 9 years of age, possessed long, lustrous black hair that cascaded like willow branches, glistening with an enchanting sheen. Her skin resembled fine jade, smooth and radiant, and her facial features were perfectly proportioned, revealing not a single flaw. Clad in a flowing pink gown that enveloped her delicate form, she was utterly mesmerizing. An illusory demon has appeared, someone shouted. Simultaneously, a thick miasma of demonic energy could be observed swirling outside the demon locking tower, accompanied by a cacophony of eerie, beastly howls. In an instant, numerous semi-ethereal demonic beasts materialized before the onlookers. These illusory demons, devoid of intellect, relied solely on their primal instincts to attack. Upon their emergence, they indiscriminately lunged at the disciples of Shushan on the ground. Master, the girl named Lin Yi gently tugged at Elder Xianling's hand. Her eyes filled with yearning as she gazed up at her. Elder Xianling smiled and nodded. Go ahead, with her master's encouragement. In the next moment, Lin Yi brandished a long sword almost as tall as herself and charged at the illusory demons in midair. Wow, how fierce! Xiao Tianque couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Lin Yi wielded her sword amidst the throng of illusory demons with a remarkable prowess. Exuding an unstoppable aura, her graceful, delicate figure danced in harmony with her blade, captivating all who beheld her. Cough, cough. A cultivator should remain clear-minded and unattached, just as Xiao Tianque became entranced. A light cough resounded behind him. He turned, somewhat dazed, and forced a smile. Elder Xianling, such worldly desires at such a tender age. Be careful lest I inform the sect master. Elder Xianling replied. Xiao Tianque feigned calmness and retorted, Elder, if a cultivator were to renounce all human desires, how could they achieve clarity and detachment? Elder Xianling was taken aback, never expecting such words to issue from the lips of a mere 5 or 6-year-old child. Seizing the moment, Xiao Tianque mischievously murmured, but aren't cultivators allowed to have partners? Before Elder Xianling could respond, Xiao Tianque continued with a playful grin. Elder, if I were to eliminate all these illusory demons, would you consider granting me your disciple as a partner? Elder Xianling's brow furrowed slightly, sensing something amiss with the child. A 5 or 6-year-old should be innocent and naive. How could he utter such audacious words? She initially intended to refuse and scold him, but then reconsidered. Xiao Tianque possessed the potential for immortality, and her disciple was inherently attuned to the path. If they truly were to become partners, their future might be boundless. At such a young age, one must remain grounded. The disciples face formidable foes in the illusory demons. You alone cannot hope to vanquish them all. Elder Xianling stood with her hands clasped behind her back, surveying the struggling disciples, ever prepared to intervene. Deep down, she doubted Xiao Tianque's ability to handle the multitude of illusory demons and was reluctant to let him take such risks. Xiao Tianque, favored by the previous sect master, had been expressly entrusted to their care, and should he encounter any misfortune, guilt would weigh heavily on their hearts. He glanced at the demon locking tower, a confident smile gracing his lips. Elder, just watch me. As Elder Xianling prepared to intervene and pull him back, an aged hand halted her. The hand belonged to none other than Xiao Tianque's master, Taoist Songxiu. Nearby the demon locking tower, illusory demons surged forth, their malevolent energy overwhelming. Senior brother Ning Cheng, there are far too many illusory demons. What shall we do? Though the illusory demons were weak, their sheer numbers posed a significant challenge to the Shushan disciples. Form the sword array, Ning Cheng shouted, and immediately, the demon-suppressing sword array was established. With the array's protection, the disciples found it noticeably easier to confront the vast horde of illusory demons. Roar! Various illusory demons howled and crashed against the formation the disciples had conjured. Senior brother Ning Cheng, the number of illusory demons is overwhelming. The sword array may not hold for long. Hold steady. Elder Xianling has yet to intervene. indicating she wishes to see how long we can endure. The disciples nodded, exerting every ounce of strength in their resistance. Meanwhile, Lineage had long lost the valor she had initially displayed, her face flushed and breathless. "Junior Sister Lin, watch out behind you," Ning Chung suddenly shouted. At his warning, Lineage turned on a massive wolf-like illusory demon lunged at her with thunderous speed, leaving her no time to evade. Instinctively, she closed her beautiful eyes. "Junior Sister Lin, are you all right?" At that moment, a gentle, youthful voice resonated in her ear. She opened her eyes to find a 5 or 6-year-old boy standing before her, his small hand firmly gripping the maw of the wolf-like demon. The girl stared at the boy in astonishment, noticing the faint golden glow surrounding him. Her cheeks flushed as she instinctively replied, I'm fine." With a resounding thud, the boy effortlessly crushed the illusory demon. Then turned to the girl with a slight smile. "May I borrow your sword for a moment?" Lineage nodded, handing over her longsword. Xiao Tianque accepted the sword, turned sideways, and declared, "Leave the dangerous task of slaying these illusory demons to me." A man. Under Lineage's watchful gaze, Xiao Tianque plunged into the swarm of demons wielding the sword. With a series of slashes, cuts, and stabs, he dispatched countless illusory demons with remarkable efficiency. His sword energy surged forth, cutting through all opposition. The Shushan disciples watched in stunned silence, unable to utter a word. The illusory demons could not even approach within 3 feet of this boy. It was a complete one-sided massacre. Who on earth is this boy? He appears no more than 5 or 6 years old, yet his strength far surpasses ours. The disciples murmured amongst themselves. Since his initiation into the sect, Xiao Tianque had remained in seclusion with his master, never venturing outside his dwelling. Consequently, besides his master Taoist Songxiu, Elder Xianling, and Elder Chunyang, no one had ever laid eyes on him. "I think I heard him call Junior Sister Lin Junior Sister just now." A disciple uncertainly spoke up. "He looks to be around 5 or 6 years old. He should be calling her senior sister instead." "You must have misheard," another disciple countered. Ning Cheng's heart skipped a beat. Perhaps Lu Yinhan T misheard. "Let us not forget our reclusive senior brother." The disciples exchanged astonished glances. "Senior brother Ning Cheng. Are you suggesting he is our senior brother?" Ning Cheng nodded. "Do you not recall how the world refers to our sect master? The secular sword immortal." The illustrious reputation of Taoist Songxiu was known to all cultivators. Indeed, his swordsmanship is seamless, having reached the realm of unity between man and sword at such a tender age. He has achieved such heights, undoubtedly due to the guidance of the sect master. Ning Cheng was now certain that this boy was the disciple taken in by the sect master 5 years ago. Their senior brother, Azure Dragon, emerges from the sea. With a light exhalation, Xiao Tianque unleashed a wave of sword energy that obliterated dozens of illusory demons in one stroke. Thus, all the illusory demons were vanquished by him alone. "Sect Master, this lad is indeed your disciple, exhibiting your former grace." Elder Xianling marveled, utterly astonished that Xiao Tianque's swordplay had reached the realm of man and sword as one. Taoist Songxiu smiled with satisfaction. Xiao Tianque's comprehension was unparalleled, and after years of mentoring, Songxiu had worried that he might not be able to apply his learning. Today's display proved such concerns to be unfounded. "Sect Master, this nephew of mine has surely reached the late stage of the golden core, has he not?" In the realm of secular cultivation, levels were divided into foundation establishment, enlightenment, fusion, heart movement, golden core, nascent soul, out-of-body, spirit division, body integration, void traversing, great ascension, and tribulation crossing. The disciples of Shushan generally reached the heart movement stage. Xiao Tianque, the youngest among this generation of disciples, was also the first to step into the golden core stage. Indeed, he reached the late stage of the golden core within a year. Taoist Songxiu confirmed, "To possess golden core cultivation at the age of 5 or 6 is unprecedented." Elder Xianling gasped in astonishment, though a hint of concern lingered in her heart. "Sect Master, is there no issue with his rapid advancement?" Taoist Songxiu shook his head. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, Xiao Tianque's progress had been meteoric. Initially, Songxiu had harbored some apprehensions, yet upon inspecting Xiao Tianque's foundation, he found it to be robust and steadied. He speculated that perhaps it was due to the transfer of power from his master to this young lad. On the other side, having vanquished all the illusory demons, Xiao Tianque approached Lineage. "Junior sister, your sword." Lineage was utterly stunned by the scene she had just witnessed. After a moment, she finally realized that Xiao Tianque was speaking to her. And with her cheeks flushed, she accepted the sword he offered. At this moment, the disciples of Mount Shu also began to gather around. You are the senior brother that the master spoke of? Lin Yi inquired. Long before she entered the sect, her master, Elder Xianling, had informed her of the existence of a senior brother younger than herself. Indeed, Xiao Tianque nodded affirmatively. With this declaration, although the disciples had been prepared, it still sparked a wave of astonishment among them. Greetings, senior brother. Under Ning Chang's guidance, the disciples of Mount Shu hurriedly bowed in respect. Lin Yi, her face tinged with embarrassment, also performed a respectful gesture towards Xiao Tianque. Despite his youth, he was their senior brother, and thus deserved their proper etiquette. Moreover, his strength had already earned him the admiration of all. Observing the many younger disciples bowing before him, Xiao Tianque felt a sense of quiet pride. Thinking to himself, being a senior brother is truly rewarding. To have so many show me such respect, where else could I have experienced this in my past life? As Xiao Tianque scanned the disciples, he said, no need for excessive formalities. All of you may return to rest and tend to your injuries. Under Ning Chang's guidance, the numerous disciples of Mount Shu departed from Demon Suppression Peak one after another. With the virtual demon resolved, Xiao Tianque hurried to the demon locking tower, his heart brimming with anticipation. He had awaited this moment for a full 5 years. That instant, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The host has arrived at the demon locking tower. Would you like to check in? Check in. Xiao Tianque silently chanted in his heart. Chapter 4, Thunderous Magic Palm, the awakening of a young girl's affection check-in. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Thunderous Magic Palm. Following the system's announcement, a profound and esoteric set of incantations surged into Xiao Tianque's mind like a torrential flood. The Thunderous Magic Palm draws upon the essence of thunder to subdue demons. When unleashed, the heavens and earth change color, and the sound of thunder roars. With a single strike, all demons retreat. The power of thunder is one of the most ferocious forces in existence, a nemesis to many malevolent beings. The Thunderous Magic Palm is an exceptionally domineering technique, capable of harnessing the power of thunder and integrating it into the palm technique. If we were to compare might, even the thunder techniques of Mount Shu would pale in comparison. Xiao Tianque mused silently. During the 5 years he trained under the Taoist Songxiu, he had dabbled in most of Mount Shu's techniques, yet few rivaled the Thunderous Magic Palm in uniqueness. Having waited 5 years, this check-in has certainly not disappointed me. After briefly probing the information on the Thunderous Magic Palm, Xiao Tianque smiled contentedly. He understood that while the Thunderous Magic Palm might not rival the primordial 8 trigrams celestial technique, if it were to circulate in the mundane world, it would undoubtedly create a stir. The Taoists hold the power of thunder in high esteem, believing its overwhelming force can subdue demons and eliminate evil. It is said that the heavenly manifestation thunder sound, which reverberates through the heavens, is revered in Taoism, and this ancient deity is hailed as the thunder ancestor. I have previously practiced the celestial thunder technique. I expect to comprehend the Thunderous Magic Palm with relative ease. Now that the vicinity of the demon locking tower was deserted, it was the perfect opportunity for him to grasp the Thunderous Magic Palm. With a plan forming in his mind, he wasted no time, leaping into the air and sitting cross-legged atop the demon locking tower to begin his understanding of the Thunderous Magic Palm. Xiao Tianque failed to notice that Lin Yi had not left with Elder Xianling. She stood at a distance, gazing at Xiao Tianque, who was meditating atop the tower, her beautiful eyes shimmering with curiosity. What does senior brother intend to do? Xiao Tianque was wholly immersed in the comprehension of the Thunderous Magic Palm. Practicing the Thunderous Magic Palm is akin to self-mutilation, Xiao Tianque thought inwardly. Shaking his head in disbelief, the first step of training in the Thunderous Magic Palm was not difficult, yet it bore significant risks. To draw upon the power of thunder from the heavens to temper his palms, and then to condense the thunder within his palms to inscribe the thunder seal. Since time immemorial, who hasn't faced death? Whether it be early or late, death is inevitable. It's merely the power of thunder. I refuse to believe it can kill me. Resolute, Xiao Tianque took a deep breath, formed a seal with his hands, and began to manipulate his gestures in a continuous flow. The vast spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged around him like a roaring tsunami. Stirring in all directions, between his palms, arcs of lightning flickered ominously. Is senior brother practicing? Lin Yi mused, her curiosity piqued, yet she dared not make a sound, watching quietly from afar, fearful of interrupting Xiao Tianque's training. In an instant, the weather shifted dramatically. The previously clear skies were suddenly enveloped by dark thunderclouds. The thick clouds rolled in like a raging tsunami from all sides, shrouding the entire demon suppression peak. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed, sending chills down the spine. Elder Xianling, Daoist Songxiu, and the recently emerged pure young Daoist noticed the astonishing commotion. The three turned their gazes toward Demon Suppression Peak. Master brother. Such a disturbance from the Demon Suppression Peak. Could it be that the demons imprisoned within the demon locking tower have emerged? Daoist Songxiu waved his whisk, and the scene atop the peak materialized before them. What is this boy up to? How could he create such a ruckus? Upon witnessing the unfolding spectacle, Pure Young Elder was evidently taken aback. It seems my disciple is practicing some kind of technique, perhaps one that surpasses even our celestial thunder technique. Daoist Songxiu remarked, his eyes keenly discerning the cause of the commotion. Master brother, you don't even know what technique he has been cultivating since childhood. Pure Young Elder voiced his concerns, fearing that Xiao Tianque had inadvertently delved into some sinister arts. Pure Young brother, the might of thunder is pure and domineering. How could it be considered evil? Do not fret, Elder Xianling replied with a light smile. Let him be. It might just be a technique left for him by our master. Daoist Songxiu casually remarked before turning to leave. Meanwhile, Lin Yi's expression grew anxious as she watched Xiao Tianque. What exactly is senior brother practicing? Her heart raced, realizing that the frightening commotion was indeed caused by Xiao Tianque. Suddenly, Xiao Tianque opened his eyes wide and exhaled sharply. The next moment, a bowl-sized purple thunderbolt descended from the heavens, striking him with precision. Hiss! The sensation of being struck by lightning was truly extraordinary. Xiao Tianque grimaced in pain. Without hesitation, he immediately harnessed the power of thunder to temper his palms. Damn it! This feels akin to placing my hand on a scorching furnace. His palms turned crimson, and the excruciating pain caused his veins to bulge, his clothes drenched in sweat. Lin Yi's eyes trembled as she perceived the agony etched on his face, instinctively covering her mouth in distress. The power of thunder was fearsome. This first bolt had already stripped away a layer of skin from his palms. Yet, Xiao Tianque did not relent. He firmly believed that enduring hardship is the path to greatness. Continue. He gritted his teeth and persisted. Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck down. Roar! Xiao Tianque let out a low growl, enduring the pain as he drew upon the lightning to refine his bloodied hands. The most sensitive of hearts, Lin Yi watched the scene before her, her eyes glistening with tears as droplets cascaded down her cheeks. At this moment, Xiao Tianque's hands were mangled, unrecognizable. Continue. He trembled all over yet refused to give up. Boom! This time, it was not just a single bolt, but a multitude of lightning strikes descended upon him. The dazzling and brilliant lightning enveloped Xiao Tianque entirely. Lin Yi could no longer see Xiao Tianque. She could only hear the anguish cries emanating from within the storm of lightning. Senior brother is in danger. What should I do? Right, master. Surely master has a way to save senior brother. As she prepared to turn and seek her master in a panic, the dense lightning dissipated, revealing a blurred figure. Lin Yi gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, only to finally recognize the figure. Xiao Tianque knelt atop the demon locking tower, supporting himself with his hands on the ground, gasping for breath, sweat pouring down like raindrops. Finally succeeded, Xiao Tianque managed a wretched smile. Drawing upon the thunder to temper his palms and inscribing the thunder seal had nearly cost him his life. His bloodied hands not only returned to their original state but also emanated a faint glow of thunder, with 2 thunder seals appearing in his palms. As he reined in his breath, the thunder seals vanished without a trace, leaving his hands unchanged. Now that the thunder seals had been inscribed, the subsequent training of the thunderous magic palm would be an effortless task, Xiao Tianque mused. As he pondered, a slightly hoarse yet shy voice of concern broke through. Senior brother, are you all right? A sudden greeting startled Xiao Tianque, causing him to nearly tumble from the pinnacle of the demon locking tower. Lin Shimi, what brings you here? I wish to express my gratitude to senior brother for fending off that phantom demon earlier, and I have not left since. Lin Yi replied candidly. Xiao Tianque scratched his head, offering an embarrassed smile. Helping my Shimi is merely my duty as a brother. However, if you truly wish to thank me, promise me you won't disclose what you witnessed to anyone, not even your master. Let this be our little secret. As he spoke, he extended his pinky. Lin Yi nodded, her gaze revealing a hint of confusion as she observed his outstretched finger. Mimicking his gesture, she reached out her hand. Their pinkies intertwined as expected. Just as Xiao Tianque and Lin Yi shared this intimate moment, a sudden sharp pain surged through his heart. Yet, he brushed it aside. A pinky swear lasts a century. Only the dog may change. After this simple ritual, they shared a secret unique to them. Unbeknownst to Xiao Tianque, from that day forth, an inexplicable sentiment took root in Lin Yi's heart, gradually blossoming as time passed. Once they departed, the oppressive aura of thunder dissipated, The myriad demons imprisoned within the tower finally breathed a sigh of relief. What a terrifying thunder. I thought those 3 foul Taoists from Mount Shu intended to execute us in the demon-locking tower. Thankfully, it was merely a false alarm. We ought to be cautious. Who knows? One day those 3 old Taoists might indeed summon the power of thunder to annihilate us. Chapter 5. The Ancient Sword Steel. The sword-burying valley in the waning light of the setting sun, 2 figures, one ahead and one behind, departed from the demon suppression peak. The girl silently trailed behind the boy, her cheeks flushed yet her expression tinged with worry. Shimmy, you followed me all this way. Is there something on your mind? At last, Xiao Tianque could no longer resist turning to look at his little shadow. Could it be that she was captivated by my gallant demeanor, or perhaps enamored by my looks? Under his gaze, Lineage's face turned crimson. And no, it's nothing, she stammered, quickly averting her eyes. However, Xiao Tianque noticed her gaze lingering on his flushed skin. Shimmy, are you concerned about me? Caught off guard by his perceptiveness. Lineage shyly lowered her head. After a moment of silence, she mustered the courage to speak. As long as senior brother is well, I shall take my leave. With that, she dashed away. Xiao Tianque shrugged and turned back to his quarters. After bathing and changing, he sat cross-legged to begin his cultivation. With the thunder seal now embedded, it would not be long before I mastered the Thunderfire Demon Suppressing Palm, observing the flickering arcs of lightning on his palm. Xiao Tianque smiled confidently. In the days that followed, Xiao Tianque devoted himself to secluded training of the Thunderfire Demon Suppressing Palm. From afar, the 3 elders, Songshu, Chunyang, and Xianling, gazed at Xiao Tianque's abode with approving smiles. This child, despite his youth, not only possesses remarkable cultivation but also surpasses my expectations with his abilities. Elder Chunyang chuckled heartily, his eyes brimming with admiration. Beside him, Elder Xianling teased. I recall when the sect leader was reluctant to accept this child as a disciple. How is it that today, boom, at that moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the heavens. Subsequently, the storm clouds dispersed, and tranquility returned to the world. A smile crept across Songshu Doran's lips as he lightly patted Elder Chunyang's shoulder. By heavens, I am truly a genius, to have mastered the Thunderfire Demon Suppressing Palm in just 7 days. Ding! At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. Congratulations, host. A new sign-in location has been refreshed. Please sign in at the Sword-Bearing Valley. Upon learning of the next sign-in destination, Xiao Tianque was momentarily taken aback. The Sword-Bearing Valley? Does that mean I must descend the mountain? Having lived in Shushan under the tutelage of his lenient master for several years, he was well acquainted with the various regions of Shushan, yet he had never heard of the Sword-Bearing Valley. Could it be that the Sword-Bearing Valley is a forbidden area like the Ascending Heaven Peak? He pondered. Never mind. I shall simply inquire with my lenient master, the head of Shushan. Songshu Doran was renowned as the Sword Immortal, undoubtedly well-versed in such matters. There would be no mistake in asking him about the location of the Sword-Bearing Valley. After tidying himself up, Xiao Tianque prepared to seek out his master, Songshu Doran. Shurji, where are you planning to go? Just as he opened his door to leave, a voice halted him. Xiao Tianque was taken aback. He had been oblivious to anyone waiting outside his room. A testament to the visitor's strength, he quickly steadied himself and turned to bow respectfully to the elderly figure before him, whose hair and beard were white and whose expression was solemn. Greetings, Uncle Chunyang. Elder Chunyang nodded slightly. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Tianque inquired, Uncle, were you waiting for me? Most of the time, his master and 2 uncles were in seclusion, rarely making appearances. Yet now, one stood outside his door. Without a doubt, it was likely something concerning him. Could it be that his training had caused such a commotion that it drew this uncle's attention, just as he contemplated how to navigate this situation? Elder Chunyang spoke. Follow me. As soon as he finished speaking, he soared away on a divine rainbow, leaving Xiao Tianque in a state of confusion, although uncertain of their destination or the purpose of the visit. The elder's presence warranted his compliance. The 2 figures, one before the other, traversed the peaks of Shushan, weaving through layers of mist until they finally arrived at a massive sword-shaped stone stele. The sword. The sword stele stood firmly embedded in the earth, appearing as if it were a natural formation, with no signs of human craftsmanship. What surprised Xiao Tianque even more was the profound sword aura emanating from the stele. He attempted to refine a strand of the sword aura, but merely touching it sent shivers down his spine, making his hair stand on end. What terrifying sword aura! Xiao Tianque could hardly believe that this was merely a stone stele. It appeared to be a weapon left behind by ancient divine beings. This stele is called the Ancient Sword Stele, brought back by the first sect leader from the heavenly realm and placed here as a seal. Upon learning of its origins, Xiao Tianque couldn't help but inhale deeply, yet his heart was filled with further questions. He understood that Elder Chunyang had brought him here for a reason, and it surely was not merely to introduce the ancient sword steel. Refine it. What? Xiao Tianque's pupils constricted in disbelief. What are you thinking? With your current cultivation, refining this steel would be tantamount to seeking death. Then, Master, what do you wish for me to refine? The sword aura. As soon as the words left his lips, Elder Chunyang formed a seal with his hands, unleashing a surge of pure yang fire that coiled around the steel like a fire dragon. Receive. With a command, the pure yang fire vanished, leaving him with a strand of sword aura in his hand. Upon receiving the sword aura, Xiao Tianque noticed that it bore a similar breath to what he had felt earlier, albeit with a less ferocious and violent nature. In no time at all, Xiao Tianque successfully refined the sword aura. Elder Chunyang instructed, within the ancient sword steel lies a realm known as the Sword-Burying Valley, where countless spirit swords are entombed. Now that you have refined the sword aura, you may enter for half an hour to seek your own spirit sword. Remember, swords possess spirit. Do not force it. With that, he proceeded to send Xiao Tianque into the space of the ancient sword steel. Upon entering the sword steel's space, Xiao Tianque was taken aback by the sights before him. The steel's interior was shrouded in a dim haze, with sword aura swirling about, resembling a sandstorm, making each breath feel like a sharp sting. The ground was not covered with grass or spiritual stones, but with an array of swords of various shapes and sizes. He had not expected that the sword-bearing valley was situated within the inner space of the ancient sword steel. Truly, it was an effortless gain. Sign in, Xiao Tianque murmured with delight. However, the system remained unresponsive. What is happening? Xiao Tianque was utterly perplexed. Having entered the inner space of the ancient sword steel, why could he not sign in? Could it be that he had not truly arrived at the sword-bearing valley? With a skeptical demeanor, Xiao Tianque hastened his steps in the direction from which the sword energy surged. After traversing a small hill and advancing several dozen zhang, a deep chasm loomed before him. Above the ravine, an oppressive sword aura enveloped the area, rendering any attempts to forcefully penetrate it futile. Entry could only be achieved through locating a proper entrance. Fortune favors the diligent. Before long, Xiao Tianque discovered the entrance, albeit one that appeared ominously sinister. It resembled the gaping maw of a malevolent demon, and an invisible force seemed to draw everything nearby into its depths. The chill ran through Xiao Tianque's heart. This cursed place was the Sword Burial Valley, and it exuded an unsettling air. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Ding! The host has arrived at the Sword Burial Valley. Would you like to check in? Check in. Without a hint of hesitation, Xiao Tianque responded. Ding! Congratulations, host, on a successful check-in. You have received a reward, the Burial Sky Sword Gourd. Chapter 6. The Might of the Burial Sky Sword Gourd. The Dragon Emerges. The Burial Sky Sword Gourd. Xiao Tianque toyed with the seemingly ordinary, even somewhat tattered gourd in his hands, his mind racing with 1,000 expletives. It is no exaggeration to say that even a beggar would disdain such an item. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge that items produced by the system are undoubtedly exceptional. The name is quite imposing, though its appearance leaves much to be desired. As for its power, one can only hope it lives up to its name. Xiao Tianque did not become ensnared in contemplating the mysteries of the Burial Sky Sword Gourd. Rather, he strode forward, entering the Sword Burial Valley. Beside the ancient sword steel, the leader of Mount Shu and 2 elders had gathered. Taoist Songshu lightly waved his robe, and 3 cushions, along with a pot and 3 steaming cups of green tea, materialized upon the stone slab. Holding a blue and white porcelain teacup, he gently tapped the lid against the cup's rim. Appearing at ease. In contrast, the pure young elder, who had escorted Xiao Tianque into the sword steel, wore a grave expression. Master, how can you remain so composed while sipping tea at a time like this? The elder Xinling echoed his confusion. The Sword Burial Valley allows an individual to enter only once in their lifetime. If one could discover a suitable spiritual sword, it would be fortuitous, otherwise. Taoist Songshu continued to savor his tea with an unhurried demeanor. What is destined must come to pass. What is not? One should not force. A cultivator ought to maintain a tranquil heart. Upon hearing this, the pure young elder, who had been pacing restlessly, reluctantly took a seat and drained his teacup in one gulp. On the other side, as soon as Xiao Tianque stepped into the Sword Burial Valley, he sensed something amiss. The valley erupted with the resonant cries of swords, akin to the roars of dragons and tigers. Reverberating through the air. A surging wave of sword energy transformed into a roaring dragon of swords, sweeping forth from the depths of the Sword Burial Valley. akin to a tempest that instantly forced Xiao Tianque back several zhang, leaving him with multiple crimson sword marks upon his body. Such terrifying sword energy. Xiao Tianque gritted his teeth, understanding the earlier intention of the pure young elder and urging him to refine that sword energy. Had he not previously refined the sword energy of the steel itself, a single strike from this sword dragon could have claimed his life. He dared not harbor any complacency in his heart. The path ahead was long and fraught with peril, yet he felt no inclination to retreat. Instead, his fighting spirit surged. With a determined breath, Xiao Tianque's eyes sparkled with resolve, akin to a cunning rabbit or a swimming dragon as he plunged into the sword burial valley. He crouched low, twisted sideways, and leaned back. In that moment, he had no choice but to multitask. While evading the oncoming attacks of the sword energy dragon, he also needed to attune himself to the fluctuations of the surrounding spiritual swords. Seeking one that resonated with him. A 6 or 7-year-old child navigated through this sea of fearsome sword energy, yet despite his evasive maneuvers, he was soon drenched in blood. What the hell? Xiao Tianque was utterly bewildered. No matter how he sensed the spiritual swords, not a single one responded to him. He could endure physical pain, but this situation was simply intolerable. It felt as if fate itself conspired against him. In the next moment, a smile crept across Xiao Tianque's lips, his eyes alight with joy. There's hope. He could feel something responding to him, albeit faintly, yet undeniably present. Wait for me. I'm coming, Xiao Tianque murmured. His heart brimming with excitement and anticipation. As he ventured deeper into the sword burial valley, the cliffs on either side narrowed, and the sword energy surged forth like a rampaging herd of cattle, stirring up dust and debris in a truly terrifying manner. Beside the ancient sword steel, the impatient pure young elder could no longer contain his anxious emotions, pacing back and forth. More than half the time had passed. Logically, he should have found a spiritual sword by now, yet there was still no sign of activity. Master, please be patient. Your pacing is making my head spin, Elder Xianling remarked, equally anxious, though he found some solace in Taoist Songshu's calm demeanor as he continued to sip his tea. I warned you that although this child possesses exceptional talent, he is still young. The sword burial valley is fraught with dangers. How can he possibly cope if he fails to find a suitable spiritual sword this time? He may never have another chance to enter, the pure young elder lamented incessantly. Seeing Taoist Songshu remain unperturbed, the pure young elder grew more frantic. Master, he is your disciple and the future leader of Mount Shu. Should we lend him a hand? Upon hearing this, Taoist Songshu slowly set down his teacup. I have faith in this child. Meanwhile, Xiao Tianque, who had made several attempts to advance without success, was already covered in blood. His white robe stained crimson and drenched in sweat. I'll give it my all, he roared, gritting his teeth and resolutely charging toward the oncoming sword energy. Bang! With a muffled thud, a figure tumbled to the ground. Bleeding profusely, Xiao Tianque collapsed helplessly, the terrifying sword energy looming like an impenetrable barrier before him. Damn it! Am I doomed to return empty-handed? Though discontent brewed within him, he was powerless against the onslaught. Buzzing, just as despair threatened to engulf Xiao Tianque, the tattered gourd at his waist began to tremble urgently. Strange patterns flickered to life on the seemingly ordinary gourd, and a mystical aura enveloped him entirely. Such wondrous energy, warm and soothing, devoid of any pain, that he could clearly see his wounds beginning to heal at a visibly rapid pace. What is happening? Xiao Tianque was taken aback as his injuries mended. The aura emanating from the burial sky sword gourd shifted dramatically, its presence becoming formidable. The gourd completely eluded his control, shooting skyward. Its mouth opened wide, radiating a brilliant light, and in an instant, it began to devour the surrounding sword energy as if it were a black hole. After approximately 30 breaths, the runes on the gourd dimmed and returned to Xiao Tianque's hand. What a treasure! Xiao Tianque was overjoyed. The aura from the gourd not only healed his wounds, but also consumed a third of the sword energy in that brief span. Time is running out. I must quickly locate the spiritual sword that resonates with me. Xiao Tianque's gaze sharpened as bolts of lightning erupted around him, coiling like serpents. Boom! The ground beneath him crumbled, propelling him forward like a thunderbolt. The oppressive sword energy diminished, and Xiao Tianque advanced as if in a realm uninhabited by others, swiftly reaching the depths of the sword burial valley. The sword that responds to me lies ahead. At that moment, he could feel the resonance of the spiritual sword growing stronger. However, just then, the earth trembled violently, and the dim sky darkened ominously. Terrifying growls echoed from above. Roar! Xiao Tianque's expression turned grave. The overwhelming pressure making it difficult for him to breathe that a massive black figure emerged from the intertwining sword energy, its scales glistening menacingly, and its enormous eyes akin to suns suspended in the sky. Instilling terror, outside, Elder Xianling suddenly cried out, "Master, look!" Simultaneously, Taoist Songxiu also sensed the anomaly surrounding the ancient sword steel. The one stone steel now radiated with brilliant sword light, and a dragon-shaped phantom flickered into view. Such a sight was unprecedented. Could it be that the being within the steel had manifested in the world? The pure young elder's face reflected disbelief, his voice trembling. As elders of Mount Shu, they had only learned from ancient texts and predecessors that an extraordinary figure resided within the steel. Is that a dragon? Xiao Tianque's eyes widened. Mortal, you are still young, and your bloodline is mediocre. Yet you have dared to venture into the depths of the Sword Burial Valley. This truly surprises me. The colossal dragon head gazed down at Xiao Tianque, a hint of astonishment in its gaze. The overwhelming pressure left Xiao Tianque, feeling dizzy. Senior, before him, a colossal dragon claw emerged. Grasping a sword hilt that soared forth from the depths of the sword-burying valley, suspended in midair, the interplay of light and shadow revealed a fleeting silhouette of a sword. What a remarkable blade! This sword, named Qingying, is indeed the one that responded to you earlier. As the words were spoken, the dragon claw struck down with great force, embedding the Qingying sword directly into the stone wall behind the great dragon. Chapter 7. On the path, obtaining the sword among the myriad swords within the sword-bearing valley. This sword ranks at least among the top 10 in quality. The top 10. Xiao Tianque's eyes ignited with fervor. He was determined to acquire the Qingying sword. To desire. The Venerable One possesses unparalleled powers, having encountered countless rare treasures. To this sword may seem like mere scrap metal, yet to me it is a coveted artifact, and I naturally yearn to possess it. Xiao Tianque understood that acquiring the Qingying sword would not be an easy task. He boldly inquired, "May I ask how I might obtain this sword?" "It is not difficult. If you can meet my requirements, this sword shall belong to you," came the reply. "Please, enlighten me, Venerable One." The dragon wasted no time. It descended from the heavens, resembling an ancient divine mountain blocking Xiao Tianque's path. "Very well, I shall remain here unmoved if you can reach behind me. You will have fulfilled the first requirement." Is it truly so simple? Xiao Tianque was taken aback, unable to believe that the first requirement was so straightforward. The dragon's lips curled into a faint smile as it cast a glance at Xiao Tianque before closing its eyes in meditation. "If the Venerable One is offering it freely, then I shall gladly accept." Before the words had left his lips, Xiao Tianque suddenly leaped into the air, soaring like a majestic eagle, riding the winds forward. However, as he drew near the dragon's form, the myriad swords within the sword-burying valley trembled in unison. Countless blades rose from the ground, forming a wall of swords before the great dragon. It was indeed not so simple. Yet, attempting to impede my progress would prove far from easy. With a focused gaze, he summoned a spirit sword, and with a powerful shout, unleashed the first two forms of the Tai Xianyuan sword technique. In an instant, sword energy coalesced, transforming into a roaring azure dragon, surging forth with an unstoppable momentum, parting the clouds and revealing the sun as it crashed against the sword wall. Boom! The collision erupted with a deafening explosion, shockwaves radiating outward, scattering swords in all directions. The sword wall bore a massive breach. Success! Yet, before Xiao Tianque could revel in his triumph, the spirit swords that had scattered reassembled in an instant. "Young man, time is not on your side. Utilize all your abilities now," the dragon cautioned, since his entry into the Minggu sword steel. A quarter of an hour had passed. Should he fail to breach the sword wall, he might lose the chance to acquire the Qingying sword. Remain calm. The more dire the situation, the clearer the mind must be. Only by staying composed can I devise a method to overcome this sword wall. If you find yourself out of options, feel free to choose a spirit sword and depart, the dragon remarked. Ignoring the dragon's words, Xiao Tianque took a deep breath, seated himself in a meditative posture, and began to contemplate his strategy. Thunderfire Demon Suppressing Palm. No, the dispersed spirit swords would surely reassemble. Could it be that I truly have no choice but to leave with a random sword? No, that is not my desire. At this juncture, I must give this method a try. Xiao Tianque murmured to himself, his eyes suddenly snapping open, a brilliant light igniting within them. Could it be that this young man has found a solution? The dragon sensed the shift in his aura, its eyes widening in anticipation of the youth's strategy. At this moment, Xiao Tianque did not charge forward as before. Instead, He stood his ground. Qian character. Within an arm's reach lies the horizon. He muttered, and in the next instant, he vanished from sight. The dragon's eyes widened in astonishment. Clearly, it was taken aback by the unfolding scene. Venerable one, it seems I have fulfilled your first requirement. Xiao Tianque's voice resonated from behind the dragon. This individual is merely at the golden core stage. How could he possibly master such a teleportation technique without my sensing his arrival? The dragon suppressed its shock, paused, and then inquired, what teleportation technique did you just employ? This is a secret of mine, Xiao Tianque replied, and at that moment, he collapsed to the ground, his complexion pale and drenched in cold sweat. I still push myself too hard. Merely employing the secret technique of the Qian character from the Hongyuan Bagua Zhen Tian Gong had left him drained. As if his very essence had been siphoned away. Indeed, this young man had not genuinely mastered the teleportation technique. Rather, he had forcibly utilized a special method, witnessing Xiao Tianque's state. The dragon's astonishment diminished considerably. The dragon's whiskers brushed against Xiao Tianque's form, and in the next moment, he felt a surge of pure energy flood into his body. In mere moments, his strength was fully restored. Thank you, Venerable One. Do not be hasty in your gratitude. While you have met my first requirement, do not forget there is a second. Xiao Tianque offered a wry smile and asked, may I inquire what the second requirement is? The dragon's form shifted, transforming into a handsome middle-aged man donned in white robes, standing before Xiao Tianque. Before he could grasp the situation, the surroundings had drastically changed. On a floating island, a child and a middle-aged man sat opposite each other. The child was none other than Xiao Tianque, while the middle-aged man was the dragon in human guise. My second requirement is to discuss the sword. Discuss the sword. Xiao Tianque was momentarily stunned. Then sighed, Venerable One, perhaps you hold me in too high regard. I have only practiced for 5 years. How could I possibly have the qualifications to discuss swords with you? There are those who have studied for decades yet remain mediocre. While others may gain enlightenment after mere months of practice, the essence of study lies not in the duration but in the insights and realizations within one's heart. Simply articulate your thoughts and insights as they are. Then I shall humbly present my understanding. Xiao Tianque performed a respectful fist salute. Allow me to ask you, what is the highest realm of swordsmanship? Xiao Tianque pondered for a moment. No sword, no victory or defeat. No desires, no pursuits. What does no sword signify? Xiao Tianque inhaled deeply, slowly closing his eyes, and stretched out his arms, feeling the essence of heaven and earth, omnipresent yet elusive. The middle-aged man nodded with a smile. Your response bears resemblance to the words of those from the West. The Bodhi tree is not a tree. The bright mirror is not a platform. As you stated, do not cling to victory, nor resent defeat. However, how many can truly attain such a realm? Your youthful insight is indeed rare. The middle-aged man did not conceal his praise for Xiao Tianque. Yet his inquiry did not end there. What do you perceive as the Tao? Xiao Tianque smiled faintly. I am a disciple of the Taoist school. From a young age, I have listened to the elders speak of the Tao. The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. Not so. What can be articulated is not the Tao. That if you wish to reach the highest realm of swordsmanship, your heart must not be shackled by worldly thoughts. Xiao Tianque was perplexed. Remember, the highest realm of swordsmanship cannot be articulated. It must be realized through insight. Not being defeated does not equate to possessing no sword. When you fixate on having no sword, your heart possesses a sword. The middle-aged man's words left Xiao Tianque momentarily bewildered. How then does one achieve the highest realm? Having is being. Being is having. Only by not clinging to the notion of no sword can one truly attain the state of no sword. If your heart fixates on this, you cannot genuinely reach that realm. While Xiao Tianque held his own interpretations of the highest realm of swordsmanship, he remained ignorant of the finer details and how to attain such a state. The middle-aged man's words were akin to illuminating the path ahead for him. Clinging or not clinging will hinder you. Only by going with the flow can you reach the pinnacle of your aspirations. The middle-aged man's words echoed in his ears, and when he lifted his gaze again, the middle-aged man had vanished without a trace. The surroundings returned to a familiar scene, yet now he found a sword in his hand. Chapter 8. The ceremony of initiation. The heavens and earth were shrouded in a golden haze. The tumultuous sword energy having dissipated, and the myriad swords returned to their places, as though nothing had transpired moments before. As light and shadow intertwined, the youth cast a glance at the shimmering sword shadow on the ground, and bowed solemnly towards the depths of the sword-bearing valley. I shall forever be grateful for your profound kindness. Venerable One, this journey to the sword-bearing valley has not only granted me a rare spirit sword, but also the guidance of an esteemed elder. It is time to depart. A half hour had swiftly passed. Once the sword energy he had previously refined dissipated entirely, the Mingyu sword steel would release him at long last. There is movement. The sword monument flickered, and the three individuals waiting outside were both excited and anxious. Upon seeing Xiao Tianque appear, they eagerly approached him. "Did you obtain the spiritual sword, young one?" "I have not failed my mission." Elder Chunying inquired with a serious expression. It was only when he saw Xiao Tianque nod that he reluctantly let out a sigh of relief. "Disciple, show your master the spiritual sword you have acquired." Xiao Tianque nodded, and with a thought, a sword hilt materialized in his hand. "Tianque, is this the spiritual sword you obtained?" Elder Xianling asked, her brows slightly furrowed, disbelief evident in her tone. Before he could explain, Elder Chunying erupted in anger upon merely seeing the hilt, berating him. "Do you know that one can only enter the burial sword valley once in a lifetime? And you brought back a worthless sword hilt. What use is that? As the sect leader's disciple, to return from the burial sword valley with nothing but a broken hilt, this will surely be the subject of ridicule." Disappointment was etched across Elder Chunyang's face. "Brother, why the haste? Let us first hear what this child has to say." Elder Xianling shot him a glare. "Fine. I shall see how you explain." The kindly and amiable Taoist Sangshu slowly approached Xiao Tianque, bending down and gently stroking his head. "Good disciple, why did you choose this hilt? Is there something remarkable about it?" Having grown up under the guidance of these three elders, Xiao Tianque regarded them as family and thus did not hold back, truthfully revealing the secret of the hilt. "Master, please follow me." After exchanging glances, the three elders followed Xiao Tianque forward. They arrived at a place where light and shadow converged, and only then did Xiao Tianque come to a halt. "Master, please take a look." What should we look at?" Elder Chunyang's expression was cold, clearly still fuming. "There is no sword, yet there is a shadow. What does this mean?" Elder Xianling was the first to notice the sword's shadow reflected on the ground. Her face filled with astonishment. "Disciple, is this sword named Changying?" Taoist Sangshu smiled, directly naming the sword in Xiao Tianque's hand. "Master, how did you know?" Xiao Tianque was somewhat taken aback. "Changying sword, brother. Are you saying this is the Changying sword?" Elder Chunying nearly shouted, his attitude undergoing a complete turnaround in an instant, shock evident on his face. Elder Xianling was equally astounded. "Nephew, quickly show me this sword." Xiao Tianque, taken aback by Elder Chunyang's sudden enthusiasm, felt somewhat ill at ease. That gaze. Unable to withstand it, Xiao Tianque handed over the Changying sword. "Uncle, if you wish to see, then please do, but do not look at me like that. I truly am not accustomed to it." In an instant, Taoist Sangshu and Elder Xianling could not help but laugh. Upon receiving the Changying sword, Elder Chunyang cautiously reached out to touch the blade. However, with a slight miscalculation, he cut his finger. "It truly is the Changying sword. I knew it. Since the ancient sword monument displayed an anomaly, how could it be just a broken hilt?" Xiao Tianque silently rolled his eyes, thinking how swiftly his uncle's attitude had changed. "The Changying sword is an ancient renowned sword. Young one, you must take good care of it," Elder Chunyang instructed as he handed the Changying sword back to Xiao Tianque. "Disciple, the sword possesses spirit. Since it has chosen you, you must treat it well. Do you understand?" Taoist Sangshu placed a hand on his shoulder, solemnly advising him. "Disciple understands." After confirming that Xiao Tianque had acquired the spiritual sword, the group departed, returning to the main peak of Mount Shu. 18 years of muddled existence. Alas, people say the roads of Shu are treacherous, harder than ascending to the heavens, yet they know not that life atop the mountain is even more arduous, simple fare. Austere rules, and most absurdly, throughout the year, everywhere one looks is filled with men. The youth on the bed sat up in a daze, reaching out to touch the tassels hanging from the headboard, only to collapse back onto the bed in exhaustion. This day, he had been in this world for a full 18 years. 18 years. Do you know how he has spent these 18 years? "Big brother, may I come in?" A gentle voice accompanied by soft knocking resonated from outside the room. "Come in," the youth replied feebly. Upon receiving his response, a woman dressed in a flowing blue gown, with a graceful figure, stepped inside. She was ethereal and elegant, her face like a silver plate, her eyes resembling water-soaked apricots, her lips naturally rosy, and her brows without need of adornment. Her fingers were slender. Her skin as smooth as cream, her cheeks like fresh lychee, her nose delicate, exuding an aura of gentle silence, endearing to behold. The first time Xiao Tianque saw her, he was utterly captivated, astonished that such a transcendent beauty could exist in the world. In 1,000 autumns, there is no unrivaled beauty. A sight to please the eye is a fair maiden, a beauty that could topple nations, a marvel among all under heaven. This poem could not be more fitting to describe her. Yet now, upon seeing her again, The initial feelings had long since faded. Exhausted, Xiao Tianque sat up, politely yet blandly inquiring, is there something you need? Lin the direct disciple of Elder Xianling, one of the few women of the Shu Mountain sect, looked at the drowsy youth with a hint of shyness. During breakfast, she had not seen her elder brother and thought he might have overslept, so she decided to bring him his meal. The youth paused for a moment, then calmly gazed at her. Sister you are thoughtful. Just as he was about to feign misery, he was mercilessly thwarted. But could it be said that as the eldest disciple of the Shu Mountain sect, he was truly happy? This place lacked internet, electricity, and any electronic entertainment. The only solace for his thirst for knowledge was the library, which contained nothing but dry and tedious texts of Taoist classics. Enough to give one a headache. As the eldest disciple, he was also bound to strictly adhere to the numerous rules of Shu Mountain, serving as an example for the other disciples. This monotonous life, day after day, year after year, had long since worn him down. In earlier years, relying on the system to sign in at various places on Shu Mountain and receive rewards had brought him some semblance of joy. However, 5 years ago, the system had left a message. Host will reunite after leaving Shu Mountain, and had fallen silent since it seemed that even the system had grown weary of this uneventful existence. Forget it. Let us have breakfast first. Xiao Tianque rose and sat down at the table. Lin opened the food container and sat beside him. Upon opening the large food container, the expected delicacies were conspicuously absent. All that lay within was a bowl of thin porridge devoid of any oil. Tasteless, Xiao Tianque sighed, having long lost his appetite. The last time he had eaten meat was when he caught a wild chicken on the back mountain. And it had been 897 days since he had not touched any meat in 897 days. Now, he wished he could dismantle the demon suppression tower and stew the beasts imprisoned within. Brother, the porridge is getting cold. You should eat. Lin cautiously offered him a spoon, not daring to make any physical contact. Sigh. Xiao Tianque sighed softly, waving his hand to indicate he did not need the spoon, lifting the bowl to drink the thin porridge directly. Lin felt a pang of disappointment but understood that it was not due to her elder brother's lack of warmth, but rather the affliction he suffered. Sister, you know my health condition. Xiao Tianque, observant as ever, noticed the disappointment in her eyes. That he wanted to comfort her with a gentle touch, but found himself powerless, unable to muster any spirit. He knew his body was fine, his mental health stable, and his orientation perfectly normal. He had long yearned for matters of the heart. How could he be afflicted by such a bizarre condition? Was it because he had won the lottery in his previous life and lost control? Indulging too much? Did the heavens conspire to toy with his mindset after his reincarnation? Yet, when Elder Xianling had touched him, nothing had occurred. Could it be due to her lack of femininity? Xiao Tianque sighed inwardly, pondering what sins he had committed. Well, in this vast world, there are all sorts of wonders. It seems I simply cannot approach women. As Lin gazed at the melancholic youth, she momentarily lost her train of thought, only snapping back to reality when Xiao Tianque sighed softly. Brother, do not worry too much. The sect leader and master will surely find a way to cure this strange ailment. I hope so, he replied. Over the past 18 years, he had consumed countless miraculous pills, yet none had proven effective, and he had long since lost hope. Lin, he tidied up the dishes and prepared to leave. She suddenly paused. Xiao Tianque, puzzled, asked, Sister is there something else? Lin smiled gently. Today, 3 individuals have passed through the barriers set by our master. According to the rules, they should undergo an initiation ceremony. However, since the sect leader and master are not present at Shu Mountain, it falls to you, big brother, to preside over the ceremony. If you are unwilling, we can have junior brother Ningsheng take your place. Xiao Tianque yawned. Have junior brother Ningsheng prepare everything needed. I will arrive to preside over the ceremony when the time comes. Lin smiled and gently closed the door before departing. It was unclear whether the 3 individuals were junior brothers or sisters, and whether their provisions contained any meat. As the elder brother who cared for the younger disciples, he was now contemplating the healthiness of their meals. After a brief and simple grooming, it was already midday. The time was ripe. As the protagonist, I too should make my entrance. At the martial arts arena of Mount Shu, over 100 disciples had gathered. Amidst the sea of white-clad figures, 2 men and 1 woman stood out remarkably. The woman was adorned in a form-fitting purple gown, while the 2 men wore azure robes. These 3 were the new disciples who had joined the Mount Shu sect today. Beside Lin, a man in a white robe, with flat features and a somewhat robust build, anxiously gazed at the sundial not far away and asked, has the elder brother truly promised to officiate the initiation ceremony for the new disciples? As the time ticked away with no sign of Xiao Tianque, Lineage furrowed her brow. Ningxing, let us wait a little longer. Since the elder brother has promised to come, he will certainly arrive. Ningxing nodded helplessly and turned to his junior brother, Lvn. Please go check if the elder brother has arrived. If he is not, we shall proceed without him. No sooner had he spoken than a young man in white appeared before the crowd. The youth strode directly to the space between Lineage and Ningxing. Ningxing, let us begin. Ningxing nodded, picked up the ancient parchment from the table behind him, and solemnly began to recite. The heavens and the earth are dark and yellow, the universe vast and boundless. The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. Here, 1,000 characters are omitted. The three new disciples at the forefront listened intently, while Xiao Tianque beside Ningxing appeared to be in great distress. Once Ningxing finished reading from the parchment, Xiao Tianque's brows relaxed slightly. Finally, his ears were at peace. Elder brother, the next part is yours. Ningxing returned the scroll to its place and stepped back behind Xiao Tianque. This moment, Xiao Tianque's gaze lingered on the new female disciple. It was not that she was extraordinarily beautiful, but rather that in the 18 years he had spent on Mount Shu, he had encountered so few women that he was momentarily captivated, until Lineage leaned closer, softly reminding him. He finally snapped back to reality. Xiao Tianque casually picked up a bronze mirror from the table, stepped forward, cleared his throat twice, and called out, "The three of you, please step forward." The three exchanged excited glances before eagerly advancing, kneeling on the mat before Xiao Tianque, and cried out in unison, "We pay our respects to the elder brother." Xiao Tianque smiled and nodded. As the runes on the bronze mirror danced, glowing brilliantly, the three exchanged astonished looks. Calm your hearts. This is the state of clarity, beneficial to you and harmless. After a moment, the state of clarity returned to tranquility. Xiao Tianque returned to his previous position, satisfied, and nodded at Ningxing and Lineage, whispering, "Their hearts are pure and not of malicious intent. Ningxing, please record their names in the roster." Ningxing immediately gestured for Lvn to inscribe their names into the disciple ledger. The two young men in blue and azure robes were named Zhang Ji and Li Xian, while the woman in the purple gown was by Suqing, who had grown up in a Taoist temple. Well-read in classical texts but inexperienced in the ways of cultivation. Thus, she could not contain her eagerness to ask, "Elder brother, how shall we proceed with our cultivation?" Xiao Tianque pondered for a moment. Ningxing will arrange your training. After briefly instructing Lineage and Ningxing, Xiao Tianque turned to head towards his residence. However, just as he took a few steps, Xiao Tianque suddenly halted, his brow furrowing as if he sensed something, and he subtly focused towards the southeast. Chapter 9. Your feet carry a scent that it was midsummer, with a blue sky and white clouds, the sun blazing like a furnace. Yet, to the southeast of Mount Shu, dark clouds obscured the sun, an ominous sight. After concluding the initiation ceremony and preparing to leave, Xiao Tianque noticed this peculiar phenomenon and furrowed his brow, while the other disciples were drawn to the anomaly. Pausing to observe, "Something is amiss with those dark clouds," Ningxing remarked, his brow tightly knit, his heart stirring with an ominous foreboding that it appears to be the manifestation of demonic energy. Judging by this momentum, it is likely heading towards us at Mount Shu. Xiao Tianque raised an eyebrow, keenly detecting the overwhelming demonic aura concealed within the dark clouds. The weariness in his eyes vanished instantly. The elder brother of Mount Shu, he was duty-bound to shoulder the responsibility if enemies approached. The demonic clouds surged forward, halting above Mount Shu. What is happening? Why have the clouds stopped moving? The disciples exchanged bewildered glances, as if they could not comprehend the situation. The oppressive presence of the dark clouds instilled an inexplicable sense of pressure among the disciples, sparking fervent discussions. Silence. Ningxing shouted loudly to prevent panic from spreading, refraining from explaining the cause to the disciples below. "Ning brother, the sect leader and the others are not in Mount Shu. That if demonic creatures truly come to attack, can we handle it?" Lvn instinctively inched closer to Ningxing, murmuring anxiously. Ningxing shot him a glare, coldly regarding the dark clouds above. "Brother, the demon sealing bell outside the demon sealing tower is ringing incessantly, and the demons within are agitated. Many illusory demons have emerged. As a disciple of the Xianling elder, Lineage pressed her jade hand against the swaying bronze bell at her waist, quietly informing him of the situation at the demon sealing tower. "The demons are restless, just as I suspected." Xiao Tianque's eyes flashed with rune light. His gaze sharpened as he effortlessly probed the commotion at the demon sealing tower. Boom! At that moment, the dark clouds crackled with lightning, and a terrifying roar echoed from within. Ha! I never expected those three old fellows to truly be absent from Mount Shu. Fortune smiles upon me. The brilliant lightning illuminated a massive silhouette, shrouding the heavens and the earth in an instant. The overwhelming demonic energy erupted, surging in all directions, and a tempest arose, accompanied by thunderous roars. Some disciples, lacking sufficient cultivation, were directly toppled to the ground in light of this spectacle. It was clear to all disciples that a formidable demon had come to Mount Shu. It's over. After finally becoming a disciple of Mount Shu, it turns out my initiation day is my day of doom. Zhang Ji's face turned ashen, collapsing onto the ground, his eyes filled with despair. Faced with a beast of such colossal stature, he could scarcely imagine how he might survive. Though Li Xian and Bai Suqing, who joined Mount Shu alongside him, felt fear, they did not exhibit the same level of panic. The demonic clouds rolled in, shifting endlessly. A beast resembling a bull, akin to a small hill and enveloped in arcs of thunder, appeared before the crowd. Xiao Tianque raised an eyebrow, realizing why such a loud voice belonged to the purple-eyed demon bull. A creature of the bloodline of the ancient ferocious beast Kuei Nyo. Recognizing its identity, the purple-eyed demon bull looked down at the disciples of Mount Shu with a fierce glint in its eyes. Today, I shall bathe Mount Shu in blood. If not for the absence of our sect leader and elders, how dare you act so brazenly on Mount Shu? Shouted a disciple, his anger rising despite the fear in his heart. Retaining the dignity of a Mount Shu disciple, impudent demon, how dare you be so audacious in Mount Shu? Just then, a booming voice resonated through the skies from a nearby peak. A white-clad youth, sensing the overwhelming demonic aura, soared into the air, his spirit energy surging like a rainbow. Sweeping through the surroundings, he brandished a green sword, his black hair billowing, charging towards the purple-eyed demon bull above the martial arts arena. This lad, Ning Sheng, was taken aback, having thought to intervene, only to be surprised by the arrival of an impetuous youth. Meng Fan, aren't you in seclusion refining the Qingmu sword? Seeing the newcomer, Ning Sheng was astonished. Meng Fan, you are no match for it. Come back, Ning Sheng shouted, preparing to pull him back. Rest assured, brother, I am confident. Meng Fan had no intention of retreating. His eyes sparkled with fervent battle intent, his sword pointed directly at the purple-eyed demon bull. Demonic beast, how dare you act wantonly in Mount Shu? Today, I, Meng, shall slay you. Arrogant, a mere Yuaning dares to seek death. Get lost, scoffed the purple-eyed demon bull, disdain evident in its voice, with a slight movement of its massive form. Several bolts of thunder surged forth. Bang! A dull thud echoed, and the once glorious Meng Fan was instantly sent flying by the lightning, plummeting from midair. Tiste, not even able to withstand a single blow. Xiao Tianque sighed, covering his face in dismay. Ning Sheng, lineage, you two go and deal with the illusory demons emerging from the demon ceiling tower. I'll handle this one. Brother, please be careful. Xiao Tianque issued a brief command. And then, like a wraith, appeared behind Meng Fan. Seizing his collar, he lifted him effortlessly, as though he were a mere chick, and placed him upon the martial arts arena. Charred and disheveled, with hair standing on end, Meng Fan grinned sheepishly, revealing a set of bright white teeth as he smiled at Xiao Tianque. Senior brother, I smell something delicious. Xiao Tianque felt a mix of irritation and amusement. Strictly speaking, this junior brother of his was not a disciple of Mount Shu. He had ascended the mountain because his master was a close friend of Xiao Tianque's own master, the Taoist Songxiu. Shortly after taking Meng Fan as his disciple, his master had ascended to immortality. Entrusting Meng Fan to his own master, eager and impulsive, Meng Fan had roamed freely around Mount Shu upon his arrival, eventually stumbling upon Xiao Tianque roasting a wild chicken in the back mountain. Thus, their friendship was forged over a roasted chicken. However, for reasons unknown, Xiao Tianque had not encountered any wild chickens in the back mountain since that day. Wait for me at the usual spot. Xiao Tianque signaled to him with a glance. Understanding immediately, Meng Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he sprang to his feet and dashed away. Senior brother, be careful, Bai Suqing called out loudly. Though she was not well acquainted with this senior brother, her intuition told her he was a good person. Xiao Tianque was somewhat taken aback and nodded in her direction. Another one courting death. It seems there truly is no one left in Mount Shu. The purple-eyed demon bull, regarding the youth before him, was utterly unconcerned that it began to envision the scene of Taoist Songxiu and his two companions returning to find Mount Shu in ruins. Hey, could you stop laughing? You look like a lunatic. Do you realize you appear like a fool? Zhang Xian and the others were bewildered. Is this really our senior brother? Daring to speak to a great demon like that. Has he lost his mind? The other disciples were equally perplexed. No one has ever dared to speak to me in such a manner. You seek death. The purple-eyed demon bull was infuriated by such humiliation, raising its hoof to strike at the youth before it, attempting to crush him underfoot. That, of course, these were merely its fantasies. While its ambitions were grand, reality often proved to be harsh, confident in its ability to annihilate its foe with a single blow. It was effortlessly caught by Xiao Tianque with one hand. How is this possible? He actually caught my attack. The purple-eyed demon bull, previously reveling in arrogance and pride, now stared in disbelief, its eyes wide with shock. Xiao Tianque snorted softly, his brow furrowing. Your foot has a rather unpleasant odor. Chapter 10. A sword to slay the demon. You dare mock me. The purple-eyed demon bull roared. A violent thunder erupted, dazzling lightning illuminating the surroundings, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze upon, while the fearsome thunder spread outwards. Boom. Wherever the lightning struck, the ground shattered, debris flying everywhere, and many disciples were injured by the electric force. Brothers, form a formation, one disciple shouted. They understood that facing the purple-eyed demon bull alone was futile. In an instant, many disciples gathered together, wielding spirit swords in one hand while forming seals with the other, runes swirling as a grand formation enveloped them. Xiao Tianque, closest to the purple-eyed demon bull, was now completely engulfed in the thunderstorm. Keek keek, die, brat. The bull's horns crackled with lightning, accompanied by a sinister laugh, as the thunderous might surrounding Xiao Tianque intensified. Senior brother. All the disciples' hearts raced, filled with worry. Form the demon suppression formation and assist our senior brother. One of them shouted, No need. It cannot harm me. Focus on protecting yourselves. A voice resonated in the ears of the crowd. What is happening? The purple-eyed demon bull's pupils constricted in horror. It could distinctly feel its unleashed lightning being absorbed by some force. What? You intend to strike me down with lightning? Your heart is quite wicked. A calm and indifferent voice emerged from within the storm. Impossible? The purple-eyed demon bull looked as though it had seen a ghost. Just moments ago, it had unleashed thunder powerful enough to obliterate a small mountain. Yet this youth stood unscathed before it. Senior brother is magnificent. Senior brother is magnificent. Upon witnessing Xiao Tianque remain unharmed, the disciples of Mount Shu felt their morale soar, their cheers echoing through the heavens. Bai Suqing's beautiful eyes trembled. She could hardly believe that her senior brother, not yet 20, possessed such prowess. Many gazes were cast towards him, filled with admiration. In this sweltering summer, bacteria thrive easily. And yet you show such disregard for hygiene. Very well, I shall assist you today, as I have always understood the virtue of helping others, the purple-eyed demon bull said, a perplexed sense of crisis rising within. What do you intend to do? Xiao Tianque smiled slightly. Not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. As the saying goes, when friends come from afar, slay them. Before the words had left his mouth, the purple-eyed demon bull felt a strange force surge into its legs. Crack! With a crisp, shattering sound, the demon bull's feet were brutally crushed by Xiao Tianque. Hiss! The onlookers gasped in shock. Bai Suqing, Zhang Ji, and Li Xian were left speechless, their hearts filled with terror. This senior brother is truly ruthless. Roaring in agony, the demon bull's feet shattered, sending it into a frenzy of pain, its eyes turning crimson as it let out a heart-wrenching scream. The wails reverberated through the heavens, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. Far away, Lineage and Ningsheng, engaged in slaying illusory demons at the demon locking tower, were drawn by the tremendous noise, turning their gazes towards the martial arts arena. Is senior brother all right? Yin couldn't he help but ask. He should be fine, Ningsheng replied. Though he did not understand why the purple-eyed demon bull would emit such a furious roar, he could sense the immense rage and pain within it. It seems our senior brother is all right. Let's ensure we guard the demon locking tower and not allow any demon beasts to escape, Lineage said, her brow relaxing as she offered a faint smile. Turning to instruct Ningsheng and the others, inside the demon locking tower, the imprisoned demons, sensing the overwhelming aura of the purple-eyed demon bull, had already gathered on the first level. Upon hearing the anguished howls, their gazes converged upon a great demon adorned with a golden crown and purple lips. Your Majesty, the heavenly demon furrowed its brow, deeply perplexed, though trapped within the demon locking tower. It could vaguely perceive the outside world. It had sensed the arrival of the purple-eyed demon bull, gathering the other demons in anticipation. The bull, possessing the bloodline of the Kuei-Nyo and notable strength, had raised questions about who could provoke such a whale. Now that the three from Mount Shu were absent, lost in thought, it suddenly jolted in realization. Could it be that there are still survivors from the last generation of Mount Shu? Your Majesty, what should we do now? Should we continue attacking the restrictions of the demon locking tower? After a brief silence, the heavenly demon made no reply, transforming into a wisp of demonic energy and leaving the first level of the tower. Though the heavenly demon was formidable, it had been confined within the tower for an indeterminate time, harboring both fear and hatred towards the people of Mount Shu. Faced with such a turn of events, it wavered. The other demons, seeing the heavenly demon depart, though reluctant, found themselves unable to shake the tower's restrictions and could only leave in disappointment. On the other side, confronted by the furious purple-eyed demon bull, Xiao Tianque shrugged innocently. Apologies, I may have exerted a bit too much force. The bull glared with bloodshot eyes, steam billowing from its nostrils. It dared to seethe with rage, yet refrained from striking back. This youth was simply too terrifying, too uncanny. Brat, the mountains may not shift, but the waters will. I shall obliterate your Mount Shu in due time. As soon as the words left its mouth, the purple-eyed demon bull turned to flee. It was not so simple to leave after issuing such a threat. With a mere thought, I can traverse the distance. Xiao Tianque's mind stirred, and like a phantom, he instantly appeared before the purple-eyed demon bull. After 18 years of arduous cultivation, he could now wield the Hongyuan Bagua Zhen Tian Gong with ease, no longer struggling as he once had. How could he move so quickly? The purple-eyed demon bull, disbelieving, attempted to escape in another direction. Yet, no matter how it fled, the youth always materialized before it, proving impossible to shake off. Are you tired? If not, then continue. The disciples of Shushan diligently adhere to their austere regulations throughout the year, devotedly cultivating their paths, particularly demonstrating utmost reverence towards their elder brother. Such a monotonous existence was undeniably brightened by the arrival of the purple-eyed demon bull, aware that escape was futile. The purple-eyed demon bull opted to confront its fate. Who might you be? It inquired. I am Xiao Tianque, the elder brother of the Shushan sect and a disciple of the Zhongshu Taoist, came the reply. Once, Zhongshu Taoist severed a part of me. Now, you have taken my legs. I shall not let this pass lightly, bellowed the purple-eyed demon bull in fury. Little did it anticipate that after losing a part of itself to Zhongshu Taoist, it would now suffer further at the hands of his disciple. You have disrupted the initiation of Shushan and harmed its disciples. Shall I not take your legs in return? Xiao Tianque's gaze turned icy. Today, I shall act as heaven's enforcer. During his training with Zhongshu Taoist, he had learned of the purple-eyed demon bull, a creature that brought calamity and suffering to countless beings. Heaven, in its mercy, had merely punished it by severing a part of it. Yet, instead of expressing gratitude for its life spared, it sought to bring ruin to Shushan. Such a beast deserves extermination. With a slight movement of his arm, a sword hilt materialized in his hand. Ha ha ha. I do not consider myself your match, yet you think to slay me with just a sword hilt? How audacious. The trio of Baisuching looked on in bewilderment. Could it be that our elder brother intends to slay a demon with a mere sword hilt? You are fortunate indeed, for you shall witness the deployment of his spirit sword. Spirit sword? Could it be the hilt itself? Zhang Ji queried in astonishment. Not at all. The elder brother's spirit sword is named Qingying. Its true form is revealed only at the break of dawn and dusk. Rendering it profoundly mysterious, came the explanation. Observing the maniacal laughter of the purple-eyed demon bull, a subtle smile graced Xiao Tianque's lips. Is that so? He mused as he swung the Qingying sword towards the beast. A terrifying blade light cleaved through the air. With a swift motion, the purple-eyed demon bull's expression shifted dramatically. As the hilt descended, an overwhelming aura of dread enveloped it, causing its mirth to vanish as it hastily attempted to flee. Alas, the determined Xiao Tianque would not allow its escape. The invisible blade light swiftly consumed it, and in an instant, the massive figure shattered into fragments, blood splattering everywhere. In the wake of that strike, the purple-eyed demon bull was irrevocably cast from this world. What a formidable strike! The brilliance of Xiao Tianque's swordsmanship utterly captivated by Suching and the others. What a fine cut of beef! He mused, eyeing the scattered pieces of flesh, mentally noting their locations. Chapter 11. A return to secularity. This creature is weaker than I anticipated. No, it is my strength that is simply overwhelming. Surprised by his effortless slaying of the purple-eyed demon bull, Xiao Tianque reflected on the journey it had undertaken to Shushan. expecting it to possess some hidden trump card, only to find it lacking in substance beyond its grandiose demeanor. 18 years of arduous cultivation, coupled with systemic assistance, had allowed Xiao Tianque to attain a state of divine separation at the tender age of 20. He was indeed the first of his kind since the founding of Shushan. All disciples revered him as their idol, a paragon to be emulated. How dull, he sighed, a flicker of vitality dimming in his eyes. Chu ran. I entrust you with the injured disciples. Elder brother, fear not. With my medical skills, I shall have them revitalized within 3 to 5 days, replied a portly man with a prominent black mole at the corner of his mouth, brimming with confidence. Very well, brother, I place my faith in you. Xiao Tianque nodded. You may disperse. After departing from the training grounds, Xiao Tianque did not return to his abode but instead made his way to the back mountain. The gentle sound of flowing water accompanied him as he approached a thatched pavilion, where a young man anxiously paced back and forth, occasionally adding fuel to the fire before him. This individual was Ming Fan, who had left earlier. Upon catching sight of Xiao Tianque, he hurried over, pressing his lips together in inquiry. Elder brother, where is the item? It is gone. That creature was no match for me and was reduced to mere ash with a single strike. Ming Fan's expression fell, disbelief washing over him. Could you not have been gentler? It was a rare opportunity to improve our rations, and now you have obliterated it. He grumbled, turning to extinguish the fire he had just kindled. Brother Ming, how can you extinguish a fire once it is lit? Xiao Tianque chuckled. What are we to eat? Charcoal, he added with a cunning smile. Brother Ming, you are thinking too small. Beneath my bed lies an aged piece of meat. If you do not mind, you may fetch it, and we shall roast it to enjoy. Before Xiao Tianque could finish, Meng Fan was already gone in a flash. Youth is so impetuous. Watching Meng Fan disappear. A piece of beef weighing around 20 to 30 pounds, marbled with fat, appeared on the stone table before him. After cutting, marinating, and roasting it over a high flame, the savory aroma soon filled the air. Xiao Tianque tore off a chunk with his bare hands and took a bite, the juices flowing abundantly. Having abstained from meat for years, the taste was a rejuvenating delight. If only I had some fine wine to accompany this. Ming Fan returned empty-handed, confusion etched on his face. This cannot be. Where is everything? Suddenly, an enticing aroma wafted into his nostrils, and he inhaled deeply, his eyes sparkling with excitement. What is this delightful scent? Driven by the allure of the fragrance, he followed it eagerly to the thatched pavilion. Meng Fan was momentarily dazed. He had yet to find any meat, and he wondered what Xiao Tianque had roasted. Could it be that he was so starved he resorted to cooking himself? He hastened forward, only to be struck by the scene before him. Xiao Tianque leaned against the stone table, one hand picking his teeth and the other resting on his round belly, surrounded by a multitude of picked clean bones. Elder brother, was it enjoyable to feast alone? A chilling voice echoed from behind him. Startled, Xiao Tianque's hair stood on end, and he sprang to his feet. Oh dear, Ming Fan, it is you. Elder brother, should you not provide an explanation to your disciple? Ming Fan glared at him, indignation evident. These bones, did they not fall from the heavens? Do you believe me, disciple? Ming Fan remained silent, his skepticism palpable. Keep pretending. And what of the grease at the corner of your mouth? Realizing he could not evade the truth, Xiao Tianque adopted a self-sacrificing demeanor. Dear disciple, I must confess, I feared the meat might be poisonous, which is why I sent you away to test it. Oh, was Ming Fan's cool response. And what were the results? Did your test reveal it to be toxic? Ming Fan asked, incredulity written across his face. Disciple, observe my belly. Having consumed just a small piece has left me this way. Would you not conclude it is indeed poisonous? Xiao Tianque explained. Brother, I believe you. However, could you share with me the size of the piece you consumed to swell up so? Xiao Tianque felt a pang of embarrassment, quickly shifting his narrative. Actually, brother, I wish for you to focus on your cultivation and could not bear to see you falter. Hence I sent you away. Do you understand my good intentions? Meng Fan feigned deep emotion, replying, I understand, brother. Good. You were worried that one piece would not suffice, were you not? Without further jest, Xiao Tianque concentrated, summoning a perfectly roasted piece of beef, golden and crisp. Rest assured, brother. How could I indulge alone? I have saved you a portion. You possess some conscience, Meng Fan conceded just as a melodious voice floated through the air. Elder brother, Meng disciple, how delightful it is. A woman of ample figure and exquisite beauty strolled gracefully along the verdant path, her presence eliciting joyous chirps from the mountain birds. In Shushan, there was no one quite like Linny. What brings her here? Xiao Tianque's small eyes were filled with large question marks, while Ming Fan wore a bewildered expression. How could Lin Yi possibly find them in this secluded spot known only to the two of them? Junior sister Lin, what brings you here? Xiao Tianque asked, wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth with a slight smile. Lin Yi scanned the thatched pavilion, pursing her lips in a smile, surprised to discover such a delightful place in Mount Shu. With a grin, Xiao Tianque kicked the bones on the ground towards Meng Fan's feet. You need not worry, senior brother. I won't inform the master, Lin Yi said, her clear eyes narrowing as she covered her mouth with a light laugh. At her words, Xiao Tianque finally felt a sense of relief. If his master were to find out, he would surely face the consequences of the strict regulations imposed by Mount Shu. Senior sister Lin, I must take my leave, Meng Fan said, bidding farewell to Lin Yi before slipping away. Junior brother Chu Ran seems to be in urgent need of you, Xiao Tianque remarked as he followed Lin Yi to the training ground. Chu Ran had evidently been waiting there for some time. What is it? Junior brother Chu, Xiao Tianque noticed the burden Chu Ran carried. After a prolonged silence, Chu Ran finally spoke with difficulty. Senior brother, I must renounce my vows. Xiao Tianque was momentarily stunned, pressing for an explanation. Why is that? Chu Ran continued calmly. My family has sent word that my two younger brothers were forcibly conscripted by the court and have recently perished in battle. As the eldest son and the only male heir, I must ensure the continuation of my family line. Chu Ran's voice was steady, yet his eyes were already glistening with tears. Xiao Tianque understood all too well the significance of carrying on a family's lineage in this world. If Chu Ran did not renounce his vows, his parents might very well resort to drastic measures. Though reluctant, Xiao Tianque nodded in agreement. Be cautious on your journey. This is the last thing I can do for you all. Senior brothers, Chu Ran said, suppressing his tears as he handed a box of medicinal supplies to Xiao Tianque, before resolutely turning away. Watching Chu Ran's retreating figure, Xiao Tianque let out a heavy sigh. What a wretched world we live in. The Chu family had practiced medicine for generations, and Chu Ran had mastered the Huangdi Neijing and other medical texts at a young age, proving to be exceptionally gifted in the healing arts. Had it not been for these chaotic times, Chu Ran would never have chosen to renounce his vows. My eyes are blinded by sand. Junior sister, please see Chu Ran off, he said. Chapter 12, A Reunion of Brothers. The elder brother must ascend the mountain. At the foot of Mount Shu, a young man and a young woman stood facing each other, the man's eyes glistening with tears, his voice slightly choked. Junior sister Lin, this is where I must part. Lin Yi nodded, having escorted Chu Ran down the mountain. As she watched him board the carriage and disappear over the horizon, she turned to ascend the mountain once more. However, in the next moment, she felt a sudden awareness, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she unleashed a fierce gust of wind from her palm. Bang! Leaves rustled, and an ancient tree toppled. A young man in splendid clothing appeared before her. His eyes wide with shock, trembling uncontrollably. Clearly, he had been quite frightened by her display of power. Young master, are you all right? A group of men sprang from the bushes on either side, rushing to the young man's side. Their expressions tense as they checked for any injuries. How dare you? If anything were to happen to our young master, you will pay dearly, one of the attendants shouted harshly at Lin Yi. Ignoring them, Lin Yi continued her ascent up the mountain. How audacious, to disregard us so. The attendants felt their pride wounded, and after a furious shout, they lunged at Lin Yi. Bang! Two burly men charged forward, seemingly on the verge of capturing her, only to find themselves sprawled on the ground the next moment. The remaining attendants rushed in, only to meet the same dismal fate. How could a group of mere mortals hope to capture Lin Yi? A cultivator of the nascent soul realm, it is known that among the disciples of Mount Shu, apart from the elder brother Xiao Tianque, Lin Yi is the foremost disciple of her generation. Have they gone mad? The attendants gawked, their faces pale, fearful to make another move. I must apologize for any offense caused. Ming Chang here is simply seeking to make amends. Might I inquire if you are a disciple of Mount Shu? After witnessing the young woman's prowess, the young man in splendid attire spoke humbly, bowing slightly. There is no need for apologies. Simply leave Mount Shu, Lin Yi coldly replied. You. Ming Chang shook his head at the furious attendants beside him. Miss, I have urgent matters to discuss at Mount Shu. I would not trouble you if it were not necessary. Hearing this, Lin Yi halted her steps. What is it? Evil spirits are causing havoc, and lives are at stake. Ming Chang replied succinctly. He was aware that Mount Shu would not intervene in worldly matters unless it concerned the name of evil spirits, which might compel them to act. Follow me, Lin Yi commanded. As expected, upon hearing of the evil spirits, the young woman showed no intention of dismissing them. You will come with me to the mountain. They will remain here. Young master, you must not follow her. If anything were to happen, how will we explain it upon our return? Indeed, Lord Chen instructed us to ensure your safety at all costs. Meng Chong raised his hand to silence them. Mount Shu is a renowned sect. What danger could there be? Stay here and wait for me. I shall return shortly. The attendants hesitated for a moment before finally conceding. Young master, take care. Meng Chang nodded and quickly followed Lin Yi. Miss, let us proceed. With a graceful wave of her sleeve, Lin Yi summoned a mist that enveloped Meng Chong. When the mist cleared, he found himself standing in the training ground of Mount Shu. Meng Chang looked around in astonishment, unable to believe his eyes. The disciples regarded him with curiosity. Junior sister Lin, who is this? One of them inquired. Lin Yi did not explain but ordered, go inform the elder brother. There is a matter that requires his attention. A disciple immediately set off to notify Xiao Tianque. You, come with me. Under Lin Yi's guidance, Meng Chong entered the grand hall above. As they walked, it was the first time Meng Chong truly beheld Lin Yi's beauty. How enchanting, he thought. Unable to suppress his admiration, the young woman before him had exquisite, well-defined features and fair skin, untouched by makeup yet more captivating than any beauty. She emanated an ethereal aura that was both alluring and intimidating. Noticing Meng Chang's gaze upon her, Lin Yi shot him a glare. Junior sister, you've disrupted my peaceful day. A languid voice called from outside the hall. Moments later, a young man in white, with a stern expression, strolled in while yawning, his demeanor starkly contrasting that of the other disciples of Mount Shu. Is this the elder brother of Mount Shu? Meng Chong thought, sizing up the young man before him. Beside him stood another youth of similar bearing, a blade of grass in his mouth, along with two others, Ningxing and Lu Yin. What brings you here, junior sister? Lin Yi smiled as she approached Xiao Tianque like a kitten, almost leaning against him if not for the prying eyes around. Brother, look. Oh, it seems we have a newcomer at Mount Shu. Lin Yi exclaimed. Junior sister Lin, who is this? Ningxing asked, puzzled. I suspect he intends to join our ranks. Lu Yin chuckled. Why does he seem so familiar? Meng Fan and Meng Chang exchanged glances, both feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. What brings you to Mount Shu? Speak, Xiao Tianque inquired. The young man's luxurious attire and untroubled demeanor suggested he was not someone seeking to become a disciple of Mount Shu. To speak candidly, I am the crown prince of Shu Kingdom, and I come to Mount Shu with an important request, Meng Chong stated without reservation. A wave of surprise rippled through the group. Astonished by his noble identity, Meng Fan suddenly called out tentatively. All eyes turned towards him. You know me? Meng Chang asked, bewildered. Indeed, it is you. I am Meng Fan. Meng Fan exclaimed, embracing Meng Chang with excitement. Hearing the name Meng Fan stirred a surge of emotions in Meng Chong. How did you end up at Mount Shu? It's a long story, but you need only know that I am now a disciple of Mount Shu. You two are acquainted? Xiao Tianque asked, perplexed. This fellow is my cousin, Meng Fan replied, grinning. I never imagined you would also be of royal blood. Xiao Tianque teased. By the way, what is the reason for your visit to Mount Shu? Meng Fan inquired. With a furrowed brow, Meng Chong explained, Father has recently fallen gravely ill, slipping into a deep coma, and his vitality wanes by the day. The palace physicians are utterly perplexed, unable to ascertain the cause of his affliction. Chun Gong, who has dabbled in some Taoist arts, suggested that perhaps there are malevolent spirits at play within the palace, and only by expelling these malevolent forces can my father hope to awaken. Malevolent spirits, you say? Then you have indeed come to the right place. And no matter what demons or monsters we encounter, they shall find themselves unfortunate to cross paths with me, Meng Fan declared confidently. These malevolent spirits wreak havoc upon the world, and as disciples of Shushan, it is our duty to exorcise them. We cannot remain idle. This matter shall be taken up by Shushan, Xiao Tianque asserted with righteous fervor. Indeed, what my senior brother says holds true, echoed Lu Yin and the others in agreement. Then which disciple shall be dispatched to banish the spirits? Ningxing inquired. All eyes turned to Xiao Tianque. Awaiting his decision. I shall take it upon myself. I will descend the mountain to vanquish the spirits. Chapter 13. The Taoist descends the mountain, clues to the strange illness. That is not permissible. Ningxing was the first to object, with the others quickly voicing their dissent. With the sect leader and elders away traveling, Shushan cannot be left without oversight. Any exorcism can be handled by the disciples. There is no need for the senior brother to descend the mountain personally. Indeed, should any malevolent spirits dare to threaten Shushan, how would we respond? Brother, as a member of the royal family, it is my duty to descend and confront these spirits, Meng Fan said, a smile adorning his face. While secretly communicating with Xiao Tianque, brother, you should remain at Shushan. I intend to enjoy myself down below. Rest assured, I shall return with only a chicken leg for you. Xiao Tianque gritted his teeth and shot Ming Fan a glare before turning to Lineage and the others. As the eldest brother of Shushan, I must lead by example, entering the world to confront the spirits and alleviate the suffering of humanity. If I were to merely engage in solitary cultivation, it would be of no benefit to me. The city of Bashu is not far from Shushan. Should any malevolent spirits intrude, you can contact me through the 9 Palaces instrument. Furthermore, this descent may very well lead me to a remedy for my own strange illness. Xiao Tianque's eloquent reasoning provided a clever solution and highlighted the benefits of his descent, leaving Ningxing and the others in contemplative silence. Ningxing, what say you? Do you have any further objections? Xiao Tianque inquired. Having made up his mind, and no matter what, he was determined to descend. Having grown under the watchful gaze of Songshu Daoists since arriving in this world, he had never ventured beyond Shushan. It was truly a torment. The world is vast, and I yearn to explore it. After a moment of contemplation, Ningxing replied, while that may be so, should the eldest brother insist on descending, we must first inform the sect leader. Xiao Tianque, feeling helpless, pulled Ningxing aside and whispered, brother, you must understand the need for flexibility. My descent is for a noble cause. As the saying goes, good deeds should remain anonymous. There is no need for our master to be informed. For if that old man finds out, I shall never be allowed to descend. Ningxing wore an expression of unwavering resolve. If you refuse to inform the sect leader, then we will not allow you to descend. No matter what, seeing that he could not sway Ningxing, Xiao Tianque shifted his gaze to Lineage. Noticing Xiao Tianque's unsettling gaze, Lineage felt a shiver run down her spine. Eldest brother, please, just state your intentions without looking at me in such a way. I am not accustomed to it. Junior sister, do persuade Ningxing, Xiao Tianque urged. Lineage bit her rosy lip. Eldest brother, it is not impossible for you to descend. But what? Xiao Tianque asked eagerly. Take me with you. What? Xiao Tianque was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. Ningxing and the other disciples of Shushan were similarly astonished expressions. Take me with you. Lin Yi repeated, her voice noticeably softer than before, as if she summoned the courage to utter those 3 words, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Junior sister Lin, are you out of your mind? If the eldest brother wishes to descend, why must you accompany him? Ningxing exclaimed, his countenance darkening. When Songshu Daoist traveled, he had specifically summoned the 3 of them, entrusting them with the affairs of Shushan. If both of them were to leave, Ningxing would have no one to consult in case of any issues. As the group bickered, the 8 trigrams mirror on the altar suddenly radiated with brilliant light, and a phantom appeared before them. Greetings, master. Greetings, sect leader. The previously chaotic sounds in the hall ceased, and everyone bowed before the apparition. Sect leader. Ningxing began to speak but was interrupted by Songshu's raised hand. I am aware, he said. Xiao Tianque felt a wave of despair wash over him. What is this? Just when I finally have an opportunity, it slips away again. However, the next words from Songshu Daoist took him by surprise. Disciple, you are to descend the mountain personally. He then turned to Ming Fan. Ming, you shall accompany your senior brother. Master, you agree to my descent. Xiao Tianque exclaimed, his eyes filled with disbelief. Songshu Daoist paused, stroking his beard as he offered sage advice. On this descent, you must journey to Nanjiao. Why? Xiao Tianque asked, puzzled. Cause and effect. Before Xiao Tianque could inquire further, the phantom dissipated, leaving him bewildered. Having failed to descend the mountain alongside Xiao Tianque, Lin Yi felt a pang of disappointment. However, when Songshu Daoist instructed Xiao Tianque to travel to Nanjiao, her eyes brightened, as if she had come to a realization. Eldest brother, could it be that the sect leader's request for you to go to Nanjiao is related to your strange illness? Xiao Tianque's heart leaped with joy, silently pondering. Could it be that my master has found a method to cure my affliction? Regardless of the reason, a journey to Nanjiao would surely clarify everything. Daoist, when shall we descend? Meng Chong inquired tentatively. Delighted to have the assistance of Shushan's disciples, he could not shake an inexplicable sense of unease. Immediately, Xiao Tianque replied with a smile, isn't there anything we need to prepare for exorcising spirits? Ming Chang wondered, noticing that Xiao Tianque was unencumbered by equipment. We need preparations, Xiao Tianque retorted. Ming Chang was left speechless. Meanwhile, Ming Fan had already packed his belongings, seemingly having started without anyone noticing. Dear junior brothers and sisters, I leave Shushan in your capable hands, Xiao Tianque said as he stepped out of the hall, bidding farewell to everyone. Brother, return swiftly, Lin Yi said, her voice laced with reluctance. Xiao Tianque nodded, grabbing both Ming Chang and Ming Fan by the arms. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Yi's lips slightly pouted, as if a jealous maiden. Ming Fan and Ming Chang felt as if they were floating. And before they could process what was happening, they found themselves at the foot of Shushan. The attendants waiting at the mountain's base were so startled by the sudden appearance of the three that they collapsed in fright. Their eyes wide with terror. Ghost. It is I. Upon hearing the familiar voice, the attendants dared to lift their heads. Young master, how did it go? Mission accomplished, Ming Fan replied, glancing at Xiao Tianque with confusion. Brother, considering your impressive abilities, why did you not secretly descend to improve our meals? Are you foolish? Xiao Tianque lightly smacked the back of his head. Could you not think of something I would not? Then why did you? With a resigned sigh, Xiao Tianque replied. It is a long story. Just know that all the prohibitions written in that booklet were transcribed by me, having witnessed the prowess of the Shushan disciples. The attendants dared not act disrespectfully, bowing to Xiao Tianque and Ming Fan. Taoist. Xiao Tianque nodded in response. Ming Chang, stop dawdling and let us depart. I am already craving the delicacies at Zui Stian Lu. And this time, you shall treat us, Ming Fan urged. Having left Shushan, Ming Fan's demeanor became much more audacious. Xiao Tianque was not perturbed, as he too felt the pangs of hunger. The attendants were astonished. Who was this young Taoist? How did he know the name of their young master? His tone was as if they were old friends. Ming Chang chuckled. Very well, let us set off at once. Chapter 14. Yufiqing, Zui, Xian Lu, let us begin our journey. The captain of the guards bellowed, and the whip in the hands of the coachman cracked sharply. On the desolate official road, a carriage crafted from sandalwood ambled forward. Inside the carriage, 3 men were seated on one side. The elegantly dressed youth gazed at the meditative figure before him and whispered praises to the young man beside him. Fan Gu, this Taoist priest truly lives up to the title of the Shushan's elder brother. He can even meditate and cultivate while riding in a carriage. Meng Fan scoffed lightly. What's so impressive about that? Your Fan Gu can do it too. Unbeknownst to him, the cross-legged Xiao Tianque was incessantly swallowing saliva. The sole reason being motion sickness. His back ached and his insides felt as though they might spill out, leaving him in great discomfort. After enduring 6 or 7 hours, the group finally arrived at their destination, the capital of the Shu Kingdom. Yufu City. General Niu Rao, once we enter the city, you and the others may depart first. We shall reconvene at the Eastern Palace Gate at midnight, Ming Chong instructed the captain of the guards. Niu Rao. As they disembarked from the carriage, the burly man nodded and led the other attendants through a different gate into the city. Are we not heading directly to the palace? Meng Fan asked. Puzzled, Meng Chang shook his head and explained, the emperor has been ill and unconscious for half a month and has not held court. Currently, countless eyes are watching the palace. Once the carriage enters, it will surely attract unnecessary trouble. This statement reshaped Xiao Tianque's perception of the crown prince. Such meticulous thoughtfulness indicated that this individual was far from ordinary. His sixth sense warned him that the emperor's fainting spell was no simple matter. Though it was attributed to demonic mischief, there were likely deeper secrets at play. However, he did not dwell on it. He would ascertain the truth upon meeting the Shu emperor, whether it was indeed a case of demonic interference or some hidden machinations at work. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in his mind, resurfacing after 16 years. Ding! Congratulations, host, for leaving Shushan. A new sign and location has been refreshed. The Imperial Palace of the Shu Kingdom, Huangtian Hall, system. You finally returned. Xiao Tianque exclaimed, nearly moved to tears. His reaction left Meng Fan and Meng Chong bewildered. Passers-by, witnessing his peculiar demeanor, assumed he had lost his mind and hurriedly circumvented him. Meng Fan waved his hand before Xiao Tianque's face. Senior brother, are you insane? Laughing and crying at the same time. If you're not crazy, then let us go. Meng Fan's shout jolted Xiao Tianque back to reality. He cleared his throat twice to mask his earlier embarrassment. Then let us proceed into the city. Though the Shu Kingdom was not particularly large, its capital, Yufu City, was bustling with prosperity. Observing the throngs of people bustling along the streets, Xiao Tianque felt a wave of nostalgia. Since arriving in this world, he had been confined to the austere confines of Shushan, and he much preferred the lively atmosphere of the city to the desolate stillness of his previous surroundings. Delicious flaky buns, if they're not tasty, you don't pay. Exquisite shoe brocade, don't miss out as you pass by. The cacophony of vendors hawking their wares filled the air. The shopkeepers enthusiastically beckoned passers-by, their words dripping with honeyed allure. Hey, where did this Taoist come from? A voice of surprise rang out from the crowd. In an instant, a multitude of adults and children had gathered around Xiao Tianque and Ming Fan, their eyes wide with curiosity. Whispering among themselves, suddenly, a plump middle-aged woman dashed up to Xiao Tianque, earnestly asking, "Taoist priest, my old sow hasn't conceived. Can you help me find out how she can get pregnant?" "Aunt Zhang, are you not making things difficult for the Taoist? How can a castrated pig conceive?" The onlookers burst into laughter. "Taoist priest, tell me my fortune. Will I become rich? Taoist priest, what does my future hold?" An array of questions overwhelmed Xiao Tianque and his companion. "Senior brother, you must think of a way to extricate us." Ming Fan, nearly frantic, was being tugged in all directions by the enthusiastic crowd. Were it not for the regulations of Shushan forbidding the use of magic in front of ordinary people to prevent unnecessary chaos, Ming Fan would have slipped away long ago. Xiao Tianque too felt helpless. These people were even more frantic than mindless paparazzi from the 21st century. "Everyone, please make way. This humble Taoist must perform a feat." Upon hearing this, the tumultuous noise abruptly ceased at Xiao Tianque's signal. The crowd parted slightly. "Run!" Xiao Tianque and Meng Fan exchanged a knowing glance, grabbing the bewildered Meng Chong, and bolted away. "Taoist priest, why are you running?" The three dashed ahead, pursued by a throng of followers. Fortunately, Xiao Tianque employed a few minor tricks to shake off the crowd. "After being pursued by demons for years, I never thought one day I would be chased by people." Meng Fan gasped, out of breath. In these chaotic times, the reclusive masters of cultivation are descending the mountains to aid the people, and the townsfolk can't help but be excited upon seeing you. Meng Chong, leaning against a wall, struggled to speak. "I suggest you both change your attire. A Taoist descending the mountain is akin to entering the world. One must blend in." Initially reluctant and somewhat resistant, Meng Fan ultimately agreed after Xiao Tianque's persuasion. After shedding their robes and donning ordinary clothing, they strolled through the streets, indeed causing far less commotion than before. Meng Chang, with sunset still some time away. "Are we to merely wander aimlessly in this city?" Meng Fan inquired. "How about we go to the Zui Stin Lu?" Meng Fan's face lit up with a satisfied smile. "You really understand me." "That's the spirit." Meng Chang's gaze fell on Xiao Tianque. "Brother Xiao, will going to Zui Stin Lu violate Shushan's strict rules? We are here to experience worldly cultivation, and everything in the secular world is part of our journey." Xiao Tianque replied earnestly, then softly asked, "Does Zui Stin Lu serve good wine?" "Indeed, the Zui Stin Yang is renowned as a superb brew," Meng Chong responded. "Then it's settled, as the saying goes. Wine is made from grain. Not drinking it is a sin. Come, let us drink and converse." "Good." Meng Chong had never anticipated that the elder brother from Shushan would be so carefree and unrestrained. Had he not already known Xiao Tianque's true identity, he would have found it hard to believe that this man was a Taoist. "Let us go. I'm nearly starving," Meng Fan urged from the front. The trio soon arrived at the Zui Stin Lu, a place Meng Fan had long yearned to visit. Nestled in the most bustling area of Yufu City, Zui Stin Lu sprawled across several hectares with various wings. The attendant at the entrance, noticing the trio's lavish attire, greeted them with a broad smile. "Welcome, esteemed guests." Upon entering, a beautiful woman took over from the attendant. Meng Chong casually tossed a gold ingot and commanded, "Bring us a top-tier private room, and serve us all the finest food and wine you have." Xiao Tianque inwardly marveled, what wealth and extravagance. "Right away, esteemed guest," the beautiful woman beamed, leading them to a private chamber. "Please wait. The best food and wine will arrive shortly." She gently closed the door behind her. However, not long after her departure, Xiao Tianque discerned a rising commotion from outside. Chapter 15. Even the heavenly emperor must kneel. The uproar outside the private room went unnoticed by the three. Zui Stin Lu was one of the most famous taverns in the land. Achieving such stature was no small feat, and the troublemakers would likely be dealt with swiftly. "Brother, you must try this lotus cake. It's simply divine." Meng Fan, his mouth stuffed, eagerly recommended the desserts of Zui Stin Lu to Xiao Tianque. Half convinced, Xiao Tianque hesitated. After all, Meng Fan's culinary evaluations were invariably the same, divine. Yet, the pastries at Zui Stin Lu were indeed commendable. Reluctantly, Xiao Tianque took a piece of lotus cake and sampled it. The delicate fragrance and sweetness offered a unique flavor. After a brief while, however, the clamor outside intensified, with sounds of tables being overturned and things being smashed echoing through the chamber. Meng Chang's brow furrowed, clearly displeased. As a crown prince hosting guests, encountering such a situation was unacceptable. Outside Zui Stin Lu, the crowd had swelled to a massive throng. Who dares to cause trouble in Zui Stin Lu? They must be tired of living. Some bewildered onlookers chuckled. Little did they know, as soon as these words left their lips, The crowd turned to them, hissing warnings. Shoo, you want to die? The troublemaker is the son of the current Minister of Revenue. If he hears you, you might end up beaten half to death. Upon learning about the origins of the troublemakers, the speaker broke into a cold sweat, trembling all over. Had it not been for the support of those around him, he would surely have collapsed to the ground. Inside the Zhuai Lu, a beautiful woman wore a contrite smile as she apologized to the rotund young man before her. Young Master Huang. It is not that I hold you in disdain. It is simply that all the Tianzi private rooms have been fully booked. The last one was taken just moments ago by 3 gentlemen. If that is the case, then perhaps we should forego this meal, suggested a lean man behind the corpulent youth with a hint of sarcasm. One must honor the stakes of the game. If we let this go, would it not be said that I, Huang Bin, cannot bear to lose? The lean man smiled faintly, raising his thumb in admiration. Young Master Huang, truly, you are the finest gambler among the Yufu. Huang Bin, in a fit of rage, overturned the wooden table before him, and, pointing menacingly at the beautiful woman, threatened, I warn you, if you cannot secure a private room for me within the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense, I shall bring my men to smash your Zhuai Lu to pieces. You must understand, young master, half a stick of incense is hardly enough time to arrange a room. Why not return in an hour? And all shall be free, the woman replied tentatively, willing to incur a loss just to rid herself of him. Huang Bin raised his hand and struck the beautiful woman, sending her sprawling to the ground. As he bellowed, have you lost your mind? Dare you make me wait? With the assistance of the waiter, the woman slowly rose, gingerly wiping the blood from her lips. Young master, please do not make things difficult for our landlady. The guests who reserve the Tianzi room are all high-ranking officials from the court, and we truly cannot afford to offend them, pleaded the waiter, kneeling before Huang Bin. For a moment, the obstinate Huang Bin fell silent. Although his father was the Minister of Revenue, he realized that offending these court officials could lead to dire consequences if they decided to report him to his father. Is young Master Huang in a dilemma? The lean man perceived Huang Bin's apprehension and pulled him aside, whispering, we cannot afford to offend the officials. But what about those 3 rash youths? Huang Bin's eyes lit up with understanding as he turned and seized the waiter, demanding, do you know those 3 rascals who reserve the Tianzi room? Shaking his head, the waiter replied honestly, I do not recognize them. They appear to be strangers to Yufu City. A smirk crept onto Huang Bin's face as he tossed a bag of silver to the waiter. I, Huang Bin, do not bully others. Take this bag of silver and inform those 3 that I shall be taking their room. Reluctantly, the waiter accepted the silver and hurriedly pushed open the door to the private room where Xiao Tianque and the others were seated. Upon seeing the waiter burst in a fluster, Meng Chang scolded angrily. The staff of Zhuai Lu are growing increasingly unruly. The waiter quickly prostrated himself, apologizing profusely. I am truly sorry, esteemed gentlemen. Had I a choice, I would never dare to intrude. Xiao Tianque slowly set down his celadone teacup and inquired, what has transpired? Esteemed gentlemen, I regret to inform you that the private room may no longer be available. The waiter stammered. Hearing this, Meng Chang's fury ignited as he slammed his hand on the table. Since when did Zhuai Lu adopt the practice of turning away guests? The waiter, flustered and at a loss, hastened to explain, esteemed gentlemen, it is a matter of outside individuals whom we cannot afford to offend. Oh, who are these individuals? Meng Chang pressed, before the waiter could respond. The door of the private room was kicked open with a resounding bang. Striding in with an air of arrogance was the corpulent young man. Hands clasped behind his back, he snatched the bag of money from the waiter's hands and tossed it onto the table. I shall take this room, take this bag of money, and get lost. Following closely behind him, the lean man entered with a smile, but his expression suddenly changed, his eyes darting away as he trembled and retreated. Yang Su, what are you doing? Huang Bin asked, puzzled, as he pulled him back. That moment, Yang Su wished for nothing more than to vanish. The beautiful woman and the waiter exchanged bewildered glances. Yang Su, the son of the Minister of Personnel, usually wielded his power without fear, yet now his demeanor was so bizarre. What transpired next was even more astonishing. Yang Su suddenly dropped to his knees with a thud. Grasping Huang Bin's pant leg, his voice trembling, you should kneel at once. Huang Bin tried to pull him up, but Yang Su seemed glued to the ground. What madness is this, Yang Su? Huang Bin scoffed. Are you truly kneeling before 3 insolent youths? Your father would be furious if he found out. At that moment, the sullen Meng Chang spoke up. Huang Bin, open your eyes and see who I am. Huang Bin sneered in disdain. Who cares who you are? Even if the king of hell himself came, I would not kneel. Is that so? Meng Chang replied coldly, tossing a token at Huang Bin's face. As the token struck him, Huang Bin's rage boiled over, But when he beheld the inscription upon it, his composure shattered. Chang. He slowly lifted his gaze to meet Meng Chang's, and in that instant, it felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Every hair on his body standing on end. With a sudden crash, Huang Bin dropped to his knees, repeatedly slapping his own face in a frenzy. I was blind to the truth. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Meanwhile, Yang Su remained on his knees, presenting the token to Meng Chang with both hands. Did you not say you would not kneel even for the King of Heaven? Meng Chang chuckled darkly. I spoke foolishly. I deserve to die. Huang Bin shivered, prostrating himself like a hammer striking garlic. Meng Chang cast a glance at the battered woman, then at the two kneeling before him. His anger surging. The son of the Minister of Revenue and the son of the Minister of Personnel, rumors abound that you two have been bullying others, claiming the title of the two tyrants of the capital. Had I not seen it for myself today, I would scarcely have believed it. Huang Zhong and Yang Hao, you have truly raised two fine sons. Terrified, Yang Su hastily shifted all blame onto Huang Bin. Your Highness, spare me. The violence and destruction were all Huang Bin's doing. I advised him against it, but he insisted on forging ahead. You. Huang Bin glared at Yang Su, incredulous that he would cast all the blame onto him. Silence. Were it not for my esteemed guest today, I would have executed you both. Meng Chang thundered. You shall compensate for all damages incurred by Zhe Xian Lu tenfold. Get out. Huang Bin and Yang Su hastily cowed out and scrambled to their feet. Rushing out in a frenzy, the spot where they had knelt still radiated warmth. The bewildered waiter and beautiful woman repeatedly expressed their gratitude. Meng Fan approached them slowly, smiling. If you truly wish to thank us, then bring forth the finest food and drink. As he spoke, he effortlessly healed the injuries on their bodies. Yes, yes, yes. The beautiful woman replied eagerly, now acutely aware of the extraordinary status of the three young men before her. And she dared not show the slightest neglect. After leaving a considerable sum of silver at the counter, Huang Bin and Yang Su wasted no time in fleeing Zue Xian Lu, their hearts racing. The crowd that had gathered to witness the spectacle was left in a state of confusion. What significant figure could possibly be present in Zue Xian Lu to make those two suffer such humiliation? Chapter 16. The Terrifying Illness. Order the kitchen to prepare a serving of Zue Xian 8 delicacies cake to be sent to the gentleman's private room. The beautiful woman instructed. Are we truly giving away the Zue Xian 8 delicacies cake, which cost hundreds of taels of gold? The waiter hesitated, feeling a pang of regret. Although Xiao Tianque and his companions had been kind to them, the cake was indeed of considerable value. If I am not mistaken, the one who reprimanded Huang Bin and Yang Su must be the Crown Prince Meng Chang. As for the other two, their identities are likely even more extraordinary, she speculated. Having noted that the Crown Prince Meng Chang had not occupied the most prestigious seat, she could hardly fathom the identities of the two young men who could compel a crown prince to take a subordinate position. The waiter nodded, still somewhat hesitant, seeing the worry etched on his face. The beautiful woman reassured him, do not worry. I shall personally explain the situation to the gentleman. Inside the private room, Xiao Tianque and his companions remained undisturbed by the earlier commotion, engaging in lively conversation and hearty drinking. Brother, you truly have never descended the mountain, Meng Fan said, a look of skepticism on his face. Him, his senior brother, who had grown up in the Shushan Mountains, ought to adhere strictly to the rules and be ignorant of worldly affairs. However, the reality was quite the opposite. The tales and anecdotes he shared were ones Meng Fan had never even heard of. Brother, even without descending the mountain, I am well aware of the affairs of the world. Are you not in awe? Xiao Tianque raised an eyebrow and smiled. Meng Fan made a retching motion, while Meng Chang laughed heartily, displaying no semblance of a princely demeanor. Shortly thereafter, a beautiful woman entered, holding a tray of exquisite delicacies that emanated a rich aroma. I am deeply grateful to the three young masters for resolving the troubles of my Zhe Xian Lu. This Zhe Xian 8 treasures cake is a small token of my appreciation. I hope the three young masters will indulge in it, she said. Upon hearing this, Meng Chang was momentarily taken aback, then sprang to his feet. The Zue Xian 8 treasures cake. It is said that someone once offered 1,000 taels of gold just to taste this dish, yet ultimately failed to do so. You jest, my good sir. Due to the scarcity of ingredients, the owner has decreed that only those fated to enjoy it may do so, free of charge. Xiao Tianque smiled faintly, reflecting inwardly that the owner of Zue Xian Lu, capable of crafting this 8 treasures cake with rare and exquisite ingredients, must surely be no ordinary person. By the time the three had savored the Zhe Xian 8 treasures cake, dusk was approaching. The head of the guards, Niu Lao, was already waiting outside Zhe Xian Lu with a horse-drawn carriage. Once they boarded the carriage, they set off towards the East Palace of the Crown Prince. Taking advantage of the twilight, upon arriving at their destination, a beautifully attired woman in palace garments awaited them. This lady was none other than the Empress of Shu, Ming Chang's mother, Ji Ling. Upon seeing Ming Fan, Ji Ling's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I pay my respects to the Empress Mother. I pay my respects to my aunt. Ming Chang and Ming Fan greeted the woman before them, while Xiao Tianque offered a slight bow. How brazen! You dare not kneel before the Empress. A maid beside Ji Ling reprimanded angrily. Xiao Tianque paid her no heed, choosing to ignore her entirely. Ji Ling shot the maid a glare, then stepped forward with a beaming smile, appraising Xiao Tianque. Be silent. Surely this is Fanner's senior brother, a master from Shu Mountain? I dare not claim such a title. I am merely a person devoted to the path of cultivation. Xiao Tianque replied humbly. You are too modest, Taoist, Ji Ling remarked with a smile. At that moment, a light, cheerful voice rang out, capturing everyone's attention instantly. Elder brother, you have finally returned. Beneath the setting sun, a girl clad in a blue robe sprinted towards them, followed breathlessly by palace eunuchs and maidens. Wow, the sunset is magnificent, and here comes a beauty running beneath it. She is not only stunning but also so playful and adorable. I am utterly enchanted. Wait a moment. Xiao Tianque squinted his eyes, peering closely. This seems a bit excessive. Never mind, she is not suited for me. Ming Chang affectionately embraced the smiling girl, whispering, Mother, and so many others are present. Behave yourself. With that, he gently flicked her forehead. The girl, understanding, nodded in agreement. This is my little daughter, spoiled by her father, Ji Ling said apologetically, then turned to the girl with a serious tone. Shuer, do not forget to greet your senior brother. The girl pouted, her sparkling eyes blinking as she took a few steps forward. I greet my brother Taoist. Her sweet voice rang out. Calm down, calm down. A practitioner must maintain composure. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Ming Shui suddenly grasped Xiao Tianque's hand, her eyes wide with pleading. Brother Taoist, you will surely heal my father. One you. Witnessing this, Ming Fan felt a jolt of alarm and shouted, Ming Shui, release my senior brother at once. Xiao Tianque was equally startled, not having anticipated that the little girl would seize his hand. By the time he realized, it was already too late. With a sharp pain in his heart, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from him, radiating outward. Before anyone could react, Ming Shui was propelled away by the force. Bang! The crimson brick wall crumbled under the tremendous impact, dust scattering in every direction. Ming Chang and Ji Ling stood frozen in shock. The palace eunuchs and maidens rushed over in panic. They saw Ming Fan emerge, blood at the corners of his mouth, cradling the dazed Ming Shui. Thank goodness I caught her. Shuer, are you all right? Ji Ling and Ming Chang hurried forward to check if she was injured. Ming Shui, clearly shaken, took a moment before slowly shaking her head. Ji Ling's expression darkened as she commanded, seize this person. Ming Chang also questioned, why did you harm my sister? Brother Ming, I did not intend to do so. Please remain calm and allow me to explain. This is disastrous. Do you think I would believe you are innocent? Xiao Tianque lamented, feeling utterly helpless. This accursed affliction, which should have been a joyful encounter with a beautiful girl, had turned into a terrifying incident. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Ming Fan quickly intervened, blocking the furious mother and son. Aunt, my senior brother is definitely not intentional. Please do not act impulsively. Fanner, you cannot defend him just because he is your senior brother. Shuej is also your sister. Ji Ling replied. Mother, I can sense that Brother Taoist did not mean any harm. Ming Shui, regaining her composure, said as she grasped Ji Ling's hand. She had clearly seen the fear and helplessness on Xiao Tianque's face just before she was thrown. If he had intended to harm me, he would never have shown such an expression. Xiao Tianque sighed softly. Ming Fan explained the situation to them. Ming Fan nodded and conveyed the details. My senior brother has been afflicted with a peculiar ailment since childhood. Whenever he comes into contact with a girl, he experiences sharp pains in his heart, causing the girl to be violently thrown away. The onlookers were taken aback, their eyes filled with disbelief. In this vast world, such oddities abound. Although this illness seemed somewhat far-fetched, Ji Ling and the others chose to believe Itto thinks such a bizarre ailment exists in this world. It is truly unprecedented. Ji Ling, as the Empress, could not help but exclaim. Ming Fan jested. If it weren't for Shuer unknowingly coming into contact with my senior brother, he might have never touched a woman's hand in his life. Xiao Tianque rolled his eyes, thinking, what a troublesome junior brother. Exposing my weaknesses. Just wait. This is a calm heart jade. which has the effect of soothing the mind and spirit. Miss Meng Shui, please accept it as a small token of my apology. Xiao Tianque produced a crystal-clear jade necklace that shimmered with spiritual light and handed it to the flustered Meng Shui. Meng Shui looked somewhat surprised. Cousin, quickly take it. This item is truly valuable. I had to plead with this stingy senior brother for quite some time before he agreed to part with it. Meng Fan took the necklace and placed it in Meng Shui's hands. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianque smiled slightly, secretly fuming as he transmitted a message to Meng Fan. Meng Fan, you are done for. This item is abundant in Shu Mountain, and you dare to slander me. Chapter 17. Man-made. Thank you, brother Taoist. The girl did not hesitate, joyfully accepting the Comheart Jade, seemingly having forgotten the terrifying events that had just unfolded. As a mother, Ji Ling noticed her daughter's beaming smile, and the anger on her face dissipated in an instant. This girl, Meng Chong, having acted impulsively, apologized to Xiao Tianque, realizing that Xiao Tianque had not acted with intent. Meng Cheng quickly bowed in contrition, growing increasingly respectful towards him. Brother Ming, there is no need for such formalities. This incident was indeed my fault. Fortunately, your sister remains unharmed. Otherwise, I would be unable to eat or sleep in peace. The thought of a pure and lovely girl being injured due to his peculiar illness weighed heavily on Xiao Tianque's conscience. As for the injuries Meng Fan sustained, they were of little concern. After all, this fellow was resilient, and a little bloodletting would actually be beneficial for him. On this moonless night, the palace was illuminated with candles lit in lanterns all around. The maidens walked alongside Xiao Tianque and his companions, each holding a lantern as they proceeded with heads bowed. In the distance, the flickering candlelight swayed, and with a muffled thud, the faint light extinguished. A eunuch, clad in official garments, stumbled forward, his face bruised and battered. And upon catching sight of the Empress Ji Ling, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. What a disgraceful display! Such recklessness! Ji Ling's countenance darkened as she reprimanded. Forgive me, Empress Mother. There has been an incident with the Emperor. The panting eunuch gasped, struggling to articulate his words. Ji Ling and the royal family members felt a jolt of alarm and hurried towards the Yangxin Hall. Moments later, the anxious group arrived at their destination. Ji Ling, maintaining her composure, inquired, Dr. Sun, what is the Emperor's current condition? Dr. Sun, feeling powerless, shook his head. His Majesty is spitting blood, and his pulse is weakening. I fear. The remainder of his statement was left unspoken. But the meaning was clear to all present. Ji Ling felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her vision blurring as she nearly collapsed. The most affected by this news was undoubtedly Meng Shui. Gazing at the crimson stains on the white silk beside the bed, she appeared dazed, slowly making her way towards the motionless Shu Emperor, murmuring, Father will be fine. He must be fine. Father, please wake up and see Shui'er. Will you? Gazing at Meng Shui, who knelt beside the bed, clutching the hand of the Shu Emperor and weeping uncontrollably, a wave of sorrow washed over everyone, their noses tinged with a bittersweet sting, and their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Grandfather Sun, could you please save my father? In response to Meng Shui's desperate plea, Sun Wu let out a heavy sigh in his heart before slowly replying. Your Highness, the Emperor's illness is caused by malevolent forces, and we are truly powerless to assist. Since the day Meng Fan had lost his parents to the battlefield, he had lived with his uncle, the Shu Emperor, until he encountered his master and left the palace to cultivate. Clenching his fists tightly as he stared at the man on the bed, Meng Fan silently vowed, no matter the source of this wickedness, I, Meng Fan, shall eradicate it. Within the Yangxin Hall, all were engulfed by the tide of grief. Suddenly, the increasingly closer sounds of weeping from outside the hall drew everyone's attention. A young woman dressed in simple white palace attire, with fox-like eyes, stumbled in, her eyes swollen and red from crying. Just steps away from the bed, she suddenly collapsed to the ground, crawling forward with her hands on the bed and sobbing heart-wrenchingly. Your Majesty. Xiao Tianque couldn't help but let out a scoff, the perfect blend of an old actor and a scheming vixen. She certainly knows how to put on a show. Both Ji Ling and her son were taken aback. What is she doing here? The arrival of this woman astonished everyone present. Ji Ling trembled as she approached the kneeling woman, each step laden with concern, fearing she might fall, yet miraculously, she steadied herself. Sister, please rise. The Emperor is a blessed soul, and he will surely recover. Ji Ling spoke with an outwardly calm demeanor, though her gaze was icy as she scrutinized the woman on the floor. News travels fast, doesn't it, Consort Pan? I've barely arrived, and you're already here. The woman gradually reined in her expression of sorrow, her eyes turning sharp, a a smirk curling at her lips as if to say, "What can you do about it?" Their gazes locked in a tense confrontation. With a tearful voice, she asserted, "The Emperor is the true dragon son of heaven, regardless of the malevolent forces at play. He will be unharmed. Am I right, sister?" The emphasis on sister carried a weight that filled the air with an almost palpable tension. Xiao Tianque couldn't help but chuckle softly, thinking to himself, amidst the Emperor's peril, these two are secretly at odds. Indeed, the intrigues of the royal harem surpass even those of Zhenhuan. In my view, the Emperor's unconsciousness is not due to malevolent forces, but rather human intervention. This proclamation stunned everyone present. Meng Lin, the son of Consort Pan, who had entered with a medicinal concoction, hurled the bowl to the ground in fury, pointing at Xiao Tianque and shouting, "Who is this boy to speak such nonsense? Seize him and give him 50 lashes." The notion of malevolent forces had been a conclusion reached by the Prime Minister of Shu, who had summoned Taoists to the palace. Xiao Tianque regarded Meng Lin with a chilling smile. In the next moment, Meng Lin's hands rose involuntarily, and he struck his own face with a resounding slap. The sharp sound echoed through the hall, leaving everyone in stunned silence. A singular thought raced through their minds. Meng Lin has gone mad? Linner! The woman gasped in horror, reaching out to stop him, but to no avail. It wasn't until blood trickled from his mouth and nose that he finally halted. Meng Lin's gaze bore into Xiao Tianque. "What have you done to me?" Xiao Tianque shrugged innocently. "Malevolent forces. Why do you look at me?" The woman, now furious, shouted, "This man practices sorcery. Seize him." Yet, before her command could be fully uttered, she too began to strike herself. Jiling understood that Meng Lin's self-harm was closely tied to the young man before her. However, she refrained from revealing this, for it was something she had long wished to do but lacked the opportunity. "There are indeed malevolent forces at play here, Consort Pan. It would be wise for you to return to your chambers and rest, for who knows what else may transpire." Jiling's lips curled into a faint smile, a facade of sympathy masking her true intentions. Someone, escort Consort Pan and her son back to their quarters." Consort Pan would not allow anyone to witness her bruised visage. She rose, dragging the unwilling Meng Lin away from the Yangxin Hall. Once they departed, all eyes turned to Xiao Tianque. "Brother Xiao, you claim that my father's illness is not due to malevolent forces, but rather human intervention. Is this true?" Meng Chong inquired. The imperial physician and all present fixed their gazes upon Xiao Tianque, eagerly awaiting his response. They knew that if it were indeed malevolent forces, it would be one matter, but if it were human involvement, the consequences could be dire. "It is highly improbable." Xiao Tianque did not offer a definitive answer. The Shu Emperor and the entire palace showed no signs of malevolent energy, yet a definitive conclusion would require further investigation. Chapter 18. Diagnosis. Nonsense. If it were indeed human-caused, the palace's numerous physicians would have diagnosed it. The head physician, Sun Wu, interjected, attempting to silence Xiao Tianque, who was poised to treat the emperor. Beside Sun Wu, a middle-aged man with a medicine box snickered, "My master is the heir of the medicine sage. And even he finds the emperor's ailment vexing, let alone you, a mere boy. Be cautious, lest you lose your head along with your bravado." In their eyes, Xiao Tianque's words were nothing but a ploy for attention. A desperate attempt by a young man seeking fame and fortune. Xiao Tianque chuckled lightly, choosing not to engage in their banter. Instead, he turned his attention to Meng Chong. "Brother Meng, I came down the mountain at your request." Meng Chong hesitated. Such a significant matter was beyond his sole authority. With the emperor incapacitated, Jiling, as the empress, held the decision-making power. "Aunt, under the care of these incompetent physicians, not only has my uncle not improved, but his condition has worsened. If this continues, the consequences are unfathomable. Rather than let it be, why not allow my master to try? It's worth a shot. Not that I'm saying my uncle is a horse, but you understand my meaning." Jiling, who had previously hesitated, began to contemplate Meng Fan's words, forming her own resolution, since the palace's physicians were at a loss. And this man had asserted that the illness was not due to malevolent forces but rather human interference. It might be worth allowing him a chance. "Physician son, you may leave." Yes. Although the physicians of the Imperial Medical Bureau were reluctant, they followed Sun Wu's lead and stepped aside. Meng Chong grasped Jiling's hand tightly, reassuring her, "Mother, you need not worry too much. Brother Xiao, as a revered figure from Shu Mountain, will surely possess a remedy for father's ailment." Xiao Tianque approached the bed slowly, as Ming Shui rubbed her swollen eyes, looking at him with a pleading gaze. "Brother Taoist, you must save my father." That moment, he longed to gently stroke Ming Shui's head, comforting the sorrowful girl. However, faced with the strange illness, he could only nod, assuring her, "Rest assured, I will do my utmost." With that, he pulled back the brocade covering the emperor, preparing to take his pulse. Yet just then, a hand, wrinkled and mottled with age spots, grasped his own. Xiao Tianque shook off the hand, casting a cold glance at Sun Wu. Does Physician's son have any advice? Had it not been for the tranquility he had cultivated over the past 20 years in Shu Mountain, his temperament would have led him to strike out at this moment. Meng Fan, too, erupted in anger. "You incompetent physician, not only are you useless, but now you seek to hinder my master. What are your intentions?" Sun Wu felt the sharp gazes of many in the hall directed at him. With a humble demeanor, he addressed Ji Ling before turning to Xiao Tianque. "Your Majesty, I have heard that those from Shu Mountain possess extraordinary abilities, able to take the pulse of the emperor without direct contact. I wonder if this young friend is capable of such." Meng Fan's ire flared at Sun Wu's provocation, and he retorted, "Do not heed this fool's words. During my time in Shu Mountain, I have never heard of such a thing. Mother, I believe in Brother Taoist. He will certainly heal Father. Please allow him to treat Father. Mother, I have faith in Brother Xiao. Let him attend to Father swiftly." Ji Ling, however, remained unmoved by the pleas of Meng Chong and Meng Fan. After a moment of contemplation, she turned to Xiao Tianque with a questioning gaze. "Is it possible for you, as Taoist, to diagnose the emperor as Physician's son suggested?" Although Xiao Tianque had been personally summoned by Meng Chong from Shu Mountain to the palace, she still wished to test his abilities. Sun Wu and the physicians of the Imperial Medical Bureau regarded Xiao Tianque with derision. It was evident they were prepared to witness his embarrassment. "Young man, the Empress is addressing you." Xiao Tianque's lips curved slightly upward as he whispered to the nearby doctor's son, "Old fellow, if you wish to witness my embarrassment, you might as well dream on." He then proclaimed loudly, "What a coincidence. I am well versed in such diagnostic methods." The moment he uttered these words, the physicians from the medical office were taken aback. However, Sun Wu revealed a smirk of satisfaction, lightly patting Xiao Tianque on the shoulder. "Youngster, this method of diagnosis is nothing but a fabrication of my own. I am eager to observe how you plan to conclude this." The onlookers in the hall gazed at Xiao Tianque with astonishment. Meng Fan even transmitted a message, inquiring, "Brother, do you truly possess this technique? To tell you the truth, I am not even skilled in pulse-taking." "Meng Fan, if you have such means, then let this palace and the esteemed physicians witness it, so they may be convinced." After a command from Ji Ling, a servant was instructed to place a chair 10 paces away from the bed. "Dr. Son, do you not think it prudent to move the chair further back?" Xiao Tianque steadied the chair, glancing at Sun Wu and the other physicians. Sun Wu chuckled lightly. "No need for that. Taoist, please proceed with the diagnosis of His Majesty." Seated on the chair, Xiao Tianque closed his eyes and began to calculate with his fingers Look at him. He is not taking a pulse, but rather seems to be divining. Who would disagree? Let us see how he wraps this up. The physicians murmured amongst themselves, their eyes filled with scorn and disdain. "Your Majesty, it would be best to silence these incompetent fools to avoid inaccuracies in the diagnosis." Xiao Tianque spoke slowly. The term incompetent fools was particularly jarring. Sun Wu and the others recognized that he was mocking their medical skills. Just as they were about to retort, they caught a glimpse of Ji Ling's icy gaze and wisely fell silent. After what felt like the length of half an incense stick, Xiao Tianque finally opened his eyes. Ji Ling, her expression filled with anticipation, asked, "What do you discern?" Xiao Tianque sighed. At that moment, Sun Wu impatiently interjected, "This man speaks nonsense, treating the diagnosis of His Majesty as mere jest. By law, he should be executed." The other physicians echoed in agreement, "We implore your Majesty to issue the order to execute this sorcerer." Xiao Tianque retorted mockingly, "Are you all so eager for my demise? Are you concerned that my diagnosis might reveal your incompetence and cost you your heads?" Slowly rising, he approached the bed and began to probe the crown of the Shu Emperor's head. As he spoke, Xiao Tianque extracted an exceedingly fine silver needle from the Emperor's scalp. Everyone rushed forward to inspect. Sun Wu had initially anticipated a folly from Xiao Tianque, only to be astonished that he had indeed located a needle atop the Emperor's head. "Dr. Son, what do you say?" Sun Wu was left momentarily speechless. His apprentice, however, shouted, "What does a single silver needle prove?" Xiao Tianque smiled faintly, handing the needle to the young man, and countered, "A silver needle locking the acupoint. Could it possibly be the work of malevolent forces?" Ji Ling turned to the other physicians, her fury palpable as she bellowed, How is it that none of you detected the silver needle atop His Majesty's head? You have mistaken a human act for the machinations of evil. What a bunch of scoundrels. Sun Wu's face turned ashen as he fell to his knees before Queen Ji Ling, exclaiming, I am incompetent. I beg your majesty to punish me. The other physicians followed suit, trembling and drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 19. The 100 Corpses Poison. As Xiao Tianque withdrew the silver needle from the emperor's head, everyone present was left in a state of shock, with the exception of Ming Fan, who maintained a calm demeanor. He approached Xiao Tianque and whispered, Brother, tell me, did you place that silver needle? Xiao Tianque glanced at him and sighed silently. Why, dear Junior, trust between individuals seems to have eroded. Observing Xiao Tianque's melancholic expression, Ming Fan rolled his eyes. Brother, I am aware of your capabilities. It is evident that you are utterly clueless about diagnosing ailments yet still pretend otherwise. Xiao Tianque gestured for him to be silent. Boasting, although I am inept in diagnosing ailments, I am proficient in the method of internal observation. Internal observation? Ming Fan scratched his head and then suddenly realized, exclaiming, Why didn't I think of that? Because you are foolish. Ji Ling and the others were drawn to the hushed conversation between the two. At this moment, Ji Ling had unfaltering faith in Xiao Tianque's abilities. She even knelt, sincerely beseeching him to cure His Majesty. Please, Brother Xiao, save my father's life. Taoist brother, rescue my father. We are powerless. We implore the Taoist to heal His Majesty. Individuals in the hall, regardless of their rank, bowed before Xiao Tianque, pleading for his assistance in treating the Shu Emperor. At that moment, his heart swelled with joy. Who would have thought that one day, even a queen would kneel before me? Please, Your Majesty, rise quickly. I have come at the invitation of Brother Ming and will do my utmost to treat His Majesty. He cleared his throat, signaling for Ming Fan to help Ji Ling to her feet. Meng Shui beamed with delight, bouncing around Xiao Tianque in circles, had it not been for Xiao Tianque's deliberate evasiveness. A tragedy would have unfolded once more. Just then, the previously unconscious Shu Emperor suddenly broke into violent coughing, black blood pouring from his mouth and nose. The relief that had just settled in the hearts of the onlookers was swiftly replaced by anxiety. The physicians were in a frenzy, their gazes fixated on Xiao Tianque, eager to know what to do next. Taoist, what is happening to His Majesty? Ji Ling asked, her expression frantic. Meng Shui was in tears. Unable to stop the flow. In contrast, Xiao Tianque remained unfazed. Bring me a sputum bowl and a basin of hot water. The maidservants acted swiftly, procuring the sputum bowl and hot water in mere moments. Xiao Tianque supported the Shu Emperor upright and instructed Meng Fan. Come, lend a hand. Meng Fan responded, puzzled. Brother, what are you about to do? Detoxify. The physicians widened their eyes, intently observing each of his movements, fearful of missing any detail. Meng Fan steadied the emperor, ensuring his posture was upright, while the maidservant held the sputum bowl nearby. Xiao Tianque summoned forth immense spiritual energy from within, channeling it into the Shu Emperor's body. The air around the emperor began to shimmer with heat as black blood surged forth from his mouth and nose like leeches. Simultaneously, the emperor's pallid visage gradually regained a hint of color. The physicians were left in awe, their expressions filled with incredulity, nodding in admiration. This method of detoxification was unprecedented, a marvel of the ages. The Taoist was truly extraordinary. Indeed, he is akin to a deity of medicine walking among us. Our own methods pale in comparison. After half an incense stick's time, no more black blood oozed from the emperor's mouth or nose, and Xiao Tianque gently laid him back down on the bed. Brother Xiao, has the poison within my father been dispelled? Meng Chong asked eagerly. His Majesty has been poisoned for too long. The toxin has permeated to the marrow. However, there is no need for concern. I have expelled most of the poison from his body. With due care and nurturing, it will not be long before all traces of the poison vanish, Xiao Tianque replied softly, before Ming Chong could continue. Xiao Tianque added, as for the nurturing, leave it to the medical office. Upon hearing this, the physicians exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their trepidation. The medical office had spent considerable time without uncovering the cause of the illness. Now that they understood it was man-made, they were still uncertain about the specific nature of the poison and dared not rashly agree to care for the Shu Emperor. Is there a problem? Xiao Tianque inquired. Noting their silence, he smiled faintly. Dr. Sun, as the heir of the medicine sage, you should be familiar with this poison. Sun Wu, momentarily at a loss for words, stepped forward to examine the sputum bowl filled with black blood. He observed the blood bubbling ominously, releasing a foul stench. Instantly, he shuddered, his eyes filled with terror. This is the 100 corpses poison. Xiao Tianque remained silent, smiling inwardly. Ultimately, he too was uncertain about the exact nature of the poison. It was fortunate that Sun Wu had recognized it. Otherwise, the situation would have become quite awkward. Knowing that Sun Wu was aware, it stood to reason that he understood the method of treatment as well. Sun Wu nodded, a hint of trepidation in his voice. The 100 corpses poison is derived from 100 corpses. It is exceedingly lethal. Those poisoned lose all 5 senses, their hearts decay, and ultimately, they perish from cardiac failure. Who could have administered such poison to His Majesty? Simultaneously, he also became acutely aware of the efficacy of the silver needles atop the head of the Shu Emperor. By employing the silver needles to seal the acupoints, the manifestation of poisoning was concealed, thereby confounding the diagnosis of the imperial physician. In the meantime, Xiao Tianque cautioned the Empress Ji-Ling. Your Majesty, I must speak candidly. This time, His Majesty has encountered a perilous situation but emerged unscathed. However, should the perpetrator of the poisoning remain undiscovered, I fear. Ji-Ling's tone was calm, yet her gaze brimmed with a rising murderous intent. Rest assured, Taoist, I shall unearth the culprit and bring them to justice. Meng Fan noted the subtle shift in Xiao Tianque's expression and inquired with suspicion. Senior brother, do you have a lead? The eyes of Meng Cheng and others converged upon him. Ji-Ling raised her hand, dismissing all attending physicians in attendance. Please, Taoist, speak freely without reservation. Taoist brother, do you know who harmed the emperor? I will not let them escape. Meng Shui clenched her fists, her voice filled with indignation. Xiao Tianque exercised his detective prowess. Firstly, His Majesty resides in the inner palace. With his daily needs managed by commoners, it is rare for anyone to even approach the emperor. Thus, the poisoner must be someone close to His Majesty. Ji-Ling nodded in agreement. I oversee His Majesty's daily needs, so that should not pose a problem. Therefore, the poisoner must be someone who interacts with the emperor regularly, taking advantage of his inattention to administer the poison. Your Majesty, I have a question, if I may. Please, Taoist, Xiao Tianque continued. Might I inquire who the woman was who brought the medicinal concoction earlier? Ji-Ling sighed in resignation. Taoist. That was Consort Pan, the emperor's favored concubine. The child with her is their offspring, named Meng Lin. Suddenly, Ji-Ling was struck with alarm. Could the Taoist be suspecting her? Xiao Tianque did not speak directly but rather said slowly. The closer one is, the easier it is to strike. Since the emperor fell ill, has Consort Pan visited? Ji-Ling shook her head. In light of the emperor's illness and to prevent turmoil in the palace, I issued an edict forbidding anyone from visiting without my permission. Then why, on the night of the emperor's poisoning, did she arrive, and with her child? Xiao Tianque remarked calmly, with Xiao Tianque's insinuation. Ji-Ling and the others increasingly viewed Consort Pan with suspicion. Chapter 20. Luring the snake from its hole. As a suspect emerged, Ji-Ling, as the empress, could not help but furrow her brow and let out a sigh. Alas, having a lead is a good thing. But why the sigh? Meng Fan questioned, perplexed. Ji-Ling's eyes reflected both sympathy and relief. The sympathy stemmed from her nephew's orphaned childhood, enduring hardships under the tutelage of his master. Yet, the relief arose from his distance from the palace's treacherous intrigues. Fanner, you have been away from the palace since childhood. There are many things you do not understand. I sensed something when Consort Pan came with her child, yet it is difficult to take action against her. Aunt, you are the empress. Why fear her? Meng Fan was utterly baffled. At that moment, Xiao Tianque, resembling a seasoned bureaucrat, sighed thoughtfully. The intertwining of power is far from what you imagine. I do not understand. Equally bewildered was Meng Shui, whose face wore an expression of confusion as she kept vigil over the Shu Emperor, eventually succumbing to a deep slumber. Ji-Ling was evidently taken aback by Xiao Tianque's perceptiveness. She could hardly believe that this individual, who had spent his youth in seclusion, appeared so knowledgeable about court affairs. Brother Xiao, you may not be aware, but Consort Pan is not to be feared. Rather, it is her brother, the current Prime Minister, Pan Jiuxiao, who is concerning. I see. In ancient times, the position of Prime Minister was second only to the Emperor, wielding immense power, and countless officials had risen through his patronage. It was no wonder Ji-Ling, as the Empress, would be wary. With this thought, Xiao Tianque began to formulate a hypothesis. In my view, our best course of action is to wait for Consort Pan to reveal her true colors before we act against her. Does the Taoist have a strategy in mind? Ji Ling, as the Empress, possessed an exceptional ability to read the room. Xiao Tianque smiled and nodded. I would be honored to receive your guidance. Ji Ling's beautiful eyes sparkled with eagerness for instruction. Lure the snake from its hole. With just these 4 words, Ji Ling instantly grasped the concept, her eyes alight with determination, which quickly transformed into a steely resolve. The others remained perplexed. Meng Fan could not contain his curiosity. Senior brother, you look exceedingly cunning. Have you been sneaking down the mountain to engage in politics? Xiao Tianque chuckled with a hint of mischief, lightly tapping his forehead. In books, there are golden houses. In books, there are beauties. Do you understand? It was unexpected that the novels he had idly read in his past life would prove useful today. No wonder ancient strategists were often literati. Truly, reading 10,000 books leads to wisdom and strategy. The ancients did not deceive him. With a plan forming in her mind, Ji Ling immediately took action. Crown Prince Meng Chong, heed my command. By my decree, with the authority of my Phoenix Edict, mobilize 3,000 Imperial Guard troops to surround the Yangxin Palace. Without my edict, no one is permitted to enter or exit the palace. Those who defy shall face execution. Your son acknowledges the command. Upon receiving the imperial decree symbolized by the Phoenix Edict, Meng Chang sprang into action. After executing these orders, Ji Ling strode out of the Yangxin Palace with an air of authority, addressing the waiting imperial physicians outside. From this day forth, no physician shall leave the Yangxin Palace without my explicit command. Those who disobey shall be executed. Yes. The assembled physicians knelt in trepidation. Ji Ling noticed Sun Wu hesitating to speak, her gaze sharpening as she coldly inquired, "Does Physician Sun have something to say?" Sun Wu dared not withhold the truth and quickly replied, "What about the medicinal herbs required for His Majesty's treatment? Do not worry about the herbs. I will have someone deliver them." Having completed these tasks, Ji Ling's lips curled into a slight smile, awaiting the fish to bite. Meanwhile, Meng Chong had surrounded the Yangxin Palace with 3,000 Imperial Guard troops, standing 100 feet away. "General Niu, I am relying on you." General Niu patted his chest with assurance. "Rest easy, Your Highness. Not a single person, let alone a fly, shall escape." Upon hearing that the Shu Emperor had awakened, Meng Chong could hardly contain his excitement as he entered the Yangxin Palace. "Father, you have awakened?" Xiao Tianque shook his head, signaling for silence, and whispered, "There are ears in the walls." Meng Chong nodded in understanding. That moment, the gathered crowd outside the Yangxin Palace suddenly heard Meng Chang's exclamation of delight. "Wonderful! Father, you are finally awake." Following Xiao Tianque's suggestions, Meng Chong inquired with perplexity, "What should we do next?" "Wait for the rabbit, at the first light of dawn, after a night of vigilance." Both the Imperial Guard and palace attendants felt their eyelids grow heavy, their attention waning considerably. Inside the Yangxin Palace, Xiao Tianque, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and gently tapped Meng Chong beside him. "Brother Meng, the fish is stirring." Ji Ling wished to check personally, but Meng Chong stopped her. "Mother, you should lie down and rest. I will go with Brother Xiao." After a sleepless night of contemplation, Ji Ling pondered for a moment before finally nodding in agreement to take a brief respite. Xiao Tianque waved his hand, dispersing the runes that enveloped Meng Chong. "Brother Xiao, what is this?" Meng Chang asked, his face filled with confusion as he looked at the luminous runes surrounding him. "Just a little trick to grant you temporary invisibility." Meng Chong was utterly astonished. After stepping outside the main hall, they heard rustling sounds emanating from the adjoining chamber where the physicians resided. Moments later, the hall doors creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man stealthily slipping out. This man was familiar to both Xiao Tianque and Meng Chang. He was Li Su, the apprentice of Sun Wu. Meng Chang gritted his teeth, muttering, "That scoundrel. I shall see whom he intends to inform." Li Su was exceedingly cautious, removing his boots to avoid making noise, and carefully peering around before hastily making his way towards the foam mountain adjacent to the Yangxin Palace. The two stood silently watching him. Li Su parted a clump of grass beside the foam mountain, revealing a small dog hole. Without hesitation, he wriggled his body and crawled through the opening. A dog crawls through a dog hole. "Let us take the path of man." With that, Xiao Tianque pulled Meng Chong along and passed through the wall to follow Li Su. Observing Meng Chang's astonished expression, Xiao Tianque smiled lightly. "Just a little trick." A little trick. Once outside the Yangxin Palace, Li Su scanned his surroundings. Noticing that the attendants were asleep, he stealthily dashed away. Meng Chang and Xiao Tianque followed closely behind, after about a stick of incense had burned. Li Su, panting and drenched in sweat, finally stopped to put on his boots again, wiping the perspiration from his brow as he entered a particular palace. Qinghe Palace, Whose palace is this? Xiao Tianque inquired of Meng Chang beside him. He saw Meng Chang's fists clenched tightly, his teeth gritted. This was indeed the palace of Consort Pan. Two individuals stealthily followed Li Shu into the Qingge palace. Inside the hall, the lights blazed brightly, and the anxious expressions of Consort Pan and her son filled the space as they awaited his arrival. Upon seeing Li Shu, they hurriedly approached, asking, "What happened?" Li Shu, panting heavily, found himself at a loss for words. "Speak quickly," Meng Lin urged. "The Crown Prince's envoy has purged the poison from His Majesty's body," and shortly thereafter, news of His Majesty's awakening spread from the Yangxin Hall. At these words, Consort Pan's vision darkened, and with a thud, she collapsed to the ground. "If His Majesty has awakened, then our scheme is surely exposed. Quick, Liner, go find your uncle." Chapter 21. A storm is brewing. Meng Lin, momentarily dazed and rooted to the spot, gradually regained his senses under Consort Pan's insistence and spoke with a tone of resignation. "Mother, shall we not plead for forgiveness from father?" Remembering the bond of father and son, he continued, "But father," slap. Before he could finish, Meng Lin felt a burning sensation on his cheek, disbelief flooding his eyes as he choked out, "Mother, you struck me." The middle-aged beauty stared at her trembling hand, momentarily speechless, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes as she embraced Meng Lin tightly. "Liner, you are not the Emperor's biological child. Now that the poisoning has been revealed, both of us are doomed." Such an earth-shattering secret rendered the concealed Xiao Tianque, Meng Chang, and the messenger Li Shu utterly astounded. They had not anticipated that Consort Pan harbored such a significant secret. Meng Chang was left in utter shock. "If my suspicions are correct, Meng Lin's biological father must be the current prime minister. How can that be? They are siblings." Upon hearing Xiao Tianque's words, Meng Chang was rendered speechless. "No, I refuse to believe it. Mother, you must be lying to me, right?" Seeing Meng Lin's incredulity, Consort Pan pushed him away, her hands firmly grasping his shoulders as she spoke earnestly. "Do you know why His Majesty has never favored you among his many children? It is because he has always suspected you are not his offspring. Now that the truth is out, do you think he will spare us, considering our familial bond?" The sudden revelation was too much for Meng Lin to process, yet he understood one thing. If what his mother said was true, he was undoubtedly doomed. "Mother, I do not wish to die." Observing Meng Lin on the verge of tears, Consort Pan instructed sternly, "You must leave the palace immediately with Li Tai to find your uncle." "He's your biological father." "What? Uncle is my real father." Equally shocked was Meng Chang. "Xiao, how do you know Meng Lin's father is the prime minister?" Xiao Tianque replied with a faint smile. "It was quite simple. When I mentioned the prime minister, her expression changed. And no matter how well she concealed it, I still discerned it." Consort Pan urged, "There is no time for lengthy explanations. Your biological father has been secretly orchestrating plans for years. There are already many of our people within the palace. If we seize this opportunity to act, combining our efforts from within and without, we can undoubtedly take control of the entire palace. And you shall be the Emperor of Shu." The Emperor of Shu? Meng Lin was taken aback. He had never contemplated such a possibility. Previously, he only sought to win his father's favor through the delivery of medicinal concoctions. "Liner, do not hesitate any longer. We stand at a crossroads. Either we seize power or we face execution." After much contemplation, Meng Lin solemnly nodded. "Li Shu, take me to see the prime minister immediately." Li Shu hesitated. Observing his reluctance, Consort Pan scoffed, "You are now tied to us by the same rope. If our plan succeeds, who could deny you wealth and power?" After pondering for a moment, Li Shu steeled himself. "I shall stake everything on this." Without a shred of hesitation, he seized Meng Lin and, before dawn, hurried out of the palace toward the prime minister's residence. Xiao Tianque and Meng Chang followed closely behind. Arriving at the entrance of the prime minister's estate, "This is the prime minister's residence. No unauthorized personnel may approach." The guards blocked the hurried Li Shu and Meng Lin. "I am Li Shu, the palace physician, and this is the second prince. We urgently need to see the prime minister." Upon realizing that the man before them was the second prince, the guards swiftly stepped aside. "Your Highness, please proceed. I wish to see what these traitorous ministers are plotting." Just as Meng Chang was about to enter the prime minister's residence alongside them, he was halted by Xiao Tianque. Meng Chang, puzzled, asked, "Xiao, why do you stop me? There are formations laid out around the prime minister's residence. If you recklessly enter, you will surely be detected by the one who set the trap." Meng Chang was astonished. Such means truly exist in this world. Xiao Tianque smiled faintly. "What you consider alarming techniques are mere trifles in the eyes of cultivators." Meng Chang, with a wry smile, inquired, So what should we do next? Now that news of His Majesty's awakening has spread, they will surely take action that it won't be long before a rebellion erupts. Their schemes have been in the making for so long. The depth of their resources is unimaginable. If we do not respond appropriately, the throne of Shu will surely change hands. Meng Chong nodded gravely, understanding that Xiao Tianque's words were not mere exaggerations. The Prime Minister had held power for over 40 years, commanding the loyalty of both civil and military officials. Should he take action, the entire realm of Shu would undoubtedly be thrown into chaos. Damn it. My uncle's 30,000 troops left the capital to defend the borders 2 months ago. Now only the Tiger Bin camp and the Imperial Guard remain in the capital. Meng Chang stomped his foot in frustration. How many troops are left? Approximately 10,000. Among those 10,000 soldiers, there are likely many who are loyal to the Prime Minister. Correct. Xiao Tianque spoke with a serious tone. Meng Chang nodded. If I am not mistaken, all 7,000 soldiers of the Tiger Bin camp are loyal to the Prime Minister. 3,000 against 7,000. The odds are not in our favor. Xiao Tianque murmured to himself. He understood that the Prime Minister had likely planned for more than just these men. There must be many of his own people embedded within the Imperial Guard. And if conflict broke out, those individuals would surely take advantage of the situation, leading to a devastating defeat for the Imperial Guard. Do not rush. We must return to the palace first. Meng Chong, at a loss for how to counter the Prime Minister, could only return to report the situation, hoping that his mother would have a solution to counter this threat. Upon their return to the palace, Meng Chang informed Empress Jiling of the situation. Upon hearing the news, Jiling slammed her hand on the table, furious. A group of traitorous ministers dares to overthrow our Shu dynasty. Mother, what should we do now? Jiling shook her head helplessly. Unless the 30,000 troops stationed at the borders can arrive in time. Seeing the despair etched on everyone's faces, Meng Fan cautiously approached Xiao Tianque and whispered, Senior brother, can we intervene? Xiao Tianque's expression remained cold. This conflict of the secular world has nothing to do with our Shushan. If you dare to intervene, do not blame your senior brother. Meng Fan felt like a wilted flower, preparing to speak when Xiao Tianque raised his hand to silence him. Reluctantly, Meng Fan retreated. Just as everyone was in a state of urgency, contemplating countermeasures, Xiao Tianque spoke up. Might I ask if Meng brother could take me to the Huangji Hall? Everyone looked at him in astonishment. At such a critical juncture, why go to the Huangji Hall? Xiao saved my father's life. How could I refuse his request to visit the Huangji Hall? Meng Chang readily agreed. But what does Xiao intend to do there? Throughout their journey, Meng Chang posed numerous questions, yet Xiao Tianque remained silent with a smile. Finally, at the break of dawn, the two arrived before the grand and magnificent Huangji Hall. While not as gloriously splendid as the Forbidden City, it possessed a unique charm of Shu. Chapter 22, Rebellion. The Forbidden City, is that the capital of that nation? Meng Chang inquired, bewildered. Xiao Tianque absent-mindedly rubbed his head, then replied with a faint smile, that is the capital of a unified nation, where all countries pay homage. Where is such a nation located? Meng Chang asked in astonishment, his eyes reflecting an unmasked desire. Xiao Tianque simply smiled without elaborating. Meng Chang, filled with melancholy, reminisced, I once heard my teacher say that a century ago, the Celestial Empire was in a similar situation, united under one banner, with all nations paying tribute. It was a lively spectacle, but now, the land is fractured, and wars rage between nations. If not for the wars, my cousin's parents would not have perished on the battlefield. What is long united must divide. What is long divided must unite. The ways of the world are as such. With that, Xiao Tianque strode forward toward the Huangji Hall. What must divide will unite, and what must unite will divide. May it be so. Meng Chang sighed, realizing that the current state of the world was of little consequence. The imminent rebellion led by the Prime Minister posed a grave threat, and their current capabilities were woefully inadequate to resist it. Filling him with deep concern. Is it possible that the Meng family must relinquish their dominion so easily? On the other side, Xiao Tianque had already stepped into the Imperial Hall. A long-lost voice echoed once more. Ding! The host has arrived at the Imperial Hall. Would you like to check in? Check in. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your check-in was successful, and you have received a reward. 1 Huangyao pill. Xiao Tianque gazed at the pill in his hand, which shimmered with golden light and emitted a faint dragon-like aura, and could not help but inquire, what is the use of this pill? Those who consume the Huangyao pill can attract the dragon energy of the emperor from across the world and become the sovereign of all. The system's explanation piqued Xiao Tianque's interest. So, by consuming this pill, I could become an emperor. Indeed, he shook his head with a bitter smile. Throughout history, How many great rulers have resorted to unscrupulous means to seize the throne, only to meet a tragic end? Now, the coveted throne could be obtained with merely a small pill. It was truly laughable. Had it been the former Xiao Tianque, he would have unhesitatingly consumed this pill. But now, what he sought was no longer these mundane desires. Though this pill was remarkable, it was of no use to me. If I encounter a fated person in the future, I shall bestow it upon them. Meanwhile, Imperial Physician Li Su and Ming Lin had entered the Prime Minister's residence, fully recounting the events that transpired in the palace. Within the grand hall of the Prime Minister's residence, an elderly man with graying hair and piercing eyes scrutinized the two. His gaze as chilling as that of a long-dormant lion. Is this true? Reporting to the Prime Minister, every word I speak is the truth, Li Su hastily replied. The old man did not inquire further, but turned to the figure beside him. A Taoist clad in black with a white beard cascading to his chest. What do you think, Taoist? The Taoist moved his fingers in a subtle gesture, muttering incantations, and after a moment of contemplation, spoke in a deep, gravelly voice. I have calculated, and this is indeed a prime opportunity for the Prime Minister to act. Upon hearing this, the old man was elated. Good. I had intended to wait until the Emperor's demise to take action. Now that he is not dead, I shall personally escort him on his final journey. Jing Chuan, Suhu, the old man bellowed with authority, and two burly warriors clad in armor stepped forward, bowing in respect. We are at your service. Surround the imperial city. It is time for a change of rulers. We shall follow your orders. The two generals, Jing Chuan and Suhu, after receiving the old man's decree, quickly assembled the Tiger Bin camp in less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Clearly, they were well prepared. Prime Minister, everything is ready. The old man donned his battle armor and nodded to Generals Jing Chuan and Suhu. Outside the Prime Minister's residence, thousands of soldiers stood in formation, their armor glistening in the sunlight. As the old man stepped out of the residence, the soldiers collectively shouted, their voices echoing through the skies. We pay our respects to the Prime Minister. We pay our respects to the Prime Minister. Soldiers, the Shu Emperor is blind and the people suffer. Today, all of you will rise with me. If we succeed, we shall share the world together. The old man's impassioned speech invigorated the soldiers, who roared in unison. Hooray! Jing Chuan, take command and surround all exits of the imperial city. No one is to enter or exit. Yes, Suhu, follow me into the palace to meet the emperor. Yes. Within the Yangxin Palace, a frantic eunuch rushed back. Xiao Detzi, what has happened? The weary-faced Ji Ling asked impatiently. Your Majesty, quickly take His Majesty and flee. The Prime Minister has already sent people to surround the palace. Upon hearing this, Ji Ling's face turned pale, but her gaze became resolute as she declared, you all should leave. The maid and the eunuch exchanged glances before silently departing from the Yangxin Palace. In their eyes, the Prime Minister had certainly made sufficient preparations to stage a rebellion, and the remaining forces within the palace could not possibly stop him if they did not leave now. Certain death awaited them. The once bustling Yangxin Palace was now empty, with only Meng Fan, Meng Shui, Ji Ling, and the unconscious Shu Emperor remaining. Fanner, Aunt knows that with your abilities, escaping the palace is not a problem. Take Shuai and go. Meng Fan shook his head heavily, his eyes already brimming with unshed tears. Aunt, let me take you both with me. I understand your intentions, Fanner, but as the princess of a nation, I cannot forsake my country in its time of peril. Mother, if you do not leave, neither will Shuai. Meng Shui had already turned into a teary mess, clinging tightly to Ji Ling. Shuai, listen to your mother. Go with your brother Fan and leave the palace. The further you go, the better. No, Shuai does not want to. Fanner, take her away, Ji Ling urged anxiously. Leave. Without the Prime Minister's permission, none of you can leave today. A cold, yet smug voice echoed from outside the Yangxin Palace. Before Ji Ling and the others could react, numerous armored soldiers surrounded the entire palace. Prime Minister Pan, what is your intention in surrounding the Yangxin Palace? As Prime Minister, Pan Jiuxiao coldly chuckled. The Empress must have long known my purpose in coming here. Why ask when you already know? Ji Ling remained silent, her eyes scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. The Imperial Guard you seek is right here. Pan Jiuxiao triumphantly gestured to the soldiers behind him. In the next moment, a bound Imperial Guard soldier named Niu Lao was thrown at her feet. Your Majesty, within the Imperial Guard, half of them are in league with them. Before we even move, we have already lost. Niu Lao wept bitterly. Ji Ling felt her heart sink. At this moment, she noticed Meng Lin standing beside Pan Jiuxiao. Meng Lin, do you intend to betray your own father? Meng Lin lowered his head in silence. Pan Jiuxiao then laughed maniacally. At this point, I have no qualms in telling you, Meng Lin is actually my child. Chapter 23. The lame old Taoist of the out-of-body realm. What? How could it be? The second prince is actually the offspring of the prime minister. Indeed, did not the Pan concubine come from the prime minister's sister? If so, is this not a disregard for moral principles? This revelation struck like a bolt from the blue, and the officials brought to this place by Pan Jiuxiao were all in an uproar. Meanwhile, they also understood why the emperor had consistently looked down upon the second prince. Is Meng Lin truly your child? Ji Ling tried to keep her tone even, but the shock in her heart was impossible to conceal. Indeed, Liner is my offspring. This man has entangled himself with my own sister and fathered a child. This act is no different from that of a beast, and yet you all wish to follow him in rebellion. The words incited a flurry of discussions among the court ministers, with some even angrily berating the many soldiers present. Seeing the soldiers in disarray, one who had just spoken seized the moment to shout, "You should realign your focus and direct your weapons against the true traitors. To slay the rebels and restore order to the world." Ji Ling understood that this was the moment to dismantle Pan Jiuxiao's army. I assure you, if you assist me in eliminating the traitor, you will not only be free of blame but will also be recognized as meritorious subjects. The prime minister's moral failings will surely lead to our downfall. The soldiers began to murmur, their loyalty wavering. Su Hu's expression darkened. He decisively drew his sword and executed one of the dissenters, sternly warning, those who spread rumors and disturb the morale of the army shall be executed. Su Hu's actions rendered the soldiers silent as the grave Ji Ling's lips curled upward slightly. Now that the soldiers' morale was shaken, Su Hu's execution undoubtedly lent her a helping hand. The soldiers appeared calm on the surface, yet their hearts were already brewing with rebellious thoughts. Attempting to sway the soldiers' hearts and draw my army away is nothing but a fool's dream. The cunning Pan Jiuxiao had long seen through Ji Ling and the others' intentions. Throughout history, those who win the hearts of the people win the world. Now that the soldiers believed him to be morally deficient, their hearts had begun to waver. With a nonchalant expression, Pan Jiuxiao spoke, as if discussing trivial matters. I am nearing 65. And Pan concubine is 20 years my junior. Everyone looked on in confusion. Those in the court who had dealings with me know well that not long ago marked the 50th anniversary of my parents' passing. I would like to ask all present, how old was I when my parents died? The traitor need not beat around the bush. What do you intend to say? Someone impatiently interjected. When the prime minister's parents passed, he was merely 15. So how could he have a sister 20 years younger? At this moment, a rotund middle-aged man spoke up slowly. As if prepared, a slender middle-aged man immediately chimed in with an explanation. Indeed. This means that the Pan concubine is not the biological sister of the prime minister, and thus the claims of disregarding moral principles are unfounded. The two individuals in question are none other than the Minister of Personnel and the Minister of Revenue. Their harmonious demeanor left everyone in a state of sudden enlightenment. Pan Fei was merely a songstress from the prime minister's residence. Had she not garnered the prime minister's favor, she would not have attained her current status. Beside Pan Jiuxiao, an elderly man exuding an air of antiquated scholarly pretense began to speak slowly. Meng Lin remained silent, his heart awash with myriad emotions. He had never anticipated that his lineage would be of such nature. With Pan Fei's background now laid bare, the murmurs among the soldiers dissipated. Under the old scholar's subtle gaze, Su Hu immediately proclaimed, I vow to follow the prime minister unto death. I vow to follow the prime minister unto death. One voice led, and soon the soldiers echoed in unison. Seeing his plans unravel, Ji Ling's heart sank to a state of despair. If the empress relinquishes the jade seal, I might consider sparing your life. Pan Jiuxiu declared, a confident air about him. With the army's loyalty secured and the palace surrounded tightly, he believed that even if Ji Ling possessed unfathomable powers, escape would be impossible. What are you to dare threaten my aunt? Meng Fan, who had no business meddling in worldly affairs, could no longer endure Pan Jiuxiao's insult towards his aunt and stepped forward. The cloaked elder beside Pan Jiuxia whispered close. Be wary, Prime Minister. This youth is a practitioner of the Tao. How does he compare to you? With a mere flip of the hand, he could annihilate you. The chillingly confident voice emanated from beneath the black robe. Upon hearing this, Pan Jiuxiao nodded, a glimmer of intrigue igniting in his eyes as he scrutinized Meng Fan. So, you are the one who alleviated the emperor's poison. Meng Fan's ears twitched, a surge of astonishment flooding his heart. He could not discern the words spoken by the man in black. He retorted coldly, a flicker of vigilance rising within him. And what of it? What does it matter? I hold great respect for practitioners of the Tao. You, at such a young age, possess commendable skills. How about serving me? Pan Jiuxiao's tone held a newfound respect. Meng Fan scoffed. Such foolish delusions. The limping elder took a couple of hesitant steps forward and spoke somberly. Young man, it is your fortune that the Prime Minister values you. Do not be oblivious to the times. A practitioner of the Tao should not harbor worldly thoughts, lest you find yourself ensnared and unable to escape. Meng Fan coldly scoffed. I am a practitioner who engages with the world. What do you know? The limping elder disdainfully retorted, threatening, the Prime Minister's regard for you is a blessing, should you fail to recognize your good fortune. I will have no choice but to eradicate you all. Upon hearing this, Meng Shui shivered, instinctively clutching Meng Fan's sleeve. Brother Fan. Meng Fan gently patted her hand, soothingly assuring, fear not, for with me here, no one can harm you. Stubborn and unrepentant, the elder reiterated, how dare a mere infant of the nascent soul realm act so recklessly? Accompanied by the elder's mocking laughter, a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, transforming into a ferocious wolf lunging towards Meng Fan. Startled, Meng Fan swiftly defended himself, conjuring a shield as delicate as a cicada's wing to protect himself. Bang! The collision erupted with a deafening explosion, sending one figure hurtling back, blood spraying. Fanner. Jiling's expression changed drastically as she rushed to support the weakened Meng Fan, whose lips bled profusely. Young man, I take into consideration your arduous journey and cultivation. If you agree to serve the Prime Minister, I shall spare your life. Do not be complacent. You are merely at the out-of-body stage. And when my elder brother returns, I shall slay you as one would a dog. At this, Pan Jiuxiao's gaze shifted to the Minister of Revenue and the Minister of Personnel, returning to the Prime Minister. Aside from the Crown Prince and this individual, there was another in silence at the drunken immortal pavilion. I believe that person is the elder brother he speaks of. Indeed, the lad mentioned that taciturn figure was seated in a position of honor. It must undoubtedly be his elder brother. The limping elder's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering within. I shall see what abilities your so-called elder brother possesses, should he dare to come. I will eradicate him as well. Is that so? Before the limping elder could finish, a voice resonated from above the Yangxin Hall, deep and resonant, akin to a bronze bell. Accompanying it was an overwhelming pressure. The Spirit Division? Chapter 24. The Retreat of Lamely. This pressure emanated from the Spirit Division. At that moment, the limping elder felt as though a mountain had descended upon him, rendering his breathing laborious and his body quaking uncontrollably. Daoist, what are you doing? Observing the limping elder drenched in cold sweat, his complexion turning pale, and his expression frantic, those around him were utterly perplexed. Noticing that the others appeared unfazed, the limping elder's heart plummeted. As a fellow practitioner of the Tao, he understood all too well that the one who had acted was either unwilling to harm the innocent or deemed the mundane beneath their notice. Thus, only he could sense the pressure. The precise control over the aura emanating from oneself was truly terrifying. Meng Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him, a broad smile gracing his face. The elder brother has returned. Before the words had barely escaped his lips, a divine radiance erupted in the heavens, revealing an individual standing upon a gourd, his countenance stern, surrounded by ethereal light, as though a celestial being had descended. Not only the soldiers of the Tiger Bin camp but all present had never witnessed such a spectacle. They stood in stunned silence, paralyzed with fear. A deity. This is a deity. Suddenly, someone cried out. And soon the news spread like wildfire. Thousands of soldiers fell to their knees, prostrating themselves in prayer for divine protection. I am Lamely, a humble practitioner. I know not who your friend is or where he cultivates. The limping elder approached with utmost reverence. At this moment, Xiao Tianque's lips curled into a cold smile. The elder brother of Mount Shu. He then sternly inquired, is it you who seeks to slay me and my junior brother? Upon realizing Xiao Tianque's identity, Lamely turned pale, his lips quivering as he muttered, the elder brother of Mount Shu. Does that not mean he is the disciple of the legendary sword immortal Songshu Daoist? Over 20 years ago, the resounding clang of the Mount Shu bronze bell reverberated across the realm, and all cultivators were aware that the renowned sword immortal, Songshu Daoist, had officially taken a disciple. And moreover, his sole disciple. The news of the sword immortal taking on a disciple astonished the entire cultivation world. However, Mount Shu had kept this matter shrouded in secrecy, leaving Lamely utterly unaware that the figure before him was indeed the mysterious elder brother of Mount Shu. Among the crowd, Huang Bin tugged at the sleeve of a tall, slender, middle-aged man beside him, whispering, Father, it was him. He was the other person at the drunken immortal pavilion. The middle-aged man merely nodded slightly. The Taoist who had long accompanied the Prime Minister was said to possess divine abilities, yet now appeared so timid. It was evident that this individual was far from ordinary. I stand before you now. Let us see how you intend to kill me and my junior brother. Observing Lamely's silence, Xiao Tianque swiftly closed the distance, Confronting him, a fierce gale whipped through, tearing away the elder's robe and revealing his true appearance. A wild mane of silver hair, with a pale eye visible among the tangled strands, and a face marred by grotesque scars. The moment the crowd beheld the elder's visage, they collectively inhaled sharply. The scars upon the elder's face were most unsightly, resembling a mass of decayed flesh, nearly rendering his face unrecognizable. Lamely, surprised, hastily pulled his robe up to shield his face, forcing a smile. Ah, so it is the esteemed disciple of the Sword Immortal. A misunderstanding, misunderstanding? You injured my junior brother, and you call that a misunderstanding? Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the youth before him, Lamely's eyes widened in fear as he hurriedly proclaimed, I am willing to go to great lengths to compensate your junior brother. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianque's gaze fell upon Ming Fan. Despite his displeasure, Ming Fan nodded. Among the many precepts of Mount Shu is the principle of benevolence. Unless one is a grand villain, one must not resort to lethal force. This individual was merely a practitioner engaged in worldly affairs. To take his life would violate the Mount Shu precepts. You are a worldly practitioner. I shall not make things difficult for you, but do not presume to offer me worthless trinkets. After much hesitation, Lamely produced a plant resembling a human form. Its crimson hue vivid. This is blood vessel grass, which enhances meridians and invigorates one's vitality. For practitioners, a more robust meridian is greatly beneficial for cultivation. The value of blood vessel grass is self-evident. Lamely's heart ached at the thought. Consider yourself fortunate. Xiao Tianque accepted the blood vessel grass and casually tossed it to Ming Fan. To an ordinary person, it would be a coveted treasure. Yet for him, it was merely a plant. From a young age, Songshu Daoist had employed various elixirs to refine his meridians, making him quite jaded towards such remedies. Given this, the humble monk shall take his leave. The limpingly turned to depart, anxious that Xiao Tianque might suddenly change his mind. You intend to abandon this old man? Pan Jiuxiao expressed his reluctance. The crippled Taoist was his trump card. And now that card had flown away. How was he to cope? People from Mount Shu must not easily interfere in worldly matters. Take care of yourself. With that, the limpingly ascended on his divine rainbow and departed. Having struggled in the court for decades, Pan Jiuxiao understood the implication of those words all too well. He immediately lost all fear of the youth who had descended from the heavens. He bellowed angrily, Everyone, rise. This man is merely a cultivator bound by the rules of Mount Shu, forbidden from meddling in worldly affairs. We need not fear him. Capture the emperor and empress, and I shall reward you with 10,000 taels of gold and 1,000 acres of land. Upon hearing this proclamation, numerous soldiers seemed invigorated, brandishing their weapons as they advanced towards the empress. Ji Ling stepped back. None shall harm my mother, Meng Shui shouted, attempting to deter the surrounding troops, all the while casting a pleading gaze towards Xiao Tianque. Brother Taoist, I beseech you to intervene and save my father and mother. Master, they are my kin. I cannot bear to see them harmed. Tears welled in Ming Fan's eyes as his strength gradually returned. He prepared to drive back the encircling soldiers. However, he was halted by Xiao Tianque's intervention. Eldest senior brother, do not forget the rules of Mount Shu. Dynastic changes are a common occurrence in this world, and we must not interfere. Xiao Tianque's tone was frigid as he admonished Ming Fan. But they are my family. Am I to stand by and watch them perish? Ming Fan cried out in desperation. Yet Xiao Tianque remained unmoved, casually restraining him, rendering him immobile. Ha, young Taoist, take a lesson from your elder brother. As an outsider, why must you involve yourself? Pan Jiuxiao sneered at Ming Fan, his face alight with triumph. However, just as he felt assured of victory, a cacophony of battle erupted outside the Yangxin Hall. What is happening? Where does this clamor come from? The gathered individuals wore expressions of bewilderment. At that moment, Jing Chuan, bloodied and battered, burst into the hall. Jing Chuan, what is going on outside? Chancellor, flee quickly. Before he could finish, a sharp feathered arrow pierced his chest, blood splattering onto Pan Jiuxiao's face. Chapter 25, Divine Weapons Descend. The Imperial City falls. Jing Chuan's chest blossomed like a crimson flower, blood sprang forth. Pan Jiuxi was left stunned, instinctively retreating in shock, his heart racing uncontrollably. Chancellor, with Su Hu's support, Pan Jiuxiao steadied himself. What is happening? Accompanied by the clanging of swords and spears, the bloodied soldiers of the Huban camp retreated into the Yangxin Hall. Chancellor, the 300,000 troops stationed at the border appeared in the Imperial City overnight. We have nearly been annihilated, a soldier cried, tears in his eyes, filled with despair. Pan Jiuxiao, incredulous, grasped the man's armor and demanded, "What did you say?" 300,000 troops. Chancellor, you must leave now, or it will be too late. Pan Jiuxiao trembled, his eyes devoid of hope, his expression one of utter desolation. Where there is worry, there is joy as well. The Empress Jiling and her companions, prepared for death, were filled with surprise upon hearing this news. Pan Jiuxiao, with my 300,000 troops descending like divine weapons, today there is no escape for you. The despondent Pan Jiuxiao suddenly burst into laughter. Wretched woman, I have not yet lost, he roared as he drew his sword. Pointing it menacingly at Xiao Tianque, his teeth clenched and eyes filled with murderous intent. You have ruined my plans that I have meticulously crafted for years. I will slay you. The sword flew forth. And Xiao Tianque could distinctly hear the sound of the blade slicing through the air. Beware, Taoist, brother Taoist. Jiling and the others' faces turned pale, while Ming Shui was too frightened to open her eyes. As the sword approached, Xiao Tianque made no move to evade. He remained as calm as still water, his hands clasped behind his back. Clang. Pan Jiuxiao wore an expression of disbelief. The sword, mere inches from Xiao Tianque's chest, met an invisible barrier, producing a resonant sound as if clashing against iron. Despite his utmost effort, the blade would not advance an inch. Jiling and the others opened their eyes, expecting to witness a scene of bloodshed. Yet none materialized. All present wore expressions of astonishment. At such an advanced age, to harbor such murderous intent, beware of an ill fate in your twilight years. Crack, with a mere flick of his finger. Xiao Tianque shattered the sword as if it were glass. Pan Jiuxiao staggered back, shaken by the force. Just as he struggled to regain his footing, a sharp pain pierced his back, followed by a bloody dagger that penetrated his chest. The sudden event left everyone at a loss. Pan Jiuxiao turned in shock, only to see Meng Lin, head bowed and silent, the dagger dripping with blood in her hand. Liner, you. Pan Jiuxiao could scarcely believe that the one who struck from behind was his own child. Meng Lin. Silence. I am the second prince of Shu. The cold words fell from Meng Lin's lips. The pain in his heart intensified, and he ultimately fell to the ground, a bitter smile gracing his face as he took his last breath. Meng Lin dropped the dagger, her form wavering as she stumbled a few steps before collapsing against a pillar. Those present could hardly fathom that the powerful Pan Jiuxiao, who had held sway for decades, would meet such an end. With Pan Jiuxiao dead, the Huban camp disintegrated in an instant. Soon, Meng Cheng led his troops into the Yangxin Hall. Mother, are you unharmed? Jiling shook her head, sensing the strange atmosphere within the hall. And glancing at the lifeless Pan Jiuxiao and the despondent Meng Lin, he began to piece together the situation. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man clad in golden armor rushed into the Yangxin Hall. Your humble servant arrives late to the rescue. I beg your majesty's forgiveness. This man was none other than the general tasked with guarding the borders, Meng Zhan, the most trusted brother of the Shu emperor. Upon seeing the emperor motionless on the bed, Meng Zhan grew anxious. I asked his majesty to punish me. Jiling quickly approached to support Meng Zhan. Your majesty is still recovering from a grave illness. He is very weak and may have fallen into slumber once more. She refrained from mentioning that the Shu emperor had never awakened, intending to quell any potential unrest among the officials. The army's arrival had easily quelled the rebellion, yet Jiling remained troubled. Brother, how could 300,000 soldiers arrive at the imperial city in a single night? Or have they never departed? The notion that 300,000 troops could leave the capital was a speculation born of countless citizens' concerns. The latter theory was clearly superfluous. Meng Zhan teased, for this matter, my lady must inquire of the crown prince. Jiling, filled with confusion, turned her gaze to Meng Chong. Meng Chong smiled gently. Without Brother Zhao's assistance, I would not possess such extraordinary capabilities. After Xiao Tianque emerged from the Huangji Hall and inquired about the location of the 300,000 border soldiers, he swiftly guided him to their encampment. After explaining everything to General Meng Zhan, the army quickly assembled. However, the two locations were separated by thousands of miles. Even with day and night travel, it would take several days to return. As everyone stood at a loss, Xiao Tianque removed a tattered wine gourd from his waist. He murmured incantations as he performed hand seals. The worn gourd suddenly soared into the air, its mouth wide open, an overwhelming suction drawing them all inside. After a brief moment, when they emerged from the gourd, they found themselves in the imperial city. Jiling was utterly astonished, her gaze towards Xiao Tianque filled with reverence. She realized that this youth possessed the power to move mountains and drain seas. Upon witnessing the arrival of the troops, Meng Fan understood that it was undoubtedly the handiwork of his senior brother. And he felt a twinge of shame recalling his earlier actions. Xiao Tianque merely smiled lightly, patting his shoulder. What are you dawdling for? It's time to pack up and leave. The familiar tone made Ming Fan instantly forget how to feel guilt. Understood. I truly fail to see the merits of returning to the mountain for meager meals. Ming Fan replied, his thoughts racing. Who said we are going back to the mountain? Not going back. What mountain? Our descent was for the purpose of worldly cultivation and to comprehend the great truths of the world. Only by returning to the mountain can we aspire to become immortal. Xiao Tianque, unbeknownst to him, had acquired a paper fan at some point, which he now waved, playfully tapping Ming Fan's head as he tirelessly imparted his wisdom. As we traverse this world, we seek to grow stronger while simultaneously uncovering the origins of the peculiar affliction that plagues us, thus sparing the female cultivators from future harm. Would this not constitute a form of cultivation? With a hint of melancholy, Ming Fan bid farewell to his companions, his aunt, Chang Di, and Xue Mei. Now that my uncle is free from his troubles, it is time for me to depart. Fanner, must you truly leave? Jiling's voice quivered with emotion as she grasped his hand, her eyes filled with unshed tears. Ming Fan shook his head, withdrawing his hand gently. Is it possible for Brother Xiao to remain, to serve in the court? Meng Chang understood that if Xiao Tianque stayed, Ming Fan would naturally follow suit. Xiao Tianque waved his hand dismissively. I am a creature of freedom. The constraints of officialdom do not suit me. I have descended the mountain solely to explore the myriad wonders of the world and savor the flavors of life, nothing more. Chapter 26. Encountering a beauty at the ruined temple. As dusk settled and the sun dipped below the horizon, two young Taoists traversed the official road, heading southward against the gentle breeze. After a moment of contemplation, the Taoist carrying the travel sack called to his companion. The two were none other than Xiao Tianque and Ming Fan. Having departed from Yufucheng, Theo wander freely in the world, vanquishing demons and restoring balance. Brother, what do you think of my poetic line? It's entirely pedestrian, devoid of any artistic depth. One word sums it up. Banal, Xiao Tianque replied bluntly. Ming Fan merely scoffed, unconcerned. Brother, with our cultivation, we could reach Nanzhao in half a day via sword flight. Why must we walk? Xiao Tianque smiled faintly, bringing the fan down forcefully onto Ming Fan's head. To read 10,000 books and travel 10,000 miles. How can you not grasp such a simple truth? What relevance do these two have? Ming Fan muttered, feeling somewhat frustrated. The relevance is immense. Do you comprehend what you might miss by relying solely on your sword? Miss what? Ming Fan looked at Xiao Tianque with confusion. The three beauties. Huh. Fool. The three beauties refer to exquisite cuisine, breathtaking scenery, and most importantly, Ming Fan's mouth fell open in a mischievous grin. Brother, you truly possess foresight. I am humbled and ashamed. As they journeyed for 8 or 9 li, they entered a mountainous region, where the sky grew increasingly dim and ominous rumbles of thunder echoed around them. Xiao Tianque gazed up at the roiling storm clouds, his brow furrowing not from the impending rain but from the lack of shelter and sustenance, which dampened his spirits. Ming Fan leaped atop a tree, scanning the surroundings, and soon spotted a dilapidated temple amidst the verdant woods. The structure was overrun with dead branches, fallen leaves, and moss, showing clear signs of neglect. With half the roof having collapsed, the two hastened towards the crumbling temple, and upon arrival, Xiao Tianque looked up at the spider-web plaque, where the words Mountain God Temple were faintly discernible. Xiao Tianque's expression turned thoughtful. Why would such a place, once revered by those who depended on the mountains, be left in such disrepair? Brother, is there something amiss here? Ming Fan noticed the doubt in Xiao Tianque's eyes, seeing him shake his head. Ming Fan resolutely pushed open the door. The Mountain God Temple was modest, its surrounding walls long since collapsed, and the main hall appeared to have crumbled as well, the statue of the Mountain God reduced to rubble. Upon entering the main hall, the musty scent of mildew assailed their nostrils. They gathered materials to build a fire, igniting it, and sitting around the warmth. Xiao Tianque poked at the glowing embers with a stick. Have you not yet brought forth what you have hidden? Ming Fan paused, feigning innocence. What are you talking about, brother? What have I hidden? The chicken? None? Xiao Tianque turned to Ming Fan, his tone calm. Will you take it out? Or shall I? With a resigned sigh, Ming Fan summoned a glimmering talisman, and in the next moment, a cracked clay lump appeared in his palm. Is that all? Yes. I hastily grabbed a beggar's chicken while leaving. As the chicken warmed by the fire, its enticing aroma filled the air. Skillfully, Ming Fan knocked off the clay, peeled back the lotus leaves, revealing the golden-basted chicken. He tore off a leg and stuffed it into his mouth, saying between bites, I have heard that the people of Nanzhao practice witchcraft. Could it be that someone has afflicted you with such sorcery? Xiao Tianque shook his head, uncertain. I hope that is the case. If it is indeed witchcraft, a skilled practitioner could easily dispel it, making things simpler. Yet, I vaguely recall that when I first arrived in this world, I felt no unusual ailments upon contact with Elder Xianling. Furthermore, as my cultivation has progressed, the effects of this affliction have intensified. If it were truly witchcraft, my master would surely have noticed. However, before departing from Shushan, his master, Taoist Songxiu, had expressly advised him to visit Nanzhao, leaving the possibility of witchcraft open. Brother, I have heard that the mountains are rife with demons, and travelers often encounter them. These demons can transform into beautiful women to seduce men, draining their essence until they are nothing but bones. Oh, Xiao Tianque replied nonchalantly, having seen countless iterations of such melodramatic tales and dramas of his past life. I have heard that these demons possess remarkable abilities. Do you think we might encounter one? Ming Fan's voice carried a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Desire is a natural human inclination, but as your senior, I must advise you against such base thoughts. Xiao Tianque's tone turned serious, assuming the demeanor of an elder brother. Ming Fan silently regarded Xiao Tianque, finally managing to stammer, "Brother, I merely wish to slay the demon." Ah, how awkward. I appear calm on the surface, yet my heart races with anxiety. Surely, my junior brother doesn't think of me in such a light? Should I offer an explanation? Yet, if I do, would that not be admitting guilt? At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from outside the temple, accompanied by a voice calling, "A young lady has lost her way in these mountains. Clad in thin garments, cold and famished, seeing the glow of your fire, might I be permitted to enter for warmth?" "Brother, did I not tell you?" "Here she comes," Meng Fan exclaimed, eager to rush out, sword in hand, prepared to engage in a lengthy battle with the scantily clad woman. "Junior brother, as cultivators, we must not be so hasty," Xiao Tianque admonished with a hint of exasperation. "What then should we do?" "We shall feign disinterest." "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest," Meng Fan acquiesced. The two concealed their auras, transforming into two lumberjacks. The woman outside, seeing no response, continued to knock at kind-hearted souls. "Please allow me to enter and escape the cold." "Here she comes," Meng Fan shouted, sprinting out to open the temple door. A woman, wrapped in sheer white gauze, her curves accentuated and a sultry smile gracing her lips, stood at the entrance, shivering. As the door swung open, she collapsed into Meng Fan's arms, her delicate fingers brushing against his chest. Standing at the entrance was Xiao Tianque, who called out, "Brother, this lady is quite cold. She can hardly stand. Quickly, bring her in to warm herself by the fire." "I know," Meng Fan replied, assisting her into the main hall, guiding her to the straw pile beside the fire. "Thank you, gentlemen," the woman said softly, her voice laced with gratitude. "What gentlemen? We are but two rough men." Xiao Tianque chuckled. The woman regarded Xiao Tianque and Meng Fan with glimmering eyes, her gaze hungry, as she swallowed hard, exuding an almost predatory desire. Xiao Tianque whispered to Meng Fan, "She senses our vitality. She's barely holding back. Brother, shall I slay her?" Meng Fan responded eagerly. "Patience. Do you not wish to observe her abilities? Youth indeed lacks restraint, always quick to resort to violence." Chapter 27. What is happening? In the stillness of the night, within the dilapidated mountain temple, two men and one woman gathered around the flickering campfire. The firewood crackled intermittently, sending waves of unrest through the woman's heart. She carelessly kicked aside her red-embroidered shoes, resting her delicate foot upon Meng Fan's thigh, her slender fingers lifting the sheer fabric that draped over her leg, revealing her fair skin. The contours of her thighs were faintly visible. "Young master, I have twisted my ankle," she spoke softly, her tone laced with an alluring charm. A subtle fragrance wafted from her, intoxicating and captivating, stirring the depths of one's soul, despite Meng Fan's rigorous training from a young age. The vigor of youth surged within him, rendering him vulnerable in the face of such temptation, causing blood to rush to his cheeks. Xiao Tianque observed Meng Fan's flustered demeanor and shook his head in silent disapproval, thinking to himself that he was still too young. Having witnessed countless risque films from distant lands, how could he not withstand this moment? It was as if he had no pulse, no heartbeat, absolutely unfazed. "Senior brother, what should I do?" At that moment, Meng Fan had completely cast aside his resolve to slay demons, his mind a blank slate, utterly at a loss for how to respond. Ultimately, he could only seek help telepathically in despair. "Junior brother, she has just revealed her enchanting allure, and you cannot hold your ground. You must undergo further training. Had it not been for my affliction, such delightful encounters, no, I mean, such burdensome trials would not have befallen you." Senior brother, spare me the sardonic remarks. This beguiling creature possesses extraordinary skills, and now I find my limbs unresponsive, Ming Fan replied, his face flushed and his gaze unfocused. His throat constricting as his hands instinctively reached for the delicate foot resting on his thigh. Young master, my foot aches terribly. Would you be so kind as to massage it? The woman entwined her arms around Ming Fan's neck, her lips brushing against his ear as she whispered sweetly. Junior brother, play along with her what? Ming Fan was utterly taken aback by Xiao Tianque's telepathic message. Logically, should he not be drawing his sword to vanquish demons? The Buddhist said, if I do not enter hell, who will? An inexplicable sense of trepidation gripped Ming Fan. But we are Taoists, and what of that? To exorcise demons, we must first comprehend their methods. Knowledge of self and enemy ensures victory in every battle. Moreover, this is a test for you. If you cannot endure this now, how will you confront your inner demons in the future? Xiao Tianque admonished him with gravity. His words resonated with reason. Ming Fan nodded solemnly, resolving that he must not betray his senior brother's expectations. At the same time, he felt a growing admiration for his senior brother. It was hard to fathom what experiences had led him to such profound insights. Young master, the woman seized the opportunity to press Ming Fan's hand down, panting softly, leaning her head against his shoulder. With her other delicate hand, she began to caress his back, her fingers as tender as willow shoots. Stirring his senses, Ming Fan trembled with nervousness, prompting a light laughter from the woman, whose smile resembled the tinkling of a mountain spring or the plucking of a lute string, increasingly enchanting. Noticing Ming Fan's persistent silence, she expressed her disappointment with a hint of reproach. Young master, why are you so quiet? Xiao Tianque picked up a stick, poking the campfire while jesting. My lady, if you wish to appear like a celestial maiden, do refrain from displaying such lascivious expressions. My inexperienced junior cannot withstand your charms. A flicker of irritation crossed the woman's face, yet she propped her chin on her hand, gazing intently at Xiao Tianque, a flirtatious smile gracing her lips. Are you suggesting that I have failed to serve the young master adequately? As she prepared to rise, Xiao Tianque quickly raised his hand in refusal. No, please, do not. For one whose heart is devoid of women, wielding a sword naturally requires focus. If you ensnare me, I may as well abandon my firewood duties. You jest, young master, yet I am beginning to doubt if you truly make a living from chopping wood. Her teasing tone held an undercurrent of sharpness. With a slight arch of her brow, a glimmer of coldness flickered in her eyes. Xiao Tianque, taken aback, refrained from directly answering her but instead countered. Pray tell, what is your name and where do you hail from? What brings you to this remote wilderness? The woman withdrew her foot, standing up and adjusting the wrinkled fabric of her sheer garment. Since you are already aware, why inquire further? Her voice was cool and smooth, devoid of the previous allure, yet her eyes bore no trace of fear. This unexpected shift intrigued Xiao Tianque. At this juncture, pretense was unnecessary. They could reveal their true selves. Demonis, I shall execute divine justice today, Ming Fan proclaimed, brandishing his green wooden sword with a fierce shout. On my ears, Xiao Tianque thought, for Ming Fan's outburst was deafening. Ming Fan's determination was palpable as he unleashed a flurry of deadly strikes towards the woman, showing no restraint. Young master, how ruthless you are, intent on taking my life, she lamented, evading him with a tone reminiscent of a jilted lover. Junior brother, cease, Xiao Tianque interjected, having discerned the underlying tension, positioning himself before Ming Fan. Senior brother, Ming Fan questioned, perplexed, as he watched his senior brother effortlessly catch his sword between two fingers. You are no match for her. Ming Fan, sensing the woman's unusual demeanor, pressed, why do you not fight back? The woman remained silent, suddenly embracing Ming Fan tightly. What is happening? Was the previous teasing not enough, and now this? Xiao Tianque was bewildered. Ming Fan, equally astonished, eventually regained his composure, forcefully pushing her away and warning, if you lay a hand on me again, I shall not hold back. The woman appeared sorrowful. Young master, do you not remember me? What is going on? Xiao Tianque was equally baffled, staring wide-eyed at Ming Fan. Ming Fan shrugged, utterly confused. Think that after merely a decade apart, the young master has forgotten me. She resembled a spurned lover. Full of grievance. Junior brother, what have you done? Abandon your wife and children. No, wait, over a decade ago, well, it was merely the size of a grasshopper. It had no such capabilities, Xiao Tianque remarked disdainfully, regarding Ming Fan. Senior brother, I have devoted my life to the Tao. How could I possibly have known this demonis? Ming Fan defended himself. Upon hearing this, the woman's expression grew increasingly desolate. This forlorn look in her eyes does not seem feigned. Xiao Tianque observed, wrapping an arm around Ming Fan's shoulder, speaking softly. Junior brother, you must be honest with me. Do you truly not recognize her? Ming Fan nodded firmly and resolutely. As Ming Fan remained oblivious. He turned his gaze back to the woman. You truly know my junior brother? She nodded and smiled. Of course. He once held me while we slept. Chapter 28. The Entangled Fates of Humans and Demons. What? My daft junior brother has such a romantic past? Xiao Tianque thought incredulously. Indeed, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Demoness, I have been training at the Baiyun Daoist temple since my youth. And after my master ascended, I joined Shushan. When could I have encountered you, let alone engaged in such matters? Ming Fan asserted, his voice rising in urgency as he demanded the woman clear his name. At this moment, Xiao Tianque had morphed into a mere spectator. Junior brother, we have known each other for so many years. Is there anything you cannot share with your senior brother? As the situation spiraled out of control, Ming Fan, filled with helplessness, gazed at Xiao Tianque with a look of grievance. Senior brother, do you not believe me? I do. My senior brother believes you, he said, though his hands moved to push Ming Fan's head aside. I wish to comfort you, but your woeful expression makes me want to punch you. Seeing Ming Fan's face flush with embarrassment, the woman stifled a laugh. I did not realize, young master, that your urgency could tug at the heartstrings so. Do not tease my junior brother. Who exactly are you? If you do not confess truthfully, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. The overwhelming aura she exuded caused the entire mountain shrine to tremble. Debris falling and disintegrating as if turned to dust. She understood that the young Taoist standing before her possessed the strength to vanquish her, so she refrained from further provocation. Taoist, you and your junior brother seem to share a long-standing acquaintance. And what you said earlier was indeed the truth. Oh, if you are an old acquaintance, why does my junior brother have no recollection of you? Alas, time is merciless. We meet again, yet fail to recognize one another. The young woman, enveloped in a veil of melancholy, sank to her knees, hugging them tightly. A luminous, ethereal glow of white flickered and transformed into a snow-white fox, its ears tinged with a hint of crimson. The woman, now in the guise of the white fox, excitedly circled Ming Fan, her eyes brimming with anticipation. My lord, do you not recognize me? After a moment of contemplation, a spark of realization flashed in Ming Fan's eyes. Disbelief etched across his face. It is you, the little fox I found long ago. It is I. It is I. The white fox exclaimed joyfully, leaping into Ming Fan's embrace, fervently licking his face. Their reunion filled Ming Fan's heart with elation. Yet, in the next breath, he solemnly set the white fox down, a grave expression overtaking his features. You have assumed your form. Such behavior is most inappropriate. The white fox, puzzled, questioned, why is it that when you were close to me in childhood, you now seem to distance yourself? The innocent actions of youth cannot be equated with the present, he replied. What harm is there in this? She retorted, her voice tinged with irritation. You are a creature of the supernatural. And I am but a mortal. Since time immemorial, humans and spirits have walked divergent paths, and besides, propriety dictates that men and women maintain a respectful distance. In my ignorance as a child, I was unaware. But now that I comprehend this truth, how can I disregard the principles of respect and honor imparted by my elders? This display of moral rectitude and the insistence on the separation of humans and spirits was profoundly discomforting to Xiao Tianque. As the young woman prepared to voice her thoughts, Ming Fan, recalling their past bond, spoke first. You must leave. Should we meet again, I shall surely accept you. To hear such cold words from the one she longed for felt like a dagger to her heart. Though she was a spirit, she too possessed feelings akin to a human's. Xiao Tianque, unable to bear the scene any longer, observed that Ming Fan's words were likely to alienate anyone on this earth. However, as a youth of the 21st century, despite having practiced for over 2 decades in Shushan, he held unconventional views on the matters of humans and spirits. Fair maiden, please pause, Xiao Tianque called out to the heartbroken woman. Both Ming Fan and the young woman turned to him, one's eyes filled with anxious concern, while the other radiated an inexplicable sense of relief. If you were willing, then stay. At this utterance, both were momentarily taken aback. Xixiang, Ming Fan looked on in bewilderment, eager to inquire about his reasoning, only to be interrupted by Xiao Tianque's raised hand. That I in a world where Taoists sought to eliminate spirits. This man not only harbored no intention of doing so but was inviting her to remain. Daoyang, why is this so? The young woman asked, her voice tinged with apprehension. I only ask if you wish to stay. If you do, I shall ensure your safety. The young woman nodded vigorously, her excitement akin to that of a chick pecking at rice. With Xiao Tianque's directive, Ming Fan, despite his reluctance, refrained from further protest. Though worry for Shushan lingered in his heart, Xixiao, if you keep her here, What will happen if the sect leader and the two elders find out? Xiao Tianque, seemingly unfazed, replied nonchalantly. Well, I have already decided. Let them do as they please. Moreover, from this moment on, you shall be responsible for her care. What? Ming Fan exclaimed in astonishment. Do you believe I am capable of such a task? Xiao Tianque shot him a sidelong glance. Oh, understood. Ming Fan muttered reluctantly, casting a glance at the young woman before turning to rest against a nearby haystack. Thus, only the young woman and Xiao Tianque remained by the fire. Daozhang. The world often says that humans and spirits are destined to walk separate paths. Why then do you wish for me to stay? What is this separation of humans and spirits? At the dawn of creation, all things were one. Every living being is a manifestation of the cosmos. Why cling to labels of human, spirit, or demon? The young woman, somewhat taken aback, nodded with a smile. If only all in the world could perceive matters as you do, many conflicts between our kinds could surely be resolved. Xiao Tianque chuckled softly, shaking his head. There are good and bad among humans, and the same applies to spirits. If your intentions are pure, why should I extinguish your existence? With her defenses lowered, the young woman found this Taos to be unlike any she had encountered before. By the way, my name is Suya. May I ask for your esteemed name? Xiao Tianque. Suya. Ming Fan, lying on the haystack, quietly repeated the young woman's name, a smile gracing his lips. This action did not escape Xiao Tianque's notice. TSK, TSK, TSK. This fellow pretends to drive her away, but secretly cherishes her name. Oh, by the way, what is your relationship with my junior? Although he understood Suya bore no ill intent, he felt it necessary to clarify the nature of her bond with Ming Fan. Both to satisfy his curiosity and for Ming Fan's sake. Suya and Ming Fan, reclining on the haystack, simultaneously drifted into memories. 16 years ago, when I was transforming and faced a thunderstorm tribulation. I was gravely injured and on the brink of death. Wild beasts sought to seize the opportunity to devour me, and in that moment, I was utterly immobilized, just as I was about to be consumed. Ming Fan appeared and saved me. Under his tender care, I quickly recovered. At that time, he was merely 6 or 7 years old, having lost his parents in battle, left all alone. Seeing his plight, I wished to repay his kindness and thus remained by his side until he was taken in as a disciple by the elder of Bayan Temple. Over the years, I sought his whereabouts, and finally, after much perseverance, I discovered he was cultivating in Shushan. I sent birds to watch over him, and upon his descent from the mountain, I followed from a distance. Chapter 29. Arrival at Jinsizan. Strange happenings. Shushan is the sacred ground of cultivation, home to over 100 disciples, each of considerable skill. The 3 elders within the sect are unmatched in strength, a force to be reckoned with. And their foundation is formidable. Suya, being a spirit, dared not approach easily, thus she entrusted her inquiries to the birds, hoping that they could convey her intentions regarding her savior, entrusting your feelings to birds. Xiao Tianque smiled slightly. A life saved often leads to a bond deeper than mere gratitude. His experience revealed to him that this sentiment had likely evolved into something beyond a simple debt of gratitude over time. As the saying goes, life restoration brings forth complications. This spirit, too, seemed perceptive, as she quickly discerned Xiao Tianque's thoughts and earnestly retorted, Daozhang, do not misunderstand. Suya merely wishes to repay Lord Ming's life-saving grace. Misunderstand? I have said nothing, Xiao Tianque replied, feigning innocence. This exchange left Suya utterly flabbergasted. She increasingly sensed that this Taoist was far from serious. Should she offer an explanation? Perhaps not. For a straightforward clarification might lead to further misinterpretation. Xiao Tianque, with a teasing smile, continued, why the silence? Are you worried that a humble spirit harbors feelings for an indifferent mortal? This curiosity from the Shushan elder brother was quite uncharacteristic. It must be noted that Xiao Tianque had indeed struck a chord with Suya. As her cheeks flushed slightly, and she mustered the courage to respond, Daozhang, please do not jest. Humans and spirits are destined to be apart. Once I have repaid my debt, I shall take my leave. Slap. Xiao Tianque smacked his thigh in frustration, though he was indeed striking his own leg. This startled Suya, who gazed at him in bewilderment. Daozhang, are you well? I am well, but it is a serious matter. In his excitement, he had struck too hard, causing pain. Rubbing his leg, Xiao Tianque spoke earnestly. Suya, listen closely. Among the myriad ailments of the world, the greatest suffering arises from longing that if you love, pursue boldly. Do not leave behind regrets. With this pronouncement, Suya finally voiced her inner concerns. Since ancient times, humans and spirits have walked separate paths. How can the two coexist? Xiao Tianque shook his head, stating, love knows no bounds, mountains and seas can be traversed. With his words, he left her to ponder her own choices. Meng Fan, leaning against the haystack with his back turned to Xiao Tianque and Suya, understood that his elder brother's comments were not solely directed at her. The following morning, the trio departed from the mountain shrine, continuing their journey southwest. The relationship between Meng Fan and Suya seemed to have undergone a subtle transformation, with occasional glances exchanged yet remaining silent. How exasperating! In Xiao Tianque's eyes, Meng Fan had transformed from a chatterbox into a mute upon encountering a woman. Shitty, Xiao Tianque suddenly called out to the leading Meng Fan. Meng Fan turned in puzzlement. Initially intending to break the silence to assist the two, he reconsidered, realizing that some matters needed to unfold naturally, as excessive meddling could yield counterproductive results. We are not far from Chu Ren's hometown. Let us pay him a visit. All right. I wonder what Chu Shitty has been up to since returning to the secular world. Do not dwell too much on the hawthorn in his pharmacy. He will surely thank you for it. Chu Ran, hailing from a family of esteemed physicians, was entrusted with the management of the Shushan apothecary upon his ascent to the mountains. Meng Fan, this fellow, frequently visited the apothecary under the pretense of assisting his junior brother with trivial tasks, yet in reality, he indulged in the dried hawthorn and jujube slices without restraint. After each visit, the inventory would dwindle by half, leaving Chu Ran scowling in frustration upon encountering him. It came as a surprise that young Master Ming would resort to pilfering from the apothecary. Suya stifled a laugh, her voice light and melodious, akin to the gentle bubbling of a mountain spring. At that moment, Meng Fan, observing the mirthful expression of Xiao Tianque, felt a pang of irritation, wishing desperately for a hole to hide in. Junior brother. This is merely a case of retribution in kind, whispered Xiao Tianque. He recalled how, in the past, Meng Fan had exposed him for gifting a jade pendant, and now Meng Fan managed an awkward smile for a few seconds before expressing his vexation. Were it not for you constantly snatching my food, I would not have resorted to sneaking into the apothecary for hawthorn and jujube slices. Xiao Tianque felt a shiver run down his spine, astonished that Meng Fan had suddenly become so cunning. This was indeed a fabrication out of thin air. Let us hasten our journey, he decided. Where to? Meng Fan replied. I am unfamiliar with the path. Xiao Tianque's eyes widened in dismay, regretting ever bringing him down the mountain. As the two were at a loss, Suya took the initiative to speak. I am not sure where junior brother's family resides, but perhaps I might know the way. What are you looking at me for? Xiao Tianque glared at Meng Fan, furious at his lack of conversation with the girl who had just offered to help. She is giving you a chance to speak, and you're just staring at me like a fool. Jinsha Town, he finally uttered. Jinsha Town. I've been there once, Suya replied with a smile. Meng Fan glanced at Xiao Tianque, noting his clenched fists, and mustered the courage to say, then I must trouble you. Miss Su, to lead the way. Very well. Suya nodded shyly and proceeded to guide the two. Reluctantly, Meng Fan stepped back to Xiao Tianque's side. Yet, he was met with a swift kick to his rear. As a man, how could you let a lady lead the way alone? What if she encounters danger? Get up front and accompany her. Meng Fan's face turned crimson with embarrassment, but he had no choice but to march forward. Observing the two walking side by side, Xiao Tianque sighed heavily, feeling a deep sense of concern. System, come forth. I can hear you, he muttered to himself, ever since signing in at the Huangji Hall. The system had provided no further clues for the next sign-in and had fallen silent once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. The sign-in location has been refreshed. The new sign-in location is Liashu. Liashu. Journey to the west. You carry the burden, while I lead the horse. An inexplicable BGM began to play in his mind, before Xiao Tianque could inquire further. The system fell silent again. This time it's Liashahu, next at LLB Gao Laozhuang. Will the next stop be the Water Curtain Cave in Huagua Mountain? What was meant to be a leisurely descent from the mountain to sign-in has turned into a reenactment of the journey to the west. Xiao Tianque intended to stop Siyu to ask if she knew the location of Liashaha, but seeing Meng Fan finally engaging with her, he refrained from disrupting the harmony. The trio traveled quickly, not on swords but at a pace beyond that of ordinary folk. As dusk approached, they arrived at Jinsha Town under Suya's guidance. Just then, an elderly fisherman with white hair was selling fish at the town's entrance. Xiao Tianque approached him, inquiring, Old sir, may I ask you something? The old man, busy packing up to return home, did not spare a glance at Xiao Tianque and impatiently replied, What is it? Could you tell me the way to the Chu family? The Chu family? The old man looked up in surprise. Upon seeing the young man clad in a robe, he quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, I don't know, before he could finish speaking. He hurriedly left with his fish basket. Once inside Jinsha Town, the townsfolk, busy tidying their fishing nets, saw Xiao Tianque and his companions and promptly shut their doors and windows, as if trying to avoid a plague. Why does everyone react to us as if we were a harbinger of doom? Chapter 30. Chu ran severely wounded. In these tumultuous times, when Taoists descended from the mountains to aid and save the people. Why did the townsfolk of Jinsha town react in such a manner, retreating as if faced with a plague? An old woman peering through a partially closed door admonished, "You're risking your life." "Old lady, close the window," another elderly man inside urged her anxiously. "Old man, at our age, what is there to fear?" As Xiao Tianque and his companions approached, they hastily inquired, "Are you looking for Dr. Chu's family?" "Yes, Dr. Chu's family is on the southern side of the town, by the river." The moment the old woman finished speaking, the window slammed shut with a thud, and they could faintly hear the old man chastising her. Xiao Tianque smiled and shook his head at Ming Fan, who was about to knock on the door again. "The townsfolk are clearly apprehensive and unwilling to speak. Let us seek out junior brother Chu." The three of them hurried towards the southern part of the town, where a courtyard caught their attention, with the words Chu family medicine hanging from a withered peach tree at the entrance. Yet the sign was cracked and the paint weathered away by rain. The courtyard gate was tightly shut, and several crows perched on the eaves. At that moment, Xiao Tianque's right eyelid twitched uncontrollably, stirring a sense of unease within him. Something must have happened to the Chu family. Hearing this, Ming Fan was taken aback and began to pound on the door, shouting for a response, but to no avail. With a loud bang, Suya, unable to bear it any longer, stepped forward, pulled Ming Fan aside, and shattered the door with a single strike. As she entered the Chu family courtyard amidst Ming Fan's astonished gaze, she turned to him with a grin. "Young Master Ming, your senior brother has already indicated that something is amiss with the Chu family. Even if you break down the door, no one will answer." "You?" Ming Fan felt anger rise within him, yet the pressing concern was to locate Chu Ran and ascertain what had transpired in Jinsha town. Observing the two before him, Xiao Tianque couldn't help but smile, sensing the brewing chemistry of a delightful rivalry. However, it was worth noting that having someone straightforward by his side was indeed refreshing. The noise of the door being broken down attracted the attention of the Chu family members inside. 2 or 3 elderly men and 4 or 5 servants, armed with fish spears, surrounded the trio in the courtyard. A middle-aged man, with graying hair, a weary countenance, and a stout physique, emerged from behind the servants, coldly questioning, "Who are you?" One of the servants, recognizing the familiar attire of Xiao Tianque and Ming Fan, pondered for a moment before his eyes lit up, whispering to the middle-aged man, "Sir, they appear to be disciples of Shushan." "Is that so?" "Indeed." The middle-aged man waved his hand, and the servants lowered their weapons and stepped back. He took a couple of steps forward, revealing a smile. "Are you two Taoists from Shushan?" "Indeed." Upon receiving Xiao Tianque's affirmative response, the middle-aged man's eyes gleamed with intelligence. "Please, come in." The three entered the hall, and the servants retreated. Xiao Tianque, puzzled, inquired, "Lord Chu, may I ask what has transpired in Jinsha town? Why do the townsfolk react to us as if we were a plague?" The middle-aged man set down his teacup and sighed heavily. "Alas, this is not their fault. They are merely afraid for their lives, prompting them to avoid you." Afraid for their lives, Ming Fan was filled with confusion and indignation, declaring in broad daylight, under the clear sky, "Who would dare harm others? I would be the first to object." The middle-aged man, Chu Sanjin, gestured for Ming Fan to be silent, speaking in a trembling voice. "The ones harming lives are not human. Not human, but rather monsters." Outside the grand hall, a familiar voice echoed, "Junior brother Chu." Ming Fan, filled with excitement, turned around, ready to embrace the newcomer, only to freeze in place. The family servants were carrying a stretcher, upon which lay the figure they knew all too well, Chu Ran. That moment, he was wrapped in white cloth, his breath unstable, and his vitality severely diminished. Xiao Tianque's expression darkened as he asked solemnly, "What fiend has injured you to such an extent, junior brother Chu?" Chu Ran smiled faintly and replied, "Elder brother, do not rush. Please, take a seat." Ming Fan shouted in agitation, "How can I not be anxious? Tell me who did this, Chu Fatty. I will surely avenge you. There is demonic energy in his wounds. He has been harmed by a demon." Sia stated, then added coldly, "This demon's power far exceeds yours. Seeking revenge would be akin to courting death." "You." Ming Fan's indignation flared. "And who might this be?" he retorted, his tone irritable. "An acquaintance I met on the road. I do not know her." Xiao Tianque approached Chu Ran's side, deftly dispersing the residual demonic energy clinging to him. He then poured a drop of spiritual liquid from the into Chu Ran's body. As the liquid entered, Chu Ran felt an intense itch, as though something within him was growing outward. The excruciating pain caused Chu Ran to scream, blood instantly staining the white cloth around him. His father, Chu Sanjin, looked on in horror. My son, what has happened to you? A middle-aged woman, witnessing this scene, dropped the medicinal soup from her hands and clutched Xiao Tianque's arm, demanding sternly, what have you done to my Ran? A bloodied hand grasped the woman's garment. Mother, elder brother is healing my wounds. Healing? The woman looked at him with skepticism. Chu Sanjin shook his head, signaling his wife to release her grip. This man was his son's elder brother. Since his son had spoken, he chose to trust him. After a few more agonizing screams, Chu Ran fell unconscious. Daoist, remove his bandages. Find someone to clean him up. He will awaken shortly. Chu Sanjin decided to personally remove his son's bandages that he cut through the cloth. He was utterly dumbfounded. He couldn't help but exclaim, a living deity. Chapter 31, The Celestial Spiritual Vein. I have practiced medicine for decades and have never witnessed such a technique. It is simply divine. Not only was Chu Sanjin astonished, but also the onlookers, who gaped in awe. Witnessing such a miracle deepened their respect for Xiao Tianque. Chu Ran's mother trembled as she wiped the blood from her son's body, occasionally reaching out to touch his skin, which felt as soft as that of a newborn. The sensations confirmed to her that this was no dream. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. When she looked at Xiao Tianque, she felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Xiao Tianque noticed her gaze and offered her a gentle smile. Meng Fan, equally astonished, recalled examining Chu Ran's injuries earlier, discovering that he had been severely wounded by demonic energy, causing his flesh to rot. However, now Chu Ran's skin appeared rejuvenated, devoid of any scars. Elder brother, what was that spiritual liquid you dropped from your gourd? How could it have such an effect? The intricacies of the were complex. He simply deflected the question. Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. Suya, well aware of the formidable demon that had injured Chu Ran, marveled at the ease with which a single drop of spiritual liquid had healed such a grievous wound. This substance possessed the miraculous ability to restore life to the flesh and bones. She couldn't help but be amazed, and simultaneously, she realized that this man was no ordinary Taoist. Ran, you are awake. Seeing Chu Ran slowly open his eyes, the mother's heart finally settled, and she burst into tears as she held Chu Sanjin. We have only this one son. Thank goodness he is safe. If anything were to happen to him, I would not wish to live. Chu Sanjin gently patted his wife's back. Look, Ran is fine. Why are you still crying, old woman? Father, mother, do not cry. Look, I am completely well. Chu Ran exclaimed, even jumping a few times on the ground. After calming his mother's heart, Chu Ran approached Xiao Tianque, intending to kneel in gratitude, but Xiao Tianque stopped him. A man's knees are golden. One kneels only to heaven, the earth, and his parents. If you kneel to me, I cannot accept it. Taoist, saving my son's life is akin to being his rebirth parents. How could I not show my gratitude by kneeling? Chu Sanjin said, preparing to bow as well. No, please do not. Xiao Tianque grasped the hands of the elderly couple. Though Chu Ran has returned to the mundane world, he will always be my junior brother. There is no need for excessive expressions of gratitude. Junior brother Chu, what exactly happened to you? Xiao Tianque inquired. After I returned home, I heard that there were demons causing havoc in the nearby Lusha River, so I intended to rid the people of this menace. Lusha River. Xiao Tianque was taken aback. Wasn't that precisely the place he had signed in at? To think it was located near Jinsha town was truly fortuitous. Elder brother, do you know about Lusha River? Chu Ran paused, looking at his elder brother in confusion, and tentatively asked. Xiao Tianque shook his head, gesturing for him to continue. The demon was of similar cultivation to mine. After a fierce battle lasting a day and a night, it began to falter, and just as I was about to strike it down, it suddenly unleashed a brilliant treasure that severely injured me. Chu Ran did not elaborate further, but Xiao Tianque had already surmised the rest. The people of Jinsha town, seeing him gravely wounded, were filled with fear, causing them to retreat upon encountering a Taoist, fearing retaliation from the demon should the Taoist fail to subdue it. In which direction is the Lusha River? Chu Ran pointed southward and said uncertainly, Elder brother, do you intend to exterminate the demon? Taoist, that demon is exceedingly dangerous. You should not go. Chu Sanjin believed that while Xiao Tianque's healing skills were indeed remarkable, confronting a demon was perilous, and such a reckless venture could lead to disaster. No worries, Xiao Tianque replied nonchalantly. Elder brother, I will accompany you. Meng Fan and Chu Ran both offered, only to be met with a rebuttal. Why not? Meng Fan asked. Bewildered. I am hungry, Xiao Tianque stated, and with that, he vanished from their sight. If you're not taking me, then I shall not go either. I am hungry too. Meng Fan grumbled. Chu Ran understood that his elder brother intended for them to stay behind and prepare a meal. Chu Sanjin and his wife exchanged bewildered glances, while Chu Ran chuckled, Mother, hurry and cook. Chu Ran was acutely aware that the demon that had harmed him was in a completely different league compared to the purple-eyed demon bull that had once attacked Shushan. He vividly remembered how the bull had boasted of its intent to destroy Shushan, only to meet a disastrous fate. What about her? Ming Fan suddenly noticed that Suya, who had been nearby, had vanished. Meanwhile, Xiao Tianque had arrived at the banks of the Lusha River. The river spanned dozens of zhang, its waters carrying a vast amount of silt as it flowed southeast, resembling a mighty army charging forth, with waves crashing like tides. So this is the Lusha River? Ding! Congratulations to the host for arriving at Lusha River. Would you like to sign in? The system's voice confirmed that he was indeed in the right place. Sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a celestial spiritual vein. A spiritual vein. Xiao Tianque was somewhat taken aback. Spiritual veins are formed from the condensation of spiritual energy from heaven and earth in the essence of the land. Legend has it that spiritual veins are derived from the meridians of the creation deity Pangu. The richness of spiritual energy in Shushan is due to the presence of a spiritual vein. And now he possessed one of even higher quality than that of Shushan. If he could absorb it, his cultivation would undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap. Spiritual veins possess consciousness. Without special means, it would be impossible to retain them. But that would not pose a challenge for him. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Tianque directly transferred the celestial spiritual vein into the, once inside the sword gourd, the spiritual vein would be unable to escape. And even making a fuss would be quite remarkable. Since I am here, let us bring you out. Just as he spoke, Suya emerged from the dense forest behind him. The demonic energy that injured your junior brother is formidable. I came specifically to take a look, Suya said. Since you are here, lend a hand. I was just lamenting the lack of assistance. How fortuitous to have some free labor. Free labor? Suya questioned. Perplexed. What task do you require? To call out the demons. A Daoist seeking demons requires demons to assist in calling them out. How ridiculous would that be if this were to spread? Suya's words were subtly phrased. Yet Xiao Tianque discerned her true meaning. Why don't you call out yourself instead of ordering me around? Sitting upon a massive stone by the riverbank, he tossed a pebble into the water. Mused that if he were to challenge, it might frighten the creature into hiding. Suya's lips twitched, cursing inwardly. Do you disdain my abilities? I shall see what prowess you possess, since the Taoist had spoken. How could she, a mere girl, dare to refuse? A faint smile graced Suya's face as demonic energy surged from her palm, manifesting a bow entirely forged from her own supernatural power, with delicate fingers. She drew the string, releasing a feathered arrow toward the flowing sands of the river. Whoosh! The arrow plunged into the water without stirring a single ripple. Taoist, I leave it to you. After executing her task, Suya leaped gracefully into a tree fork, adopting the demeanor of a spectator. Chapter 32. The Word Shock. Chains of thunder locking the heavens. The arrow, wrought from demonic energy, traversed the riverbed as if in an uninhabited realm. Boom! The turbulent river's surface erupted violently, splashing water in all directions, the sound reverberating like thunder, creating such a commotion that even Ming Fan and the others in Jinsha town felt the tremor. Throwing firecrackers at someone's home. Now that's quite a tactic. Xiao Tianque slowly rose from the stone, stretching lazily to ease his muscles. Taoist, here I come. In the next instant, the river churned, the surface boiling as a dense mist enveloped the scene, revealing a colossal shadow lurking within. What a show of theatrics! Xiao Tianque scoffed lightly. Is it really necessary for a mere golden core demon to make such a grand entrance? Do you think yourself the main character? Boldly, who dares to disturb my tranquil cultivation? His voice boomed, accompanied by splashes as he spoke. Standing atop the giant stone, Xiao Tianque remained as steadfast as a mountain, wiping the splattered liquid from his face with an expression of disbelief. Do these otherworldly beasts not know the meaning of cleanliness? After this, I will need to bathe and change. If only someone were here to assist. Doing it myself is such a bother. The demon beast remained oblivious to Suya perched on the tree branch, its attention wholly captivated by the young man clad in Taoist robes on the ground. The youth remained calm, methodically clearing away the aquatic plants and debris from his person, his expression tinged with annoyance as he remarked, I shall skin your shell and fashion it into a washboard. Arrogant fool, a mere novice Taoist dares to speak so boldly before me. I shall flay your skin and hang it upon the tree. Is that so? Then let me see if you possess the capability. A faint smirk curled at the corners of Xiao Tianque's mouth, his demeanor icy, sensing the chill emanating from the youth's gaze. The turtle demon felt a pang of trepidation, a premonition of doom creeping into its heart. It then mocked itself, after hundreds of years of cultivation, to be frightened by a mere novice Taoist. How laughable this would be if it were to spread among the demon kin. Xiao Tianque keenly observed the shift in the turtle demon's expression, a smirk gracing his lips as he slowly raised his right hand. Is he about to strike? Xia sat up straight, her eyes wide with anticipation. Ignorant little Taoist, let me show you what one strike can do. At this moment, the turtle demon remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, continuing its bluster. With a snap of his fingers, a crisp sound echoed. The smile on the turtle demon's face vanished abruptly as an overwhelming force, akin to a deluge, surged toward it, inescapable. Xia was rendered utterly speechless. The turtle demon's massive form, weighing several tons, now resembled a solitary boat adrift on a vast ocean. Despite its desperate attempts to resist, it was helplessly swept away by the relentless tide of spiritual power. Boom! With a resounding explosion, a towering peak hundreds of feet away crumbled, boulders cascading down to bury the turtle demon beneath. Xia swallowed hard, her mind racing with shock. Such power unleashed with a mere snap of the fingers. What level of strength does he truly possess? She finally comprehended why Xiao Tianque had refrained from personally challenging their foe. With a mere flick, he could cleave rivers and mountains. Who could stand against such a formidable strength without fleeing? Roar! The turtle demon bellowed in fury, struggling to claw its way out from the debris. Its once proud shell lay shattered, demonic blood flowing freely as broken bones protruded grotesquely, a gruesome sight. The turtle demon was thoroughly terrified. Its sole thought now being to escape, it hastily withdrew its head, limbs, and tail into its shell, channeling its demonic energy to spin rapidly, akin to a rolling wheel, attempting to flee into the flowing sands of the river. Just as it was about to vanish into the river, a flash of lightning sparked in Xiao Tianque's eyes. Shock. Chains of thunder locking the heavens. His voice, calm and deliberate, echoed like a decree from the heavens. In that instant, the sky darkened, thunder erupted, and bolts the size of bulls descended. Even more astonishingly, the lightning transformed into chains that instantaneously pierced through the turtle demon's body. A torrent of thunderous energy flooding into it. The electric arcs erupted from within, scattering blood mist into the air. The turtle demon, teetering on the brink of collapse, realized it could not escape today, no matter what. Who are you? Really? You dare question me after injuring my junior brother? Xiao Tianque's gaze turned frigid, his voice like ice. You are a disciple of the Shushan sect. Indeed, prepare to meet your end. With that, Xiao Tianque raised his hand. In an instant, myriad sword shadows manifested behind him. Sword chi soaring, stirring the winds and clouds. Seeing this, the turtle demon hastily spat out a piece of green-scaled armor, crying out in desperation, "My lord, save me." Upon hearing the plea, a satisfied smile crossed Xiao Tianque's face. You used me. Indeed, my junior brother's cultivation is not far from yours, and your ability to injure him stemmed from that piece of demon scale. I am curious to see who its master truly is. In response, the turtle demon scoffed derisively, ignorant Taoist. Once my master arrives, you shall have no place to rest in death. Such excessive prattle. With a thought, Xiao Tianque dispelled the chains of lightning that had ensnared the turtle demon, leaving no trace as if nothing had ever transpired. However, the moment the chains vanished, the turtle demon's body shattered into fragments, cascading into the flowing sands of the river. At that moment, Xia was thoroughly astounded by Xiao Tianque's prowess. Her confusion evident as she asked, Taoist, why the sigh? What a pity. Xia looked perplexed. A turtle that has lived for hundreds of years, if made into a medicinal dish, it would surely be a great tonic. Alas, now it is lost to the currents. Xia's lips twitched in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. She began to question whether this person truly was a Taoist. To mediate between humans and demons was one thing, but to consider capturing demons for medicinal purposes was an entirely different matter. She reminded herself to keep her distance. Who knew when she might be turned into a medicinal dish herself? Xiao Tianque seemed to read Xia's thoughts, casually remarking, "Rest assured, I do not eat foxes." Xia froze for a moment before managing a smile. That's good to hear. Very good. Just as he spoke, the surging waters of the river froze eerily, and a fearsome figure emerged from within. It was a massive dragon, dark as thunderclouds, nearly overshadowing the entire river, exuding an overwhelming demonic aura. Its colossal form twisted like lightning, the emerald scales glistening in the evening sun, appearing most otherworldly. The gigantic dragon's head breached the surface. Its eyes, resembling blood moons, glared down at Xiao Tianque, as if intent on devouring him whole. The terrifying demonic presence weighed heavily upon Xia, nearly suffocating her. She understood that should this formidable creature attack, not even those in the nascent soul or out-of-body realms could escape unscathed. Yet, at that moment, she heard Xiao Tianque emit a light chuckle. A half-step into the heavens, rather interesting. Chapter 33, A Little Loach. Has he lost his mind? Xia's body trembled, staring at Xiao Tianque in disbelief. To her, though he was the esteemed senior brother of the Shushan sect, and despite his extraordinary talent, he was still young. His cultivation likely no more than the nascent soul stage. Now, facing the fearsome dragon, he dared to provoke it. Was this not akin to courting death? Dividing spirit stage. The dragon regarded the youthful Taoist before it with evident surprise. Dividing spirit stage? Naturally, the most unexpected reaction came from Suya, who was observing from the sidelines. She was utterly astounded to discover that the Taoist standing before her, despite being in his 20s, possessed the cultivation level of the spirit separation realm. Even more astonishing to Suya was the fact that the Jiao dragon had forcibly restrained its fury and addressed Xiao Tianque, stating, "This seed has no desire to hold a grudge against the Taoist. If you depart now, sparing my servant and allowing my tranquility, I shall not pursue past grievances." Seeing such a promising opportunity, she hastily transmitted her thoughts. "Taoist, let us leave quickly. We cannot afford to provoke this Jiao dragon. I must say, how can someone so young lack any fighting spirit?" Xiao Tianque replied. Siyu was taken aback. "What do you mean? Are you suggesting we deliberately confront this Jiao dragon?" She regretted her decision to accompany him. The massive dragon had fixed its gaze upon Xiao Tianque, awaiting his response. "Are you in such a hurry to dismiss this poor Taoist? Do you intend to focus your energies on committing heinous acts?" Xiao Tianque astutely noted that the Jiao dragon, while professing a desire to avoid conflict with the Taoist, emanated a palpable aura of murderous intent. With a hint of urgency in its tone, the Jiao dragon's expression darkened, its crimson eyes blazing with overwhelming malice as it fixed its stare on Xiao Tianque, declaring, "I will not hold this against you any longer. Do not presume to take further advantage." In the face of the Jiao dragon's threat, Xiao Tianque smiled nonchalantly. Unfazed. "If anything, I shall take further advantage. What can a mere venomous Jiao do to me?" Provoked by Xiao Tianque's defiance, the Jiao dragon could no longer contain its rage. "You seek death," it roared, its eyes flashing with bloodlust as it gathered its formidable demonic power at its mouth. "Perish." In an instant, a toxic liquid erupted from the Jiao dragon's maw like a torrential downpour, turning any flora and stone it touched into putrid sludge within moments. The spectacle was terrifying and utterly chilling. So you couldn't help but break into a sweat for Xiao Tianque. As the poisonous mist dissipated and the ground lay scarred before her, the Jiao dragon reveled in its triumph, sneering, "Foolish creature. Daring to provoke this seat. Did he truly perish just like that?" Suya's face was one of disbelief. In her eyes, Xiao Tianque, despite any shortcomings, possessed the cultivation of the spirit separation realm. How could he fail to withstand even a single attack? "Hey, what are you laughing at, you wretched mudloach?" The Jiao dragon spun around only to find Xiao Tianque standing unharmed behind it, wearing an expression akin to that of an astonished observer. "It seems I have underestimated you." The Jiao dragon was taken aback. It hadn't sensed any fluctuations of spiritual energy earlier. Yet, this man had appeared behind it like a specter, prompting a newfound respect. "Mudloach, what further capabilities do you possess? You foolish boy, you court death." The Jiao dragon bellowed. Asa Jiao, it held a lofty status among demons, and being mocked as a mud loach drove it to the brink of madness, compelling it to seek the demise of this Taoist who had dared to challenge it repeatedly. "It's over," Sia lamented, quietly retreating, gazing at the surging demonic energy in the Jiao dragon's furious, bloodshot eyes. Xiao Tianque's lips curved into a slow smile. This was precisely the outcome he had anticipated. "If the seat does not slay you, how could I still be called a Jiao? Are you a Jiao? You are but a mud loach." Despite the Jiao dragon's rage, Xiao Tianque maintained an air of indifference, further inciting the creature's fury. Roar! With a deafening roar, the Jiao dragon's claw, shrouded in toxic mist, lunged towards Xiao Tianque with terrifying speed. The force of its strike capable of rending the earth asunder, producing a piercing sonic boom. "Come at me." Xiao Tianque's gaze sharpened as he unleashed a powerful punch towards the dragon's claw. Boom! The collision of the claw, imbued with demonic force, and his fist, comparable in size to a sandbag, sent shockwaves rippling through the air, akin to a volcanic eruption. Suya, who had fled the area, was knocked to the ground by the dispersing energy waves. "Thank goodness I ran quickly," she thought, filled with relief, yet she recognized that neither side had yet unleashed their full strength and hastened to escape the scene. Meanwhile, the people of Jinsha town sensed the terrifying fluctuations. The townsfolk, having been confined indoors, ventured out into the streets, exchanging bewildered glances, uncertain of what had transpired. "Why are you back? Where is the senior brother?" Upon seeing the disheveled Suya, Meng Fan inquired anxiously. "All you care about is your senior brother. You don't even ask about me." Noticing Meng Fan's serious demeanor, Suya ceased her teasing. "Your senior brother is fighting a Jiao dragon. How could your senior brother possibly engage in conflict with a Jiao dragon when the one causing harm and destruction is merely a turtle demon?" Chu Ren asked, perplexed. That turtle demon is a servant of the Xiao Dragon. I advise you to find a way to contact the elders of the sect quickly. The Xiao Dragon has reached half-step integration realm. Your senior brother's cultivation is commendable, but he cannot possibly be its opponent at half-step integration realm. Are you certain? Meng Fan asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. Absolutely, Dado. Then there's nothing to worry about. Meng Fan remained incredibly composed, his only reaction being to turn to Chu Ran and instruct, prepare more food. Otherwise, we won't have enough to eat. Oh, and make sure to gather some extra seasonings. Meng Fan's demeanor left Suya utterly astonished. I rushed back to deliver a warning. And this is your reaction? Before she could fully process her thoughts, Meng Fan tossed her a handful of vegetables, saying, help wash these. You, stay calm. Even if it were a true integration realm, it wouldn't be an issue. Observing that the two, as Xiao Tianque's junior disciples, were entirely unconcerned, so you felt increasingly bewildered. Meanwhile, the Xiao Dragon's claw descended, failing to inflict any harm on Xiao Tianque, who had instead seized it with ease. Come forth, little mudloach, Xiao Tianque shouted, unleashing an overwhelming force that yanked the Xiao Dragon entirely out of the quicksand river. Boom! The Xiao Dragon's massive form crashed to the ground, sending dust and debris flying. With tremors felt even in Jinsha town. Insect, you have humiliated this seat time and again. Do you truly believe I cannot kill you? Enough with your empty threats. Do you possess the ability to slay me? In response, the Xiao Dragon erupted in fury, its tail, as thick as a barrel, lashed towards Xiao Tianque like a whip. Ancient trees were cleaved in two, and massive stones shattered upon impact. Faced with such a strike, Xiao Tianque showed no fear. He neither dodged nor flinched, lightly pressing his foot down and charged directly towards the dragon's tail. That I've got you. He wrapped his arms around the dragon's tail and, using its own momentum, effortlessly hurled the Xiao Dragon against the distant mountains. This technique is known as 4 ounces deflecting 1,000 pounds. Observing Xiao Tianque applaud leisurely, the Xiao Dragon's fury intensified. Roar! The towering stone mountain crumbled under the impact of the Xiao Dragon, yet it emerged unscathed. Xiao Tianque couldn't help but click his tongue. This creature's hide is remarkably thick. As the Xiao Dragon clawed its way out from the rubble, it did not charge at Xiao Tianque. Instead, it twisted its body and soared into the sky. Chapter 34, Provocation. Oh, so it's time to get serious. The Xiao Dragon ascended rapidly and simultaneously. Dozens of water columns shot up from the quicksand river, creating a spectacular scene as mist enveloped the air. Dragon absorbing water. Look, isn't that a dragon? The citizens of Jinsha town, captivated by the commotion, gazed upward in awe. Them. Dragons were divine beings, and every household fervently prayed to them. As the couple from the Chu family prepared to light incense, Chu Ren halted them. Dear, when a true dragon appears, we should set up an altar and burn incense. Chu Ren shook his head. This is not a dragon. It is a Jiao. The differences between a Jiao and a dragon were subtle, making it normal for the common folk to mistake one for the other. A Jiao lacks horns or possesses only a single short, straight horn without bifurcation, while a dragon has 2 horns, each with bifurcations. Following Meng Fan's explanation, the Chu family members scrutinized the creature, their faces filled with astonishment that it really does only have 1 horn. Indeed, that horn is so short that it's almost unnoticeable. Immediately, a servant rushed off to spread the word, preventing the townsfolk from mistakenly worshipping the Jiao as a dragon. On the other side, enveloped in a thick mist, the Jiao Dragon's demonic pattern shimmered brilliantly as it exuded a torrent of demonic energy, its noxious poison seeping into the mist. Roar! The Jiao Dragon howled, and in an instant, a demonic wind swept through the realm, the mist swirling in response, quickly coalescing into countless droplets of rain. Boy, prepare to die, the Xiao Dragon roared, and the myriad droplets, like a hail of poisoned arrows, surged towards Xiao Tianque from all directions. A mere parlor trick. In the face of such a terrifying assault, Xiao Tianque maintained an air of tranquility. The character for soon commanded, the wind sweeps away the remnants of clouds. At the very moment his eyes opened and closed, a tempest arose in the heavens, and the venomous rain, hurtling towards him, inexplicably halted mere feet from him. How could this be possible? The poisonous flood dragon was utterly astonished. Even with all its demonic power unleashed, it could not budge the rain a single inch. Just as it was engulfed in shock, a fierce gale swept through the realm, gathering thousands of poisonous raindrops together. With a light exhale, Xiao Tianque launched a water projectile, the size of a small mountain, towards the poisonous flood dragon. With a resounding thud, the toxic orb struck the dragon's body, producing a dull sound without exploding. The scales at the point of impact shattered, flesh twisted, and blood mingled, creating a gruesome sight. Xiao Tianque was acutely aware that although the water projectile was immensely toxic, the poison was of the dragon's own making, causing minimal harm. Fortunately, he enveloped the toxic orb with the power of the tempest, consolidating it into a sphere to strike the beast. Roaring in both fear and rage, the poisonous flood dragon, having lost all reason, lunged madly at Xiao Tianque. With the command Qian, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, navigating the air like a specter while directing the water projectiles frantically toward the dragon. Though the dragon's hide was tough and its flesh thick, the onslaught, while ineffective in causing damage, was deeply frustrating. Enough. The dragon bellowed, its overwhelming demonic energy exploding forth, dispersing in all directions. This peculiar Taoist must be dealt with. While dodging the water projectiles, the dragon pondered its strategy. The words of the citizens of Jinsha Town echoed in its mind, sparking a sudden insight. Foolish child, I shall slay you, but first, I will annihilate these mortals. The dragon cackled maniacally, its eyes flashing coldly as it summoned a demon core radiating with an overwhelming aura of poison, unleashing a terrifying cloud of toxic mist that transformed into countless monstrous forms. Surging towards Jinsha Town below, Run, Meng Fan, and Chu Ran channeled their spiritual energy, preparing to intercept the poisonous mist to buy time for the fleeing populace. This mist, driven by the dragon's demon core, is lethally toxic. You cannot stop it. Flee. Xia grasped Meng Fan's hand, urging him to escape, only to be violently shaken off. I will not leave. You go. Meng Fan understood that if no one intervened, the entire populace of Jinsha Town would perish in an instant. You have provoked my wrath. Xiao Tianque's eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity. He had never anticipated that the dragon, unable to contend with him, would resort to targeting the citizens of Jinsha Town. Feeling the murderous intent emanating from the Taoist before it, the dragon's heart trembled. Yet, it did not take this too seriously, laughing maniacally. Do you Taoists not proclaim to save the world and protect the people? Will you save them now or not? Rest assured, I shall extract your dragon tendons and make your existence a living hell. With that, Xiao Tianque invoked the Qian technique from the primordial 8 trigrams to ascend above Jinsha Town. Senior brother, go evacuate the citizens. I will handle this. Xiao Tianque turned to Meng Fan and Chu Ran. They nodded and swiftly followed his directive. The citizens of Jinsha Town, upon witnessing Xiao Tianque's arrival, momentarily forgot to flee and stood rooted in place, observing. The poisonous flood dragon's focus intensified. As long as Xiao Tianque intervened to obstruct the toxic mist, it would unleash its demon core for a fatal strike. A sword hilt. The sudden appearance of the sword hilt in Xiao Tianque's hand sparked a flicker of confusion in the dragon's eyes. Conversely, Chu Ran and Meng Fan exhaled in relief, settling into optimal positions to watch the unfolding drama. Senior brother is serious, Chu Ran nodded. I bet he can withstand no more than 3 strikes. Suya, perplexed, could not help but inquire, could it be that this sword hilt possesses some secret? This is no mere hilt. It is the ancient renowned sword, Qing. Unfamiliar with the legendary weapon, Suya, as a demon, was oblivious to its significance. Meng Fan, noticing her bewilderment, reassured her, just watch closely. As the Qing sword was drawn, the realm was enveloped in sword energy. With the sword in hand, Xiao Tianque's aura underwent a dramatic transformation, merging with the very essence of the sword and the heavens. Tai Xianmin sword. Yellow dragon grasping its tail, the sky darkened suddenly. With a sweeping motion of his long sword, a brilliant stream of sword energy coalesced into a lifelike dragon descending from the heavens. The dragon's tail swept through, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that halted the surging toxic mist as if it were a towering mountain. Impossible? The poisonous flood dragon's heart quaked, sensing an overwhelming threat. Its massive eyes reflected the sword-wielding youth, revealing a flicker of fear within its furious gaze. The might displayed by this strike was utterly terrifying, effortlessly blocking an attack forged from its own demon core. With the command Sun, the wind sweeps away the clouds. And the crimson flames scorched the heavens. Simultaneously executed, the monstrous toxic mist was swiftly incinerated by the searing flames. At that moment, the dragon's only thought was to flee. Think you can escape? A delusion. Chapter 35. The fall of the poisonous flood dragon. An unexpected visitor approaches. The celestial void Taoist had once imparted to him that heaven harbors a benevolent spirit. The poisonous flood dragon had long terrorized the Lusha River. Although its minions committed heinous acts, they were inextricably linked to it. Initially refraining from lethal force was due to contemplating the teachings of the celestial void Taoist, seeking to understand the reason for its unwillingness to depart from this place. It was inconceivable that his forbearance would nearly lead to a grave error. Now, it was time to fulfill the duty of vanquishing evil. Zhen, Thunder chains bind the heavens, the moment he spoke. The sky darkened abruptly. As the winds howled, ominous rumbles echoed through the darkened heavens, and the sky crackled with lightning, as if thousands of serpentine bolts twisted within the black clouds. Roar. The poisonous flood dragon let out a deafening roar. Its instincts warned that if it could not escape this time, it would never leave. Unleashing all its power, it surged with demonic energy into the clouds. However, the dragon was not inclined to resist. It understood that such defiance would mean certain death. Seizing the opportunity while Xiao Tianque had yet to unleash his full powers, it gathered its remaining demonic energy to flee, perhaps finding a sliver of hope. It as trying to escape. See, you exclaimed. In all my years, I have never seen a demon provoke senior brother and escape his grasp. Ming Fan spoke slowly. Indeed, as the dragon unleashed its demonic energy and prepared to flee. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air, and the next moment, countless chains of thunder descended from above, instantaneously binding the dragon's limbs and body. The dragon emitted another roar, this time laced with profound terror. The chains, forged of thunder, were extraordinarily potent. No matter how it struggled, it could not break free. More alarmingly, the more it fought, the stronger the thunderous power surged from the chains. Foolish child, I will fight you to the death. Recognizing its inability to escape, the dragon steeled itself for a final desperate effort. A pearl the size of a fist, entirely black and exuding a noxious miasma, emerged from the dragon's maw. Upon its release, the dragon's cultivation level plummeted to the spirit division stage. Child, die, the dragon roared fiercely, evidently its last resort. The obsidian pearl, propelled by its demonic energy, shimmered with eerie runes glowing with toxic light. In the next instant, dozens of piercing beams of poisonous light shot forth like arrows. Xiao Tianque remained unfazed, wielding the Qing sword with effortless grace. Tai Xiamin sword, Tian Gang points the way, as he thrust the sword. The darkened sky was illuminated in an instant. Wherever the sword light traversed, the toxic mist dissipated. Roar. The poisonous flood dragon held in a frenzy, its primal instinct to survive driving it into a final struggle. It desperately channeled the power of the obsidian pearl, attempting to counter this strike. Yet, all efforts proved futile. With a soft sound, the dragon lowered its head in disbelief, gazing at the blood cascading from its chest. A look of unwillingness etched upon its face. The fierce sword energy coursed through its body, severing all its life force. With a resounding crash, the dragon was cleaved asunder, disintegrating into bloody chunks that fell into the Lusha River. Disappearing with the current, the half-step to the harmonization stage dragon had perished. Its attempt to merge the toxic pearl with its own core was a commendable thought, but it was ultimately self-inflicted demise. Gazing intently at the obsidian poison pearl in his hand, Xiao Tianque instantly comprehended the reason behind the decline in the poisonous serpent's cultivation when it summoned this orb. Its prowess had reached the realm of the fusion stage precisely due to the efficacy of the poison pearl. Regrettably, the pearl had not been fully refined by it, leading to an unstable cultivation and an inability to completely master its own power, which ultimately resulted in its own demise at the hands of Xiao Tianque. This poison pearl possesses extraordinary power. Should it fall into the hands of those with sinister intentions, countless lives may be lost. Xiao Tianque sighed. He then utilized talisman paper and his own blood to temporarily seal the pearl's power. Having completed this task, he swiftly moved to stand before Ming Fan and the others. Ming Fan immediately inquired, "Senior brother, where is the meat?" "None," he replied, narrowing his eyes and pouting, "I don't believe it." As he spoke, he began to search Xiao Tianque's body with both hands. Xiao Tianque slapped his hand away, saying, "This thing is laced with poison, and you dare to consume it. Are you hoping for your senior brother to dig a grave for you?" "Oh, I even asked junior brother Chu to prepare some condiments," Ming Fan responded, though doubt still lingered in his mind. After all, the memory of the purple-eyed demon bull was still fresh. Chu Sanjin chuckled, saying, "Esteemed Taoists, the food is getting cold. Let us dine first." At that moment, a loud knocking echoed at the Chu family's door. "Who is it?" "Uncle Sanjin. Hurry and open the door. It's us," called a young man. As the door opened, a throng of townsfolk surged in, jostling one another. In no time, the courtyard of the Chu family was filled to the brim with people. Outside, many others were unable to enter. Each individual carried various goods, dried fish, vegetables, and cured meats. Upon seeing Xiao Tianque, the townsfolk collectively knelt before him. "Please, rise," Xiao Tianque urged as he assisted an esteemed elder to his feet. "Elder, what brings you here?" "The Daoist has rid our Jinsha town of calamities that we have nothing else to offer as gratitude. So please accept these humble tokens of our appreciation," the elder replied. "The Daoist has saved us from the clutches of evil spirits. From now on, we shall no longer live in fear. You are our great benefactor." Please accept our offering, Taoist. Observing the gratitude in the eyes of the townsfolk, Xiao Tianque shook his head and responded. Exorcising demons is the duty of a humble Taoist. You overly praise me. I appreciate your good intentions, but please take these back. As long as you all live well, I shall find peace in my heart. After his words, the townsfolk's gratitude for Xiao Tianque intensified. Some even clamored to build a shrine in his honor, but he declined each offer. Ultimately, with Chu Sanjin's assistance, the overly enthusiastic townsfolk were finally persuaded to return home. Senior brother, it seems that it won't be long before your name is known throughout the land. Ming Fan jested with a laugh. Xiao Tianque shot him a glare. Stop talking so much. Yet, inwardly, he felt a sense of secret delight. At that moment, while Xiao Tianque and the others were enjoying their meal, an uninvited guest stealthily approached outside Jinsha Town. In the flowing sands of the river. Having dispatched the evil spirits, a few fishermen prepared to set their nets in the shallow waters. Upon reaching the riverbank, they were taken aback. A strangely dressed man and woman were seemingly searching for something along the shore. Who are you? They called. At the sound, the two turned and approached the fishermen. As they drew nearer, the fishermen were struck with terror, cold sweat dripping from their brows. Their skin was dark, adorned with various peculiar poisonous insects. And their coarse clothing was embroidered with vibrant patterns, while they were laden with silver ornaments. The woman toyed with a complexly patterned spider in her hand, asking with a grin, "Who killed the dragon in this river?" The fisherman, trembling in fear, stuttered and struggled to respond. The man, clearly impatient, drew a curved dagger from his waist and pressed it against one of the fishermen's necks, barking, "Speak. If you don't, I'll kill you." Terrified, the fisherman blurted out, "It was a young Taoist. Where is he now?" The woman inquired with a sly smile. "Still in the town," the fisherman replied. As his words left his lips, the spider in the woman's hand leaped onto his head. Crack. The sound of bones snapping echoed. With the fisherman's anguished wails, the spider burrowed entirely into his skull, feasting on his brain. Chapter 36. The arrival of the poison cave, the poison pearl. Witnessing the gruesome death of his companion, the already terrified fisherman collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably as he staggered to flee towards the town. "Run, run, my treasure is already famished," the man cackled with excitement. Two fist-sized, dark red centipedes emitted a sharp screech before diving into the mud, pouncing toward the fleeing fisherman. Unarmed, the fishermen stood no chance against these venomous creatures. In an instant, several fishermen fell to the ground, injured by the centipedes, their flesh swelling and turning black. It was a blatant massacre. The fishermen barely had time to cry out for help before succumbing to the lethal poison. In the blink of an eye, several fishermen lay dead on the riverbank. The man wore a broad smile. Seemingly unsatisfied. At the dining table, Xiao Tianque suddenly paused. "Taoist, is the food not to your liking?" Chu Sanjin asked, fearing that he had not properly entertained the benefactor of Jinsha Town. Xiao Tianque shook his head, his tone grave. "Something has happened." The others exchanged glances, and when they turned back to Xiao Tianque, they found his seat empty. Meanwhile, on the riverbank, reveling in the carnage, the two figures suddenly squinted their eyes. The man licking his lips in excitement. "Junior sister, the main character has arrived." A streak of light descended. The newcomer was none other than the hurriedly arriving Xiao Tianque. The centipedes and spider raised by the man and woman were currently feasting on the corpses of the fishermen, indulging in their meal. Witnessing the scene before him, Xiao Tianque's fury surged. Abominable creatures! A fierce gust of wind from his palm surged forth like a tidal wave. The screeching centipedes and spider exploded in an instant, their juices splattering everywhere. The smiles on the faces of the man and woman vanished, replaced by expressions of gloom. "You bastard! Those were my precious materials for concocting poisons," the man bellowed. He swiftly drew his curved dagger, preparing to strike down the person before him. However, just as he was about to act, the woman extended her hand to stop him. "Senior brother, do not forget our main objective," the man snorted coldly, retracting his dagger. The fact that the poisonous serpent and the vile turtle had failed to take the lives of these people only added to his anger, as cultivators, to slaughter innocent townsfolk. "If you two do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, none of you shall leave." Seeing Xiao Tianque's wrath, the woman quickly reassured him. "Little Taoist, do not be angry. Birth, aging, illness, and death are the natural order for mortals. Since we have embarked on the path of cultivation, we are different from these commoners." Xiao Tianque scoffed. "By your reasoning, are the lives of mortals as insignificant as weeds, to take a life at will? They are merely a few fishermen. What does it matter? Back then, I slaughtered dozens of tribes for the sake of refining blood and calamity poisons," the man proclaimed. showing no sign of guilt or unease, but rather a hint of pride, having read a few novels in his past life. He understood the perilous nature of the cultivation world. Some cultivators would stop at nothing to enhance their prowess. Now, encountering such a situation, he could not help but ask, is it worth killing for the sake of refining poisons? The man laughed maniacally, boasting, as long as it enhances my cultivation, what does it matter if I slay every person in this world? Seeing Xiao Tianque's astonishment, the man sneered in disdain, I cannot be bothered to waste more words with you. Was it you who killed the poisonous serpent? You came here for this thing, didn't you? Though the poisonous serpent was not an ordinary creature, it was still no match for the two before him. The only thing that could have drawn their interest was undoubtedly that poison pearl. Observing the poison pearl in Xiao Tianque's hand, shrouded in a mist of poison, the two sighed in relief. The weight on their chests had finally lifted. Little Taoist, quickly hand that pearl over to my sister, the woman urged, her eyes gleaming with fervor. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Xiao Tianque's lips. It was evident from their expressions that their purpose in coming was solely for this pearl. What a pipe dream. This pearl is something I obtained from the poisonous serpent. Why would I give it to you? The poison pearl was extraordinary, and the two before him were willing to go to any lengths to obtain it. If it were to fall into their hands, who knew how many lives would be lost? Little Taoist, that pearl rightfully belongs to the cave of 10,000 poisons. It should be returned to us, the woman insisted. Xiao Tianque was taken aback. Cave of 10,000 poisons. This name is not unfamiliar. In days gone by, the Taoist Songxiu had mentioned it to him. The Wanda Cave is a sect of cultivation located in Nanzhou. Its precise location shrouded in mystery. It is known only for its sinister practices of poison crafting and goo breeding, employing extraordinarily ruthless methods. Young man, since you have heard of my Wanda Cave, hand over the item quickly. Otherwise, the man threatened coldly. Otherwise, what? Faced with the threat, Xiao Tianque exhibited not the slightest trace of fear. Even if he were unable to defeat them, what did it matter? His master, Taoist Songxiu, was renowned as the strongest cultivator in this realm. With such a powerful backing, it would be a pity to leave it untapped. Sensing the tense atmosphere, the woman hastily took on the role of mediator. Young Taoist, this poisonous beast was originally nurtured by my Wanda Cave. It seized the opportunity while our disciples were distracted and stole our treasured Wanda Pearl. If you help my sister eliminate this traitor and retrieve the Wanda Pearl, she will be immensely grateful. As she spoke, the woman produced several pouches of coins, indicating her willingness to compensate the families of the deceased fishermen. Xiao Tianque toyed with the Wanda Pearl in his hand and slowly replied, while your words hold some merit, there exists no justification for surrendering what is now in my possession. If you desire it. It is not impossible. The man seethed with rage. The woman pulled him back, whispering a warning. We must retrieve the Wanda Pearl swiftly to avoid further complications. Only then did the man relent. What conditions do you propose? The woman inquired. My conditions are quite simple. 10 spiritual veins in exchange. What? 10 spiritual veins? Xiao Tianque's demand undoubtedly startled the two of them. Spiritual veins are immensely precious. Just one can create a sacred ground for cultivation, and yet, this person audaciously demanded 10. The woman's tone shifted dramatically as she spoke in a low voice. Young Taoist, you are being rather unreasonable. If not 10 spiritual veins, then what? She asked, a hint of surprise in her gaze, awaiting his new terms. A life for a life. Debts must be repaid. At this, both their expressions darkened instantly. This man actually expected them to pay with the lives of the fishermen. You are courting disaster with your insolence. The man's eyes blazed with murderous intent, feeling utterly mocked. And if I am, he retorted, his tone icy and unyielding. Hand over the Wanda Pearl, and I may spare your life. The woman issued her final ultimatum. Sister, why waste words with him? Let us kill him, the man urged, drawing his curved blade and leaping towards Xiao Tianque, intent on cleaving his head. His murderous aura surged forth, akin to a venomous serpent pouncing upon its prey. Chapter 37. Defeating a combined body realm cultivator. In the residence of the Chu family, Meng Fan, Chu Ran, and others exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of Xiao Tianque's sudden disappearance and left waiting in anxiety. Uncle Chu, something dreadful has occurred. At that moment, a young fisherman rushed in, breathless and drenched in sweat. Chu Sanjin was perplexed by the young man's panic. The demon threat had been vanquished. Why such alarm? What has happened? Meng Fan inquired, sensing that his senior brother's abrupt departure was linked to the young man's distress. 2 Miao people appeared by the banks of the Lusha River and killed Old Man Lu and the others. What? Had I not suffered from a sudden bout of diarrhea, I too would have fallen victim. The young fisherman's eyes glistened with tears as he recounted the harrowing tale. Old Uncle Lu is dead. Upon hearing the news of Old Man Lu's demise, Chu Ren found it hard to accept. He had grown up under their care. Though they were not related by blood, they felt like family. Just moments ago, they had stood alive before him, and now they were separated by the veil of death. Miao people, my senior brother must have gone to settle the score. Ming Fan was resolute. Leading Chu Ran, Suya, and others hastily toward the Lusha River. Meanwhile, the Miao man brandished his curved blade, aiming a fierce strike at Xiao Tianque. Xiao Tianque felt the sheer force of the strike, which was no less formidable than the desperate assault of the poisonous beast. Jin character, immovable as a mountain, without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed the Jin character technique. Clang! The man's blade halted just above Xiao Tianque's head, emitting a resounding clash as if striking an imposing mountain. No matter how fierce the attack, it could advance no further. What sort of technique is this? The man was utterly astonished. In a daze, he seemed to see a magnificent and imposing divine mountain shielding the figure before him. Thunderous demonic palm, seizing the opportunity to claim your life. As the man remained in shock, Xiao Tianque showed no hesitation. Arcs of lightning intertwined as a formidable palm struck out. Be careful, senior brother, the woman exclaimed, her voice filled with alarm. Simultaneously, she lashed out with her long whip, ensnaring the man's waist like a vine, allowing him to narrowly evade Xiao Tianque's devastating blow. Well done, young man, you indeed possess some skill. No wonder you could slay that poisonous beast. The man's demeanor shifted, now regarding Xiao Tianque with newfound respect. Senior brother, I find this young man to be extraordinary. Let us strike together and eliminate him. The man's swift refusal came without hesitation. He chuckled lightly. He is merely at the spirit separation realm. Could it be that my Miao Feng cannot contend with him? Miao brother, Shui Wu. He is my quarry. Dare you intervene? In response to Miao Feng's reprimand, Shui Wu reluctantly retreated to the side, her vigilance unwavering as she prepared for any eventuality. You would do well to heed your junior sister's advice. Young man, you ought to watch out for yourself. Miao Feng sneered, crouching low to the ground like a coiled frog, both hands gripping a curved blade. His bloodthirsty gaze fixed intently upon Xiao Tianque. Xiao Tianque dared not let down his guard. This man was a formidable combined body realm expert, adept in the arts of poison and goo breeding. His skills were far from ordinary and should not be underestimated. Double blade slash, Miao Feng shouted, his body soaring like a cunning rabbit, pouncing toward Xiao Tianque. The crimson blades emitted a fierce light, tearing through the earth. What incredible speed! Xiao Tianque was momentarily taken aback. Miao Feng's swiftness made him difficult to track. Qian character, a mere step away, harnessing the profound essence of the Qian character technique. Xiao Tianque traversed the space like a wraith. Young man, your skills are commendable, but alas, prey marked by me cannot escape. Miao Feng transformed into a swirling mass of crimson energy, relentlessly pursuing Xiao Tianque. The sanguine blade light surged like a tempest, striking toward him repeatedly. Rend. His garments were torn as a line of blood appeared on Xiao Tianque's arm. I cannot remain on the defensive. I must seize the initiative. His gaze sharpened, and he ceased evading. His pupil shimmered with a mystical light, imbued with an extraordinary aura. I see you. Sun character, the wind sweeps away the clouds. Zhen character, the thunder chains bind the heavens. As the words left his lips, a fierce gale howled, impeding Miao Feng's rapid assault and causing his speed to diminish significantly. Lightning-imbued chains surged forth from all directions, converging upon him. Damn it. Witnessing the swarm of lightning chains rushing toward him, Miao Feng could not help but curse. He swung his dual blades in a blur, the sound of clashing metal ringing out. Yet, the lightning chains, forged from the essence of thunder, were not so easily severed. The severed chains vanished only to regenerate instantly. Wildfire cannot consume it. Spring winds will cause it to bloom anew. The thunderous demonic palm had been brewing in Xiao Tianque's hands for quite some time. At this moment, suspended in midair, he was surrounded by arcs of lightning, a truly fearsome sight. Senior brother, be cautious. Shui Wu's expression changed abruptly. Despite her heightened alertness, she still failed to react in time. With a sharp crack, a thunderous palm shot forth. Boom! The terrifying strike struck Miao Feng with pinpoint accuracy, accompanied by a deafening explosion that illuminated half the sky. The shockwave sent Ming Fan and the others rushing toward the scene, tumbling to the ground. Father, mother, quickly lead the villagers back. Chu Ran turned to Chu Sanjin, who clung desperately to an ancient tree, and urged him. Chu Sanjin merely nodded. He understood that the battle unfolding before them was far beyond their comprehension. Even the residual energy could claim their lives. As the tempestuous waves of energy and the crackling of thunder dissipated, a figure descended from the heavens. Ming Fan and his companions fixed their gaze upon the individual, who knelt on one knee, propped up by a blade, hair disheveled, blood trickling from his lips. A woman in the distance soared forward to assist him. Can you discern the cultivation levels of these two? Ming Fan sensed their formidable prowess, yet he could not clearly ascertain the extent of their strength. He turned his attention to Suya, who was stronger than himself. Suya shook her head and asserted with conviction, I cannot tell, but I am certain they are far superior to that venomous serpent. Could they have reached the fusion realm? A pang of shock coursed through Ming Fan's heart. He understood that his senior brother possessed extraordinary skills, capable of handling a single practitioner of the fusion realm. However, should both engage simultaneously, the outcome was uncertain. Fusion realm? Merely a trifle. Xiao Tianque chuckled lightly. Practitioners of the fusion realm have entered the ranks of those who comprehend the loss. Miao Feng's grasp of a fragment of the wind's rule allowed for such astonishing speed. Yet, the primordial 8 trigrams heavenly suppression technique is an ancient divine inheritance, unfathomably profound, with each word and phrase embodying the principles of the universe. Miao Feng, who has yet to fully comprehend the wind's rule, will inevitably be influenced by the Sun character formula. Senior brother, this fellow is not ordinary. We should join forces. Chapter 38. The wind fuels the fire. The vermilion bird emerges. In response to Shui Wu's suggestion, Miao Feng consented. Although he had not successfully grasped the wind's rule, he had touched upon its threshold. Yet, despite this, he had still faced defeat. He poured a pill from a slender bamboo tube at his waist, swallowed it, and after a brief moment of circulation and recuperation, he spoke. Let us unite to eliminate this brat and reclaim the Wandu Pearl. 2 practitioners of the fusion realm conspiring to bully a mere spirit division cultivator. If this were to spread, it would surely be a laughingstock. Xiao Tianque teased. Had I known this would transpire, I should have practiced diligently from the start. Ming Fan and Chu Ren were filled with regret, although they intended to assist Xiao Tianque. Their cultivation levels were merely at the golden core stage, and the disparity in realms was too vast. Their interference would only prove counterproductive. Meanwhile, Miao Feng and Shui Wu, unfazed by Xiao Tianque's mockery, exchanged cold words. Once I have slain you and wiped out everyone here, who will know of this? Miao Feng sneered. Shui Wu stood silently beside him, one hand resting on his back, quietly healing his wounds. My master taught me that heaven has a benevolent nature, hence I must not create excessive slaughter. However, there is no need to show mercy towards a force like the Wandu Cave, which everyone seeks to eradicate. How audacious! Who is your master that dares to insult my Wandu Cave? Miao Feng barked, keen to uncover the origins of this Taoist before him. Xiao Tianque's lips curled into a subtle smile. The sect leader of Mount Shu, Songshu Taoist. Upon hearing this, Miao Feng and Shui Wu's expressions darkened almost simultaneously. Miao Feng cautiously inquired, so you are the senior brother of the Mount Shu sect? Xiao Tianque. Indeed. Observing the changes in Xiao Tianque's demeanor, Shui Wu whispered to Miao Feng. His expression is natural. It appears he speaks the truth. Damn it, we cannot kill him, but the Wandu Pearl must not be allowed to return to Mount Shu. Years of cultivation had imparted to Miao Feng and Shui Wu an understanding of the terror that Songshu Taoist commanded. Should anyone slay his only disciple, even if they fled to the heavens or the earth, their demise would be certain. If this man were to perish at their hands, even if the Wandu Cave concealed itself deeply, it would likely be uprooted and exterminated. Furthermore, the Wandu Pearl is the treasure of the Wandu Cave. Once it reaches Mount Shu, even the sect leader could not retrieve it. With this in mind, Miao Feng, breaking from his usual demeanor, wore a broad smile and said, Ah, so the Taoist is actually a disciple of the esteemed Songshu. My junior sister and I were short-sighted. The abrupt change in demeanor from these two left Xiao Tianque astonished. Who knew that my master's name would wield such influence? Next time I encounter trouble, I shall simply invoke his name to avoid dirtying my hands. With my master's renown, his disciple also enjoys the glow of his fame. Noticing Xiao Tianque's frosty countenance, Miao Feng steeled himself, biting his teeth, and produced a spiritual fruit. This was the crimson blood Zhu fruit, known for its ability to nourish vitality. Let it serve as our apology, not wishing to pass up an opportunity. Xiao Tianque graciously accepted the offered fruit. Seizing the moment, Shui Wu inquired, Taoist, may we have the Wandu Pearl back? Xiao Tianque smiled slightly before resolutely stating, No. You. Miao Feng felt as though he had been played for a fool. Not only had he failed to reclaim the Wandu Pearl, but he had also lost a crimson blood Zhu fruit. Shui Wu shook her head at Miao Feng, then turned to Xiao Tianque, saying, Taoist, having accepted our Zhu fruit, it is rather unreasonable not to return our treasure from the Wandu Cave. The Zhu fruit was given willingly. I made no promises of exchange, you insolent brat. Do not mistake courtesy for fear, Miao Feng bellowed. Please, I can handle the punishment. Xiao Tianque replied with a firm tone. Miao Feng's face darkened, whispering to Shui Wu, at this juncture, Our only option is to capture this brat to reclaim the Wandu Pearl. Indeed, as long as we do not kill him, Sangshu Daoist will not trouble us over the Wandu cave. After a hushed discussion, they both surged forward to attack Xiao Tianque. Meanwhile, Meng Fan and the others stood at a distance, bewildered and unable to comprehend the situation. First, gifts were exchanged, and then a fight broke out. What was this about? On the other side, facing the assault from Shui Wu and Miao Feng, Xiao Tianque felt neither fear nor trepidation. Instead, he experienced a flicker of excitement. Excellent. 2 practitioners of the fusion realm are just what I need to test the limits of this body. He did not summon the Qingying sword, but instead unleashed a punch directly at the 2. Strike the dog by hitting its master. The application of the Qian character formula propelled Xiao Tianque to Miao Feng's side in an instant. His fist, as large as a sandbag, plummeted like a falling star directly onto Miao Feng's face. Bang! Miao Feng staggered backward, blood and teeth flying. Damn it! Miao Feng was not deterred by a single blow. He swiftly removed the loosened teeth from his mouth and charged once more at Xiao Tianque. Channeling his spiritual energy, Shui Wu launched her attacks in succession, yet predictably, they all fell short. Senior brother, his techniques are too bizarre. We must find a way to capture him, relying on the intricacies of the Qian character formula. Xiao Tianque darted between the 2, evading their strikes while landing blows in return. Miao Feng and Shui Wu exchanged glances and nodded in unison. The next moment, a radiant golden net was conjured by the pair. As the net was cast, it vanished into the fabric of the universe, eluding the naked eye. This net could disrupt the execution of the Qian character formula. When attempting to employ the Qian character formula again, Xiao Tianque discovered he could not evade or teleport. Kid, with this dragon locking net, you shall not employ that technique. Miao Feng sneered, turning to Shui Wu. Capture him. The 2 closed in, and Xiao Tianque surveyed them. Exhaling a sigh. So be it. The subtleties of the Qian character formula rendered his movements elusive, allowing him to strike unexpectedly. Yet now, he had become overly reliant on it. Should he encounter treasures like the dragon locking net, which could counter the Qian character formula, he would surely suffer a grave loss. You first. He cast a glance at the 2 before finally directing his focus toward Shui Wu. Let us see how you fare against my next move. Sun character, wind swirling in a tempest. Li character, crimson flames engulfing the heavens. Both characters were unleashed simultaneously. Yet this time, instead of targeting Shui Wu directly, he enveloped himself within the energies. The wind fueled the flames. The raging hurricane and the ferocious blaze, under Xiao Tianque's precise control, began to meld together. Scorching waves of heat radiated outward, illuminating the world, transforming Xiao Tianque's vicinity into a sunlit inferno. Within that blinding radiance, a colossal entity formed from flames began to take shape. Miao Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he let out a hoarse scream. Junior sister, flee quickly. Yet it was too late. The fiery feathers soared through the air, and a giant bird, born of tempestuous winds and searing flames, let out a triumphant cry. Was that the vermilion bird? Chapter 39. What is love? A promise of life and death. The fiery feathers soared. The vermilion bird shrieked. Though it was not the true vermilion bird manifesting in the world, the might it exuded was equally astonishing. Whoosh! A gentle sigh escaped, and the fiery feathers of the vermilion bird unfurled magnificently, emitting a piercing cry as it surged directly towards Shui Wu. A scorching wave of heat and an overwhelming pressure swept through the air like a celestial curtain, darkening the sky. Shui Wu's pupils constricted sharply. In that moment, what charged towards her was no longer the vermilion bird, condensed from the forces of wind and fire, but rather a sun capable of incinerating all in its path. Junior sister, flee quickly. Miao Feng's desperate roar echoed in her ears. By the time she regained her senses, the vividly lifelike vermilion bird was but a foot away from her. At this juncture, escape had become an unattainable luxury. Shui Wu's vital energy had long been firmly locked onto, and with the full force of the wind and fire working in tandem, their power had escalated to an extraordinarily terrifying level. Boom! Following a thunderous explosion reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, the gathered vermilion bird dispersed, scorching waves of heat radiating in all directions, igniting the entire sky in a boundless crimson glow. Sparks fell, setting ablaze even the tumultuous sands of the river. At that moment, Miao Feng's gaze had wholly shifted to Shui Wu. The so-called 10,000 poison pearl was cast aside, forgotten. Junior sister, he cried out madly, rushing towards the spot where Shui Wu had just stood. The blazing flames hung suspended in the air, refusing to dissipate. The searing inferno burned his body, yet he paid it no heed. She has the protective garb of the 10,000 gu bestowed by our master. She will surely be fine. He chanted this mantra repeatedly within his heart. Just as this thought crossed his mind, his gaze suddenly froze. Within the inferno, a charred body entered his line of sight. No, junior sister has the 10,000 gu protective garb. She cannot be harmed. Miao Feng shook his head vigorously, stepping forward with heavy strides. Trembling as he approached the unrecognizable form, he extended a quivering hand to lightly touch Shui Wu's lifeless body. In the next instant, even that scorched form vanished, turning to ash and scattering with the wind. No. Miao Feng fell to the ground in a daze, crying out in anguish, tears the size of beans cascading uncontrollably from his bloodshot eyes. A man's tears are not shed lightly, but only when sorrow strikes deep. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Tianque couldn't help but feel a twinge of self-mockery. They had won, yet it felt as though they had lost. However, with Shui Wu's death, he harbored not an ounce of sympathy or guilt in his heart. Miao Feng, in a daze, frantically waved his hands, attempting to grasp the scattered ashes. The person was gone. Clinging to the remnants was futile. I demand you accompany my junior sister in death. Miao Feng pressed the gathered ashes against his chest, desperately clutching at his heart. With Shui Wu's fall, his own heart had perished. Yet, gazing at Miao Feng's furious, bloodshot eyes, a mix of rage and sorrow, Xiao Tianque couldn't help but burst into laughter. So, it turns out even a cold-blooded killer like you can shed tears, can cry out in despair. You regard the lives of ordinary mortals as mere fodder, slaughtering them for the sake of your own amusement. Did you ever consider their parents or loved ones would grieve? Now, your junior sister's life is as insignificant to me as that of any commoner. I killed her merely to seek justice for the innocents who perished at her hands. Miao Feng wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, brandishing his blade, his gaze once more turning fierce as he shouted. How can my junior sister be compared to mere mortals? Why not? Xiao Tianque replied with a light chuckle. Let me send your junior sister to accompany you in death. At this moment, Miao Feng's entire being quaked with fury. His blood-red eyes resembling those of a ferocious beast. With a deafening roar, he leaped forward, brandishing his knife towards Xiao Tianque with blinding speed. Every strike aimed to kill, with his beloved junior sister lost. Miao Feng had cast aside all restraint, intent solely on taking Xiao Tianque's life. Faced with Miao Feng's utter madness, Xiao Tianque remained remarkably composed. The frenzied slashes were effortlessly evaded by him, as if he were simply sidestepping a gust of wind. Furious wind slash. The sharp blade shimmered with runes, its blood-red glow captivatingly eerie. Xiao Tianque could clearly sense that Miao Feng's speed and strength had surged dramatically. The afterimages left by his strikes were difficult even for him to track. Kid, perish, blood soul slash. Sensing Xiao Tianque's slight struggle, Miao Feng unleashed his most potent attack. A torrent of bloodlight surged skyward, and a towering, blood-tinged deity materialized behind him, brandishing its blade for a decisive strike. Indeed, the practitioners of Miao Jiang are exceptional, but your mind is in turmoil. As the deity swung its blade, a stream of golden sword light shot up into the heavens, cleaving through the deity's phantom. Within the deity resided Miao Feng's soul. Upon its slaying, his blood surged violently, and he spat forth a mouthful of blood. When he looked up, an invisible, shadowless sword was already poised at his throat. Miao Feng made no attempt at resistance, dropping his curved blade. This puzzled Xiao Tianque. The true prowess of one from the 10,000 poison cave should lie in poison and goo. Why abandon your efforts when you haven't exhausted your means? Miao Feng offered a bitter smile. He understood that no matter the tactics employed, he could never best this Taoist before him. She is gone. There is nothing left in this world for me to cherish. With that, Miao Feng grasped the sword resting against his neck and plunged it directly into his chest. Had it not been for the 10,000 poison cave, perhaps I would have taken her as my wife. In his final moments, Miao Feng felt his entire life flash before his eyes. Past memories surged forth. He and Shui Wu had once been childhood sweethearts, innocent and carefree. Yet, due to the atrocities committed by the 10,000 poison cave, their village had been slaughtered, and because of their exceptional talents, they had been spared, their memories sealed, forced to serve their enemies as disciples. Upon recalling the past, Miao Feng's emotions swelled within him. He had become a reflection of his enemies. Grasping at Xiao Tianque's robes, he looked at him with desperate eyes. The deaths of my junior sister and I are justly deserved. I only wish to implore you for one thing. What is it? Annihilate the 10,000 poison cave. Xiao Tianque was taken aback, perplexed as to why Miao Feng would request the destruction of his own sect on the brink of death. The 10,000 poison cave has committed heinous acts. I shall not stand idly by. Thank you. Miao Feng's cracked, darkened hand fell limp, his breath finally extinguished. What is love in this world? It binds life and death. Xiao Tianque sighed deeply. With a wave of his hand, he reduced Miao Feng's body to ash, allowing him to drift alongside his beloved junior sister amidst the cosmos. Having resolved these matters, Xiao Tianque regulated his breath, calming the turbulent energies within him. It seemed he had reached the limits of this body. He could push no further. It was time. In the distance, Ming Fan and the others watched in astonishment as Xiao Tianque single-handedly vanquished two formidable foes, leaving nothing but smoke and shadows. How can the senior brother be so powerful? After the initial shock, more excitement surged within them, and they rushed towards the approaching Xiao Tianque. Senior brother, you are amazing, Ming Fan exclaimed with enthusiasm. However, Xiao Tianque's brow furrowed with concern, and he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, is this never-ending? More are coming. Chapter 40. The Demon Lord Chong Lu, inviting battle? Huh, what are you saying, senior brother? Ming Fan asked uncertainly. Just moments ago, he had been supporting Xiao Tianque and thought he had heard his senior brother cursing. You all need to leave, quickly. Xiao Tianque waved his hand, his expression increasingly grave, urging them persistently. He sensed that the newcomers were exponentially more powerful than Miao Feng and his junior sister. Meanwhile, Ming Fan and the others were utterly confused, exchanging glances before refocusing on Xiao Tianque. Senior brother, if you want us to leave, you should at least provide a reason. Then, as if he had seen through something, Ming Fan clicked his tongue and scolded, I understand. Senior brother, you must be hiding some treasure again. You want us gone so you can enjoy it alone. Xiao Tianque was both angry and amused. Back in Shu Mountain, he had to eat alone due to regulations, but now that they had descended, who would still indulge in solitary feasting? This junior brother had quite the imagination. He raised his hand and slapped Ming Fan on the head. Fine. If you refuse to leave, stay here and witness whether you turn to ash. Ming Fan, quick-witted, realized the gravity of the situation from those words. Let's go, senior brother. I'll take my leave now. You take care, he hurriedly said, patting the bag at his waist. If things get dire, I'll contact the sect master. Once the master arrives, no matter what demons or monsters come, it won't be a problem. With Ming Fan's words, Xiao Tianque suddenly remembered that within that bag lay a token allowing him to contact his master at any time. Addressing Ming Fan, he instructed, first, ascertain the strength of the newcomers. Understood. Unless absolutely necessary, they would never reach out to the venerable Sangshu Daoist. After finally escaping the arduous training on Mount Shu, any contact would likely result in being summoned back, thereby extinguishing the prospect of a peaceful existence. That aura has vanished. Xiao Tianque was momentarily taken aback. The energy that had been racing towards this location had inexplicably dissipated in the blink of an eye. However, just as he lowered his guard, the Zhang Tian sword gourd began to hum ominously, seemingly alerting its master. In the next instant, a colossal shadow loomed over the world. How did I fail to perceive its arrival? Xiao Tianque was astonished. At that very moment, the heavens darkened, the sun lost its brilliance, and overwhelming demonic energy obscured the sky. Demonic energy? Everyone was stunned. The purity of this demonic aura was unparalleled. Merely its presence made it difficult for individuals to breathe. The magical energy emitted by practitioners of dark arts could never reach such a level. Undoubtedly, the approaching entity was a true demon, capable of traversing the mortal realm. Its strength and status in the demon realm were surely formidable. Ming Fan had already grasped the communication token. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that the overwhelming demonic energy had also alerted the Sangshu Daoist and the two elders, Xianling and Chunyang, who were miles away on Mount Shu. Such terrifying demonic energy could only be produced by one individual in the world, Demon Lord Zhonglo. This demon lord had always remained in the demon realm. Why had he suddenly appeared in the mortal realm? Could it be that he harbored intentions towards the human realm? Elder Chunyang gasped in shock. Sangshu Daoist's expression turned grave as he waved his hand. A copper basin filled with water instantly transformed into a mirror that reflected 1,000 miles away. The mirage of flowers and water revealed the ever-rolling demonic energy of Demon Lord Zhonglo, along with several familiar figures below. Why is that young man here as well? Elder Chunyang nearly exploded. Without a second thought, he turned to retrieve Xiao Tianque and the others. Junior brother, return. Senior brother, that young man is your disciple. Why are you not worried? Sangshu Daoist stroked his beard and chuckled. Zhonglo, as a sovereign of a realm, would not easily trouble them. Indeed, senior brother, let us first observe the situation. Elder Chunyang waved his sleeve helplessly. Let us see. Xiao Tianque gazed at the man in the heavens. The vast, blood-red demonic wings obscured the sun, and his gaze, reminiscent of a blood moon, was accentuated by a pair of extraordinary horns atop his head. So familiar, where have I seen this before? Oh, yes, he is Demon Lord Zhonglo. With this realization, he could definitively confirm that he had traversed into the world of Xianjian. There were no records of Su Chaqing or Qingwei in the Mount Shu annals. Thus, it seemed that he had become their grand ancestor. The arrival of Zhonglo signified that they were not in immediate danger. After all, A demon lord of such stature would surely regard the lives of mere mortals as insignificant. However, what could possibly explain his sudden appearance here? As Xiao Tianque pondered, a sword with a jade-green hilt descended from the heavens, landing before him. The Zhenyo sword. Undoubtedly, this sword belonged to his only acknowledged rival. General Faping, draw your sword, Zhang commanded coldly. Demon Lord, there is truly no need for such a confrontation. I am but an ordinary person, not the one you seek. General Faping. Oh. How do you know that I seek Faping? Zhang appeared somewhat taken aback, fixating his gaze on Xiao Tianque. By heavens, the cover is blown. Remain calm. Cough, cough. The reputation of the Demon Lord is well known. How could I be unaware? 3 moves to defeat the old Demon Lord established your status as Demon Lord. In the Demon Realm, no one could rival you in 3 moves. Invincibility can also be a form of loneliness. I once encountered a divine general named Faping in the Divine Realm. He was your equal. However, before a victor could be determined, Faping was cast down to the mortal realm for violating heavenly laws. Xiao Tianque's words astonished not only Zhang but also the Songshu Daoist and the others far away on Mount Shu. Senior brother, where did this young man hear such things? The matter of the Demon Lord and Faping was unknown even to them. How could he be so well informed? The 3 exchanged perplexed glances, each devoid of an answer. Upon hearing Xiao Tianque's speech, Demon Lord Zhang evidently developed a certain fondness for him, even feeling as though he had encountered a kindred spirit. Young man, since you were so well informed, do you know where Faping has been reincarnated? I do not know, but what? Zhang pressed. I in the future, he will have dealings with Mount Shu. Upon hearing this, Zhang could not help but laugh heartily. Even I, the Lord, cannot foresee future events. What makes you, a mere Taoist, so certain that Faping will have connections with Mount Shu? If the Demon Lord trusts me, I can provide some clues regarding Faping's reincarnation. However, it was clear that Demon Lord Zhang was intrigued. However, what? You must leave this Xinyo sword in Mount Shu until Faping's reincarnation takes it away. How does that sound? Daring to negotiate terms with me? You are the first. Very well, I shall agree. Witnessing Zhang swift agreement, Xiao Tianque wasted no time. The first reincarnation of Faping was known as Long, the prince of the kingdom of Jiang. When he fell in battle, he left behind a demonic sword. It would not be difficult for you, Demon Lord, to find this sword with your power. However, I must ask the Demon Lord to remain patient. Once this sword naturally emerges, it will surely fall into the possession of Mount Shu. By then, Faping's reincarnation will not be far off, and you may retrieve it then. The sword will lead you to Faping. Observing Xiao Tianque's unwavering demeanor, Zhang acquiesced. Meanwhile, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Zhang eyes. I want you to engage me in battle. Chapter 41. Seclusion. Purple Chi from the east. The Demon Lord invites combat. What is the meaning of this? I had thought I had successfully evaded disaster and could even seize a divine artifact to bring back to Mount Shu. Though I possess a golden finger, unparalleled talent, and a visage that rivals Panin. That should not be a reason for you to engage me in combat, Master. Why are you not anxious? Elder Chunyang was nearly ready to leap into the copper basin and appear before Xiao Tianque and the others. Observing Chunyang's anxious demeanor, Songshu Daoist instead chuckled. Junior brother, since Zhang has agreed to the conditions set by my disciple, would he truly resort to violence? Moreover, should he genuinely harbor murderous intent, we would be powerless to stop him. Forget it, forget it. I shall not concern myself with this. Elder Chunyang waved his hand and sat aside to drink tea. Meanwhile, Meng Fan and the others, upon hearing the conditions set by Demon Lord Zhang were left speechless, their mouths agape. Demon Lord, let us prioritize harmony. It was not so much a desire for harmony, but rather a fear that the senior brother might be killed by the Demon Lord with a mere slap. Zhang cast a cold glance at them. Just that one look sent chills down their spines, causing their legs to tremble uncontrollably. Xiao Tianque sorrowfully covered his face, judging by the Demon Lord's reaction. This battle was inevitable. Invited to battle by the Demon Lord, how could I refuse? However, I fear that my cultivation is insufficient. I might not withstand a single blow from the Demon Lord boy. Are you afraid of death? Zhang inquired. If I die, then I die. But would that not tarnish the Demon Lord's reputation? Xiao Tianque spoke eloquently, presenting himself as self-sacrificing and considerate. Zhang pondered for a moment and found merit in his words. The reason he wished to battle was that he had witnessed Xiao Tianque stand against 2 opponents, recognizing his extraordinary capabilities. Young man, I have never encountered a Taoist like you in my lifetime. If you were to perish, it would indeed be a loss. So, you will not fight? Xiao Tianque asked, his heart lifting with hope. Not at all. However, as a sovereign of a realm, I find it beneath me to take advantage of you. Young man, that I shall control my strength and will not take your life. Xiao Tianque's expression darkened, as if he had lost a child. Indeed, one cannot escape what is destined to come. Come then, draw your sword, and let us fight. You intend to engage in battle with this frail body. Zhongluo's expression soured. Xiao Tianque's heart jolted, but he quickly regained his composure. As expected of a demon lord, he saw through the situation at a glance. Xiao Tianque inwardly marveled. Since descending from the mountain, no one had recognized the anomaly of his body. To be seen through so easily was truly astonishing. At this moment, Ming Fan and the others still bore puzzled expressions. This frail body, what does that mean? The merging of avatars not only consumed time but also drained a considerable amount of spiritual treasures, since Demon Lord Zhongluo had discerned the truth. He could not engage with an avatar. To do so would be a sign of disrespect. Should he become enraged, no worries. I shall await you. Zhongluo spoke slowly. At this moment, a flicker of difficulty crossed Xiao Tianque's face. Observing this, Zhongluo summoned a peculiar object radiating a misty purple light into his hand. This is the essence of the demon clan, which can lend you a helping hand. Naturally, Xiao Tianque accepted it without hesitation. He had previously mentioned the constraints of time and the inadequacy of spiritual treasures as an excuse to refuse, never expecting that this individual was utterly obsessed with martial arts, for the sake of a single battle. He had even offered the essence of the demon clan. Do you still have difficulties? Zhongluo noticed that Xiao Tianque hesitated to integrate his doppelganger, displaying an obvious displeasure. Xiao Tianque scanned his surroundings, searching for a secluded cave to enter seclusion. With a resounding thud, Zhongluo seemed to perceive his intention, raising his hand to create a gaping hole in a towering stone mountain. With my presence here, no one dares to harm you. Xiao Tianque weakly opened his mouth. He leapt towards the newly created cave. The Zhen Tian sword and the talisman glimmered brilliantly, and a figure identical to Xiao Tianque, yet exuding a more formidable aura, emerged. What is happening? Meng Fan and Suya gasped in astonishment, their hearts filled with confusion and shock. Chu Ran felt similarly, though he appeared to understand the reason behind the existence of two Xiao Tianques. I once learned from the ancient texts of Shushan that the cultivation in the realm of splitting the spirit typically involves the differentiation of the primordial spirit, integrating a portion into the golden core for nourishment and enhancement. However, there exists another method of cultivation in this realm, which involves reconstructing a body using rare materials and treasures, transferring half of the primordial spirit or even the soul into this new vessel. Once the doppelganger reaches the pinnacle of the splitting spirit realm, it can merge with the main body, achieving the unity of the two. Ming Fan and Suya were utterly astonished. They had never heard of such a method of cultivation. Practitioners who employed this technique were significantly stronger than their peers, but the process was excruciatingly painful, and a moment's negligence could lead to death. Ming Fan finally understood why he had heard blood-curdling screams like that of a slaughtered pig when passing by Xiao Tianque's residence. In hindsight, he realized that Xiao Tianque was enduring the torment of a torn soul at that time. At Shushan, the previously indifferent pure young elder suddenly sprang to his feet, his eyes fixated on the scene within the copper basin, filled with tension and excitement. Senior brother, the most perilous phase of this method is past. The integration now is merely a natural progression, Elder Xianling softly remarked. Truly worthy of being my disciple. Even among ancient cultivators, few could succeed with this method, Taoist Songshu praised with pride, though he was more self-congratulatory. For a good disciple was a reflection of his discerning eye. Within the cave opened by the demon lord, Xiao Tianque's main body and doppelganger sat facing each other, ancient cultivation methods. I hope you do not let me down, he murmured inwardly. This method of cultivation was recorded within the Hongyuan Bagua Zhen Tian Gong, initially perceived as a conventional approach. Only after locating his master as protective law did he realize this was indeed the most perilous method of cultivation, where a slight misstep could scatter the primordial spirit, leading to instant demise. Fortunately, he succeeded. Now it was time to reap the rewards. Ethereal and pure spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping Xiao Tianque and his doppelganger in droplets of spiritual liquid. With radiant talismanic light crawling over his entire body, his main body resembled an insatiable abyss, greedily devouring the pure power emanating from his doppelganger. Surrounding flora and fauna within 100 miles were drawn to the overflowing spiritual energy. The mere flicker of Zhongluo's gaze emanated an aura that sent them all fleeing in terror. A peaceful night passed, and as dawn approached, the doppelganger began to petrify, small cracks spreading across its form as its energy dwindled. As the sun rose in the east, a faint purple glow coalesced above the mountain. Taoist Songshu and the others observed everything through a mirage-like technique. The purple energy rises from the east, heralding auspicious signs from heaven. Now we await the unification of the primordial spirit. He gently waved the feather duster in his hand. The scene they were witnessing materialized above the martial arts arena. The disciples were left in a state of bewilderment. Your senior brother is about to undergo tribulation. All disciples may observe and learn, accumulating experience for future tribulations. Daoist Songxu's voice echoed above the Shushan martial arts arena. Chapter 42. Unification of the Primordial Spirit. Golden thunder shattering the heavens. Should he successfully navigate this tribulation, he would reach the realm of unity at the age of 20-4, the highest point of the martial arts arena. Ningxing, clad in a flowing white robe, fixed his gaze on the hazy purple light within the mirror. Now at an age of discernment, his cultivation barely entered the realm of splitting the spirit. He sighed with countless emotions swirling within. Not far from him stood a woman in azure robes, tall and elegant, her long, slender legs and fair ankles exposed beneath the hem of her dress. Devoid of any mundane femininity, the woman observed silently, her demeanor tranquil, her jade-like fingers gradually tightening into a fist, her ruby-red lips pressed together, her chest rising and falling, silently competing. Senior brother, I will surely catch up to you. In Shushan, such a stunning beauty could only be Linyi. The white-clad girl behind her, keenly perceptive, noticed the tension in her clenched fist. Being a woman herself, she could easily guess the underlying emotions. Sister Lin, with your talent, it won't be long before you break through, she remarked. Upon hearing this, Linyi smiled gently, Suqing, I have yet to reach the splitting spirit realm. In Shushan, female disciples were rare. And the newly initiated by Suqing naturally became good friends with Linyi. Linyi guided her through Shushan, teaching her cultivation, while Bai Suqing shared tales of the world. At this moment, Linyi seemed to sense a pang of urgency and suddenly whispered, Suqing, do you think senior brother will be entranced by worldly women on this journey down the mountain? Rest assured, sister, worldly women could never compare to your beauty, Bai Suqing replied with a smile. Patting her hand. I wonder if senior brother will navigate this tribulation safely, Linyi murmured, her eyes filled with deep concern. As time passed, some disciples in seclusion learned of their senior brother's impending tribulation and rushed to the martial arts arena. Meanwhile, within the cave, the once petrified body had transformed entirely into a stone statue, and with the final vestiges of power dissipated, crack, the doppelganger shattered completely, turning into a pile of rubble, amidst the debris. A radiant ball of golden light, sensing the fluctuations of Xiao Tianque's primordial spirit, surged into his body. The primordial spirit entered the body, he only needed to merge it, just as this thought crossed his mind. The cold voice of the demon lord Zhong Lu echoed in his ears. Kid, the fusion of the primordial spirit is exceedingly perilous. A moment's failure may render all efforts futile. His tone was indifferent but carried a hint of goodwill. Fear not. I, Xiao Tianque, value my life too much to perish so easily. With a smile, he hesitated not a moment longer. Xiao Tianque formed hand seals, his gestures shifting endlessly, as resplendent golden light radiated from his being. I've gathered all this. Just don't truly kill me. To be honest, he felt a twinge of fear within. Come on. Gritting his teeth, he commenced the fusion. At this moment, his mind was clear of distractions. Fully focused on the merging of the primordial spirits, the two primordial spirits, like old friends long separated, touched upon meeting. An explosion of golden divine light erupted, piercing the heavens like a sword, momentarily overshadowing even the brilliance of a newborn sun. An overwhelming aura of vitality enveloped the cave, intertwining with the cascading golden light. Such a vast surge of vitality stirred even the demon lord Zhong Lu, a being of immense stature. Is this child truly a mere mortal? The ground trembled ominously, a distant rumbling emanating from the mountaintop where Xiao Tianque stood. In the next moment, the entire mountain and the area where Ming Fan and the others were located could feel the intense vibrations. As if a true dragon were awakening from a deep slumber. Has it finally begun? Please do not disappoint me. Zhong Lu's unwavering gaze remained fixed on the mountaintop cave. No slightest detail could escape his magical vision. Senior brother, Ming Fan and the other disciples of Shushan watched intently, their hearts filled with anxiety for him. At this moment, Xiao Tianque was entirely absorbed in the fusion of his primordial spirit. The process of merging the primordial spirit was also a breakthrough in cultivation. The energy contained within the doppelganger was insufficient to support him. Fortunately, he had previously acquired a piece of exceptionally high-quality demon essence. Now, the demon essence hovered above his head, and the immense power contained within surged into Xiao Tianque's body like a torrent. At this moment, his meridian swelled, blood vessels bulging, his entire being resembling a balloon filled to the brim, ready to explode at any moment. Damn it. When the differentiated primordial spirit returned to its original form, The process was unexpectedly smooth. However, merging them proved to be an arduous challenge, as they exhibited both mutual attraction and repulsion. His body was constantly assailed by surges of energy, enduring immense pain that felt as if it were tearing him apart. With a fierce determination, Xiao Tianque gritted his teeth, guiding the two primordial spirits to collide repeatedly. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, a wretched smile appearing at the corner of his lips. He could sense that the two primordial spirits were beginning to show signs of fusion. At the very moment they made contact again, the entire cavern illuminated as if a golden sun had risen. The demon lord Chonglu's eyes gleamed with a flash of brilliance, a rare smile gracing his lips. "Merge for me," he roared with all his might, and the two primordial spirits commenced their intertwining. Boom! The golden divine radiance shot up into the clouds, the massive boulders above the cavern exploding, illuminating the entire sky. The blazing brilliance was so dazzling that it was blinding, and Ming Fan squinted, barely able to discern a figure within the golden light. The disciples of Shushan, far away, were left reeling from the piercing brightness, their eyes stinging as if blinded. This spectacle undoubtedly left everyone in shock. The radiant and fiery golden light shone in the sky, merely overshadowing the sun, rumbling. The thunderous tribulation had arrived. Ming Fan exclaimed in alarm. Above the heavens, the sound of thunder rolled, as if 1,000 troops were galloping overhead. In the next moment, countless golden divine thunders flickered in the sky, resembling divine weapons hurled by celestial beings. In Yufiching, at the drunken immortal pavilion, a figure atop a high pavilion slowly set down his teacup, gazing at the distant, flickering golden sky. Who could it be that is enduring the tribulation in Shushan? The senior brother pondered. Is this truly a breakthrough to the combined realm? The terrifying might of the thunder is enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. The Taoist Songxiu, Elder Chunyang, and Elder Xianling observed the scene, their faces reflecting genuine joy. The era belonging to this young man was about to commence. The place where Xiao Tianque was in seclusion had transformed into a vast ocean of gold. With thunder roaring and howling, his body continuously being tempered in this tempestuous sea of thunder, every inch of his skin, every meridian, even every cell was undergoing the baptism of thunder. If it were any other cultivator, under such thunder, the only outcome would be instant incineration to ashes. None would be as unscathed as he was. Kid, this is just the beginning. You must hold on. Chapter 43, Anomaly, Projection of Celestial Warriors. Just as the demon lord Cho Lu had stated, everything that had transpired was merely the beginning. Boom! Accompanied by the fusion of Xiao Tianque's primordial spirit, the might of the thunder escalated, enveloping this realm in a sea of golden divine thunder. The few disciples at the golden core stage, including Ming Fan, could hardly withstand the onslaught of this golden lightning, merely standing at a distance to observe. Above the heavens, Chonglu, radiating demonic energy, observed everything from afar, a smirk playing on his lips, revealing his sharp fangs. To think that a mere mortal undergoing tribulation would create such a commotion. During this process, the aura of vitality and spiritual energy radiating from Xiao Tianque had already spread for hundreds of miles. Many mountain spirits and beasts felt the call and coveted the opportunity to rush here to devour him and enhance their cultivation. However, upon arriving and sensing the terrifying aura of Chonglu, they retreated in dismay. Some foolish ones attempted to test their luck, and the results were as expected, as they were instantly crushed to ashes with a single palm strike. I hope you can surprise me, Chonglu murmured to himself, a flicker of battle intent flashing in his crimson eyes. Ever since becoming the demon lord, he had felt an overwhelming loneliness, as no one in the demon realm could match him in battle. He had only encountered the celestial general Faping who could contend with him, but before a victor could be determined, he had been cast down to the mortal realm. Now encountering Xiao Tianque undoubtedly piqued his interest. Suppressing his cultivation, he believed this lad could withstand 3 of his strikes among those of the same realm. At this moment, the disciples of Shushan held their breath, their eyes glued to the scene, fearing they would miss something with even a single breath. As the primordial spirits merged, golden thunder rumbled, and the terrifying might of the thunder intertwined with energy, ruthlessly rampaging like a tsunami, causing the very fabric of the heavens and earth to tremble. Xiao Tianque stood at the center of the sea of thunder, his clothes already incinerated by the lightning, arcs of thunder crackling across every inch of his skin. The physical body was the vessel for the primordial spirit. With his unique method of cultivation, his primordial spirit was considerably stronger than that of ordinary cultivators. Even if the fusion of the primordial spirit succeeded, insufficient physical strength would still lead to his demise. Thunder was a force of annihilation, yet also a force of creation. At this moment, as he fused his primordial spirit, he tempered his body with the thunder, making it even more formidable. In Shushan, the others could only see a dazzling golden light, exquisitely radiant, barely catching a glimpse of a vague figure amidst the sea of thunder. Why is the senior brother making no noise at all? The disciples couldn't help but feel anxious. Lineage's heart trembled. She activated her spiritual energy, her beautiful eyes shimmering with brilliance. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Senior brother is absorbing this vast thunder's might to refine his body." Wow! The disciples erupted in astonishment. They had witnessed the might of the golden lightning. A single strike could shatter mountains and split the earth. Yet, it had become a tool for Xiao Tianque to refine his physical body. The ever-watchful Taoist Songshu wore a smile, while Elder Chunyang remarked, "Though this tribulation is perilous, this lad can temper his body with golden thunder. He should be fine. Do you even know whose disciple he is?" Taoist Songshu chuckled, nodding in satisfaction. However, at this moment, Elder Xuanling's expression suddenly changed. "Master, this tribulation may not be as simple as it seems." Meanwhile, the demon lord Chonlu also perceived something amiss. Amidst the brilliant golden light of the heavens, a faint celestial sound began to resonate. What is happening? However, both the demon lord Chonlu and Ming Fan heard it. The might of the thunder diminished. The sounds of the Tao echoed from the sky, as if deities were whispering. This sound instilled a profound sense of reverence, almost compelling one to bow in worship. The voice grew clearer. Far away in Shushan, Bai Suqing, with her meager cultivation, could no longer bear the pressure and fell to her knees. Trembling. Even Xiao Tianque, undergoing tribulation, sensed this sudden anomaly. The once silent divine thunder seemed to have revived, recoalescing in the air. In an instant, its power was considerably stronger than before. The roaring thunder of the divine reverberated, shattering the clouds and rocks, nearly rupturing human eardrums. The sounds of the Tao, the demon lord Chou Lu and Taoist Songshu spoke almost in unison. Damn. Xiao Tianque instinctively began to piece together the situation. He had not made any enemies. It was impossible for anyone to take advantage of his tribulation to harm him. Moreover, with the demon lord Chou Lu protecting him, such an occurrence was unimaginable. There was only one possibility left. Damn heavens. My exceptional talent means that undergoing tribulation is considerably more challenging than for others. Naturally, with greater challenges come greater rewards. The tribulation I face is harder than others, so the benefits I receive must also surpass theirs. Kid, what happens next is beyond even my knowledge, and I cannot assist you. Everything depends on you now. The demon lord Chonlu reminded him. Xiao Tianque nodded at this moment. His primordial spirit had fully fused. He only needed to overcome this tribulation to truly break through to the combined realm. At this moment, the golden thunder surged in the sky, resembling golden dragons twisting and turning. In the next instant, the heavens erupted in golden light, and countless figures materialized. It was as if the celestial warriors had descended. The overwhelming might felt as if a divine mountain were crashing down, leaving one breathless. What is that? Ming Fan and the others were filled with terror. Projection of celestial warriors, murmured the demon lord Chonlu. Meanwhile, Taoist Songshu, who had been calm until now, found himself unsettled. Master, what should we do? Elder Chunying paced back and forth in anxiety. Taoist Songshu remained silent for a moment, stating, "In this tribulation, we cannot assist him in the slightest. We can only observe his fate." The golden light in the sky grew ever more intense, and the projection of the celestial warriors had fully encircled Xiao Tianque. This scene inevitably reminded him of the Monkey King causing a ruckus in the heavenly palace, surrounded by celestial soldiers. Am I merely undergoing a tribulation? This is too much. Boom, the heavens trembled, as if 1,000 troops were preparing for battle. In the next moment, countless brilliant beams of light cascaded from the sky, their dazzling radiance resembling a waterfall of stars. The spectacle was magnificent. However, Xiao Tianque had no heart to appreciate it. As he focused his gaze, he realized these were not beams of light, but rather a myriad of golden spears. This was clearly a deadly rhythm. Kid, I wonder how you plan to respond. The demon lord gazed intently at Xiao Tianque, a flicker of anticipation blooming within his heart. The events that had transpired earlier led him to believe that this individual was far from ordinary. Though the celestial soldier's projection was formidable, it was not an inescapable fate. All onlookers held their breath, silently praying for Xiao Tianque's safety as the scene unfolded before them. The character Jin symbolizes stability, unwavering as a mountain. In the next moment, Xiao Tianque appeared to be enveloped by an ancient divine mountain. With the resounding clash of weapons, the spear was sent flying. Yet, the Jin technique could not endure the relentless assault for long. After fending off 2 waves of attacks, its efficacy waned. Had he not been quick-witted enough to employ the Qian technique to evade, he would surely have been wounded by the spear. Chapter 44. The Celestial Soldier's projection dissipates. The 6-armed celestial general emerges. What manner of technique was that? A flicker of astonishment crossed the demon lord's eyes, quickly replaced by a subtle smile that hinted at his surprise. Indeed, this encounter had brought him considerable delight. Meanwhile, on Mount Shu, the disciples were horrified by the perilous spectacle, gasping in unison. It was only after witnessing Xiao Tianque narrowly escape that they collectively exhaled in relief. However, the celestial soldier's projection was no trifling matter. A torrent of attacks surged forth once more, as the golden spear sliced through the air, unleashing a terrifying sonic boom, its might intensifying. Soon, the wind swirling with relentless fury. At that very instant, a tempest roared to life. Colossal boulders and ancient trees uprooted, caught in the terrifying storm. Xiao Tianque, positioned at the eye of the tempest, appeared as though he commanded the very storm itself. He cast a cold glance around, and the golden spear was swiftly consumed by the chaos, reduced to scintillating dust. With his primordial spirit now integrated, the true might of the first layer of the Hongyuan Bagua Zhen Tian Gong was finally revealed. Again, Xiao Tianque threw back his head and laughed heartily, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. Though the celestial soldier's projection was devoid of spirit, it originated from the heavenly realm, and its divine power would not suffer provocation. Boom, boom, boom. In the heavens above, war drums resounded, ringing painfully in the ears, accompanied by the thunderous beats of war drums as massive bolts of golden divine thunder rained down. The wind, formless and intangible, was thus shattered by the thunder. The crimson golden divine thunder, as if in an uninhabited realm, struck directly at Xiao Tianque at the eye of the storm. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, he did not flinch or evade in the face of this world-altering divine thunder that could effortlessly level a mountain. Has this boy lost his mind? Elder Chunyang was so agitated that his beard bristled. Even Songshu Daoist, Xiao Tianque's master, wore a look of bewilderment. No one could fathom Xiao Tianque's intentions. Come forth, with a thunderous roar. Xiao Tianque leapt towards the lightning. And the next moment, the terrifying crimson golden divine thunder enveloped him entirely, the fearsome arcs crackling and exploding. Senior brother Linny felt a lump in his throat, his eyes instantly misting with concern. To everyone's surprise, the formidable thunder did not obliterate Xiao Tianque. Instead, he howled in pain, struggling momentarily before settling into a cross-legged position mid-air, a perplexing sight. Yet, one could not deny that his vitality was astonishing. Rivaling that of a cockroach, the crimson golden divine thunder danced around him, gradually converging towards his palm. Familiarity washed over Linyi's gaze, her beautiful eyes trembling as she could not help but exclaim, "Senior brother is cultivating." "How do you know?" Lin shimmy. In response to Ningxing's inquiry and the gazes of the other disciples, Lin Yi shook her head. To this day, she still recalled the promise made during their pledge. Songshu Daoist and the others also discerned Xiao Tianque's objective. As his master, Songshu could not help but shake his head with a wry smile, realizing that this boy intended to utilize the heavenly thunder to refine his palm technique. Indeed, what daring courage he possessed! Who among his peers could compare? In the future, when we ascend to immortality, we can trust him with Mount Shu. The trio exchanged praises, each contributing their admiration. Meanwhile, the crimson golden divine thunder, under Xiao Tianque's guidance, had coalesced into a dazzling thunderball within his palm. Yet, he was still far from achieving his goal. Congeal for me. The thunderball, resembling the size of a basketball, began to compress, shrinking rapidly until it was no larger than a fist. In contrast, Xiao Tianque's arms bulged with veins, his eyes bloodshot, and sweat cascaded down like raindrops. Still not enough. The potency of the Lei Huang Fu Mo palm primarily depended on the thunder seed. If he could condense this crimson golden divine thunder into a thunder seed now, the power of the Lei Huang Fu Mo palm would undoubtedly soar. He gritted his teeth, persevering. The thunderball was akin to a ferocious beast harboring terrifying power. Subduing it would not be an easy feat. In my grasp, even a dragon shall lie down, and a tiger shall submit. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, the thunderlight erupted, brilliant golden radiance illuminating the sky. All observers were left bewildered, unsure of what had transpired, their hearts silently praying for Xiao Tianque's safety. Senior brother, the shockwave from the explosion sent Meng Fan and Chu Ren tumbling, hastily scrambling to their feet, as wide as they searched for Xiao Tianque's figure. So you shook her head at them. Your senior brother may be in grave danger. Tears streamed down Lin Yi's cheeks on Mount Shu, her heart aching, her form swaying. Had Bai Suqing not supported her, she would have collapsed to the ground. The disciples of Mount Shu fell silent, as if in mourning. Suddenly, one disciple exclaimed with excitement, "Look, senior brother is unharmed." In the vast expanse of the heavens, a figure materialized, radiant with golden brilliance, as if forged from gold itself, an extraordinary sight. The crimson golden divine thunder danced around him, yet it no longer bore its previous ferocity, instead resembling a docile kitten. Undoubtedly, Xiao Tianque had successfully condensed the crimson golden divine thunder into a thunder seed, integrating it into his palm. Henceforth, the crimson golden divine thunder could no longer harm him in the slightest. However, the celestial soldier's projection had not dissipated. There could be no room for complacency. No matter the means employed to obstruct me, I shall surely overcome this tribulation. A glint of confidence sparkled in Xiao Tianque's eyes. What is senior brother planning? Everyone was once again bewildered. Before the lightning tribulation arrived, Xiao Tianque, enveloped in the storm, soared skyward. The demon lord Zhonglo burst into hearty laughter. What audacity! Before the tribulation, he dares to ascend to meet it head-on. Indeed, Xiao Tianque's actions were a bold declaration to confront the tribulation directly. The celestial soldier's projection above the firmament stirred with unprecedented fervor. No one had ever dared to face a tribulation with such bravado. In an instant, the myriad projections coalesced into a colossal figure. A six-armed celestial general formed from tribulation clouds and celestial soldier projections. The six-armed celestial general loomed, its size hundreds of times greater than the celestial soldier's projection. Its 6 arms and 9 eyes striking terror into the hearts of onlookers. Standing before it, Xiao Tianque appeared as an ant before an elephant. Boom, the 6 enormous hands descended in rapid succession towards Xiao Tianque, causing the very heavens to tremble, even as Xiao Tianque employed the Qian technique. His position was swiftly locked by the 9 watchful eyes. Since evasion was futile, he chose not to flee. Faced with the descending hands, Xiao Tianque acted without hesitation, with a thunderous clap of the Lei Wang Fu Mo palm. A tempestuous surge of lightning converged into a colossal hand, rising to meet the celestial general's grasp. Bang! With a resounding explosion echoing like the roar of mountains and seas, one of the celestial general's hands was obliterated. However, in the next moment, the tribulation clouds converged, and the severed hand was reborn. Boy, there are only 2 methods to survive this tribulation. The first is to calmly endure until the 6-armed celestial general is fully formed and withstand all attacks. And the second, Xiao Tianque turned his gaze toward the demon lord's location. To disperse its essence before it fully materializes with a thunderous strike. Chapter 45, The Might of the Earth Spear. The thunder spirit emerges. Undoubtedly, Xiao Tianque opted for the second method. He aimed to shatter the essence of this celestial general. Boy, its essence lies at its brow. Whether you succeed depends on your own prowess. The demon lord Zhonglo revealed the location of the 6-armed celestial general's essence. Xiao Tianque harbored no doubts. After all, he was merely a mundane cultivator, and the supreme being of the demon realm had no reason to deceive him. Moreover, he had always been fond of the character Zhonglo when watching Xianjian, admiring its flamboyant arrogance and deep loyalty. Roar. The 6-armed celestial general seemed to sense Xiao Tianque's intentions, letting out a furious roar. In an instant, all 6 arms descended in unison. Kuan, the earth spear. A brilliant light ignited in Xiao Tianque's eyes. He unleashed the Kuan technique. Rumble. The earth trembled violently, dark fissures rapidly spreading across the ground. A dark brown light erupting from the earth and soaring toward the heavens, landing in Xiao Tianque's grasp. It was a spear. Witnessing the tribulation, all were struck with amazement. The aura emanating from the spear was immensely weighty, as if it could effortlessly shatter mountains and rivers. This spear is extraordinary. The demon lord Zhong Lu gazed at the spear in Xiao Tianque's hand for a moment before heavily uttering a remark. The fact that it could move the demon lord to such emotion speaks volumes about the spear's uniqueness. Brother Sect Master, it appears this lad has concealed quite a bit from us. Elder Xianling gradually spoke. What young person lacks a few secrets, as long as he does not stray down a misguided path? Taoist Songxiu, equally astonished, chose to silently accept the situation rather than pursue further inquiries. Upon reflection, both Chunyang and Xianling realized the validity of this reasoning and continued to watch in silence. Roar. The 6-armed celestial general, though a manifestation of tribulation clouds, harbored the will of the heavens. Upon sensing the aura of the cracked stone spear, a flicker of terror flashed in its eyes. Grasping the spear, Xiao Tianque swung it through the air, tracing an arc before striking out fiercely. The spear surged forth like a dragon. In that instant, a dragon shadow darted out, aimed directly at the 6-armed celestial general. Unyielding, the general retaliated with all 6 arms, producing a terrifying sonic boom, boom. The collision reverberated with a thunderous roar. As the smoke and dust settled, everyone was astonished to discover that the 6 arms of the general had been shattered. Just as the tribulation clouds began to gather anew, Xiao Tianque let out a cold huff. From the cracks in his spear, a torrent of runes surged forth, bizarre and extraordinary. In the next moment, the 6-armed celestial general's arms were no longer encased in rubble, despite its immense strength. It could not shatter the stone shackles formed from the debris. Even more strangely, the runic light emanating from the stones prevented the tribulation clouds from coalescing. Roar. Perceiving the anomaly, the six-armed celestial general bellowed in rage, unleashing divine thunder yet still unable to break free from the stone shackles. This outcome surprised even Xiao Tianque himself. The might of the Kuan character formula was indeed formidable. Seize your moment. But the general's arms were bound by stone armor. The power of heaven and earth continued to flow into its beings. And once it fully coalesced, dealing with it would become even more challenging. Without a hint of hesitation, Xiao Tianque thrust the spear towards the general's brow. Boom. Suddenly, a fierce blaze forced him to retreat repeatedly. Before he could comprehend the situation, the 9 eyes of the 6-armed celestial general snapped open simultaneously. What is happening? From those 9 eyes erupted flames, ice, and lightning. A mere parlor trick. Though the onslaught from the 9 eyes was fierce, it failed to inflict any harm on Xiao Tianque. It must come to an end. With a decisive roar, 1 man and 1 spear descended from the heavens, striking downwards with the force of a thunderous onslaught aimed at the 6-armed celestial general. Sensing danger, the general instinctively raised its arms to block the terrifying blow. You think to block? Impossible. Thunder chain, bind the heavens. In an instant, endless chains of thunder descended, ensnaring the 6-armed celestial general. The general struggled frantically as a figure approached ever closer. Crack. With a crisp sound, the essence of the general shattered, and it began to dissipate. Is this its essence? Grasping a palm-sized crystal, sharp-edged and radiating golden brilliance, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What a treasure!" If the lad absorbs the power of the crystal, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he will surely break through, Zhang Lu reminded, eagerly anticipating a battle with Xiao Tianque. However, it was certain that unforeseen circumstances would indeed arise. After successfully absorbing the crystal's power and entering the combined body realm, the tribulation cloud showed no sign of dispersing. The jubilant disciples of Shushan stared in bewilderment. Taoist Songxiu and the others were equally perplexed. Having cultivated for over a century, they had never encountered such an anomalous phenomenon. Initially believing the tribulation was complete, Xiao Tianque's expression darkened upon seeing the tribulation clouds still swirling above. This was utterly relentless. Why must it push me to the brink of death before relenting? He cursed under his breath, yet remained vigilant of the changes in the clouds. A large mass of tribulation clouds coalesced, hinting at the form of a ferocious beast. In the next moment, the sky darkened abruptly. The crimson golden lightning transformed into a purplish gold hue. The visage of the beast grew increasingly distinct. What could this possibly be? A cow. A Kuei cow. The Kuei cow was an ancient being, long thought extinct. What manner of creature is this? The crowd murmured in confusion. Yet, Xiao Tianque and Taoist Songxiu spoke in unison. The thunder takes form, the thunder spirit. The purple lightning Kuei cow thunder spirit. Xiao Tianque's eyes sparkled with brilliance. The thunder spirit was a rare entity, known to very few. His knowledge stemmed from Taoist Songxiu's earlier guidance. Disciple, though I do not know which thunder technique you cultivate, I can see that this path requires the condensation of thunder as a seed. If one day you can capture a thunder spirit and refine it, your thunder technique will surely soar in might, and you will effortlessly condense thunder seeds as well, merely aiding the thunder spirit in its transformation. These were Taoist Songxiu's original words. Years later, having forgotten them, the emergence of the thunder spirit brought them rushing back to his mind. Young man, the reason the tribulation clouds have yet to disperse is that this entity has consumed a portion of them. Demon Lord Zhong Lu reminded. In an instant, Xiao Tianque understood. To conclude this tribulation, he must capture the thunder spirit and refine it. Only then would the lingering tribulation clouds within him dissipate, allowing him to safely navigate this ordeal. In Yufiching at the drunken immortal tower, a thunder spirit has emerged. The mysterious figure slowly set down the teacup in hand, transforming into a beam of white light that vanished into the horizon. The demon Lord Zhong Lu is here as well. The mysterious figure, draped in white, expressed surprise, pausing on a distant mountaintop to sip tea and observe. Chapter 46. Clash with the thunder spirit. It is this lad. The figure in white recognized Xiao Tianque, who stood opposite the thunder spirit. When Xiao Tianque and Ming Fan left the drunken immortal tower, he had caught a fleeting glimpse of them, thus imprinting their appearance in his memory. This lad is clearly a Taoist. Why is the demon lord present to protect him during his tribulation? The man's heart brimmed with confusion. Just as he pondered this, a fierce demonic voice echoed from behind him. Have you seen enough? When the man came to his senses and turned around, he found demon lord Zhong Lu had unexpectedly appeared behind him. Get lost. Accompanied by a chilling reprimand, a fierce gust from the demon lord sent the man flying several miles away. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he shook his head with a wry smile, realizing that the demon lord was utterly unreasonable. Yet he felt relieved that Zhong Lu had not harbored any murderous intent towards him. Otherwise, even 10 of him would stand no chance against a single strike from Zhong Lu since the demon lord was unwelcoming. He thought it best not to seek trouble. He murmured to himself and left. Clutching his chest. At this moment, the purple lightning Kuei Cow Thunder Spirit exhaled white smoke from its nostrils, fixating its gaze on Xiao Tianque, seemingly intrigued by the remnants of the thunder tribulation that had yet to dissipate from him. Likewise, Xiao Tianque's eyes gleamed with intensity. Undoubtedly, both parties harbored intentions toward one another. Can the senior brother withstand this tribulation? Confused, Meng Fan believed that the purple lightning Kuei Cow Thunder Spirit was also part of Xiao Tianque's tribulation. Chu Ran and Suya exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. The three of them then focused their attention back on Xiao Tianque. If they dared not act against me while plotting, then I shall not hold back. As both sides exchanged glances, a silent standoff ensued. Boom! Suddenly, Xiao Tianque sprang into action, the spear in his hand radiating a grayish-brown runic light, descending with the force of a thunderous strike. Take the spear, Xiao Tianque bellowed, delivering a powerful thrust toward the head of the purple lightning Kuei Cow Thunder Spirit. Dong! A muffled thud resonated. Roar! The Thunder Spirit, feeling pain, emitted a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, sending shockwaves that caused Meng Fan and the others in the distance to feel a surge of blood, their eardrums nearly bursting from the sound. Xiao Tianque's body jolted violently, momentarily dazed by the roar. His vision blurred. Then, the purple lightning Kuei Cow Thunder Spirit let out a low growl, lowering its head, its eyes locked onto Xiao Tianque. After a brief moment of acceleration, it initiated a fierce charge. As the purple lightning horns of the cow hurtled towards Xiao Tianque's chest, he finally shook off the daze. Oh no, what the hell? He couldn't help but utter exquisite phrases, just as the horns were about to strike his lower body. He leapt up, executing a perfect 180-degree turn in midair, landing squarely on the back of the purple lightning Kuei Cow Thunder Spirit. Moo! Feeling the furious charge of the purple lightning Kuei Nyo Spirit beneath him, Xiao Tianque immediately leaped in an attempt to throw him off. It must be said that this maneuver was indeed effective. Although he could not dislodge Xiao Tianque from his back, he managed to make him vomit. Let go of me. Xiao Tianque exerted force with both his thighs and calves, tightly squeezing the waist of the purple lightning Kuei Nyo Spirit. Simultaneously, he seized the opportunity to grasp one of the bull's horns. With a furious bellow, the purple gold lightning erupted from the Kuei Nyo's body, illuminating the entire sky in a flash. Truly a formidable spirit. As the tingling sensation coursed through his arms, Xiao Tianque felt an increasing sense of satisfaction. The stronger the spirit, the greater his enhancement would be upon refining and merging with it. With this, attempting to shake off this humble Taoist was a folly of youth, seeing that his attempts to dislodge Xiao Tianque were futile. The purple lightning Kuei Nyo spirit became even more enraged. With a furious roar, it charged towards a rocky mountain. Just as the Kuei Nyo was about to collide with the mountain, Xiao Tianque released his grip, soared into the air, and landed behind the Kuei Nyo. I shall not accompany you in this endeavor. Boom! As the thunderous sound reverberated, the mountain crumbled, and massive boulders were sent flying hundreds of meters away, enveloping the area in thick dust. That must have hurt, Xiao Tianque mused, rubbing his head and clicking his tongue. Once the dust settled, the purple lightning Kuei Nyo spirit emerged from the rubble, its eyes blazing with fury as it glared at Xiao Tianque. If you choose to crash into a wall, you cannot blame me, it roared. The spirit's fierce growl seemed to curse Xiao Tianque for his shamelessness, as if to say that if it weren't for his provocation, it would not have crashed into the wall. However, to Xiao Tianque, such roars felt like a mere gust of wind, neither painful nor bothersome. Come here, little bull, and I assure you that I will provide you with a life of luxury, he declared, adopting a demeanor reminiscent of a child trafficker. The disciples of Shushan exchanged glances, astonished. Their usually taciturn senior brother was now a chatterbox. Naturally, Xiao Tianque remained oblivious to it all. After a few more roars, the purple lightning Kuei Nyo spirit's form disintegrated into countless bolts of lightning, merging into the calamity clouds. It transformed itself into lightning. Thunder rumbled. The golden-hued calamity clouds darkened to a deep purple, the lightning blazing fiercely and mercilessly shattering everything in its path. The strange beast was undoubtedly infuriated. The electric force now felt stronger than before. Far away, Meng Fan and the others swallowed hard. Their concerns rekindled. Yet, in the face of it all, Xiao Tianque remained calm, as if he had everything under control. Little bull, I never force anyone against their will. If you do not wish to be refined by me, simply expel the calamity clouds you have consumed, and I shall let you go once I complete my tribulation. The thunder in the sky intensified, with countless bolts crashing down towards Xiao Tianque. However, without a doubt, he dodged them with ease. Sighing deeply, he understood that the purple lightning Kuei Nyo spirit was unwilling to expel the calamity clouds. In that case, he could only take a more forceful approach. I have a feeling that senior brother is preparing a significant move. Noticing Xiao Tianque's defensive stance, Ming Fan suddenly spoke up. Your senior brother may have exhausted his tricks, Xiao added slowly. Although Xiao Tianque's methods and strength were exceptional, she believed that after battling the dragon and the 10,000 Poisons cave, his energy had been nearly depleted, leaving him unable to confront this strange beast. Senior brother is definitely holding back something. Are you willing to take a bet? Let's bet. Xiao replied without hesitation. What shall we wager? Ming Fan asked with a smile. Xiao felt a flutter of uncertainty in her heart but pressed on. Unwilling to appear cowardly, what do you propose to bet on? Simple. I and senior brother are heading to Nanzhou, and we didn't bring any funds. No problem. Not only will I cover the expenses for this trip, but I will also fund your future journeys down the mountain. Ming Fan exclaimed, eager to secure the agreement. Just be sure to guard your purse closely. Chapter 47. Successful Tribulation, Achieving the Integration Realm. I'm not short of money. Xiao huffed, sealing the bet with Ming Fan. Now, all that remained was to see whether Xiao Tianque was indeed concocting a lethal strike or if his spiritual energy had been exhausted. In the blink of an eye, the entire area surrounding Xiao Tianque was engulfed in a tempest of thunder and lightning. The relentless force of the storm ruthlessly obliterated everything in its path, causing mountains to crumble and rivers to surge. The power displayed by the purple lightning Kuei Nyo spirit was on par with that of an ordinary integration realm cultivator. He was certain that even if Miao Feng and Shui Wu joined forces, they would stand no chance against the spirit. Crack. Xiao Tianque's body was battered by the ocean of lightning, the overwhelming force striking him relentlessly. Were it any ordinary cultivator, they would have been reduced to ashes by now. Yet Xiao Tianque remained unscathed. On the Shushan training grounds, all disciples stood wide-eyed, utterly astonished. His physical strength is monstrous, one disciple exclaimed. Lin Yi's expression shifted from worry to joy, a faint smile breaking through. The three elders of Songshu Daoist sat back down, lifting their teacups, chuckling. It seems we three old fellows can no longer gauge this young man's depth. Indeed, his strength surpasses our expectations, another elder remarked. Elder Xianling, always perceptive, voiced his concern, wondering who had imparted such techniques to him. Songshu Daoist, who typically defended his disciple, waved his hand dismissively. These are techniques, not demonic spells. The source is inconsequential, and besides, I seem to detect elements of the Bagua in some of his methods. Oh, if that's the case, these techniques are likely taught by an exceptionally skilled predecessor. Elder Chunyang expressed keen interest, but quickly shook his head. Currently, the most powerful cultivator in the world is none other than our sect leader. The intricacies of these techniques are extraordinary. Songshu Daoist understood the implication and waved his hand. There are always greater beings beyond our understanding. As they observed the unfolding events within the ocean of thunder, the demon lord felt a slight tremor in his heart, a flicker of brilliance igniting in his otherworldly blood-red eyes. This is becoming increasingly interesting. In the next moment, amidst the dark purple waves of lightning, a radiant burst of light erupted, revealing a flowing golden thread that pierced the heavens like an unparalleled divine sword. What is that? The distant Shu ran, and his companions stared in awe at the golden beam slicing through the sky, their mouths agape. After a moment, Ming Fan regained his composure, excitedly clapping his hands and laughing at Suya. I don't know what that is, but you lost. The demon lord, Zhong Lu, could no longer contain his excitement. A familiar aura radiated from the light. It was the sword energy of the demon suppressing sword. At that exact moment, the unparalleled divine sword descended from the sky, splitting the heavy thunderclouds apart. Roar. The purple lightning Kuei Nyo spirit let out a furious roar, transforming its body to engage with the golden divine sword's illusory form, resulting in a violent collision. Boom. Thunder roared. The purple lightning clashed in the sky, and the entire expanse lost its color, dominated only by the hues of purple and gold. The purple lightning Kuei Nyo spirit emitted a mournful cry, its form sent hurtling backward, seemingly gravely wounded. Concealed within the ocean of lightning, it was nearly impossible for standard attacks to harm it, let alone strike it directly. However, now, the very sea of lightning it had hidden within was cleaved in two by a single sword strike, inflicting severe damage upon it. I did not wish to force you, but your ignorance of the situation leaves me no choice. The spirit roared in anger and frustration, drawing the surrounding lightning power to itself, like a whale consuming water, all merging into the body of the purple lightning Kuei Nyo spirit. Is it growing larger? Observing the spirit expand to several dozen zhang in mere moments, Xiao Tianque merely chuckled lightly. Roar. With a thunderous cry, the purple lightning Kuei Nyo spirit surged through the tumultuous waves of lightning, charging at Xiao Tianque with terrifying ferocity. Once I have struck you down once, I can strike you down 1,000 times. No matter how massive you become, for me, it is but a matter of striking with my sword. With a sweeping motion of his longsword, a vast expanse of sword energy surged skyward. The blade pierced through the brow without a sound that could shake the heavens. The raging thunderstorm between heaven and earth gradually dissipated. As the golden light at his brow intensified, the enormous figure of the Thunder Spirit, resembling a Qianyo, began to fragment, ultimately condensing into a palm-sized entity that fell into Xiao Tianque's grasp. The purple lightning Qianyo Thunder Spirit was utterly astonished. It had never anticipated that its form would be pierced by Xiao Tianque's sword. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Tianque channeled his spiritual energy to refine and absorb the already unconscious Thunder Spirit. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, along with the power of thunder, surged backward into Xiao Tianque's body, causing his aura to rise steadily. Undoubtedly, he had succeeded. He had broken through to the harmonization stage. As he felt the surging spiritual energy within him, akin to a roaring sea, Xiao Tianque was ecstatic. Yet, what thrilled him even more was that after refining the Thunder Spirit, he sensed a faint trace of the laws of thunder. Is this what it means to reach the harmonization stage? To touch the power of the laws and to grasp their essence? Once one comprehends the laws, the primordial 8 trigrams heaven-subduing technique would ascend to its second layer. He muttered to himself. Unbeknownst to Xiao Tianque, the disciples of Mount Shu were in a fervor. Their senior brother had succeeded. From the moment they entered the sect, they had become a family, sharing glory and misfortune alike. With their senior brother's successful tribulation, their joy was boundless. Who is that? A disciple noticed a peculiar figure approaching Xiao Tianque from a distance. As he spoke, the other disciples looked up in unison, observing the figure becoming increasingly distinct, with blood-red eyes, sharp fangs, and twisted horns. Who could that be? Before the disciples of Mount Shu could discern further, Daoist Songshi withdrew the reflection above the training ground. Instantly, the disciples began to murmur amongst themselves. Silence. Elder Chunying appeared above the training ground, declaring, "Your senior brother is unharmed. You may all continue your cultivation in peace. Rest assured, Sister Lin." Bai Su gently patted Lin Yi's hand, offering consolation. Lin Yi sighed softly, her worry unabated. Let's hope for the best. The disciples exchanged glances, yet ultimately dispersed to resume their training. Meanwhile, the eyes of Meng Fan and his companions were fixed anxiously on the demon lord Zhong Lu, who was slowly approaching Xiao Tianque. Their hearts raced in their throats. Was the demon lord about to engage in combat with their senior brother? Chapter 48. Departure. Demon Lord, come forth. As the supreme being of the demon realm, the demon lord's prowess was extraordinary. Even in a battle of equal realms, Xiao Tianque felt uncertain. However, what transpired next was utterly unexpected. Zhong Lu approached Xiao Tianque directly and tossed a token casually into his arms. What is this? Xiao Tianque gazed at the token inscribed with an elegant, soaring character for demon, feeling somewhat bewildered. Present this token to meet my true self, Zhong Lu stated coldly, providing no further explanation. Nevertheless, Xiao Tianque quickly grasped the token's significance. He recalled witnessing Zhong Lu's subordinates, such as Shifeng, holding similar tokens while the myriad demons bowed in reverence. In retrospect, it was indeed a valuable item. Thank you. I shall accept it without hesitation. After a brief expression of gratitude, he accepted the token without further ado. Xiao Tianque soon sensed something amiss and tentatively inquired, "Demon Lord, shall we not engage in battle now? We shall fight again when your cultivation is nearly on par with mine." Zhong Lu replied, surprising Xiao Tianque. The demon lord had changed his mind. This was quite agreeable to him. After multiple confrontations, he yearned for a tranquil place to slumber undisturbed. As you wish. As Zhong Lu prepared to depart, he suddenly recalled something. Did you just employ the demon sealing sword? Xiao Tianque did not conceal the truth, stating plainly, "The demon sealing sword is a divine weapon. With my current cultivation, I cannot wield it. I merely borrowed its sword energy." Upon hearing this, Zhong Lu understood. The demon sealing sword belonged to Faping, recognized by spirit and master, and could only be wielded by Faping. However, borrowing a strand of sword energy was indeed feasible. Remember your promise to me, young one. With that, the demon lord transformed into a beam of demonic light and vanished. Demon Lord, take care. Xiao Tianque waved farewell. Not only had he successfully transcended his tribulation and entered the harmonization stage, but he had also secured the demon sealing sword and a token representing the demon lord, filling his heart with delight. Senior brother, did he really just leave? Meng Fan and the others gazed incredulously at the retreating figure of Zhong Lu. Xiao Tianque playfully tapped Meng Fan's head with the demon sealing sword, replying with mock annoyance, "What, do you think he ought to fight me?" Meng Fan retreated a few steps, grinning, "What a pity to miss out on a monumental battle. 3 days without a fight, and you're back to your old ways. Having tucked the demon sealing sword and token into his sword gourd, Ming Fan jested, prompting Xiao Tianque to swing the gourd at him playfully. Ming Fan narrowly caught the gourd, noticing Xiao Tianque's palm raised like a fan. "Senior brother, wait. I have good news," he exclaimed, raising an eyebrow. "What good news could you possibly have?" Xiao Tianque replied nonchalantly, fastening the gourd to his waist. "I was going to tell you that we needn't worry about finances anymore. Since you seem indifferent, I'll just let it be." Xiao Tianque's interest piqued instantly. Financial matters had long been a source of frustration for him. He regretted not obtaining a few bags of gold from the royal city of Shu. Now, his purse was nearly empty, and he was on the verge of living a life of meager rations and bland fare. "Speak, quickly," Xiao Tianque urged. Ming Fan mischievously glanced at the silent Suya. Under their simultaneous scrutiny, Suya rolled her eyes. "I lost a bet, so I'll cover your expenses," Ming Fan smirked, briefly recounting the wager he had made with Suya. "How shameful it is to travel the world on Miss Su's coin. Junior brother, do you know what this signifies?" Xiao Tianque shook his head repeatedly, his face a mask of embarrassment. Ming Fan looked perplexed. "What does it signify?" "It signifies living off others," Ming Fan responded with a nonchalant "oh," as he was unaware of his senior brother's ramblings. Forget it. Even if we are living off others, we must maintain our principles." Xiao Tianque patted Ming Fan's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Ming Fan shot him a skeptical glance. "Principles? Indeed, we shall live off others, but do so with dignity," Xiao Tianque asserted confidently. Though Suyu couldn't comprehend what the two brothers were discussing, she felt an ominous aura. Afterward, Xiao Tianque approached Chu Ran and handed him the last of the silver he had brought from Mount Shu. Chu Ran was about to refuse when Xiao Tianque interrupted him. "This silver is compensation for the losses incurred by the people of Jinsha Town during my tribulation. Please take it back to help them repair their homes." Chu Ran's nose tinged with emotion as tears streamed down his face. "Senior brother, are you leaving?" Xiao Tianque nodded gently. Chu Ran's eyes brimmed with reluctance. Ming Fan patted his shoulder, smiling. "Wherever life takes us, we shall meet again, Fatty Chu." Though they spoke of meeting again, the parting was bittersweet. The river flowed fiercely, as one person covered their face in tears, watching the three cross over. Rivers and mountains may be traversed, yet the distance between them would be insurmountable, since he had left the mountain to embrace a mundane life. Chu Ran's path diverged from Xiao Tianque and the others. "Senior brother, safe travels, Ming brother." Chu Ran waved goodbye from the opposite bank, causing Xiao Tianque's heart to ache slightly. After returning the gesture, he turned to leave. Having crossed the shifting sands river, they soon arrived in the territory of Nanzhao. Gurgle. Ming Fan patted his discontented belly. "Senior brother, let us fly on our swords. We have been traveling for so long without encountering a single household." Xiao Tianque intended to impart some wisdom, but his own stomach growled in agreement. "All right, let the two of you eat." Sia inexplicably procured a handful of wild fruits. As Xiao Tianque gnawed on the fruits, a sudden spark of inspiration flickered in his eyes. He delivered a heavy slap on Ming Fan's thigh, causing him to leap up in pain. "Senior brother, what was that for?" Xiao Tianque replied with a subtle smile, his words imbued with a certain charm. "Would you care to sample some of the exquisite flavors of the mortal realm?" Ming Fan, taken aback, swallowed the morsel in his mouth with a gulp. Gazing incredulously at Xiao Tianque, "Could it be that you have hidden away some delightful treasure?" he said, preparing to take action. Unsurprisingly, he received a beating for his audacity. As for the so-called delicacies of the mountains, they were indeed hidden deep within the wilderness. Deep wilderness. "Senior brother, spare me. In a place where birds wouldn't dare to defecate, it would be a miracle to find a few wild fruits, let alone hope for any gourmet fare." Xiao Tianque instinctively raised his hand, but then chuckled as he lowered it again. He casually rummaged through a pile of fallen leaves and unearthed a shriveled mushroom, stating, "Beneath these leaves lies a bounty of fungi. Go fetch some, and I shall prepare a delectable dish for you." Is this even edible? Ming Fan asked, half in doubt. The people of Nanzhao have long had a tradition of consuming mushrooms, though some may be toxic, Sia cautioned. "Remember, red cap, white stem. If you eat them together, you'll end up flat on the ground. Avoid anything too vibrant, although their cultivation level would prevent them from succumbing to poison." Ming Fan, being a cautious individual, had no desire to take such risks. "Understood." With a determined nod, he plunged into the thicket, followed closely by Suya. Chapter 49, The Miao Village, in the Desolate Mountains. Amidst the solitude of a lone male and female, the forest resonated with a hint of enchanting melodies. Xiao Tianque, as a Taoist, how can you entertain such thoughts? Just as he pondered, the sound of rustling drew his attention. Frowning slightly, Xiao Tianque called out sternly, "Who goes there? Show yourself." Ming Fan had just departed, so it was impossible for him to return so swiftly. Besides, he could identify his scent from miles away. There was no response. Xiao Tianque turned to behold a round-faced girl emerging from the thicket. He was momentarily taken aback to discover she was a young woman. Upon seeing him, she appeared somewhat frightened and, after a brief silence, timidly spoke. Taoist. Xiao Tianque scrutinized her sun-kissed skin, dark attire, a bamboo hat atop her head, and a small wicker basket slung over her back. Noticing his gaze, she instinctively concealed the knife she had been using to chop wood behind her, growing increasingly bashful, her chest rising and falling with nervousness. Beads of sweat trickling down her temples. Her features were well-defined, and her figure was pleasing. Most importantly, there was no trace of demonic energy. Noticing the blush on her cheeks, Xiao Tianque quickly averted his gaze. All alone in the wilderness, my dear. Realizing Xiao Tianque was not a threat, the girl nodded slightly, her voice tinged with sadness. My mother is ill, and I have come to the mountains to gather medicine for her. After considering her words, Xiao Tianque replied, if you would permit me, I could accompany you to see your mother. Perhaps I can offer her some healing. Really? The girl instantly erupted into joyous exuberance. Her pure smile was intoxicating, prompting Xiao Tianque to nod in agreement. Were it not for the affliction that plagued him, he would have eagerly comforted this dutiful daughter. This is wonderful. My mother will be saved, the girl exclaimed, nearly bouncing with excitement. Taoist, let us hurry. Just a moment. I have two companions who have ventured into the forest to gather mushrooms. Just then, Ming Fan and Suya emerged from the thicket. They were surprised to see the girl clad in black adorned with various floral embroidery standing before Xiao Tianque. Little girl, what is your name? Suya inquired gently. My name also contains the character Ya. I am Suya. Ming Fan pulled Xiao Tianque aside and whispered, Senior brother, from where did you bring this girl? Be mindful of your words. She came forth from the forest of her own accord. Ming Fan remained silent, casting a skeptical glance at Xiao Tianque. What about the mushrooms you were supposed to find? Here they are, Ming Fan replied, handing over a cloth bag. Upon opening it, a myriad of colors greeted their eyes. Xiao Tianque felt a twinge of unease. These were likely inedible. Noticing his expression, Xiao approached. Peering into the bag of mushrooms, she asked, Taoist, are you certain you wish to consume these? Her look clearly suggested they were better off buried than eaten. They're inedible. Xiao Tianque inquired doubtfully. Xiao nodded. In frustration, Ming Fan dumped the contents of the bag onto the ground and trampled them underfoot, exclaiming, if they aren't edible, why make me go through all that trouble? If you wish to eat mushrooms, I have some at home. Really? Xiao Tianque's eyes sparkled with excitement. Xiao, momentarily taken aback, nodded in affirmation. Under her guidance, the trio soon arrived at a Miao village, Gaba village. The Miao villagers were exceptionally hospitable and welcomed the newcomers without a hint of displeasure. An esteemed elder approached them with a warm smile, stating, it has been many years since outsiders graced Gaba village. The elder, hunched and gray, beamed at Xiao Tianque and the others. They offered a slight bow in return. Bring forth the oxhorn liquor, the elder commanded. Shortly after, several young women clad in Miao attire approached with 3 oxhorns. Xiao Tianque and the others exchanged puzzled glances. What is this, Taoist? Partaking in this oxhorn liquor means you are now friends of Gaba village. Xiao whispered. Understanding this was a welcoming gesture, Ming Fan whispered, we cannot drink alcohol. It was clear he feared repercussions from the strict rules of Shushan. Junior brother, we must learn to embrace local customs. With that, Xiao Tianque took the ox horn and downed it in one gulp. Seeing his senior brother take the lead, Ming Fan felt compelled to follow suit and drank from the horn as well. After the 3 of them finished, the villagers began to sing their traditional songs. Although the Miao language eluded their understanding, it was evidently a welcoming tune. Led by the elder, the trio slowly stepped into the village. Upon entering, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over Xiao Tianque. Something felt amiss. Senior brother, what troubles you? Ming Fan inquired telepathically. Stay vigilant. This Miao village holds some peculiarities. Xiao Tianque cautioned. As a demon, so you felt even more restless. The arrival of Xiao Tianque and his companions revitalized the small village. At the elder's behest, the villagers began to slaughter chickens and cows. This a tad excessive, Xiao Tianque thought, his lips twitching. Our people of the Miao are known for their hospitality. It is only natural to treat visitors with great care, the elder explained. Elder, I heard that Xiaoya's mother is ill. I possess some medical knowledge. Might I attend to her? Xiao Tianque asked. His intent was twofold, to heal Xiaoya's mother and to uncover the source of his unease. Your compassion is commendable, Taoist, the elder praised, instructing Xiao. Make sure to bring the Taoist to the ancestral hall for a meal later. Xiao obediently nodded. Xiao, let us go. Ming Fan called out to Xiao Tianque, a puzzled expression on his face. Senior brother, what about us? You shall wait here for me. With that, he departed alongside Ho Xiaya. Shortly after Xiao Tianque left, the elder slowly rose, addressing the two, please rest here for a moment. I will check on the food. Once the elder departed, Siyu could no longer maintain her composure and delivered a sharp slap to Ming Fan, who was voraciously devouring the wild fruits on the table. Are you still eating? What's wrong? Ming Fan replied, bewildered. This Miao village is not right. Did you notice how that elder looked at us? It was as if he were gazing at lambs destined for slaughter. Ming Fan paused, then laughed. That's impossible. You must have misinterpreted. Suya, exasperated, chose to sit apart, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Meanwhile, Xiao Tianque, following Ho Xiaya, suddenly halted and called out to her. Taoist, what is it? He pointed to the tallest structure nearby. What is that place? That is our village's ancestral hall. Ancestral hall. Xiao Tianque could faintly sense the unsettling aura emanating from that ancestral hall. What's wrong? Ho Xiaya couldn't help but inquire. It's nothing. Let us proceed. Chapter 50. Mountain Demon. On either side of the bluestone path, withered trees stood tall, adorned with bullheads in various states of decay. The scene was exceedingly eerie. Noticing the unusual expression on Xiao Tianque's face, Ho Xiaya offered a wry smile and explained, Big brother Xiao, this is a custom of our Miao village, using bullheads to pay homage to the deities. In this vast world, there exists a myriad of peculiarities. Despite the discomfort in her heart, she swiftly accepted this reality. Ho Xiaya's home was situated on the far western side of the Miao village, adjacent to a bamboo grove. Due to the early death of her father and her mother's illness, the items that could be exchanged for money and medicine had long been traded away. Unlike the homes of others in the village, hers had not been maintained for an indeterminate time, clearly revealing their poverty. Cough, cough. Before they arrived at the doorstep, a fit of harsh coughing echoed. Ho Xiaya instinctively quickened her pace, while Xiao Tianque paused momentarily before hastening to catch up. Creak. As he pushed open the creaking, precarious door, a faint whiff of blood met his senses. Mother. Ho Xiaya rushed into the back room, only to find her mother leaning over the head of the bed, coughing violently, with pale lips stained by streaks of crimson blood. Worry filled Ho Xiaya's eyes as she gently patted the woman's back to help her breathe easier. What a filial child. Xiao Tianque couldn't help but admire. It was only when Xiao Tianque spoke that the woman lying on the bed finally reacted, struggling to prop herself up. Xiaya, we have a guest. However, when her gaze fell upon Xiao Tianque, a flicker of unusual alarm flashed in her eyes. Who is this? The woman weakly inquired. Mother, this is the Taoist priest I encountered while foraging for herbs on the mountain, Ho Xiaya said cheerfully. This Taoist priest possesses medical skills and may be able to cure your illness. The woman smiled warmly, her frail fingers tenderly brushing aside the stray hairs by Ho Xiaya's ear, removing the leaves tangled at the tips. Mother is aware of her own condition. If I can spend a few more days with you, I will be content. Tears welled up in Ho Xiaya's eyes as she tightly embraced the woman. No, mother will be fine. The woman gently wiped away the tears at the corners of Ho Xiaya's eyes, silently stroking her head. Xiaya, fetch some tea leaves from Uncle's house to brew a cup of tea for the Taoist priest. The woman instructed. Xiao Tianque discerned that the woman was intentionally trying to send Ho Xiaya away. Just as the woman was about to say something, Xiao Tianque interrupted. We can discuss matters later. Let me first examine you. Raising his hand, he took her pulse, his spiritual energy flowing like threads into her body. The heart pulse was lifeless. He realized he could not save her. However, he could extend her life by a year. Yet, the woman was aware that her demise was imminent. Upon hearing that Xiao Tianque could prolong her life, a glimmer of hope sparked in her eyes. But what? Xiao Tianque slowly rose, a glint of coldness in his gaze. You are not human. Why do you masquerade as her mother? Previously, Xiao Tianque had sensed a hint of anomaly, and his pulse reading confirmed his suspicions. As I surmised, you are indeed a mountain demon. The woman appeared somewhat astonished, but did not contest it. She nodded heavily. However, this revelation also puzzled Xiao Tianque. While mountain demons are adept at transformation, she was gravely injured and should have been incapable of changing forms. How could she maintain a human appearance and conceal her aura? Faced with Xiao Tianque's inquiries, the woman dared not withhold any information. She could distinctly feel that this man was different from ordinary Taoist priests. The story began 3 years prior. I was originally a mountain demon residing in the 100 Broken Mountains. Diligently cultivating by gathering dew and energy. One day, I inadvertently stumbled into a cave. Although the cave was cold and windy, it emanated a faint medicinal fragrance. I braved the cold and ventured deeper, eventually arriving at a frigid pool. In the center of the pool, I discovered a plant with stems and leaves entirely of deep purple. Convinced it was no ordinary herb, I consumed it. And then? Xiao Tianque prompted. That night, I suffered excruciating abdominal pain, my veins and blood vessels swollen, my hair falling out, and toxic blood seeping from my 7 orifices, realizing I was doomed due to the herb. I sought a suitable burial site, only to encounter Xiaoya's mother gathering herbs at the cliff. You killed her. Xiao Tianque's tone held a chill. The woman shook her head. The mountain air was icy and filled with dew. Her mother slipped and fell into the abyss. When I arrived, she had already breathed her last. Gazing at her lifeless body, a thought emerged in my mind. I must survive. Thus, I expended all my demonic energy to send my soul into her body, assuming her identity to live a few more years. Now I understand. No wonder I couldn't detect any demonic aura from you. Xiao Tianque mused. However, if you have forsaken your original body, why is your heart pulse lifeless now? The mountain demon sighed. I had thought that the poisonous herb only eroded my physical form, not realizing it also affected my soul. What a potent poison! Xiao Tianque exclaimed in astonishment. Not only can it corrode the body, but it can also attach itself to the soul. Thus, even with a new body, the toxins would still manifest. Ever since my illness struck, Xiaoya has tirelessly cared for me. Although I am not her biological mother, I have regarded her as my own daughter over these 3 years. This child, having relied solely on her mother since childhood, would be utterly helpless if I were to die. Xiao Tianque could see that even though the mountain demon occupied Ho Xiaoya's mother's body, her feelings for Ho Xiaoya were genuine. With me here, you shan't die so easily. Xiao Tianque concentrated, and a drop of spiritual liquid flowed from piercing through everything and embedding itself in her withered heart. The mountain demon was astonished, feeling her nearly exhausted heart regain its former vitality. Fresh blood surged forth from her heart, coursing through her limbs and bones. The toxic black blood gushed ceaselessly from her mouth and nose. Life force has fully restored. As Xiao Tianque rechecked her condition, he was taken aback. It seemed I underestimated the efficacy of this spiritual liquid. Chapter 51. The Ancestral Hall. Thank you, Taoist priest, for saving my life. With the toxins cleared and her body rejuvenated, the mountain demon immediately rose and respectfully knelt before Xiao Tianque. Rise, he replied. I recognize that you have not committed any heinous acts, hence I saved your life. Remember, I possess the power to save you, but I can also take it away. The mountain demon nodded repeatedly, not daring to show any disrespect. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Tianque continued, since fate has brought us together. Your physical form has long since decayed, and your cultivation is null. You shall continue to live in this body. The mountain demon's eyes glistened with moisture as she nodded fervently, much like a chick pecking at rice. Rest assured, Taoist priest, I have long considered Xiaoya as my own daughter, and I will treat her well in the future. The sincerity in her eyes was unmistakable. Only then did Xiao Tianque nod in satisfaction. Just then, a crisp voice rang out from outside. Mother, I'm back. Upon hearing this, the two slowly stepped outside. Seeing her mother, who could now walk with a rosy complexion, Ho Xiaoya dropped the teacup in her hand, shattering it on the ground. Mother, are you well? She rubbed her eyes in disbelief, tears streaming uncontrollably. Yes, I'm well, her mother replied. The two embraced, tears flowing freely. The scene tugged at the heartstrings of Xiao Tianque, who had been an orphan in his past life, causing tears to stream down his face as well. As dusk fell over the mountains, the sounds of gongs echoed throughout the Miao village. Dong, dong, dong. What could this be? Xiao Tianque was deeply perplexed. Brother Xiao, the sound of the gong signifies that it is time for the ancestral ceremony and the feast, explained Ho Xiaoya. Brother Xiao, we should head to the ancestral hall now. Xiao Tianque nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to set off, the mountain demon discreetly separated Ho Xiaoya from them. Xiao Tianque, slightly bewildered, asked, Do you have something to say? Dao Zhang, you must be cautious. This Miao village is not as simple as it appears. What do you mean? Since entering the Miao village, he had sensed an underlying tension. Although the villagers appeared warm and hospitable, their gazes were oddly unsettling. The mountain demon's warning suggested he might know something. Historically, many outsiders who ventured into the Miao village had mysteriously disappeared, so it would be prudent for the Dao Zhang to remain vigilant. Xiao Tianque nodded. As the saying goes, caution is the mother of safety, and countless heroes throughout history have fallen into traps due to carelessness. Ama, lean on the cane. With Ho Xiaoya's assistance, the three of them made their way slowly towards the ancestral hall of the Miao village. Xiao Tianque keenly observed that along the sides of the path, an increasing number of strange symbols had been inscribed using a mixture of plant ash and water, while the wooden stakes bore the dripping blood of cattle. Among the rubble, numerous centipedes, the size of fingers, emerged, feeding on the blood. Xiao Tianque was well aware of the numerous venomous creatures in the Nanjiao region, but they typically resided deep within the mountains. Witnessing such a large-scale appearance in human habitation was indeed rare. This only heightened his sense of caution. An esteemed elder of the Miao village spotted Xiao Tianque from afar and approached with a group. Daozhang, you have finally arrived. Xiaoya's mother, has your illness been cured? The villagers looked astonished at the sight of the woman who could now walk. Thanks to the Daozhang, had it not been for him, I would have likely perished in bed without ever knowing. The woman nodded, her gratitude genuine. The Daozhang is truly remarkable. In response to the villagers' praise, Xiao Tianque merely nodded, yet his gaze swept around, noticing the absence of Meng Fan and Suya. Where is my junior disciple? When he inquired, someone quickly replied, Daozhang, your junior disciple has long been waiting inside the ancestral hall. I see, Xiao Tianque said with a slight smile, though he harbored doubts. Meng Fan had been raised at Shushan since childhood, always following closely behind him, so Xiao Tianque knew him well. Although Meng Fan had a penchant for food, he would not neglect to wait for him alongside the Miao villagers. Moreover, as the host had yet to be seated, he, being well-versed in etiquette, would certainly not act so disrespectfully. Daozhang, please, enter. The doors of the ancestral hall swung wide open, revealing a table laden with the Miao village's traditional dishes. The ground was soaked with cattle blood, and thick incense sticks stood erect in the bronze cauldron at the hall's entrance, while the villagers looked at Xiao Tianque with beaming smiles, urging him to be the first to step inside. I shall witness what mischief you are up to, Xiao Tianque thought to himself as he stepped into the ancestral hall. Bang! Just as his foot crossed the threshold, the doors of the hall were abruptly pulled shut and locked behind him. Standing at the entrance, Xiao Tianque couldn't help but jest. The hospitality of the Miao villagers is truly unique. The ancestral hall is the most sacred place in our Miao village. Only esteemed guests like the Daozhang are permitted to dine within. If we were to enter, it would be a disrespect to our ancestors and all living beings. Xiao Tianque was utterly unconvinced by this reasoning. It was nothing more than absurd nonsense. Nevertheless, he chose to play along, curious to see what they intended to do. I see. At that moment, the elder outside urged, the food and drink have been prepared. Daozhang, please join your junior disciple for the meal. All right, Xiao Tianque called out. And to his surprise, the villagers outside began to beat drums and sing Miao songs, creating an uproarious atmosphere. Beside the elder, a middle-aged man could not help but murmur, Father, this Daozhang saved Xiaoya's mother. Is what we are doing appropriate? Before he could finish, the elder sternly silenced him. Hush, if we do not send them in, do you intend to send the villagers instead? Meanwhile, upon entering the inner courtyard of the ancestral hall, a table filled with Miao delicacies came into view. Meng Fan and Suya sat motionless in their chairs. Xiao Tianque's gaze sharpened as he quickly moved to their side. They still breathed. They are not dead. Their eyes rolled back, lips darkened, and their bodies lay rigid as corpses. Yet, faint breath still escaped them. Without hesitation, Xiao Tianque drew 2 drops from the self-burial sword gourd and administered them to their mouths. Instantly, the toxins within them visibly expelled from their 7 orifices. Am I dead? Meng Fan groggily rubbed his eyes, just as a bowl of clear tea splashed onto his face, confirming his vitality. Dead, my foot. Do you not remember how you were poisoned? After a moment of contemplation, Meng Fan shook his head, while the slowly awakening Siyu seemed to have guessed. Daozhang, do not blame him. This poison must have been mixed into the tea after you left. Meng Fan scratched his head in embarrassment. Brother, what kind of poison is this? I didn't even notice when I was affected. Demonic poison. Upon hearing this, both Meng Fan and Suya gasped in shock. The villagers of the Miao village were merely ordinary folk. How could they possess such poison? And why would they wish to harm them with it? As they pondered in confusion, Xiao Tianque suddenly motioned for silence. Shoo, there's a disturbance. Chapter 52. The Ritual, 6-Winged Centipede. Thunderous rumblings. The stone tiles of the ground began to tremble, and the pebbles danced as if on a trampoline. What is happening? For Xiao Tianque, even if the earth were to split apart, it would have little effect on him. However, for Meng Fan and Suya, who had been poisoned and had not yet regained their strength, the sudden tremors made it difficult for them to maintain their balance, causing them to sway. As the noise intensified, the tiles of the ancestral hall began to crack, a fissure appearing in the ground. Following the direction of the crack, all 3 of their gazes fixated on a dry well. At each of the well's 4 corners stood stone pillars representing the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, with chains affixed to each pillar, all of which descended into the well. Clang! The chains rattled violently, colliding against the well walls with a resounding metallic clatter. What is this? Meng Fan exclaimed in astonishment. In the next moment, murky water surged forth from the well, mingling with countless centipedes of various sizes. This well must be holding a demon. The 4 elemental stone pillars, the chains inscribed with talismans, and the centipede spilling from the well confirmed to Xiao Tianque that a demon was indeed trapped within. As the commotion escalated, a wave of green demonic mist began to rise from the well. Just then, the well water surged back, and in an instant, everything returned to calm. Xiao Tianque frowned, his voice low. "It is coming." No sooner had he spoken than a column of water shot skyward. Boom, the water erupted, splattering everywhere, and the four chains snapped taut, their faint glimmers of talismanic light flickering, the familiar symbols. The flow of spiritual energy made Xiao Tianque freeze in realization. This is the binding spell of Shushan. Could it be that those who trapped this demon at the bottom of the well are from Shushan? Meng Fan was equally astonished. "Look over there," Xiu exclaimed, her eyes wide with horror, staring at the colossal creature crawling out of the well. Its body was clad in a blood-red exoskeleton, 3 pairs of transparent wings sprouting from its back. Its many legs adorned with scythe-like barbs and numerous eyes glaring from either side of its head, its visage grotesque. The 6-winged centipede. "I can't believe such a creature truly exists," as the eldest disciple. Xiao Tianque immediately recognized the fearsome centipede, having encountered it in a novel during his previous life. Roar. The 6-winged centipede loomed menacingly atop the rocky outcrop by the well, flapping its wings and emitting a piercing shriek. In an instant, countless centipedes, each the size of a finger, emerged from the cracks in the brick walls, swarming the ground like a carpet. Hearing the commotion, the villagers of the Miao village fell to their knees, prostrating themselves fervently. "Great Spirit, we offer you our sacrifices. Please bless our Gabazai with favorable weather," the elder cried out. The villagers bowed, offering chopped beef to the writhing centipedes. Confused, Ho Xiaya, alongside her mother, grabbed the elder's son. "Uncle Agon, what have you done to Brother Xiao and the others?" The middle-aged man impatiently shrugged off their hands, scolding harshly. "Xiaya's mother, this is not your first time performing the ritual. How can you neglect Xiaya?" Ritual? The mountain demon, having lost its formidable powers, could still sense the lingering aura of malevolence permeating the ancestral hall. "Agon, the Taoist priest saved my life. Must we truly offer him as a sacrifice?" Upon uttering these words, the villagers cast her and her daughter's pleading gazes filled with disdain, while the elder presiding over the sacrificial rites glared darkly at the two of them. "The sacrificial ceremony is of utmost importance to the survival of our Mao village. It cannot be interrupted," Agon declared, binding the mother and daughter, intending to suspend them for a day and a night as a punishment. "Father, Xiaoya's mother has only just recovered from her illness." Agon hesitated, wishing to plead on their behalf, but a mere glance from the elder silenced him. With a heavy heart, he glanced at them one last time before gesturing to the villagers behind him. In the next moment, both Ho Xiaoya and her mother found themselves tightly bound and suspended above the ground. The mountain demon yearned to aid Xiao Tianque and his companions. Yet now it found itself powerless, bellowing at the ignorant villagers below. "You will come to regret this." The villagers, however, displayed utter indifference to her cries, instead pointing and jeering at her. Within the ancestral hall, the 6-winged centipede's bloodthirsty gaze fixated upon Xiao Tianque and his companions. A horde of centipedes crawled toward them, eliciting goosebumps from onlookers. Suya wore a grim expression. Before Xiao Tianque could act, she unleashed her ethereal blue foxfire. The flames engulfed the centipede swarm, crackling and exploding in a fiery frenzy. Witnessing hundreds of its offspring reduced to ash by the foxfire, the 6-winged centipede was instantly consumed by rage. With a buzzing sound, its translucent wings vibrated, producing a piercing hum. In an instant, a sinister wind howled, extinguishing the foxfire with a mere breath. The 6-winged centipede writhed its massive body, encircling Xiao Tianque and his companions. Its expression a mockery. A mere fox demon and 2 Taoist priests. How delightful that these mortals have brought me such surprise. Once I consume you, my powers shall surge, and I will break free from my chains and reclaim my freedom. The 6-winged centipede could hardly contain its excitement, bursting into laughter. Yet, at that moment, it noticed one of the priests gazing at it with utter indifference, not even bothering to acknowledge its presence. Such blatant disdain ignited a fury within the 6-winged centipede. "Who imprisoned you in this well?" Xiao Tianque coldly inquired, casting a piercing glance at the 6-winged centipede. The mere intensity of his gaze sent a shiver down the centipede's spine, though it quickly dismissed the feeling. Self-deprecatingly chuckling, "A mere wet behind-the-ears priest nearly frightened me. Since death is upon me, I shall satiate your curiosity," the 6-winged centipede proclaimed, exuding an air of confidence as if it held all the cards. "The one who suppressed me is a foul Taoist from Mount Shu. Though I have been confined here for 3 centuries, he paid with his life. Now I shall be free, and he will not even have bones left." The 6-winged centipede laughed maniacally. "Master brother, 300 years. Does that not mean our ancestor is the one who suppressed it?" Meng Fan seethed with anger. From the exchange between Meng Fan and Xiao Tianque, The six-winged centipede realized their identities. Heaven has eyes. Who would have thought I would encounter someone from Mount Shu after 3 centuries? Its murderous intent intensified. Dozens of its razor-sharp, bone-spiked legs struck towards Xiao Tianque and his companions like scythes. Boom! The ground erupted, sending fragments flying. The six-winged centipede appeared taken aback. Its sudden assault had been effortlessly evaded. Xiao Tianque shot at a displeased look, coldly demanding, "Where are the remains of my ancestors from Mount Shu?" The six-winged centipede cackled. "They have long since turned to putrid sludge within my belly." This response infuriated Ming Fan, also a disciple of Mount Shu, yet he couldn't help but shake his head in exasperation. Muttering, "You truly seek death." Chapter 53, Master Brother's Ferocity. The heavens are merciful. I had intended to keep you suppressed here, but it seems there's no need for such restraint now. The six-winged centipede taunted Xiao Tianque. The Master Brother of Mount Shu. What can be tolerated cannot be overlooked. Ming Fan, having noticed the icy glint in Xiao Tianque's eyes, discreetly pulled Suyu a few paces back, not out of fear for himself, but to avoid collateral damage. The six-winged centipede scoffed, utterly dismissing the two. "Your ancestors have become my sustenance. What are you, a mere fledgling, presumed to be?" At that moment, its thick, obsidian tail, as large as a water barrel, descended like a blood-red thunderbolt. Boom! Xiao Tianque, narrowly evading the lethal strike, glanced back at the spot where he had just stood. The bluestone floor crumbled like tofu, unable to withstand the impact. Deep gouges were etched into the ground by the sharp bone spikes. Should an ordinary person have been struck by such a blow, they would have surely been reduced to a mere handful of fragments. Xiao Tianque regarded the six-winged centipede with an expression of indifference. "I do not force others. State how you wish to die. Directly ask someone how they wish to meet their demise. Such words would incite wrath in anyone." Arrogant, the six-winged centipede roared, spitting forth a globule of viscous poison. As the thick, emerald venom hurtled toward Xiao Tianque, the centipede's lips curled into a smug smile. However, in the next moment, it was left utterly dumbfounded. The figure that had been there just a moment before had inexplicably vanished without a trace. No sign of spiritual energy fluctuation whatsoever. How could this be? Where did he go? The six-winged centipede's arrogance waned, replaced by fear. Its panicked gaze swept the area, yet no one was in sight. "Are you searching for me?" A voice, as if emerging from the depths of hell, echoed from behind it. The next instant. The sound of flesh tearing and bones cracking filled the in excruciating pain surged through the six-winged centipede like a jolt of electricity, causing it to howl in agony. Ming Fan looked on in confusion. What has Master Brother done? Xia gulped nervously, her face a mask of horror as she couldn't help but ask, "Is your Master Brother truly a Taoist?" Ming Fan furrowed his brow, focusing intently. Without a doubt, the scene before him left him utterly shaken. Blood gushed forth from the six-winged centipede's back like water, instantly staining the ground crimson. Xiao Tianque stood unblemished behind the six-winged centipede, holding its severed wing, which dripped blood like a faucet. Ming Fan rubbed his eyes vigorously, now certain he wasn't hallucinating. His Master Brother had just literally torn the six-winged centipede's wing off, flesh and all. Is this truly the Master Brother I know? This is far too ferocious. Could it be that years of affliction have altered his temperament? The pain of flesh and bone being ripped apart drove the six-winged centipede into a frenzy. It roared, swinging its bone sickles wildly, venom spraying from its mouth. Anything touched by the venom was corroded. Xiao Tianque's eyes narrowed slightly as he swung the severed wing like a hammer, striking the six-winged centipede's head. Bang! With a dull thud, the six-winged centipede collapsed to the ground. Roar! The six-winged centipede was both shocked and enraged. It never expected that its momentary underestimation would lead to such a fate. "Spare me, Taoist, spare me." Realizing it was no match, it began to plead for mercy. Yet, its gaze subtly shifted to Ming Fan and Xia standing below the ancestral hall. This man and demon, both of mere golden core cultivation, would be an easy capture for a formidable demon like the six-winged centipede. As the six-winged centipede pleaded for mercy, Ming Fan and Su Ya's vigilance waned. "Brother, this six-winged centipede has harmed countless lives. I believe we should imprison it in the Demon Lock Tower," Ming Fan suggested, approaching Xiao Tianque, the Demon Lock Tower. The six-winged centipede gasped in horror. Countless demonic beasts are imprisoned within the Demon Lock Tower of Mount Shu, and those of its cultivation level are as common as dirt. Once confined within, there would be no hope of escape. It would be a fate worse than death. No, I cannot be imprisoned in the Demon Lock Tower. To be locked away would be far too lenient. I should simply be killed to spare the trouble. Xiao Tianque's words only solidified the six-winged centipede's resolve. It could not defeat them. Its only chance of survival lay in seizing his disciple as a hostage. The six-winged centipede plodded silently, continuing to plead for mercy while its gaze remained fixed on Ming Fan, waiting for the opportune moment. As Ming Fan approached within 10 paces, it suddenly leapt, baring its fangs as it lunged towards him. Be careful. Suya's complexion changed dramatically as her demonic power erupted, transforming her into a white fox that dashed forward, ultimately positioning herself in front of Ming Fan at the last moment. Ming Fan's pupils constricted sharply, and he stumbled, falling to the ground. No. He cried out, reaching out in an attempt to push Suya aside. At that moment, Suya instinctively closed her eyes. However, when the six-winged centipede was merely inches away from her, it suddenly froze. No matter how fiercely it clawed and roared, it could not inflict even the slightest harm upon Suya. No, the six-winged centipede, unwilling to concede, struggled desperately to break free from the immense force restraining it. Yet, it was all in vain. Seeking death, came a low growl. Xiao Tianque exerted his strength, lifting the entire six-winged centipede and smashing it heavily towards the ancestral hall. Bang! The ancestral hall collapsed, dust swirling into the air. The Miao villagers exchanged glances, bewildered, yet none dared to approach and investigate. The mountain demon, suspended in the air, burst into laughter. Mother, what are you laughing at? Hoshiya asked. Puzzled, the mountain demon gazed affectionately at Hoshiya, confidently stating, Xiaya, just wait and see. It won't be long before the Taoist masters emerge from the ancestral hall, and their so-called deity may find itself in peril. Sensing the commotion emanating from within the ancestral hall, the villagers' hearts tightened. If it were true, as Hoshiya's mother suggested, that they had schemed to sacrifice such a formidable Taoist master to the entity in the well, what would be the consequences? The elder exchanged a meaningful glance with the middle-aged man beside him. The man nodded and gently lowered Hoshiya and her mother. Inside the ancestral hall, the six-winged centipede lay shattered on the ground. Its carapace cracked open from the tremendous force, revealing its innards. Taoist, please don't kill me. The six-winged centipede begged, spitting out a rusted spiritual sword and a compass. As a disciple of Shushan, he was acutely aware of their significance. These were the relics of the Shushan ancestor who had once subdued it. After more than 300 years, both the sword and compass had lost their spiritual essence. Xiao Tianque waved his sleeve, dispelling all the filth from the sword and compass. Shushan, Wang Bin. Upon seeing the faint inscriptions on the sword, Xiao Tianque's murderous intent intensified. Lightning arcs danced in his palm, flickering with dark purple radiance. With a single strike, a formidable Koei Nyo leaped forth, roaring as it charged towards the six-winged centipede. No. The six-winged centipede screamed as it exploded with a resounding bang, shattering into countless pieces, ultimately disintegrating into ash. The once grand ancestral hall crumbled under the shockwave of the explosion, reduced to a heap of ruins. Chapter 54. The simplicity of the mountain folk. Take good care of these relics. When the time comes, we shall return Wang Bin's possessions to Shushan for a proper burial. Ming Fan nodded solemnly, carefully wrapping the relics of Wang Bin in cloth and placing them into the bag at his waist. The gathered Miao villagers outside the ancestral hall, now silent, exchanged wide-eyed looks. Father, the middle-aged man named Agon nudged the elder beside him. All villagers fell silent as they watched three figures slowly emerge from the cloud of dust. Your hospitality towards guests is truly exceptional, Xiao Tianque remarked with sarcasm. The Miao villagers, hearing this, wished they could find a hole in the ground to hide in. Ming Fan, in a fit of agitation, grabbed the elder. Do you wish to doom everyone outside? The elder fell to his knees with a thud, and the other villagers followed suit. I was foolish. I actually considered sacrificing a living person to that beast. As he spoke, the elder raised his hand to strike his face, but was halted by Xiao Tianque. Brother Xiao, I am so relieved that you are unharmed, Hoshiya exclaimed, rushing to Xiao Tianque, completely forgetting the pain of her bound hands and feet. Upon seeing Xiao Tianque instinctively take a step back, disappointment flickered in her eyes. Damn it, this cursed illness. Throughout history, beautiful women have adored heroes, and Hoshiya was no exception. Xiao Tianque had saved her mother and vanquished the six-winged centipede. Such deeds had undoubtedly tugged at her heartstrings. Alas, I have caused yet another woman's sorrow. If this illness remains untreated, he would be destined to live a solitary life. Ming Fan gently smiled at Hoshiya. Brother does not dislike you. It is merely that he suffers from a grave affliction. Upon hearing this, the naive Hoshiya looked at Xiao Tianque with eyes full of sympathy, wishing there was something she could do to aid him. Hoping for his swift recovery, Xiao Tianque smiled and nodded, his gaze returning to the elder. He helped the elder to his feet, perplexed, and inquired, if you know that the entity in the well is a demon, why would you offer living sacrifices to it? The elder sighed heavily. If it were not for the threat posed by the demon in the well, who would resort to human sacrifice, Indeed, the villagers murmured in agreement. The demon is bound by cold iron chains inscribed with a binding spell, and the well is guarded by 4 elemental statues. How could it possibly threaten you? Ming Fan retorted angrily. The villagers exchanged glances, whispering among themselves. Binding spell? Clearly, they did not comprehend Ming Fan's words. After a moment of contemplation, the elder spoke slowly. When our ancestors established the Miao village here, this was merely a dilapidated temple. Upon hearing a voice emanating from the well, which claimed to be the mountain deity of this place, they were told that as long as they offered sincere sacrifices, the Miao village would enjoy favorable weather. Suya, sitting on a nearby stone step, could not help but scoff. You truly believed there was a mountain deity residing in the well? Did your ancestors never question it? The elder sighed, continuing, of course, there were doubts, but in matters of the supernatural, it is better to believe than to disbelieve. Thus, our ancestors built the ancestral hall atop the ruins of the old temple, offering sacrifices to both our ancestors and this demon. They treated the demon as a deity, honoring it alongside our forebears. If your ancestors could see this from their graves, they would surely be turning in their coffins. Continue, Xiao Tianque urged. Years of sacrifices brought no favorable weather. Instead, the population of venomous centipedes increased, resulting in numerous injuries among the villagers. Doubts began to arise in our ancestors, who gathered everyone one day at the ancestral hall to question the demon in the well. To their shock, the demon emerged from the well, revealing itself to be a gigantic centipede. The villagers, terrified by the sight of the creature they had been sacrificing to for years, collapsed in fear. After devouring a dozen villagers, the centipede threatened that it would demand a living sacrifice every 20 years, or it would slaughter the entire Miao village. Why did you not flee with the villagers? Ming Fan inquired, puzzled. They feared retaliation. The 6-winged centipede had already instilled such terror that they were too frightened to escape, fearing that fleeing would only provoke the creature's wrath. Xia explained gently. The elder nodded in agreement. What our ancestors dreaded was precisely this. Faced with the choice of fleeing and potentially losing the entire village, they preferred to sacrifice a few lives every 20 years, such as human nature. A self-inflicted calamity. Xiao Tianque could not help but sigh. Had they not sacrificed livestock year after year, diminishing the power of the binding spell, the 6-winged centipede would never have emerged from the well. And none of this would have transpired. Ming Fan, having cultivated in the Tao since childhood, was somewhat perplexed by the intricacies of human emotion and reason. What? Taoist Ming does not understand. Xia playfully tapped Ming Fan's forehead with her fingers. Laughing softly, humans are easily deceived. A few small tricks can lead them to wholeheartedly serve one's interests. Even if they harbor doubts, they will still act without hesitation for the sake of gain. Ming Fan snorted coldly and ignored her. Now that the demon is vanquished, should there ever be another instance of human sacrifice, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Yes, 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 the villagers nodded vigorously. After all, they would not have willingly participated in such acts if they had not been left with no choice. The Mao village had a historical trade route into Sichuan, once frequented by countless merchants. Since they lured merchants to sacrifice them to the 6-winged centipede, the number of traders passing through had dwindled significantly. To this day, no one dares to enter Sichuan via this route, with the demon now eliminated. Should any merchants choose to traverse this path again, life for the Miao villagers would surely improve. The elder smiled, saying, a living person has liberated our Miao village from the demon. We shall certainly treat our benefactor with utmost respect. No need. The villagers appeared somewhat at a loss, but upon reflection, they realized that they had previously attempted to lure them under the guise of hospitality for sacrificial purposes, which no one would willingly accept. Xiaoya, the Taoist is our benefactor. We must host him, but he will undoubtedly refuse. So it falls to you, someone urged Ho Xiaoya. Understanding her role, Ho Xiaoya earnestly patted her chest, promising, I will handle it. You all need not worry. Brother Xiao, you are my benefactor. I have little to offer in return, but I hope to prepare a meal to express my gratitude. In the eyes of Ho Xiaoya sparkled with light. Xiao Tianque had never before witnessed such genuine gaze. The villagers, seeing that Xiao Tianque did not refuse, felt a surge of joy in their hearts. Surrounded by the eager villagers, the three returned to Ho Xiaoya's home, after ushering them into the inner room to brew tea for their hospitality. Ho Xiaoya and her mother began to busily prepare in the kitchen. The people of Miao village, each carrying their finest ingredients, carefully passed them to Ho Xiaoya through the window, reminding her, Xiaoya, be sure to treat our 3 benefactors well. These small details did not escape the notice of Xiao Tianque and his companions. Senior brother, what does this mean? Fool, they feel guilty. They fear we might reject their gifts, hence they stealthily present them. Xia scoffed, glancing disdainfully at Ming Fan. The simplicity had already taken root in the very marrow of these mountain folk. Xiao Tianque swirled the clear tea in his hand and then drank it in one gulp, revealing a faint smile. Chapter 55. Husband. Chaos Sea, Boundless Sky, Brother, Husband? Who? Xiao Tianque opened his eyes, greeted by a hazy aurora, an ancient aura saturating the universe, as he stood atop a majestic mountain peak. Lowering his gaze, he beheld a pair of yellowed, cracked hands, clad haphazardly in tiger skin, bare-chested, with the lower half similarly draped in animal hide, resembling a wild man. Is this a dream? The heavens act as a medium. This place is where you and I are to unite as husband and wife. Do you still remember, my husband? A clear call echoed in his ears, and Xiao Tianque abruptly lifted his head to see an ethereal figure standing before him, gazing intently at him. He could not discern her features or form. Yet within his heart, there lingered a sense that no woman in the world could rival her brilliance. All other women would fade into obscurity in her presence. Chaos Sea, Boundless Sky, your wife awaits your return. Chaos Sea, Boundless Sky. What is this place? And when did we become husband and wife? Xiao Tianque's eyes widened, realizing that the strange affliction he bore might be linked to her. He attempted to reach out and grasp the figure before him. Yet she was as intangible as mist. In the next moment, the enchanting silhouette vanished, and an eerie, oppressive black mist swiftly engulfed everything. Who are you? No answer came. Within the black fog, the call echoed, sometimes near, sometimes far. Boundless Sky, your wife awaits your return. When will my husband come back? On the rickety wooden bed, Xiao Tianque suddenly opened his eyes, sitting upright, his body tense, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Senior brother, this heat during the dog days of summer is unbearable. I can't even sleep well, came Ming Fan's complaint from beside him, akin to a drowning man grasping at a straw. Xiao Tianque grasped Ming Fan's hand, fixing his gaze upon him. Senior brother, are you all right? Ming Fan asked anxiously. Countless thoughts raced through Xiao Tianque's mind. Surely, senior brother isn't troubled by the fact that he cannot approach women, now that there is Long Yang? Just as he pondered, a resounding slap struck his palm, instantly reddening and swelling. Xiao Tianque looked at him in confusion. Does it hurt? Tears welled up in Ming Fan's eyes as he cradled his hand, blowing on it for relief. Senior brother, are you out of your mind? If there is something wrong, I advise we return to Shushan. It hurts, which means it's not a dream. Xiao Tianque exhaled slowly, feeling his heart settle. How frustrating. Ming Fan is about to suffocate from exasperation. Why don't you just slap your own hand? It's a habit, Ming Fan replied. Xiao Tianque casually responded, still lost in the lingering thoughts of that dream. What exactly are the Chaos Sea and the Boundless Sky? And who was that figure? Why did she refer to me as husband? Could it be a case of mistaken identity? That shouldn't be the case. As he contemplated, a familiar mechanical voice echoed once more in his mind. New sign and location has been refreshed. Niwa Temple. Niwa Temple. It seems there are quite a few Niwa temples in Nanzhao. Xiao Tianque distinctly recalled that when he was 7 or 8 years old, his master had taken him to the Niwa Temple in Nanzhao, where he met an elder named Baigu. It seemed that after returning from Nanzhao, his peculiar affliction had intensified. The clues his master had mentioned might very well lead to this Niwa Temple. What is it, master brother? Ming Fan murmured anxiously nearby. Could there really be a problem? Pack your things. Where to? Ming Fan appeared puzzled. To the capital of Nanzhao, Taiya City. Why the sudden urgency? Ming Fan felt a bit flustered, but nonetheless began to gather his belongings. After exchanging brief farewells with Ho Xiaya and her mother, the three soared away on their swords under the watchful eyes of the Miao villagers. As they traveled, Ming Fan's thoughts became increasingly muddled. His mind far from the act of riding the sword. Noticing Ming Fan's distraction, Xia bared her 2 tiger teeth and bit down on his shoulder. Feeling the sharp sting, Ming Fan finally came back to his senses and turned to Suya in confusion. Before he could question her, Xia took the initiative. Whose girl are you thinking about? In just half a day, the three arrived at the capital of Nanzhao, Taiya City. Gaba village was nearly 500 miles from Taiya City. If one were to walk, it would undoubtedly take several days and nights to reach. You all go ahead into the city. I have some matters to attend to, before Ming Fan could inquire further. Xiao Tianque had already departed on his sword. Come on, young Master Ming, Xia said with a charming smile, taking Ming Fan's hand and leading him into the city. Ming Fan attempted to shake off her hand several times, but each time she simply reattached herself. Resigned, he allowed her to lead. Following the vague memories in his mind, Xiao Tianque arrived at a vast lotus pond not far from the city outskirts. In the distance, nestled on the hillside by the pond, stood a temple, Niwa Temple. In the height of summer, the 100-acre lotus pond was in full bloom, dragonflies flitting about, and birds chirping melodiously. Some strolled with beauties across the lotus pond, while others engaged in playful water fights by the pond, their clothes soaked through, revealing their well-defined physiques, creating a picturesque scene. However, Xiao Tianque had no heart to enjoy it. An elderly woman carrying a bamboo basket approached Xiao Tianque, displaying a kind smile. "Daoist, are you here to offer incense at the temple?" Upon seeing Xiao Tianque nod, the woman retrieved a few incense sticks from her basket and handed them to him. Xiao Tianque hesitated before accepting. The woman noticed his awkwardness and chuckled. "Don't worry, old lady doesn't want any money. My granddaughter just gave birth to a bouncing baby boy, and I'm here to express my gratitude." Nuwa, being the mother of the earth and associated with creation, many from various places would visit the Nuwa temple to seek offspring. "Congratulations," Xiao Tianque said sincerely as he accepted the incense. "Daoist, the old lady has a small request. If you don't mind, please speak freely. I would like to ask you to name my grandson." After inquiring about the birth date and time, Xiao Tianque began to calculate with his right hand. Gentle and refined, like jade, let us call him Wuqian. Wuqian. The old woman beamed with gratitude, repeatedly thanking him. Xiao Tianque prepared to leave with the incense, just a few steps beyond the threshold. He heard an unfriendly voice. "Hey, old woman, my young master is calling for you." Turning to the source, he saw the elderly woman surrounded by 4 or 5 attendants. A richly dressed young master, embracing a flirtatious woman, arrogantly commanded the attendants, "Snatch that old hag's bamboo basket for me. I want to take my beauty to the Nuwa temple to offer incense." He then pinched the woman's face. "Rest assured, young master." The attendant replied, growing more forceful, shoving the elderly woman to the ground without a hint of pity as they seized the bamboo basket. My safety talisman. The elderly woman cried out, clutching onto one of the attendant's legs. Pleading for the return of the safety talisman she sought for her grandson. Safety talisman. The richly dressed young master suddenly seemed invigorated, snatching the basket, and from within, he pulled out a red pouch embroidered with the character for fortune. "This is indeed the safety talisman sought at the Nuwa temple. I've never managed to obtain one, yet this lowly commoner has." Chapter 56. A heart with a missing piece. The flirtatious woman, seeing the young master so fixated on the talisman, was filled with confusion. "Young master, what is this talisman?" The Nuwa temple produces a safety talisman each day. It is incredibly precious and can protect a person from disaster and illness for a lifetime. The young master explained. "Congratulations, young master. Well done on acquiring a safety talisman." The canine attendants seized the opportunity to ingratiate themselves. Those around, upon glimpsing the auspicious talisman held by the elegantly dressed youth, could not help but feel envious. Naturally, there were also those who expressed sympathy for the woman. However, none dared to intervene or even voice a reprimand. Xiao Tianque let out a soft sigh. It appeared he was dealing with an arrogant scion of a noble family. Just as the youth in fine garments was reveling in his moment, the talisman unexpectedly slipped from his grasp and floated gently into Xiao Tianque's hands. It indeed possessed some efficacy in warding off evil and calamity. Xiao Tianque murmured to himself, completely disregarding the youth's furious outburst. "Wretched Taoist, return what belongs to me at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite." Xiao Tianque glanced at him with an expression of indifference. "And what manner of impoliteness do you intend to employ?" The youth was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Tianque's imposing presence, retreating a few steps before signaling his attendants with a glance. "Do not worry, young master." With that, the attendants bellowed in unison, raising their fists and charging at Xiao Tianque. He remained rooted to the spot, his fingers twitching slightly. In the next moment, the attendants began to panic. "What is happening? My body is no longer under my control." The onlookers around wore expressions of bewilderment, murmuring amongst themselves, "What is going on? Why are they attacking each other? You wouldn't understand. This is what we call dogs biting dogs." At that moment, the attendants, as if entranced, formed a circle, swinging their fists at those beside them. "What have you done?" The finely dressed youth gazed at Xiao Tianque with terror, his eyes revealing a heightened sense of fear. "Do not fret. Your turn will come shortly." A cold chuckle escaped Xiao Tianque's lips. The youth was instantly startled, shuddering as he stumbled backward. Meanwhile, the attendants, at Xiao Tianque's flick of his sleeve, all leapt into the lotus pond in unison. Upon witnessing this, the youth realized he had provoked someone he should not have and turned to flee, not daring to look back. Yet, in the next moment, the ground beneath his feet transformed into a quagmire, swiftly engulfing his feet and dragging him downward. "No, please." The youth struggled frantically as a stream of yellow liquid flowed from his pants, the pungent odor infiltrating everyone's nostrils. Without a doubt, he had urinated himself. "My father, Zhang the youth cried out. His name was Zhang Qing, and he thought invoking his father, a censor, would intimidate the Taoist before him. Little did he expect the Taoist merely to dig at his ear and respond numbly. What nonsense is this? My father, Zhang Qing persisted, his voice notably louder, evidently exerting all his strength. And what of it? Taoist, his father is the current censor. You must not offend him. Indeed. Zhang was notorious for being protective of his offspring. If he learns of his son's humiliation at your hands, he will not let this matter rest easily. The surrounding crowd urged caution. At this moment, Zhang Qing, entirely oblivious to his predicament, resumed his shouting. Wretched Taoist, release me at once and kneel to apologize. If I am pleased, I may not hold it against you. Am I to grant you face? Xiao Tianque would not indulge him, raising his hand to deliver 2 sharp slaps. Smack, smack. The sound was crisp and satisfying. All onlookers were left dumbfounded as they beheld Zhang Qing, now a swollen mess resembling a pig's head. Are Taoists of this era truly so ruthless, my father? Zhang wretched Taoist. I shall have your life. Zhang Qing bellowed infuriated. In the next instant, a lump of mud was shoved into his mouth. Speak another word, and I shall fashion you into a clay effigy. At that moment, only Zhang Qing's head remained above the surface, and he was utterly cowed, tears welling in his eyes as he nodded frantically. Xiao Tianque helped the elderly woman to her feet, returning the protective talisman to her before making his way toward the Nuwa temple nestled in the mountains. As he departed, the attendants finally stumbled out of the lotus pond. Are you all right? Young master, what are you still dawdling for? Dig him out. When Zhang Qing was finally unearthed, his entire body had gone numb, and he staggered a few steps before slipping and falling back into the lotus pond. By the time he returned to Taihe City, word of the incident had already spread. The censor's son had become the subject of ridicule for all. Wretched Taoist, I shall kill you. The frenzied cries echoed through the air. In the courtyard behind the Nuwa temple, a woman garbed in white, her hair silver and her countenance stern, suddenly opened her eyes and rose from her mat. Waves rippled in her mirror-like almond eyes as she sighed deeply. This day has ultimately arrived. Within the Nuwa temple, the lifelike stone statues reminded Xiao Tianque of the poem penned by King Zhou of Shang, in the hibiscus tint, national beauty and fragrance. The moon hides and flowers shame, spirits swaying. Only with enchanting actions can one marry the long-cherished king. Naturally, he bore no disrespect toward the divine, merely expressing heartfelt admiration for beauty. Standing in the grand hall, he gazed at the stone statue of his master. Suddenly, a jolt of fear coursed through him. This must surely be an illusion. Just a moment ago, he had felt an uncanny resemblance between the figure from his dreams and the Nuwa statue. Lady Nuwa, I harbor no ill intentions. Please do not send a vixen to torment me. He bowed respectfully to the statue. Ding, host has arrived at Nuwa temple. Would you like to check in? A mechanical voice rang out. Check in. Ding, congratulations, host. Check in successful. You have received a reward, Nuwa stone. Xiao Tianque's heart soared with joy. A stone resembling a heart, radiating ethereal light, appeared in his hand. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, an extraordinary occurrence unfolded. The Nuwa stone suddenly surged into his body, enveloping him in a veil of mystical light. What is happening? The Nuwa stone is merging with my heart. Thump, thump. His heart raced violently, each beat resonating like a thunderous roar. His heart shone brilliantly like a sun, a continuous stream of vital energy coursing through his limbs, transforming his entire being in a monumental way. Can someone explain what is happening? Xiao Tianque was both astonished and terrified, and in his blurred vision, he seemed to see a portion missing from his heart. The Nuwa stone, merging with it, seemed to restore that missing piece. Could this be the cause of my affliction? Doubt lingered in Xiao Tianque's mind. At this moment, a purple mist rose above the Nuwa temple, and the surrounding mountains and forests trembled. A chorus of beasts echoed, and birds circled the sky. A radiant display of colors adorned the heavens, accompanied by the resonant sounds of the Tao, reverberating throughout the world. Though only those truly devoted to cultivation could perceive it. It wasn't until the Nuwa stone fully integrated into his body that the extraordinary phenomena finally subsided. Chapter 57. The bell I bestow upon you. Was I truly so foolish in the past? Self-mockery aside, the integration of the Nuwa stone proved to be immensely beneficial for Xiao Tianque. His cultivation and mastery over the forces of the laws had greatly improved. He could sense the laws of heaven and earth embracing him, as if he had become one with the universe. The shackles of the first layer of the Hongyuan Bagua Zhen Tian Gong were invisibly shattered. Previously, with a missing piece from his heart, now restored, he wondered if that affliction still lingered. To this day, he remained uncertain of the cause of his ailment. He could only place his hopes on this matter. By now, he had begun to come to terms with the peculiar illness afflicting him. Junior Xiao Tianque, paying respects to Senior White and, after adjusting his breathing and calming his aura, Xiao Tianque bowed respectfully. Within the Nuwa temple, a cold energy flickered in and out of existence, followed by a flash of white light. A woman swathed in white gauze, surrounded by swirling mist, appeared, though her features remained obscured. She was undoubtedly a breathtaking beauty. "How did you?" The lad from Shushan. "No, I was here." Her voice was devoid of emotion. Xiao Tianque smiled faintly, explaining, "Countless seekers come to the Nuat temple, yet I did not see a single soul. Thus, I surmised that a great master must be at work behind the scenes." "Quite perceptive," White Ant praised. With a wave of her white sleeve, before Xiao Tianque could react, he found himself transported to a courtyard. Verdant bamboo dipped into the lotus pond as a gentle breeze caressed the air. Despite the sweltering summer heat, it felt remarkably cool. The figure of White Ant had already vanished, yet steam still rose from the teacup on the stone table before him. "Senior White Ant," he called out several times, but no response came. Although he was unaware of the relationship between Shushan and this White Ant, he understood it was significant. His master had sent him to Nanzhao, presumably to seek her out. As the saying goes, one must treat this as their own home. Now, Baigu has brought herself to this courtyard, only to vanish without a trace, with no other option. He decides to wander about on his own. After downing the tea before him in one gulp, he rises to explore the courtyard. What is that scent? Just as he begins to feel a sense of tedium, a refreshing and intoxicating fragrance mysteriously wafts into Xiao Tianque's nostrils. Following the scent, he arrives at a secluded lotus pond. A delicate mist hovers over the milky white water, where the lotus flowers flourish splendidly, making one momentarily believe that the heavenly Yaoqi has descended into the mundane world. As he strolls along the pond's edge, Xiao Tianque suddenly halts in his tracks. Could this place possibly be a bathing area? In the next moment, his pupils dilate, and his breathing quickens. The garments on the stone platform before him unmistakably reveal the truth. This is indeed a bathing area. If discovered, would he be castrated or have his eyes gouged out? Xiao Tianque's lower body tensed, retreating stealthily as if a thief. Perhaps the heavens found it too dull to let him leave unscathed and deliberately arranged for a stone to tumble into the lotus pond. Thud. The sound of the splash resonates loudly at this moment. Oh no. Who is that? In the center of the pond, bubbles rise, mist swirls, and a young woman emerges from the depths, her lustrous black hair dripping with water. And through the milky water, one can vaguely see her graceful curves, pale with a hint of rosy hue. Youth, who has not entertained such fantasies, yet now, realizing it is becoming a reality, he feels a tinge of embarrassment. Her skin is as smooth as jade, with not a trace of excess flesh. Of course, these details are not what captures Xiao Tianque's attention. A figure by the lotus, resembling the moon, with wrists that gleam like frost and snow. Her beauty eclipses both ancient and modern, while the lotus flowers shy away in her presence. Clear waters yield the lotus, naturally unadorned. Her phoenix-like eyes half-closed, concealing amber, and her cherry-like lips, a single dot of red. Beads of pearls twirl as stars sway, while flower vines dance like dragons and serpents. The beauty of the woman transcends mere words, reaching a level beyond description, amongst the myriad of words in the world. Not a single one can encapsulate her magnificence. Xiao Tianque stands dumbfounded, never having imagined that such an exquisite woman could exist in the world. Is this the place from his previous dreams? Xiao Tianque is stunned, surveying his surroundings. The environment is identical to that which he beheld in his dreams. This time, the woman who called him husband reveals her true visage. It is her, indeed. The resemblance between the dream woman and the maiden in the bathing pool is uncanny. Just a glance, and he finds himself ensnared once more in the dream. The slender maiden, bathing when a man intrudes, would typically scream and then engage in a fierce struggle. However, upon seeing Xiao Tianque, the maiden remains remarkably composed, her lips curving into a sweet smile. A glance that feels like an eternity. In that moment, they seem to have known each other for countless years. An inexplicable familiarity. A surge of impulse. Their hearts race, and a flush gradually spreads across their cheeks. One should not gaze upon the inappropriate. One should not gaze upon the inappropriate. I did not know this place was the ladies' bathing area. I hope you will not hold it against me. Xiao Tianque speaks first. If it is inappropriate to look, then why do you still gaze so intently at me? Xiao Tianque's face reddens as he finally realizes. His mind betrays him, compelling him to keep staring. Embarrassed, he chuckles and turns his head away, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. The maiden, blushing, pats her cheeks and takes a deep breath before fully emerging from the water. Though Xiao Tianque has his back to her, the image of her stunning figure rises vividly in his mind. Water droplets cascade down her form, glistening on her curves. As a young man filled with vigor, he cannot help but swallow hard. The maiden treads upon lotus leaves, the bells tied to her feet chiming with each step, stirring the heartstrings of the young man. The maiden dons her dress and gently taps Xiao Tianque on the shoulder. At this touch, he feels as though struck by lightning. Feeling somewhat shy, he turns around, finding the maiden unharmed, a mix of surprise and joy flooding him. The peculiar affliction that had plagued him for years appears to have no effect on her? Or perhaps, with the integration of the Nuwa stone into his being, the ailment has been completely eradicated, noticing Xiao Tianque in a daze. The maiden curiously pokes his face with her finger. A profound sense of familiarity washes over him. And he inexplicably feels a bond, exclaiming, "Husband?" Xiao Tianque's heart jolts. Her voice is identical to that of the woman in his dreams. Could she truly be the one from his dreams? Xiao Tianque opens his mouth, preparing to say, "My lady, you have mistaken me for someone else." However, at this moment, the maiden, adorned in the unique attire of the Miao people, appears even more enchanting, rendering him momentarily speechless. How fortunate it would be to have such a wife. Seeing Xiao Tianque remain silent, the maiden pouts slightly as if reproaching him for not speaking to her. She then removes a silver bell from her wrist and slips it onto Xiao Tianque's wrist. Uncertain of why she does this, her heart assures her that it is the right action. What is this? A bell for you. With each step, it rings, and with each ring, it brings thoughts of you. At that moment, Baigu suddenly appears, her expression devoid of emotion as she gazes at him. "You, come with me." "Baigu." The maiden blinks her large eyes innocently at Baigu. "Xiao man, you come too." Oh. They arrive before a mural depicting Nuwa repairing the heavens, where Baigu halts. Her gaze falls on the maiden, and she smiles warmly. "Xiao man, you have grown. There are some things I must tell you. In truth, your identity is that of Nuwa's descendant." Su Xiaoman is taken aback. No wonder she has always felt an inexplicable familiarity with the statues in the Nuwa temple and the murals. Xiao Tianque is equally astonished. He never anticipated that this stunning woman before him was a descendant of the ancient sage Nuwa. "Baigu, what of my parents?" Su Xiaoman inquires, her eyes filled with hope. Baigu shakes her head. "You were bestowed by Lady Nuwa. If you wish to know about your parents, you must inquire of Lady Nuwa herself." At this moment, Xiao Tianque's gaze is entirely fixated on the stone carving. Before his eyes, the images on the stone seem to come alive. Most astonishingly, he sees billowing black mist enveloping the world, identical to the black mist he witnessed in his dreams. "What do you see?" Baigu's voice echoes in Xiao Tianque's ears. Only then does he awaken from his reverie, his back drenched in sweat. The black mist swirls, and all spirits fall silent. Xiao Tianque's pupils constrict sharply, panic surging within him as he exclaims. Baigu remains silent. A brilliant cold light radiates around her. Overwhelming spiritual energy disperses. Strands of white spiritual energy weave into the stone carving. In the next moment, the stone glows brilliantly, mystical symbols emerge, and the entire stone wall shimmers with a light that is difficult to behold. The white light between the stone walls expands, eventually revealing a mysterious object wrapped in animal skin. As the skin is peeled away, the true form of the object is unveiled. It is a long sealed scroll, appearing no different from mundane items, yet exuding an ancient aura. Let us take a look. At Baigu's urging, Xiao Tianque picks up the scroll, slowly unfurling it. Thump, thump, his heart inexplicably begins to race, and his emotions grow tense. As the scroll slightly opens, a brilliant divine light shoots forth, momentarily blinding him. When he regains his senses, he is utterly astonished by what lies before him. This is a wondrous space, unfathomably ethereal. From antiquity to the present, the origins and transformations of the universe flash rapidly before his eyes. The stars shift, landscapes transform, all the changes in the world are laid bare before him. The sun sets and the moon rises, the interplay of yin and yang, the heavens, mountains, and rivers, the forces of wind, thunder, water, and fire, the patterns of the 8 trigrams swirl and shift before him. The scroll seems to encompass the might of heaven and earth. Shu Mountain. Xiao Tianque's thoughts shift, and the chaotic, ethereal currents transform. In the next moment, all of Shu Mountain appears before him. Every mountain, every blade of grass, every tree, the various forbidden areas and restrictions are all within his sight. What treasure is this? Xiao Tianque is completely astounded. With this treasure, it would be akin to installing a surveillance device for this realm. Every movement under his control. "Collect," Baigu softly commands, folding the scroll, and only then does Xiao Tianque come back to himself. "Baigu, what is this?" Xiao Tianque cannot help but ask. The Book of Changes. It is one of Fushi's 8 treasures. Indeed, the Bagua record, also known as the Mountain and River record, is the first classic between heaven and earth, chronicling all things within the world. In a moment of astonishment, Baigu thrust the Bagua record into Xiao Tianque's embrace. Before he could utter a word, she spoke first. A great calamity is approaching, and only by gathering the 8 treasures of Fushi can there be a glimmer of hope. Xiao Tianque was left utterly bewildered. A great calamity. Could it be that he was destined to become the savior? "Xiao man, you are a descendant of Nuwa. It is your duty to seek the 8 treasures of Fuxi as well. Before he could seek clarification, Baigu vanished after leaving a single remark. Su Xiaoman, pouting and stamping her foot, turned to Xiao Tianque and revealed a sweet smile. Husband.my lady, we are complete strangers. How can you so easily call me husband? Xiao Tianque responded with an air of propriety. Though inwardly he relished the title bestowed upon him by the young girl. Su Xiaoman, feeling slightly aggrieved, replied, Baigu said that only a husband can see my body, and since you have already seen it, you must be my husband. This, Xiao Tianque found himself at a loss, having indeed seen, but could he simply deny it? Raising his hand, he gently brushed Su Xiaoman's nose. When we are alone, you may call me husband. In the presence of others, refer to me as Taoist brother. Why is that? Su Xiaoman asked in confusion. If you agree, I shall take you to enjoy delicious food. How about that? He did not provide an explanation. Knowing that the best way to deal with women is through coaxing, this tactic proved exceedingly effective. Su Xiaoman cheered joyfully, wrapping her arms around Xiao Tianque's neck and planting a kiss on his cheek. Have I just been forcefully kissed? Xiao Tianque was momentarily taken aback. Su Xiaoman, brimming with delight, took his hand and led him outside. Upon exiting the courtyard, they returned to the Nuwa temple. Let us go feast on delectable treats, Su Xiaoman exclaimed, tugging on Xiao Tianque's hand, eager to descend the mountain. However, Xiao Tianque halted, exerting a slight force to retain Su Xiaoman's grasp. Why, husband, are you not taking Xiaoman to enjoy delicious food? She inquired, a hint of grievance in her voice. Xiao Tianque smiled as he ruffled her hair. What are you thinking? There are villains about. Once they are driven away, I shall take you to indulge in delicacies. Before his words could fully settle, shadows flitted behind the temple's curtains, and a soldier clad in vine armor brandished a spear at Xiao Tianque. A chilling laughter echoed as a familiar figure strode through the temple entrance. Stinking Taoist, we meet again. The newcomer was none other than Zhang Qing, who had previously faced Xiao Tianque's wrath. I do not wish to waste time with you. If you are wise, you will leave. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qing laughed maniacally. Stinking Taoist, there are over 1,000 soldiers inside and outside this temple. Even if you sprout wings, you cannot escape today. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Qing's gaze was drawn to Su Xiaoman beside Xiao Tianque. What a beautiful woman. He swallowed hard, his eyes glinting with desire, having indulged in countless fantasies in his mind. Under his lecherous stare, Su Xiaoman instinctively hid behind Xiao Tianque. Fear not, I am here. Xiao Tianque reassured her softly. Seize him. Zhang Qing could hardly contain his impatience. At his command, the vine-armored soldiers advanced towards Xiao Tianque, weapons in hand. Overestimating your capabilities, Xiao Tianque retorted sharply, with a mere stamp of his foot. The Nuwa temple quaked. The soldiers staggered, each one tumbling to the ground. Immediately after, with a single wave of his hand, the spears they wielded flew from their grasp, gathering before Xiao Tianque, with a light snap of his fingers. The spears transformed into a heap of worthless scrap metal. The soldiers, now thoroughly frightened, fled in disarray, stumbling over one another in their haste to escape. What other tricks do you possess? Xiao Tianque coldly inquired. Surveying the trembling Zhang Qing, stinking Taoist, do not be too pleased with yourself. Wait for me. Zhang Qing quickly spat his threats, yet he too vanished in an instant from the Nuwa temple. Oh, not worry. The villains have been driven away. Xiao Tianque turned to Su Xiaoman, gently patting her head. She remained silent, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the man before her, reveling in his affection. The two stood and made their way outside. Upon stepping over the threshold, they encountered nearly 100 vine-armored archers, bows drawn, poised for attack. Fire! With Zhang Qing's command, a swarm of arrows flew through the air, dense as raindrops. Any ordinary person would have been riddled with arrows in such a situation. Yet, Xiao Tianque remained unfazed. With a casual wave of his sleeve, the dark rain of arrows halted mid-flight, and a fierce wind arose, sweeping the projectiles together. In an instant, the arrows disintegrated into powder, scattering with the wind. Though the vine-armored soldiers were seasoned warriors, they had never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle. Devilish sorcery, someone cried out, discarding their weapon and fleeing in terror. One soldier led the charge, and the others followed suit. You fools, return, come back. Zhang Qing shouted until his throat was raw, but the fleeing soldiers did not spare him a glance. As Zhang Qing turned, he found Xiao Tianque had materialized before him like a specter. Startled, Zhang Qing stumbled and tumbled down the stone steps, bruised and bloodied, losing several teeth in the process. He instinctively glanced around, noting the scattered weapons that had once belonged to his soldiers, now absent without a trace. Do not look. Your men have fled, leaving only you, Xiao Tianque remarked, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Zhang Qing's face contorted in fear as he clawed at the ground, retreating. Come any closer, the heavens are merciful. I shall not kill you, but breaking a few arms and legs should suffice, Xiao Tianque said with an icy smile. Su Xiaoman, witnessing the scene, could not suppress a giggle. A foul stench suddenly wafted into Xiao Tianque's nostrils, and he turned to Zhang Qing with surprise. A dark stain had formed in his trousers, unmistakably a result of sheer terror. With a thought, a sword lifted from the ground and landed in Xiao Tianque's hand. As he raised the sword, Zhang Qing was drenched in cold sweat, bowing his head like a garlic bulb, pleading for mercy. Taoist, spare me. I shall never dare again. How can I trust you? Xiao Tianque replied. And with that, the sword fell. Stop. A sharp cry rang out, attempting to intervene. However, it was too late. Clang. Zhang Qing stared wide-eyed at the sword embedded in his trousers, darkness enveloping him as he foamed at the mouth and lost consciousness. Husband, it seems more villains are coming. Su Xiaoman almost blurted out the term but quickly recalled Xiao Tianque's admonition and corrected herself. Xiao Tianque instinctively shielded Su Xiaoman behind him. A figure in a black robe approached, adorned with numerous silver charms of barbaric deities, her pale skin and glossy black lips appearing eerily enchanting in the sunlight. Flanking her were attendants wearing shamanic masks and wielding ox-headed staffs. One of them swiftly approached Zhang Qing, dragging him before the woman. The sword did not harm him. It merely frightened him into unconsciousness. A small snake slithered from the woman's sleeve and bit Zhang Qing's arm. He awoke with a start, seeing the black-robed woman as if she were a lifeline. Master National Teacher, save me. The newcomer was the national teacher of Nanzhao, adept in the art of sorcery and a practitioner in their own right. How disgraceful for the son of a magistrate to display such a pitiful state, the national teacher reprimanded sternly, casting a displeased glance at Xiao Tianque. There is no need for such a gaze. National teacher, if one did not know better, they might think you were enamored with my beauty, harboring resentment for what you cannot possess. Silence. The national teacher is not one to be trifled with. The two black-robed men barked simultaneously, their ox-headed staffs crashing down onto the ground. Instantly, the earth shattered, and a wave of debris surged toward Xiao Tianque like a barrage of blades. Be careful, Taoist brother. Su Xiaoman warned anxiously. Xiao Tianque flashed her a faint smile before turning his focus back, his expression turning frigid. A mere golden core dares to challenge me. The oncoming assault of blades disintegrated in an instant. A torrent of energy crashing toward the two like a surging tide. Two men clad in black robes, wielding bull-headed staves, were sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground, their innards damaged and blood gushing from their mouths. The onlookers were left in utter astonishment, unable to fathom that a mere cold reprimand could inflict such grievous injuries upon the two. The previously irate national master now bore a countenance full of mirth. We beg your pardon for our disrespect towards you, esteemed elder. Zhang Qing was utterly bewildered, evidently still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, and he demanded in a harsh tone, National Master. What is the meaning of this? Slap. Before he could finish speaking, a crisp sound of a slap echoed, and several bloodied teeth flew from Zhang Qing's mouth. Silence. The National Master glared at him with a fierce expression. Though he possessed the cultivation of the nascent soul realm, he found himself unable to withstand the aura emanating from the Taoist before him, whose power undoubtedly exceeded that of the nascent soul. Such a formidable figure, if provoked, would surely spell his doom. At least you possess some discernment, Xiao Tianque remarked with a sidelong glance at her, his tone nonchalant. Upon hearing this, the National Master realized that Xiao Tianque bore no intent to kill, and the anxiety that had gripped her heart began to ease. Zhang Qing, meanwhile, was caught in a state of both humiliation and confusion. The National Master was a person even the Emperor respected. What was the true identity of this Taoist who commanded such reverence from her? He was clever enough to recognize he had crossed paths with someone he should not have, and he quickly knelt, knocking his head against the ground, repeatedly slapping his own face. I am but a fool who could not recognize greatness. Having offended the Taoist, I implore your mercy, esteemed Taoist. Xiao Tianque sighed, feeling exasperated. He had never intended to kill him. It was merely a simple lesson. Begone. Thank you, esteemed Taoist. Thank you. Zhang Qing rushed away, his face a mask of forced smiles. Where is your place of cultivation? The National Master inquired with curiosity. Mount Shu. Could it be that you are a disciple of the venerable Songshu? The National Master exclaimed in surprise. How did you know? Xiao Tianque replied, clearly taken aback as he gazed at the National Master. Where is Mount Shu? Are there delicacies there? Su Xiaoman looked at Xiao Tianque with equal surprise. I will tell you later, he replied gently with a smile. Su Xiaoman nodded obediently. The National Master began to recount how she had deduced that the individual before her was indeed the senior brother of Mount Shu. It was rumored that the disciple of the venerable Songxiu had descended from the mountain, and seeing his formidable cultivation along with his connection to Mount Shu, she surmised he must be a disciple of the esteemed elder. Chapter 60. A transference of strange illness. Young yet remarkably powerful, her words, while somewhat embarrassing, did not faze Xiao Tianque, who was indifferent to her compliments, disliking interactions with strangers. He casually exchanged a few pleasantries before preparing to leave with Su Xiaoman. Upon witnessing Xiao Tianque's departure with the beautiful girl, the national master and her companions let out a collective sigh of relief. However, just then, Xiao Tianque abruptly halted his steps. The national master and the others were taken aback. Could it be that he had reconsidered? My lord, do you not wish to take Xiaoman for a delightful meal? Su Xiaoman pouted, looking at him with a beseeching expression. Xiao Tianque gently pinched her nose, his tone softening as he smiled. Do not fret, Xiaoman. I shall take you to enjoy some delectable treats shortly. Okay. After soothing this little glutton, Xiao Tianque approached the national master directly. I mean no harm. I simply seek your assistance with a matter. The national master and her companions visibly relaxed. Is there any way we can assist? The two men holding staffs inquired kindly. This is a task unsuitable for a woman. The national master seemed to grasp the implication of this statement. A flush crept onto her face. Having practiced the art of sorcery since childhood, she had never engaged in matters of intimacy. And now, at over 30 years of age, she found herself entangled with a youth barely in his 20s. It seemed she had not drawn the short straw. Biting her lip, her cheeks burned as though they might bleed. She shed her black robe, revealing a lacy black gown, and walked towards Xiao Tianque. With curves that were both alluring and graceful, her skin was as fair as snow, and though fine lines were visible at the corners of her eyes, it was precisely these lines that accentuated her mature charm. Who could have imagined such a figure lay hidden beneath the black robe? Xiao Tianque felt a surge of heat rise within him. The national master sighed softly, her slender fingers undoing the silver-threaded waist cinch. She was familiar with the steps that followed the loosening of her attire, hoping only that Xiao Tianque would find a secluded spot. Do you think I would take advantage of you? Xiao Tianque smiled and shook his head. Hasten to fasten your gown. Even if I wished to take advantage, it would not be in public. Besides, I am a man of virtue. I would never engage in anything unwilling. The national master was puzzled, hurriedly tying her waist once more to Su Xiaoman, seated on the stone steps, glanced over at Xiao Tianque's position. Her innocent mind unaware of the implications behind the national master's loosening of her attire. Brother Taoist, I am hungry, came a sweet urging voice. Xiao Tianque wasted no time. Come closer, the national master complied. Stepping in front of him, touch me with your finger. Confused, she did as instructed. The two men in black robes exchanged bewildered glances. Xiao Tianque held his breath. Has it healed? After merging with the Enwa stone, his body had evidently changed. Perhaps the missing fragment of his heart had been restored, and the strange illness was now cured. Tap, their fingers met lightly, and the national master felt a surge of tingling electricity coursing through her body. Are you all right? Xiao Tianque gazed at her in astonishment. The national master shook her head, a tingling sensation lingering. Xiao Tianque, somewhat stunned, grasped her hand tightly, while she looked at him with growing astonishment, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Taoist, are you unwell? After numerous confirmations, Xiao Tianque finally dared to believe that his strange illness had been completely cured. Yet, questions remained in his mind. Could his ailment have been connected to the Enwa stone? What about the missing fragment of his heart? Taoist, the national master called out again, prompting Xiao Tianque to snap back to reality, shaking his head as he replied, I am fine. With that, he turned and took Su Xiaoman's hand. Leaving. My lord, just now, Xiaoman felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. Su Xiaoman said innocently, looking perplexed. What? Xiao Tianque was taken aback, quickly inquiring, Xiaoman, what kind of pain was it? It felt as if a knife were stabbing my heart. With the strange illness affecting him, the pain she described mirrored his own sensations upon contact with the opposite sex. Could it be that Xiaoman had also contracted this strange ailment? Or had the illness somehow transferred to her? A suspicion began to take root in Xiao Tianque's mind, yet it required further investigation. As they departed from the Enwa temple, they soon arrived at Yonghe City. Xiaoman, let us proceed. Upon entering the city, the sounds of vendors echoed around them, and the goods lining the streets were a dazzling array. Brother Taoist, there are so many people here. Su Xiaoman exclaimed joyfully, her hands laden with candied treats and her mouth stuffed with sugar-coated hawthorn. Her cheeks puffed out. Observing her adorable demeanor, Xiao Tianque could not help but wonder if this child had truly spent all her days confined within that courtyard. Meanwhile, Zhang Qing had hurried back to the Yusher mansion in a panic. Embracing his weary father, who had just returned from court, he cried, tears streaming down his face, "Father, you must stand for me." Zhang upon seeing his son's injuries, instantly shook off his fatigue, gently caressing the scars on his face. Tears shimmering in his eyes. "My son, tell me who did this." "It was a foul Taoist. How dare he harm the son of Zhang I shall ensure that Taoist pays with his life." "Lord Yusher, please remain calm," a soft voice interjected. "National Master." Zhang looked in astonishment at the black-robed woman and her two staff-wielding companions. "What brings you, esteemed National Master, and your esteemed companions to our humble abode?" "I have come merely to advise you, Lord Yusher, to discipline your son properly. Otherwise, he may invite a calamity upon himself, and even the Emperor would be unable to protect your Zhang family," the National Master stated coldly. Zhang heart sank. Though he was a Yusher, he knew he could not afford to offend the woman before him, who even commanded respect from the Emperor. He turned sharply and slapped Zhang Qing, bellowing, "Unfilial son, have you angered the National Master? Fear not, Lord Yusher, he has not merely offended me, but has provoked someone whom even I and my master dare not offend." Upon hearing these words, Zhang was utterly taken aback, his vision blurred, and he collapsed to the ground. The corners of his mouth twitched erratically, and his aged hands grasped Zhang Qing tightly as he ground his teeth and exclaimed, "Unfilial son, are you intent on ruining the Zhang family?" It was only now that Zhang Qing came to realize the gravity of the person he had provoked. "National Master, I kneel before you. Old man, please consider a way to save my Zhang family." Zhang knelt on the ground, pleading desperately, "Let this unfilial son go and seek forgiveness himself." With that, the three departed. The fault lies with the father for failing to educate the son. Zhang finally understood. It was his own indulgence that had led to this debacle. "Someone, bind this unfilial son." The servants of the household brought forth ropes, yet none dared to act. "Father, I acknowledge my mistakes. Please spare me this once." "Master, the young master is still quite young. Making mistakes is a part of human nature." Despite the old steward's plea, Zhang did not relent, bellowing, "Bind him." Chapter 61. The Mysterious Silk Scroll. In the bustling market of Yonghe City, a young man clad in tattered silk garments, his hair disheveled and bearing a bundle of thorns, walked through the streets. The silk attire was ragged and stained with blood. Following closely behind him were Zhang the censor, and his household members. This scene drew the attention of the townsfolk, who were filled with curiosity and gathered to observe. Who is this person? His hair obscures his face, making it hard to see. The citizens speculated about the identity of the thorn-bearing individual. Their intrigue piqued. A bold man stepped forward, reaching out to part the dark locks concealing the young man's face. "I must see who it is." To his astonishment, upon glimpsing the young man's features, the robust man collapsed in fear, his eyes wide with terror and disbelief. Is he seeing a ghost? Someone jested. He seems to be Zhang Qing. Even upon witnessing it firsthand, the burly man remained skeptical. The onlookers could hardly believe their eyes. They had never envisioned such a scene. "Are you blind?" Zhang was known for fiercely protecting his son. Would he really stand by while his precious child parades through the streets bearing thorns? At that moment, Zhang abruptly seized the thorn-bearing youth, expressing deep regret as he stated, "My son, in his youthful ignorance, has offended many in the past. That I, Zhang, humbly apologize to all of you." The thorn-bearer lifted his head, revealing his countenance. The gathered crowd was momentarily stunned, followed by a collective uproar. "Is this truly Zhang Qing?" Many citizens rubbed their eyes in disbelief, struggling to accept the spectacle before them. Simultaneously, they pondered what crime Zhang Qing could have committed to warrant such public humiliation. "Brother Taoist, what has transpired ahead?" "It seems rather lively." Su Xiaoman, her lips still stained with sugar, gazed curiously at the throng of people ahead. Nearby vendors abandoned their tasks to join the crowd. "Xiao Tianque, what has occurred?" called out a vendor selling candied treats. "Taoist, you are unaware. Censor Zhang was parading his scoundrel son through the streets." "Ah, I see," Xiao Tianque replied, somewhat surprised, as he took Su Xiaoman along to witness the commotion. Amid the townsfolk's scrutiny, Zhang Qing longed to find a hole to hide in. He hung his head low, stealing glances at the surrounding crowd. Suddenly, he froze. In a hushed voice, he called out to Zhang "Father." Zhang glanced at him, then followed his gaze to a young man in a Taoist robe who stood observing from the crowd. He turned to glare at Zhang Qing, as if to say, "Behave and apologize properly, or I shall punish you." Zhang led his son toward Xiao Tianque, and the townsfolk parted in astonishment. Once they saw Zhang and his son kneel before the young Taoist, they halted in confusion. What is happening? The citizens of Yonghe City exchanged bewildered glances. This unfilial son, in his ignorance, has offended the true immortal. I humbly beseech the immortal for forgiveness. Taoist, Zhangqing is blind to his transgressions against the immortal. He realizes his error. As a court official, one must lead by example and educate one's offspring, and as the son of a censor, you should hold yourself to even stricter standards. Xiao Tianque spoke calmly. You speak the truth. Zhang and his son echoed in unison. I am broad-minded. I shall overlook this instance. However, if I learn of him bullying the common folk in the future, I will not be merciful. With that, Xiao Tianque and Su Xiaoman departed. Taoist brother, your admonishment of them was quite profound, Su Xiaoman expressed with admiration. Xiao Tianque smiled gently. Senior brother, a loud and clear voice called out. Xiao Tianque looked up to see Meng Fan and Suya waiting not far away. Senior brother, who is this girl? Meng Fan inquired, observing Su Xiaoman clinging closely to Xiao Tianque. His mind was filled with questions. Having been absent for only a short while, he couldn't help but marvel at his senior brother's impressive abilities. Feeling somewhat nervous upon meeting Meng Fan, Su Xiaoman instinctively clutched Xiao Tianque's arm. Seeing her safe and sound, Meng Fan's eyes widened in shock. What, senior brother, how is it that she is unharmed? Has your strange illness truly been cured? Xiao Tianque nodded, cautioning Meng Fan. Let us keep this matter between us. To the outside world, I am still afflicted with the illness. Although he had recovered, doubts lingered in his mind. Why had Su Xiaoman exhibited the same symptoms as him? Could the affliction truly be transferable? As a fellow woman, Su Xiaoman quickly became acquainted with Su Ya. There's something troubling you. Meng Fan's thoughts were clearly written on his face. He initially believed it pertained to his relationship with Su Ya. However, he then produced a yellowed silk scroll from his sleeve, marked with dark bloodstains. Where did this come from? The silk scroll bore symbols but no words, accompanied by a subtle restriction. An old beggar handed it to me. And the beggar? Meng Fan shook his head. He cryptically mentioned that time was short, and by the time I regained my senses, he had vanished. Time is short. Xiao Tianque's brows furrowed as a glimmer of insight sparked in his eyes. Landing on the silk scroll, infusing it with spiritual energy, he unraveled the restriction. The hidden message read, "For those who care for the world, come swiftly." It was a brief message, accompanied by a location. Upon closer inspection, Meng Fan noted that it pointed to the southernmost edge of the southern wilderness. Senior brother, should we go take a look? Xiao Tianque pondered for a moment before making a decision. Let us investigate. The message on the silk scroll, coupled with the restriction, surely indicates a matter of significance to a practitioner. Given the mention of the world, it is likely a grave situation. The four of them set off southward. Following the location marked on the scroll, Mount Shu, Songshu Daoist, Elder Xianling, and Elder Chunyang rose from their cushions almost simultaneously. A white figure appeared before them. It was Baigu, who had just departed from the Nuwa temple. The Book of 8 Trigrams has been entrusted to that young man. Whether he can gather the 8 treasures of Fuxi depends on his fortune. Songshu Daoist stroked his beard and chuckled. There are 2 paths to fortune. One is the 8 treasures of Fuxi, and the other is my disciple. I dare assert he will not disappoint us. Elders Xianling and Chunyang shared his confidence. Let us hope so. Baigu sighed lightly, her gaze returning to the 3 elders. Have you made your decision? I have long been eager. Elder Chunyang laughed heartily. Is it worth risking our lives for a venture that may lead to certain death? Songshu Daoist smiled, exchanging our lives for 3 years of peace in the world. How could it not be worth it? Baigu remained silent, transforming into a flash of white light as she departed. Elders Chunyang and Xianling hurried to reinforce the restrictions of the demon locking tower, while Songshu Daoist made his way to the location of the ancient sword steel. Senior, I trust you will take good care of Mount Shu. Chapter 62. The abilities of Nuwa's descendants. As they journeyed southward, the climate grew increasingly humid and oppressive. Gazing ahead, towering ancient trees and majestic peaks loomed in the distance. It was a stroke of fortune to discover a small village nestled within 100 miles. Fortunately, they traveled with remarkable speed, covering 1,000 miles in merely half a day, leaving them no more than 100 miles from the location marked in the ancient scroll. Senior brother, shall we continue our journey? Meng Fan inquired, casting a glance at the halted Xiao Tianque. Let us first rest for half a day in the village below, Xiao Tianque replied, his demeanor cautious, given their proximity to the location indicated in the scroll. It was prudent to learn anything pertinent from this small mountain village should any trouble arise. The village was modest, comprising only 20 to 30 households, sparsely distributed. Before Xiao Tianque, and his companions could enter. They were met with a raucous welcome from the village's notorious dogs. Chickens flapped and dogs barked, while the villagers, who had sought refuge from the scorching heat beneath their eaves, gathered at the village entrance. Under the blazing sun, the villagers showed no intention of inviting Xiao Tianque and his party into the village, leaving him perplexed. Typically, when a wandering Taoist descends from the mountains to aid the people, the locals, while not necessarily welcoming them with open arms, display a certain warmth. However, the villagers of this remote hamlet exhibited a starkly different attitude. Village chief, the gathered villagers parted to reveal a robust, sun-kissed man with a gleaming bald head approaching them. Village chief, look. The villagers pointed at Xiao Tianque and his companions. Upon seeing them, the bald man first appeared startled, then broke into a wide grin that concealed malice. He waved his hand to disperse the crowd and introduced himself. I am Tu Liang, the village chief of Tu Family Village. May I inquire where you have come from and where you are headed? Xiao Tianque replied with a serene smile. I am merely a wandering Taoist. Unable to ascertain the origins of the Taoist before him, a shadow of unease flickered in Tu Liang's eyes, yet he extended a warm invitation. Please, do come inside. Xiao Tianque smiled and led Mingfan, Su Xiaoman, and Suya into Tu Family Village. Tu Liang accommodated them in the village shrine and sent someone to offer them cool tea. Village chief has instructed you to rest here peacefully and refrain from wandering about, for our region is rife with venomous creatures. The villager who delivered the tea cautioned before closing the shrine door behind him. Brother Taoist, it seems the villagers harbor a certain aversion towards us, remarked Su Xiaoman, whose lineage descended from Yuhua, her heart as clear as a mirror, enabling her to keenly sense the villagers' sentiments. This area lies in the southern frontier. Vast and sparsely populated, with bandits lurking nearby, the villagers are likely wary of strangers, so you speculated. Ming Fan set down his teacup, wiping his mouth as he spoke. I too find these villagers rather peculiar. It seems they are on guard against us. Let us remain vigilant, Xiao Tianque advised. During the scorching midday of summer, the villagers preferred to rest indoors, engaging in agricultural work only in the early morning or late evening. Consequently, dinner was served relatively early. Xiao Tianque and his companions remained in the shrine, with their evening meal brought to them by Tu Liang's men. Younger brother, I notice a dark cloud hovering over your fate. There may be bloodshed ahead, Xiao Tianque called out to the villager who had come to deliver their meal. The villager, half convinced, took a step forward and stumbled, falling heavily to the ground, his forehead striking the earth and causing blood to flow. This unfortunate incident was, of course, the result of Xiao Tianque's subtle magic. The villager, now thoroughly convinced, turned to Xiao Tianque with a beseeching expression. Master Taoist, please help me. Xiao Tianque cleared his throat and motioned for Ming Fan and the others to suppress their laughter. He then began to perform a solemn divination that, of course, the accuracy of his calculations was of little consequence. He would merely direct his words towards the more ominous interpretations and employ a few tricks to achieve his aims. With a sigh, the villager, observing Xiao Tianque's silence, was startled and quickly asked, Master Taoist, what do you see? Your fate is shrouded in darkness, and bloodshed looms ominously. It is likely that within a few days, your life may be imperiled. As he spoke, a surge of spiritual energy shot into the villager's chest. The villager suddenly felt a heaviness in his chest and a sharp pain in his heart. A wave of cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he hurriedly inquired, Master Taoist, is there any way to avert this calamity? I shall first examine your pulse, Xiao Tianque replied. The terrified villager, devoid of any skepticism, promptly extended his hand. Let me feel your pulse. Your constitution is quite frail. While it is commendable for a young man to possess abundant vitality, one must also attend to one's health. The young villager scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. I only just got married not long ago. Understood. Newlyweds, full of vigor. Xiao Tianque responded, clearing his throat. Now, tell me, have you been experiencing dizziness or fatigue lately? The young villager nodded vigorously, as if pecking at grains. Yes, Master Taoist, please save me. Do not fret. I shall assist you, Xiao Tianque assured him. With that, he channeled his spiritual energy into the villager's body. In an instant, the villager felt rejuvenated, as if he had been reborn. The young man was utterly astonished. Thank you, Master Taoist. Thank you. Are there many in the village who share your symptoms? After a moment of contemplation, the villager replied, it seems the entire village is afflicted similarly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianque swiftly struck him unconscious. Su Xiaoman and Suya stood in shock. Senior brother, what are you doing? Meng Fan asked. Bewildered, These villagers harbor demon energy within them. Their discomfort arises from this malignant force, Xiao Tianque explained. Demon energy? Meng Fan stepped forward to investigate but discerned nothing amidst. It wasn't until Suya, a being of demon lineage herself, focused intently that she finally detected a trace of demonic energy. This energy is deeply hidden, likely accumulated over time. Su articulated. Su Xiaoman placed her hand on the villager's forehead, her body trembling slightly. Tears shimmering in her eyes, her face a portrait of sorrow and empathy. Finally, she collapsed into Xiao Tianque's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Xiao Tianque, bewildered and flustered, gently wiped away her tears and inquired softly, "Little man, why are you crying?" "I saw a dark place, where it was trapped in a cage, surrounded by blood," she managed to say. "Brother Taoist, it is so pitiful, you must save it." What exactly did Su Xiaoman witness? Who was this entity in need of salvation? The three were engulfed in confusion. As they pondered, Xiao Tianque suddenly froze. Could it be that what little man had seen was the source of the demonic energy within the villager, manifesting in their current plight? As a descendant of Niwa, it was entirely plausible for Su Xiaoman to possess the ability to sense demonic beasts. "Little man, focus on your feelings and try to locate its position," Xiao Tianque urged. Su Xiaoman nodded, attempting to reconnect with the source of the demonic energy. However, just as the three awaited in focused anticipation, a deafening explosion erupted, causing the entire shrine to tremble violently. Simultaneously, they furrowed their brows, casting their gazes toward the direction of the village's entrance. The concentration of demonic energy is overwhelming. Chapter 63. The Two Family Brothers. The entrance of Two Family Village. A torrent of demonic energy surged forth like a devastating tsunami. Wherever it swept, houses were obliterated, ancient trees uprooted, and heavy grinding stones shattered into powder. Such a scene was akin to an apocalyptic disaster for the villagers. Within the rampant demonic winds, a figure flickered in and out of visibility. By the time the villagers comprehended the situation, the eerie silhouette had already materialized at the village entrance. Crack. The villager wielding a hoe and sickle could scarcely discern the figure's appearance before hearing the sickening sound of his neck breaking as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Tu Liang, the village chief, gazed in shock at the fallen villager, whose eyes remained open in death, a wave of fury surging within him. "Demon, I, Tu Liang, shall slay you," he bellowed, raising a heavy wolf-toothed club and charging towards the figure cloaked in demonic mist. "Demon," the figure chuckled derisively, advancing toward Tu Liang, with the club descending with the force of a tempest. Just as it was about to strike, a clawed arm emerged, effortlessly seizing the club. Tu Liang roared, his muscles straining, his complexion turning crimson, yet he could not budge the figure an inch. "Foolish!" Crack. The figure exerted a slight force, and the iron-forged club splintered, reducing it to mere scrap. But Tu Liang was left in stunned disbelief. Before he could react, the figure casually struck him in the chest. Boom! The heavy Tu Liang, weighing hundreds of pounds, soared uncontrollably like a kite with severed strings, crashing into several houses before finally coming to a halt. Amidst the shattered beams and broken tiles, Tu Liang, drenched in blood, could not suppress his violent coughing. The force of that strike had nearly shattered all his ribs. It is said that even an ordinary person, let alone some cultivators, would have perished from such an assault. However, Tu Liang did not succumb to death. Inside the ancestral hall, Meng Fan rose, intending to investigate the commotion, but was halted by Xiao Tianque. "That Tu Liang, like you, is a golden core cultivator, merely half a step away from the nascent soul stage. If he cannot withstand the onslaught, your presence will be for naught." Meng Fan and Suya exchanged incredulous glances. "That bald man is a cultivator?" Xiao Tianque casually flicked the mud from the teacup. "You two are of comparable cultivation levels, and given his profound concealment, it is only natural that you failed to detect him. What shall we do next? We wait." "Wait?" Meng Fan and Suya looked at each other, bewildered. "The Tuliang clan village harbors two more formidable experts," Xiao Tianque stated calmly. "Two more?" Meng Fan and the others were utterly flabbergasted. "Why have we not noticed them before? A remote mountain village conceals 3 practitioners, and the villagers themselves are imbued with demonic energy. Brother, are you suggesting that there is some hidden agenda here?" Xiao Tianque nodded approvingly. "It appears Meng Fan possesses a modicum of intelligence. What of Xiaoman?" At that moment, Su Xiaoman, sensing the source of the demonic energy, turned pale, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Brother Daoist, it tells me it is in great pain." Xiaoman could feel its proximity, yet she could not locate it. Her eyes were filled with self-reproach, lamenting her inadequacy and sensing its exact whereabouts. "Little sister, you have done your utmost, so you consoled." Get some rest. Brother Daoist promises to find it. Xiao Tianque gently stroked her dark tresses, soothing her into slumber. After attending to her, Xiao Tianque leaped to the roof of the ancestral hall, sitting cross-legged and observing the battle below. Brother, he truly has concealed his strength, Meng Fan remarked as he watched Tuoyang, bloodied and battered, rise once more, his aura surging, the injuries on his body visibly healed at an astonishing rate that I am not to be trifled with. Tuoyang roared in fury, channeling tremendous spiritual energy into his fists. His iron fists rained down upon everything. Aimed at the spectral figure shrouded in demonic mist, Tuoyang's punches not only possessed immense power, but also astonishing speed, closing the distance to the figure in an instant. With a single strike, his spiritual energy coalesced into a lifelike, ferocious tiger, lunging forward. If this punch lands, the assailant will surely be gravely injured, if not dead. Meng Fan gasped in AW. It won't be so simple that AS expected. When the tiger of spiritual energy struck the figure, it eerily dissipated, leaving behind only a pale blue feather. Meng Fan was stunned, and Tuoyang was even more bewildered. Ha. A half-step nascent soul indeed possesses some capability, but in my eyes, you are nothing but ants. A chilling laughter reverberated around Tuoyang. Come out, face me directly. Tuoyang bellowed, attacking wildly around him. Swish. Within the demonic mist, several feathers sliced through the air like arrows, assaulting Tuoyang. Caught off guard, Tuoyang felt the feathers pierce his thigh and arm, blood gushing forth. Brother, shall we not intervene? Do not rush. Those two will soon lose their composure, Xiao Tianque replied. Before his words had settled, two formidable auras surged from the nearby mountain shrine, shooting towards Tuoyang. Moments later, two figures emerged from the shrine. One tall and slender, the other short and stout. Eldest brother, second brother. The newcomers were Tuoyang's elder and second brothers. The tall man, holding a long spear, was named Tu. The short man wielded two short blades resembling cleavers, known as Tu Bao. Tu anxiously inquired about Tuoyang's injuries, while Tu Bao tended to stop the bleeding. Third brother, are you all right? With the physique of a cultivator and the mysterious medicinal pill produced by Tu, Tuoyang's wounds astonishingly healed in the blink of an eye. What kind of pill is this? Xiao Tianque furrowed his brow, his gaze intensifying. Good, this saves me the trouble of searching for you all individually. The enigmatic figure within the demonic mist reappeared, facing the Tuoyang brothers without a hint of trepidation, even exuding a subtle excitement. Uncle Tuoyang, kill this monstrosity, kill this monstrosity. The villagers of Tuoyang village, in that moment, seemed to forget their fear, picking up surrounding debris to hurl at the figure within the mist. Tu, spear in hand, pointed at the figure. What manner of demon are you, and why do you harm my villagers? Speak quickly, or else my spear shall show no mercy. As Tu finished speaking, the figure threw back its head and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. And you wish for me to leave? What have you all done that I should forget? Eldest brother, do not waste words with it. I refuse to believe that the three of us cannot kill it. Tu Bao scoffed, swinging his twin blades towards the figure. Tu, as the eldest, swung his spear down towards the figure's head. Tuoyang, unwilling to lag behind, bellowed and charged like a wild bull, his fists raining down relentlessly. Chapter 64. The beast of anger. The three brothers of the Tuoyang clan struck together, akin to three ferocious tigers pouncing on their prey. Boom! Spiritual energy erupted, shattering the ground, the terrifying shockwave radiating in all directions, nearly leveling the entire Tuoyang village. The onlookers were thrown off their feet, dazed by the force of the blast. The spot where the figure had stood was now a massive crater. This wretched creature must be dead, Tu Bao exclaimed, playing with his short blades and brushing off the dust from his clothes. Second brother, do not let your guard down, Tu cautioned, scanning their surroundings with unwavering vigilance. Eldest brother, rest assured, with the three of us attacking simultaneously, we have surely sealed its fate. Now that the mist is dissipating, it must be gravely wounded or fled, Tuoyang declared triumphantly. But the next moment, the smile on his face froze. Although the mist had thinned considerably, that familiar figure reemerged before them. Under their scrutinizing gazes, the figure slowly approached. For the first time, the three brothers of the Tuoyang clan clearly beheld its visage. A humanoid creature with pointed ears and white eyes, adorned with long black horns and a pair of wings, cloaked in a blend of blue and white feathers. Brother, what kind of beast is this? Meng Fan queried, his mind racing through the compendium of demons. Yet finding no record of this creature to be precise. It is not a beast, he replied. Meng Fan was even more baffled. This is a beast of anger, a manifestation born from the accumulation of hatred and wrath in the world. Xiao Tianque spoke slowly. I did not expect to encounter such a creature in this remote locale. He pondered further, questioning why the beast of anger would target such a secluded village. Could it be linked to what Su Xiaoman felt as it? What manner of monster are you? Tu asked solemnly, his expression grave. The beast of anger chuckled derisively. In my eyes, you three are the true monsters. This remark, Tu's expression darkened, his gaze turning sinister as he gripped his spear even tighter. Silence, Tu Bao shouted angrily, simultaneously slashing out with both blades, sending forth two terrifying waves of blade energy toward the beast. The beast of anger seemed unfazed, not dodging or retreating from the two attacks. Its eerie white eyes glimmered as the blade energies abruptly reversed direction, hurtling back toward Tu Bao. Boom. Instead of slaying its target, Tu Bao found himself on the receiving end of his own attack, knocked back several meters. A crimson stain appearing at the corner of his mouth. Unwilling to yield, Tu Yang launched his fist forward, akin to a meteor descending, only for it to reverse course and strike him instead, in the blink of an eye. Two of the Tuoyang brothers had suffered injuries from their own techniques. Tu realized that today, this creature would likely engage them in a fight to the finish. Taste my spear, he bellowed, thrusting his spear forward. Its light shimmering like stars, with dragon shadows flickering around it. Yumiran's dared to harm me, the beast of anger sneered, raising its hand to precisely seize the thrusting spear, with a slight exertion of force. The spear bent under its grip. All together now, slay it. As the elder brother Tu issued his command, Tu Bao and Tu Liang swiftly unleashed their lethal techniques from various directions. Surely, this should be enough to injure the Chunshur beast. Right. Meng Fan widened his eyes in anticipation. It was nothing more than the dreams of a fool, Xiao Tianque replied indifferently. Indeed, what transpired was beyond the expectations of everyone present. The Chunshur beast slightly unfurled its wings. And with a gentle stomp of its foot, the three men were sent hurtling backward like kites with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground, blood oozing from the corners of their mouths. My mere slight effort has already brought you to your limits, the Chunshur beast remarked coldly, exhibiting an air of having the lives of the two family brothers firmly in its grasp. So powerful, Meng Fan could not help but exclaim in astonishment. This outburst inevitably drew the attention of both the Chunshur beast and the three brothers of the two family Taoist. The Chunshur beast regarded Xiao Tianque and Meng Fan. Seated upon the azure tiles, with keen interest, the surrounding houses had collapsed under the pressure, yet the ancestral hall where Xiao Tianque sat remained steadfast. Both the Chunshur beast and the two brothers recognized that Xiao Tianque was no ordinary individual. Third brother, who are they? They are the Taoists we passed earlier. I feared they might notice that thing and have them casually placed in the ancestral hall. Tu Yang whispered that we have hope now. Tu spoke to his brothers. They then called out to Xiao Tianque. Taoist, this demon seeks our lives. Please intervene and save us. Now that he had been discovered, Xiao Tianque could no longer remain a mere observer. He stood up, stretching lazily as he regarded the Chunshur beast. Will you depart on your own, or shall I assist you? To his surprise, the Chunshur beast not only showed no fear, but instead chuckled lightly. The three poisons of humanity, greed, anger, and delusion, transform the essence of heaven and earth into three beasts. Those whom we three beasts target are invariably individuals of egregious wrongdoing. Why must you intercede on their behalf? Your reasoning bears no merit. Upon hearing this, the faces of the two brothers turned ashen. However, since I have encountered you, I cannot idly stand by and allow you to slay them before my eyes. For such an action would weigh heavily on my conscience. Hearing Xiao Tianque's words, the two brothers felt a flicker of hope. Pray tell, what deeds have these individuals committed to draw your ire? Even if they were to kill and set fire, it should not warrant the attention of a Chunshur beast. What is the true cause? Very well, then I shall comply with your wishes, Taoist, the Chunshur beast replied with a faint smile. As the two brothers sensed the impending revelation of their predicament, their expressions darkened. Damn it, I'll fight you. Tu Bao roared, brandishing his twin blades and charging at the Chunshur beast. You overestimate your abilities. The Chunshur beast lightly flicked its wings, launching two feathers that struck with deadly precision, causing blood to spray forth. Tu Bao let out a shriek akin to a slaughtered pig. His hands were pierced by the feathers. pinning him to a massive stone. The Chunshur beast refrained from slaughtering before Xiao Tianque's eyes, sensing the formidable power of this Taoist. Watch closely. No, stop. Tu Yu and the others desperately attempted to intervene. But their efforts were in vain. The Chunshur beast's azure-white wings unfurled with a thunderous sound, and its eerie white eyes emanated a faint bloodlust. Its wings trembled, as if dancing, with shimmering demonic patterns flickering across its form. Strange runes spreading like vines. It hovered in the thick miasma, resembling an otherworldly sun. The villagers caught in its demonic light emitted heart-wrenching screams, as if something within them were trying to burst forth, causing them immense agony. They writhed on the ground, frantically tearing at their own skin. Meng Fan initially harbored doubts, believing the villagers' strange reactions were due to the Chunshur beast, until he himself was illuminated by the demonic light. Remaining unharmed, the two brothers, whose cultivation surpassed his, exhibited the same disturbing behavior as the other villagers under the demonic radiance. Driven by curiosity, Meng Fan approached for a closer look, only to be horrified. Why do they have strange fur and scales? Chapter 65. As long as anger exists, the Chunshur beast shall not perish. The Chunshur beast shone like a sun, and every villager illuminated by its demonic light writhed in agony, clawing at their own flesh, suffering from a heart-wrenching torment. Brother, this. Meng Fan's face was filled with bewilderment. The villagers sprouted scales and fur, and now even their blood underwent a bizarre transformation. Their mouths grew fangs. Horns sprouted from their heads, and their black and white irises were veiled with blood, filled with a thirst for blood. They had lost all semblance of humanity, transformed into humanoid beasts. Brother, what on earth is happening? Meng Fan had never witnessed such a bizarre occurrence and felt utterly lost. Xiao Tianque, too, was witnessing this phenomenon for the first time, striving to maintain his composure. Demonization, is this what you wish to show me? The Chunshur beast retorted, shouldn't you be surprised? Taoist, a mountain village's populace has all undergone demonization. Indeed, I am surprised, but in such a remote place as the southern frontier, it is plausible for one to inadvertently consume something tainted with demonic energy, leading to demonization. Xiao Tianque was well aware that this explanation was merely a facade. While it might hold for ordinary folk, the two brothers, being cultivators, could not possibly succumb to demonization for such trivial reasons. There must be deeper secrets at play. Roaring, the demon poison within them erupted, fully transforming the two brothers into monstrous forms, releasing deep, resonant growls. Brother, Meng Fan was horrified by their transformed appearances, trembling as he leaned closer to Xiao Tianque. At this moment, the two brothers were grotesquely altered, their skin split open, veins bulging, drenched in blood, in addition to the fangs and horns shared with other villagers. Their rib cages protruded from their backs, and bone wings unfurled. Demons, Xiao Tianque murmured softly. The current appearance of the three brothers bore an uncanny resemblance to the demons etched in his memory. Roar. With a thunderous roar, the demonized villagers began to move like soulless corpses, lunging towards the nearby chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep. In an instant, they devoured them alive, a scene of utter carnage. Before long, these bloodthirsty, mindless beings closed in on Meng Fan and Xiao Tianque. Zombies are attacking. Meng Fan, wielding the Qingmu sword, fought them off, but they quickly regrouped. Brother, what shall we do? We must kill them. Xiao Tianque pondered for a moment before speaking. Kill. Meng Fan was taken aback. After all, they were still human. Once demonized, they lose their senses and humanity. Not even divine intervention could save them. Though Meng Fan felt a twinge of compassion, he still swung his sword. The villagers, despite their demonization, were no match for Meng Fan's prowess. With each swing, several fell. As easily as cutting chives, the sword's aura sliced through the demonized villagers, cleaving them in half. Yet, even with their bodies severed, their intestines spilling forth, they did not perish completely. They're like cockroaches that can't be killed. Xiao Tianque exclaimed in astonishment. Nevertheless, his focus was not on the demonized villagers, for while their vitality rivaled that of cockroaches, Meng Fan could easily handle them. Roar. The demonized two brothers roared in fury, their bone wings spreading wide, slicing through the air with a deafening sonic boom as they charged at Xiao Tianque. Their strength and speed had significantly increased, but alas, it came at the cost of their intellect. Bang! The air before the three brothers seemed to solidify, and they collided with what felt like an ancient divine mountain. Before they could react, a slight motion from Xiao Tianque, sent them flying hundreds of meters away, raising clouds of dust and leaving a deep, dark trench in their wake. Roar! A more thunderous roar erupted. Xiao Tianque casually cleared his ears, glancing at the yellow-brown substance on his pinky finger before flicking it away. 3 oddly shaped yellow-brown objects shot through the air like meteors, striking the 3 brothers. There was no sound, no gushing blood. In fact, it was a scene that ordinary people could scarcely perceive. The brothers' heads were pierced, and they fell to the ground, lifeless. This Taoist is indeed extraordinary. The Chunshur beast's pupils constricted, already shaken by the unfolding events. The triumphant smile graced Xiao Tianque's lips. Who would have thought earwax could kill? Truly unprecedented. Who else could claim such a feat? After vanquishing all the transformed villagers, Ming Fan wearily approached Xiao Tianque. He raised his hand, intending to pat Ming Fan on the shoulder, but ultimately let it fall silently. Deterred by the blood that stained him from head to toe. You have worked hard. Junior brother, I shall leave everything to you from here on. With that, Ming Fan, panting heavily, made his way to a distant pond. Observing the weariness that enveloped his figure, Xiao Tianque couldn't help but feel a sense of concern at such a tender age. He appeared so frail. How could he ensure his future partner's happiness? Meng Fan turned back for a fleeting glance at Xiao Tianque before plunging into the water without a word. The words Li Zi, Qi Yin Fan Tian echoed as the corpses on the ground ignited instantaneously. In the blink of an eye, everything was reduced to ashes. Of course, this act was not merely to erase evidence, but rather a precaution against the insidious nature of the villager's curse, should it spread. It could lead to catastrophic consequences. Cheng Shou, while these transformations are not your doing, you cannot absolve yourself of responsibility, he remarked. To this, Cheng Shou burst into loud laughter. What does this have to do with me? Greed knows no bounds. This is merely the consequence of their own actions. That I merely expedited their transformation. That he continued. You ought to thank me. Had I not provoked the curse within them, you would not have had the opportunity to eradicate them all. If it had erupted later and spread, the entire world would have suffered. Then come with me to Mount Shu. I invite you to visit the Demon Locking Tower as a gesture of gratitude. With that, Lei Huang's Demon Suppressing Palm was unleashed. In an instant, the heavens shifted, and thunder roared. That a colossal hand, forged from lightning, descended from the sky. Boom! The ground trembled, dust swirling into the air as the malevolent mist was violently dispersed by the fierce thunder. In the center of the ruins of Tujiao village lay a massive handprint, plunging 10 feet deep. Cheng Shou had long since vanished. Brother, has it perished? A wavering voice echoed in the AI, as long as the resentment of mankind persists. I shall endure within this world. Cheng Shou was the embodiment of humanity's grievances. As long as such feelings existed, he could not die. Understanding this truth, Xiao Tianque merely watched from a distance, refraining from interference. Inside the ancestral hall, Su Xiaoman, cradled in Su Ya's arms, slowly opened her eyes, a faint smile gracing her lips. That I found it. Xiaoman has found it. Her voice was weak, yet even in slumber, she had not forgotten to sense its location. Su Ya was overjoyed and called out, Daoist Xiao, Xiaoman has awakened. As the astonished exclamations rang out, Su Xiaoman had already staggered to the entrance of the ancestral hall, her weary body barely able to support her. Brother Daoist, quickly, over there, she gasped for breath, pointing in a direction. They hurried to the mountain shrine where Tu Yu and Tu Bao had been previously. The stone steps gleamed brightly, and the shrine was filled with incense smoke, indicating that visitors frequently came to pay their respects, relying on the mountains for sustenance. It is not surprising that this small shrine has such a following. Brother, I find this incense peculiar, Meng Fan remarked as he entered the shrine, furrowing his brow in contemplation, unable to articulate what felt off. Demonic energy. What? The mountain shrine is a place of worship for the mountain deity. Such abundant incense would surely attract the deity's attention. How could demons dare to cause trouble here? Meng Fan was puzzled. Xiao Tianque lightly brushed the ash on the altar and then picked up a few incense sticks to place in the incense burner before the statue, if I am not mistaken. This overwhelming incense is a ruse to mask the demonic energy. There must be some hidden secrets within this shrine. Brother, are you suggesting there is a hidden chamber? Meng Fan's pupils constricted as he seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Asking with a serious tone, let us examine whether anything in this shrine appears out of the ordinary. The two paced within the small shrine, their eyes scanning every detail. Suddenly, Xiao Tianque's gaze fixed on something. Following his line of sight, Meng Fan noticed a bronze incense burner before the mountain deity's statue that captured their attention. We have found it. Xiao Tianque smiled confidently. Meng Fan quickly understood. The incense burner, which had been perpetually used, would inevitably accumulate ash, yet it was spotless, with numerous scratches at the base. It seemed likely that this incense burner was the mechanism to open the hidden chamber. Crack. As expected, a slight turn from Xiao Tianque caused the rock wall behind the statue to creak, and several fragments fell. In the blink of an eye, a secret door appeared. Standing before this door, they could feel a heavy stench of blood. Xiao Tianque's expression darkened as he waved his hand to dispel the barrier before stepping inside. Under the dim candlelight, an iron cage came into view. His face twitched, eyes trembling, fists clenched, and an overwhelming rage erupted in a thunderous roar. Beast, Meng Fan, who followed closely, was equally stunned by the sight before him. A bloody dagger lay on a wooden table, while a small beast, shackled with chains the size of a human arm, lay shivering in the corner, licking its wounds. Fresh blood continuously dripped from its scales, pooling in the iron cage's center. The cage slowly opened, and the small beast trembled to its feet, eyeing Xiao Tianque warily while emitting low growls. "Do not be afraid. I am here to take you away," he spoke soothingly, raising his hand to break the chains that bound the small beast. Upon feeling the restraints vanish, the small creature slightly lowered its guard, though it maintained its distance from Xiao Tianque. Yet, he was already certain of its identity. A Qilin, a creature of auspicious portent. With a lion's head, deer's antlers, tiger's eyes, elk's body, dragon's scales, and an ox's tail, the villagers of Tujia had captured and bled the Qilin for sustenance, an act that had incited the wrath of heaven and man. Thus attracting Cheng Shou. "Come forth." Xiao Tianque's gaze suddenly shifted to a dripping rock wall nearby. "Brother, could there be more hidden here?" Meng Fan pressed his hand against the dripping wall. "Do not press my belly." In an instant, the once solid wall became as soft as cotton, startling Meng Fan into stumbling backward. He retreated several steps, drawing his sword and pointing it at the dripping wall. "What are you? Show yourself." The young Qilin suddenly leaped from the cage, crashing into Meng Fan and knocking him to the ground, its mane bristling as it bared its teeth at him. Xiao Tianque pulled Meng Fan up. Rubbing his chest, he remarked, "This little creature has quite the strength. The Qilin is a divine beast. Its blood does not cause villagers to transform. It is you who is responsible." The being on the wall writhed. It fell to the ground, resembling a fleshy fungus. Tai Sui did not attempt to deny it, stating plainly, "Everything has a price. These humans captured the Qilin and nourished themselves with its blood that I merely added a touch of my own. A slight punishment. This little creature is a Qilin." Meng Fan gazed incredulously at the small beast before him. "Tai Sui is non-toxic. Why would your blood, mingled with that of the Qilin, cause villagers to transform?" Tai Sui smirked. "Ordinary Tai Sui is indeed non-toxic, but the environment I grew in is filled with toxins, swarming with various venomous creatures." With Tai Sui's explanation, Xiao Tianque immediately understood. The Tai Sui that grew in such an environment had undergone mutations, becoming highly toxic. "You have harmed the mountain folk with your demonic poison. Regardless of your initial intentions, I must slay you. The young Qilin is yours to keep. I take my leave." With a final remark, Tai Sui vanished into the rock, fleeing swiftly. "Brother, shall we not pursue? In the mountains, Tai Sui can escape into the earth. There is no need to chase." With that, Xiao Tianque knelt to examine the young Qilin's injuries. Its 4 limbs, back, and head bore no unblemished skin. It was unimaginable what the villagers of Tujia had done to it. They drank it. Xiao Tianque retrieved a shard of tile, pouring a drop of spiritual liquid from his celestial sword gourd onto it. Carefully pushing the makeshift vessel toward the creature, fearful of startling it, the young Qilin sniffed at the offering, then looked up at Xiao Tianque. Sensing no malice, it lowered its head and licked up the spiritual liquid. Whimpered as the liquid entered its body. The young Qilin's wounds began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate, and it emitted panicked whimpers. "Do not fear. This liquid is to heal your wounds." The young Qilin appeared to comprehend, settling its restlessness. Moments later, as it gazed at the scars on its body that had vanished, it affectionately nudged against Xiao Tianque's heels, a low humming emanating from its abdomen. Clearly, at this moment, it harbored no malice toward Xiao Tianque. Instead, it was filled with trust. "Let us be off." Xiao Tianque bent slightly and extended his hands, prompting the young Qilin to leap into his embrace willingly. "Senior brother, Your elixir in the gourd is so miraculous. Why couldn't it save those villagers? Meng Fan inquired, somewhat perplexed. Though the elixir is potent, it is not omnipotent. The demon's poison has long since seeped into these individuals' hearts, veins, and bones. Their souls have been eroded. Even if your senior brother were a deity, it would be of no avail that it is better to allow them to find release early, Xiao Tianque replied slowly. Noticing Meng Fan's despondency, Xiao Tianque continued. Junior brother, remember this. Ailments can be treated, but the human heart is inscrutable. Chapter 67. Gu Brother Taoist. Outside the ancestral hall, Su Xiaoman and Suya, who were waiting, rushed forward upon seeing Xiao Tianque and Meng Fan emerge from the mountain shrine. After a brief rest, Su Xiaoman's complexion had noticeably improved. Upon seeing the small beast in Xiao Tianque's arms, Suya felt an inexplicable tremor in her heart. She could sense the pressure emanating from the little creature. A pressure rooted in its bloodline. Possessing the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox, she was already distinguished among the myriad of demons in the world. She never expected to feel such a quiver before a mere small beast. Don't stare. My senior brother says this little one is a Qilin. Though your bloodline is impressive, it cannot compare to it, Meng Fan jested, perhaps due to Su Xiaoman's lineage as a descendant of Nuwa. The young Qilin felt an immediate affinity upon seeing her, leaping into her embrace. This little creature is quite the flirt, Suya teased with a laugh. After a brief respite, the group departed from Tujia village, heading towards the location marked on the silk scroll. Although the two locations were separated by 100 miles, the treacherous mountains and desolate forests were fraught with faint toxic miasmas for an ordinary person to traverse such perilous terrain. It would take considerable time, and a moment's misstep could cost them their lives. Traveling by sword, they reached the site marked on the silk scroll within approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Nearly 100 households were scattered across the hillside, with babbling streams and terraced fields interspersed, the tea gardens on the mountainside lush and green. Paths crisscrossed, the sounds of chickens and dogs mingling in the air. As villagers went about their farming, men plowing and women weaving, resembling a pastoral paradise. Senior brother, is this truly the location marked on the silk scroll? It hardly seems to harbor any hidden dangers. Meng Fan exclaimed with disbelief. Could it be that the scroll is a prank? Xiao Tianque briefly questioned whether he had come to the wrong place, but upon closer examination of the scroll, he could confirm that the marked location was indeed this very place. Moo. A cow grazing by the stream mooed, seemingly both welcoming and surprised. The villagers working in the rice fields were drawn by the sound of the cow, pausing their tasks to gaze in astonishment at Xiao Tianque and the others. In an instant, news spread through the village that outsiders had arrived. Children and elders alike gathered at the village entrance, surrounding Xiao Tianque and the others, scrutinizing them, yet none dared to approach and speak. Uncle Zhang is here. Uncle Zhang is here. A path opened among the villagers, and an elderly man, his hair completely white, yet appearing quite robust, approached. With sharp, discerning eyes, he surveyed Xiao Tianque and the others before inquiring, "From where does the Taoist come?" Shu Mountain, Xiao Tianque replied candidly, without concealing the truth. Shu Mountain? That's a wonderful place. The elder mused for a moment before addressing the surrounding villagers. You all may return to your tasks. The villagers dispersed, seamlessly resuming their daily rhythm of labor from dawn to dusk, seemingly unaffected by the arrival of Xiao Tianque and the others. You are guests. Please follow this old man into the village. With the elder leading the way, despite the villagers' curiosity towards the four outsiders, they did not linger to gawk. Our small mountain village has not seen outsiders in decades. Naturally, everyone will be curious about you, Uncle Zhang remarked, tentatively asking, May I inquire what brings you to our humble abode? By the grace of fate, I came to visit your esteemed land, Xiao Tianque responded, maintaining his smile while his gaze continued to assess the elder leading them. Just call me Uncle Zhang. Old man feels too distant. Feel free to ask any questions you may have, the elder encouraged. Uncle Zhang, did you practice cultivation in your youth? Xiao Tianque inquired without hesitation. Uncle Zhang was momentarily taken aback, surprise flickering across his face. Regaining his composure, he chuckled, Young Taoist, why do you say that? I observe that you possess an ethereal demeanor. Although you have reached the age of destiny, your gait is remarkably steady, and your breath flows effortlessly, Xiao Tianque explained. Hearing this, Uncle Zhang pointed towards the distant tea fields and said with a smile, My good health is due to labor. Climbing up and down the mountain 3 times a day is far more effective than any tonic. Thank you for your guidance. Having learned from previous lessons, Meng Fan remained vigilant upon entering the village, continuously scanning his surroundings in search of anomalies. Little did he know, he was the most unusual presence in the village, as the townsfolk regarded him with looks akin to that of observing a simpleton. Uncle Zhang's home was situated halfway up the mountain, beside a lush bamboo grove. "Wife, I'm back," he called cheerfully as he gently pushed open the bamboo-woven gate. "You old fool, I asked you to help me with the tea. Yet you ran off to wander," a voice tinged with mild reproach called out. Moments later, a woman emerged from the steaming tea room. She wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead with her sleeve and admonished Uncle Zhang. "If you don't finish the tea tonight, you can forget about dinner, dear wife," Uncle Zhang murmured, casting glances at her to indicate the guests behind him, but a hint of confusion crossed Zhang Auntie's face as she glanced back. But her expression quickly brightened. "Dada, we have guests. Come in, come in." She beckoned, ushering Xiao Tianque and the others indoors, while casting Uncle Zhang a playful glare. "Go attend to the guests. I'll finish the tea," Uncle Zhang said with a smile, gently nudging Zhang Auntie towards the door. "Try the tea we grew ourselves. You must be hungry. I've made tea eggs. Don't be picky," Zhang Auntie said, bustling about, pouring tea and serving tea eggs with great enthusiasm, even preparing stewed bamboo shoots with home-cured bacon to entertain Xiao Tianque and the others. In a teasing tone, Uncle Zhang remarked, "This bacon has been on my mind for so long. You never let me have any, but today you seem quite generous." Zhang Auntie shot him an exasperated look, placing a piece of marbled bacon in his bowl. "Eating one tea silence your chatter." Indeed, Uncle Zhang replied, maintaining his jovial demeanor. The atmosphere at the dining table was filled with laughter as Xiao Tianque and the others couldn't help but smile. Though the lives of the elderly couple were simple, they were the envy of others that in their twilight years. Having such companionship was more than enough. After devouring a few pieces of bamboo shoots, the young Qilin nestled on Su Xiaomon's lap and drifted off to sleep. "This little fellow is truly a Qilin?" Uncle Zhang couldn't restrain his curiosity. "You know already? You talk too much." Zhang Auntie chided him lightly. "It's not like I've never seen one," Uncle Zhang replied innocently. "To be frank, this little creature is indeed a Qilin," Xiao Tianque admitted without reservation. "Remarkable. A Qilin by your side. Your future is bound to be limitless," Uncle Zhang exclaimed in admiration. After dinner, Uncle Zhang immersed himself in the tea room to continue preparing the tea. Once Zhang Auntie had tidied up the tableware, Xiao Tianque lingered near the kitchen, seated quietly to one side. Zhang Auntie, puzzled, asked, "Young Taoist, why aren't you going out for a stroll?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Tianque queried, "And Zhang, the goo poison on Uncle Zhang, did you administer it?" Chapter 68. The reason. When did you place the goo into Uncle Zhang's body? Zhang Auntie froze, her fingers slipping, causing a teacup to shatter on the floor. The people of the southern border are adept in goo techniques, which can not only manipulate the mind of the afflicted, but can also take lives. Gu consists of mother and child. The child is placed within another's body, while the mother is under one's control. Xiao Tianque struggled to comprehend why Uncle Zhang had been afflicted with goo, especially since the mother goo was in the possession of his wife. Zhang Auntie could hardly fathom that the secret she had concealed for years would be so easily uncovered by this outsider. Xiao Tianque's surprise, Zhang Auntie's eyes were filled with remorse, tears streaming down her face. She gradually sank into memories. "This begins 50 years ago. I hail from a lineage of goo masters that in my youth, I often witnessed the gruesome deaths of foreign men at the hands of my own kin, who employed sorcery to bring about their demise. The vivid scenes of sacrificial rites and the use of poisons haunt my memories, and despite the passage of years, recalling those moments feels as though they transpired just yesterday. The bodies of the foreign men were infested with countless venomous insects, embodying despair and terror. For the sake of personal gain, lives were taken, a course of action I could never condone that I resisted time and again. Yet each attempt was met with brutal reprisals." Xiao Tianque noticed the scars on Aunt Zhang's wrist, a dense network of jagged marks, evidently inflicted by fellow tribesmen using venomous creatures. That I often pondered. Why was I born into such a family? How delightful it would be if they could simply vanish. Perhaps the heavens heard my lament, for my kin disappeared overnight, leaving me as the sole survivor. "Disappeared overnight?" Xiao Tianque exclaimed in astonishment. Aunt Zhang nodded, recounting how after my rebellion, the tribe confined me in a dark room, awaiting the unlocking of the door. The entire sorcerer clan had been razed to the ground, and all its members vanished without a trace. Do you know who was responsible for this? I inquired. Make an entire clan disappear in a single night. The perpetrator must possess extraordinary capabilities. Aunt Zhang shook her head, stating that since then, I descended the mountain, believing that without them, I could lead a normal life, a notion I had underestimated. The notorious reputation of the sorcerer clan preceded me, and the mark upon my hand drew attention wherever I went. Even the simplest transaction at a street vendor would attract scorn and disdain. In that moment, I understood just how loath the sorcerer clan was. Even though I had never harmed anyone with sorcery, they were eager to rid themselves of my presence. From that point onward, I grasped that as long as sorcery existed in the world, acceptance would forever elude me. I lay in the stream, drifting with the current, and when I opened my eyes again, I found myself rescued by a young boy. That boy must be Uncle Zhang. Xiao Tianque remarked. Aunt Zhang nodded, a flicker of a smile gracing her face. I never anticipated that the boy from that time would accompany me for life. At that juncture, I wished to limit my interactions with him, offering a brief expression of gratitude before preparing to depart. Uncle Zhang did not allow you to leave, did he? Xiao Tianque speculated. Indeed, he called out to me, reminding me that the villagers were nearby. I told him that the villagers feared sorcery, and my intention was to eradicate it from this world. He warned me of the peril involved, asserting that as a mere girl, I could never accomplish such a feat. No matter how I rejected his company, he insisted on following me in my quest to eliminate sorcery. Xiao Tianque smiled faintly, his suspicions solidifying. Uncle Zhang's appearance was no mere coincidence. Any ordinary person would tremble in fear at the thought of confronting sorcery. Yet he chose to accompany me. Moreover, although he concealed his power well, I could faintly sense the fluctuations of his spiritual energy. The young Qilin, upon first encountering him, had been frightened enough to retreat into little man's embrace. If he were an ordinary person, how could he instill such fear in the young Qilin? And then what happened? Xiao Tianque continued to inquire. Perhaps it was the fear of solitude. Gradually, I became accustomed to his presence. Together we traversed half the world, and he evolved into my most capable assistant. That I discovered I could not bear to be without him, and I believed that if we persevered, the day would come when the world would be free of sorcery. Her tale with Uncle Zhang undoubtedly moved Xiao Tianque, yet it also deepened his curiosity. Isn't that quite wonderful? Why then did you betray your own principles by employing sorcery against him? Aunt Zhang sighed, recalling a day when she noticed his troubled demeanor and asked him about his intentions if the world were to be free of sorcery. He revealed that his family practiced medicine, specializing in ailments deemed incurable, and that their method involved erasing all those connected to the affliction. Presently, his family urged him to eliminate the patient swiftly and return. Erased? Xiao Tianque was taken aback. As the saying goes, a healer must possess a parent's heart. How could a healer resort to erasing patients in pursuit of a cure? Uncle Zhang's identity was indeed extraordinary. Shocked, Xiao Tianque listened intently as Aunt Zhang continued her narrative. That night, I lay awake, contemplating how he had chosen to accompany me, never suspecting he would one day depart. The child unacquainted with sugar cannot fathom its sweetness, but once tasted, the absence of sugar leaves only bitterness. How wonderful it would be if he belonged solely to me. Just as this thought crossed my mind, the mark of the sorcerer clan on my wrist began to itch, and a venomous insect materialized in my palm. Why is this happening? Xiao Tianque frowned. In our sorcerer clan, there existed a 1,000-year-old maternal insect. When the clan members vanished, it remained connected to us. A voice echoed in my mind. As long as you employ the venomous insects, love and power will be at your fingertips. Thus, you resorted to sorcery against him. Aunt Zhang nodded, regret evident in her eyes. Without a doubt, forcibly retaining Uncle Zhang was her greatest regret. Old woman, have you forgotten what day it is tonight? Why are you dawdling? At that moment, Uncle Zhang's voice boomed from the doorway of the tea room. Aunt Zhang wiped away her tears and, after responding, rose to leave. Today is the Torch Festival. If any of you are interested, you may go and take a look, Uncle Zhang announced to Xiao Tianque and the others before leading Aunt Zhang away with the other villagers. As night fell, the quaint mountain village was ablaze with lights, and one could see the central clearing illuminated by a bonfire from afar. But Xiao man, brimming with joy, tugged at Xiao Tianque's hand, exclaiming, "Brother Taoist, let us go and see. Do you wish to go as well?" He turned to glance at Ming Fan and Suya. "Senior brother, did you not say to blend in with local customs?" Let us go and take a look. Meng Fan grinned, unabashed. Go ahead. Meng Fan and Suya led the way. Unbeknownst to them, a subtle change had occurred in their relationship. They walked side by side, their fingers playfully brushing against each other. Brother Daoist, what are they doing? Su Xiaoman asked, her bright eyes filled with curiosity. Xiaoman, do you believe that if their hands touch, they will blush and feel warm? Really? You should try it. Chapter 69. More visitors to the mountain village. As Su Xiaoman expressed doubt, she dashed over and pressed Meng Fan and Su Ya's hands together. They both turned in unison, startled. Brother Daoist, it is you two who will blush and feel warm when holding hands. After exchanging a glance, they both shyly lowered their heads as Su Xiaoman reached out to lightly touch their faces. Her expression one of astonishment. Indeed, how red and warm. Meng Fan and Su Ya. As the moon shone brightly and the stars twinkled, the village was filled with laughter and joy. The villagers donned festive attire. And the young men, under the gaze of their beloved, performed traditional dances. Fireworks soared into the sky, and villagers of all ages joined hands, encircling the bonfire as they sang and danced. Xiao Tianque and his companions seamlessly blended into the festivities. Woof, woof, woof. Just as the villagers were reveling in their merriment, a fierce barking erupted from the village entrance. The cacophony of barks drowned out the sounds of laughter. The villagers paused their dance. Exchanging wary glances, the barking is quite fierce. Could it be that someone has intruded? Who would come to our mountain village at this hour? Could it be a thief? But if it were a lost soul in our village? In an instant, the villagers were filled with concern, their inherent kindness prevailing over their worries. They seized whatever tools they could find, hoes and sickles, and made their way to the entrance of the village. Upon reaching the entrance, they managed to ward off the barking dog. Come forth. Uncle Jean called out. 3 figures cautiously emerged from behind a nearby pile of stones. Illuminated by the villagers' torches, the newcomers were revealed to be 3 women. One, with silver hair and a hunched back, moved with difficulty even with the aid of a cane. The other 2 appeared younger in comparison, their hair streaked with gray, stout in stature, and seemingly robust. Xiao Tianque keenly observed a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent in Uncle Zhang's eyes as he gazed at the 3 women. Who are you 3? The villagers asked warily, with the support of her companions. The elderly woman stepped forward, explaining, We earn our living through divination and matchmaking, and we stumbled upon this place drawn by the light of the fire to dispel the villager skepticism. One woman retrieved a tattered red banner from her pack, upon which was inscribed, Unraveling celestial mysteries, discerning fortune and misfortune. The deity of love is present, guiding passionate souls. After sizing up the 3 women, the villagers welcomed them warmly. Xiao Tianque approached the trio and inquired, Madam, you must be nearing 70, am I correct? The elderly woman parted her sparse teeth and raised her hand to gesture at Xiao Tianque, exclaiming, 68 this year, at such an advanced age, it's not easy to still be wandering the Jianghu. Xiao Tianque chuckled in response. Driven by the need for survival, the old woman sighed, resting her elbow against the shoulders of the 2 individuals beside her. In the next moment, the pace at which the 2 assisted her noticeably quickened. As he watched the 3 blend into the villagers, their figures gradually fading from sight, a cold smile crept onto Xiao Tianque's lips. Senior brother, is there something amiss with those 3? Meng Fan, well aware of his senior brother's reluctance to engage in conversation, now approached to inquire, sensing something was off. There is an aura of malevolence. Keep an eye on them, that if they harbor ill intentions, eliminate them. Xiao Tianque communicated telepathically with Meng Fan. Meanwhile, the 3 women let out a sigh of relief. The eldest among them cautioned her companions, Conceal the demonic energy. We can't let this Taoist discover and ruin our plans. The 2 younger women assured her confidently. Eldest sister, rest assured, we will bury the demonic energy deep enough that even if he possesses a 3rd eye, he won't detect it. Very well. The villagers continued their revelry despite the arrival of the 3 outsiders. The torch festival carried on with singing and dancing, and after a few rounds of drinks, the villagers grew drowsy, some leaning against the stone slabs and dozing off. Eldest sister, these people have succumbed to slumber. Should we not take action now? One of them inquired. Where have those 2 Taoists gone? The woman with a cane scanned the crowd, her expression growing serious as she failed to spot Xiao Tianque and Meng Fan. In my view, they are not Taoists at all. What kind of Taoist would be accompanied by women? Perhaps they are off enjoying themselves somewhere. The two younger women chimed in, laughing maliciously. Taoist brother, why are we hiding? Su Xiaoman, concealed on the rooftop, asked Xiao Tianque beside her. We must allow the villains to reveal their true colors. Only then can we deal with them. Xiao Tianque explained softly. I see. Su Xiaoman nodded, though her understanding was vague, pointing at the three women below. Are they the bad ones? Not yet. We shall see shortly. Senior brother, they are about to make their move, Meng Fan warned. The old woman with the cane surveyed her surroundings and, after a moment of silence, whispered, everyone, stay alert, regardless of whether they are Taoists or not. Do not let yourselves be discovered. Fear not, eldest sister. Suddenly, the three women produced a clay jar, dispersing to throw the contents onto the villagers. Once the cursed insects burrowed into the villagers' bodies, draining their life force. They would crush them for alchemical purposes, allowing our cultivation to advance further. Indeed, enough chatter. Let us get to work and leave this place afterward. That Taoist is not simple. I cannot see through him. The old woman urged. Leave? Are you planning to change locations to continue your mischief? A thunderous voice boomed. Brilliant sword light cascaded down like shooting stars. The jars containing the cursed insects shattered, and the insects on the villagers exploded. Spraying ichor everywhere, ITSU. The meticulously nurtured insects were annihilated in an instant, and the old woman with the cane was furious that a stream of poisonous light shot from her mouth towards Xiao Tianque. However, before the poison could reach him, it was evaporated by his protective aura. The two slightly plump women opened their cavernous mouths, their wide crimson tongues lashing out towards Xiao Tianque at incredible speed. The air whistling with their passage. Take this, foul Taoist, Ming Fan shouted, wielding his green wooden sword to strike at the massive tongue, while Suya hurled a ball of foxfire into the other woman's mouth. Caught off guard, the two demons struggled to respond, revealing their true forms, two large green frogs. Let me see what kind of monstrosity you are. Xiao Tianque made his move, appearing silently behind the old woman with the cane. Startled, she broke out in a cold sweat, her sharp bone claws piercing her own skin as she turned to retaliate with lightning speed. You're too slow. He had already seen through her intentions. With a forceful palm strike, he sent her flying, ripping off the human skin draped over her body. So this is what you are. Chapter 70. The true identity of Uncle Zhang. So you are this creature. The old woman revealed her true form. A spider, entirely black and covered in coarse brown hair. Dozens of fist-sized eyes glared at Xiao Tianque with murderous intent, while her sturdy, sharp legs scraped deep grooves into the ground, making a grating sound. You wretched Taoist dare to ruin my plans. The spider spirit roared, unleashing a vast web from her rear, akin to a net of heaven and earth. Oh, you think you're Spider-Man? The spider spirit, confused by the comment, was certain this person was not offering praise, and immediately spat out a stream of venom. Just as the web was about to ensnare Xiao Tianque, something astonishing occurred. The spiked, venomous web was effortlessly caught by him, crushed into a ball, and kicked directly at her face. Foul Taoist, how dare you insult me? The spider spirit was utterly enraged, its body bristling with fur like a mass of steel needles. Its many eyes emitting beams of demonic light, sealing off all possible escape routes for Xiao Tianque. Trivial skills, Qian character, carefree domain. With a cold snort from Xiao Tianque, everything seemed to come to a halt, and a vast tide of spiritual energy enveloped the area. The spider spirit's techniques vanished in an instant. Avoid harming the villagers. Xiao Tianque invoked the second layer of the Qian character technique. Carefree domain, which he had recently comprehended. Once trapped within this space, no one, even those of a higher cultivation level than him, could escape without his permission. Even more surprisingly, once ensnared, their spiritual energy and vitality would gradually drain away into his body. And this was irreversible. Even if they left the space, the lost energy would not be recovered. Meng Fan and Su Ye were immediately expelled as they entered. What is happening? Where is this devilish place? The three demons began to panic. Their life force and demonic power were rapidly depleting. Eldest sister, let us attack together and kill him. Yes, this foul Taoist methods are too strange. Let us slay him. The three demons knew they could not delay. Only by joining forces could they hope to defeat the Taoist before them. With a thunderous momentum, two massive tongues struck towards him, accompanied by an overwhelming web from the sky. A glimmer of mockery crossed Xiao Tianque's gaze. With a light step, he moved like the wind, effortlessly grasping the two crimson tongues, and, with a sudden burst of strength, swung the two frog demons down to the ground with tremendous force. The terrifying power nearly crushed them to death. Facing the impending web, he merely focused his gaze, and fierce flames instantaneously incinerated the web. The spider spirit was now utterly terrified, trembling as it asked, "Foul Taoist, who exactly are you?" "An exterminator of demons." With that, Xiao Tianque unleashed a powerful palm strike, accompanied by the sound of thunder, completely engulfing the spider spirit. "No, I don't want to die." The spider spirit exerted all its might to escape, but found no path of retreat. Bang! As the lightning dispersed, the area where the spider spirit had been was left as a terrifying pit, while it had been reduced to dust, vanishing without a trace. "Spare me, Taoist. It was all the spider spirit's doing." "I wouldn't believe a word from a toad," Xiao Tianque scoffed coldly, unleashing the purple lightning thunderbolt, which roared forth and swiftly devoured the two remaining demons. With the demons exterminated, the carefree domain dissipated. Meng Fan, surveying the surroundings and finding no traces of the three demons, inquired, "Senior brother, where are the three demons?" "Isn't this it?" Meng Fan circled around Xiao Tianque yet discovered nothing. "Senior brother, please stop the teasing." "Where are they?" They were flying through the air. Gazing at the drifting dust in the air, Meng Fan comprehended the gravity of the situation. It was all reduced to ashes. Suya and Su Xiaoman weaved through the crowd, inquiring whether any villagers had been harmed by the cursed insects. "Daoist Xiao, the villagers are unharmed. However, it appears they have been drugged by the three demons with the wine, which is why they lie in a deep slumber." Suya stated, "That is indeed fortunate. Daoist brother, what seems to be the matter with Zai Zai?" Su Xiaoman asked, her expression one of astonishment. Zai Zai was the name Su Xiaoman had bestowed upon the young Qilin. At that moment, Zai Zai was baring its teeth at Uncle Zhang, growling menacingly, as if facing a formidable adversary. Who exactly is Uncle Zhang? The abnormal behavior of Zai Zai bewildered Xiao Tianque and the others. Such anomalies must be the work of a demon. The young Qilin has never exhibited such hostility towards anyone, save for Uncle Zhang. They mused. "Grr." Zai Zai continued to growl. Xiao Tianque stepped forward and cradled it, placing it gently in Su Xiaoman's embrace, where it gradually calmed down. "Uncle Zhang, this drug should not affect you, should it?" Xiao Tianque inquired with a smile, leaning closer. Suddenly, Uncle Zhang's eyes snapped open as he lay sprawled on the stone steps. "When did you discover this?" he demanded. Xiao Tianque maintained his smile, responding, "I did not actually discover it. I merely sought to tease you." "You?" Uncle Zhang was incensed, his beard bristling. Xiao Tianque produced a silk scroll and tentatively asked, "This scroll was intentionally released into the world by you, Uncle Zhang, correct?" "Indeed. This scroll is indeed my doing," Uncle Zhang admitted with unexpected candor. "Then what significant matters concerning the world's populace does this scroll discuss?" "The 1,000-year Gu Mother. The reason I left this scroll is that I hope one day someone can assist me in locating and eliminating the Gu Mother," Uncle Zhang declared. "You and your wife have searched for decades without discovering the Gu Mother. Can you truly rely on outsiders to find her?" Xiao Tianque discerned that Uncle Zhang's desire to eliminate the Gu Mother was not solely for Aunt Zhang's sake. He was equally eager to eradicate her. "Gu Mother? What Gu Mother?" Meng Fan inquired, looking perplexed at Xiao Tianque. "I will explain later. Do not interrupt now." Xiao Tianque shot him a glare. Meng Fan complied and stood quietly to the side, listening intently. "And Uncle Zhang, what exactly is your identity?" In response to Xiao Tianque's probing question, Uncle Zhang pondered for a moment before shedding his disguise that a colossal beast resembling a leopard, adorned with horns upon its head and wings sprouting from its back, materialized behind him. "The Heavenly Emperor governs the heavenly realm, and the Queen Mother oversees Kunlun, under whom resides Xingji, who presides over the world's penalties. I am one of the 12 divine beasts under Xingji's command." Tingjin. The revelation of Uncle Zhang's true identity left everyone astounded. A divine beast. Tingjin. Upon learning this, the others fell into a stunned silence. Both Taoists and demons possessed some knowledge of Tingjin. It was known for its shape-shifting abilities and its diet of cursed insects. This also clarified why Uncle Zhang harbored such intense animosity towards the 1,000-year Gu Mother. "How did you, one who is cursed, and you, one who consumes curses, come to be together?" Noticing the look in Uncle Zhang's eyes, Xiao Tianque hastily corrected himself. "I meant, how did you come together?" Chapter 71. Only love touches the heart. Choose your words carefully. Uncle Zhang seemed to be lost in thought, reminiscing about days gone by. In the past, I transformed into a bird to traverse the world and discovered a tribe of women in the deep mountains of the southern region who had been crafting curses for generations. In their quest to propagate, they abducted men from beyond the mountains and subjected them to the cursed insects that a year later, the women of the tribe would bear children, while the men would be devoured by the insects, leaving behind only a husk. Even if someone within the tribe developed a conscience, they would be immediately ostracized by the entire clan, and more critically, the 1,000-year Gu mother was among them. Such a calamity I could not allow to continue. However, there was one person I hesitated to eradicate. That person must be Aunt Zhang, right? Xiao Tianque surmised. Indeed, that I altered my voice in an attempt to lure her. But she resolutely rejected my advances. Why did you not leave afterward, but instead chose to take on a youthful form and remain by her side? Xiao Tianque questioned, puzzled, though the Gu master clan was annihilated. The 1,000-year Gu mother remains elusive. The Gu mother shares a unique bond with this tribe. She is the last descendant. Sooner or later, the Gu mother will undoubtedly appear by her side. Thus, I followed her. And once the Gu mother manifests, I shall eliminate her. Should she employ curses, I would not hesitate to slay her as well. But when she used curses against you, why did you not kill her? Instead, you continued to stay by her side? Xiao Tianque pressed. How did you know? Uncle Zhang asked, surprised. Upon my arrival here, I sensed the presence of cursed insects within you, while the mother curse resides with Aunt Zhang. So I inquired. Xiao Tianque replied candidly. You? Uncle Zhang's irritation was palpable, yet he refrained from saying more. Slowly continuing, I took on a youthful guise and traveled the world with her when Xingji urged me to eliminate her. I found myself unable to do so. As the saying goes, time cultivates affection and love deepens. Despite being a divine beast, I too possess earthly emotions. After years of companionship, I could not bear to harm her. In Kunlun, a single day equates to 10 years in the mortal realm. Once she breathes her last, and the Gu mother no longer has the chance to re-enter this world, I shall return to Kunlun. No one had anticipated the profound history between Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang. Uncle Zhang, I may know the whereabouts of the 1,000-year Gu mother. This. Everyone was taken aback. Meng Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. Bewildered and confused, he softly urged, Senior brother, let us not be misled by a divine beast. Thud. A punch landed on Meng Fan's not-so-bright head. With utmost seriousness, Xiao Tianque retorted, Do you take me for a street vendor who deceives people? Meng Fan weakly replied, Wouldn't you? You. Never mind. Xiao Tianque turned his attention back to Uncle Zhang, smiling. Uncle Zhang, do you not wish to know? After searching fruitlessly for decades without a trace of the Gu mother, Uncle Zhang pondered for a moment before deciding to hear what Xiao Tianque had to say. Observing Xiao Tianque's mischievous grin, Uncle Zhang quickly grasped the situation. Speak. What are your conditions? Then I shall be forthright. Uncle Zhang, you have traversed the world. Surely you know something about the 8 treasures of Fuxi. The 8 treasures of Fuxi, what do you seek these for? Uncle Zhang questioned, his brow furrowing in confusion. It pertains to the 3 realms. If you know anything, please share, Xiao Tianque implored, without revealing specifics. Nevertheless, Uncle Zhang could discern from his earnest gaze that it was not mere banter. The Phoenix Chain is currently in the hands of the Queen Mother, and the Book of Longevity lies deep within the Underworld. As for the others, I am unsure, Uncle Zhang disclosed. Knowing the whereabouts of 2 of the treasures was sufficient for Xiao Tianque. He had initially thought Uncle Zhang might have vague knowledge, but was taken aback by his clarity. Young man, I have shared all that I know. Now, where is the 1,000-year Gu mother? Uncle Zhang inquired. Xiao Tianque smiled enigmatically, far in the distance, yet close at hand. What do you mean? Uncle Zhang's brow furrowed, a look of confusion crossing his face. Oh no, I've managed to mislead a divine beast. I wonder if I can make my escape. Meng Fan thought anxiously, preparing to flee at any moment. Xiao Man, Xiao Tianque called out to Su Xiao Man, who stood to the side. Taoist brother. What is it? Su Xiao Man approached, cradling the young Qilin, which, while normally gentle, grew restless again as it neared Uncle Zhang, emitting low growls. Uncle Zhang, as a divine beast, why does the young Qilin exhibit such hostility towards you? This question evidently left Uncle Zhang at a loss for words. Xiao Tianque chuckled and continued. Tung Jin consumes curses, yet you have been cursed for decades, and the cursed insects within you have not dissipated. Uncle Zhang's eyes suddenly lit up with realization. The 1,000-year Gu mother he had been searching for had always been within him. Meng Fan, too, had an epiphany. When did the Gu mother infiltrate Uncle Zhang's body? Aunt Zhang likely had no inkling that the curse she had once endured was the 1,000-year Gu mother. As the sun rose, The morning light shone brightly, and the dew on the blue stone steps gradually evaporated. By the campfire, still flickering with remnants of warmth, Uncle Zhang stood alone, gazing at the woman before him. Xiao Tianque and the others had long since departed as the morning light illuminated Aunt Zhang's face. She slowly opened her eyes and looked upon the man who had accompanied her for decades, her eyes glistening with tears. At your age, how can you still cry? Uncle Zhang chided gently, though his hand tenderly wiped away her tears. Alas, I have cried my entire life. I have grown accustomed to it. After all, you are my beloved wife. And Zhang felt a pang of guilt. The kinder Uncle Zhang was to her, the more guilt she felt. She gently moved Uncle Zhang's hand away, saying, "Your actions are merely a result of the curse you placed upon me." Uncle Zhang preemptively spoke out. Aunt Zhang was momentarily taken aback, flustered and at a loss, yet instantly felt an overwhelming sense of relief. That it is rather ironic. I assent it. I believe myself to be different from my kin, vociferously proclaiming a world free of goo. Yet ultimately Uncle Zhang grasped her hand and placed it upon his chest. Now, give it a try. Can you sense the goo you have laid? Aunt Zhang attempted to perceive it, but sensed not a trace of the goo insect's presence, after Xiao Tianque indicated that the goo mother resided within him. He then channeled his energy to completely eradicate the goo mother. Did you feel anything? What is the reason the goo insects have no effect on you? Uncle Zhang did not explicitly reveal his identity, merely offering a faint smile, attributing it to his unique constitution, which renders any goo ineffective against him. Encountering such a situation for the first time, Aunt Zhang was both astonished and bewildered, as memories of the past flickered before her eyes. She could not fathom why, since Uncle Zhang was unaffected by the goo, he had not chosen to depart back then. Do you still not understand? It has always been the hearts of men, not the goo, that can be swayed. In that moment, Aunt Zhang finally comprehended Uncle Zhang's intentions. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. In this world, there are millions of words, yet none are as poignant as the word love, Xiao Tianque lamented, leading Ming Fan and others as they soared towards Mount Shu. Chapter 72. The unforeseen events at Mount Shu, the reemergence of the 8 treasures of Fuxi. Why do I always feel so unsettled? My left eye twitches for fortune, while my right eye twitches for disaster. As they drew closer to Mount Shu, the twitching in Xiao Tianque's right eye intensified. Ming Fan furrowed his brow, an inexplicable sense of unease stirring within him. Senior brother, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss at Mount Shu, he confessed to his surprise. Ming Fan shared this feeling. Xiao Tianque, taken aback, hastened his return to Mount Shu. Before long, the 4 arrived at the martial training grounds of Mount Shu. The sight that greeted them was utterly unexpected. At this hour, there should be disciples practicing their swordplay, yet it was eerily deserted. Ming Fan called out loudly, but received no response. Where could everyone have gone? Just as Xiao Tianque and Ming Fan pondered this, Su Xiaoman suddenly pointed towards a distant hall. Brother Taoist, it seems there are people over there. Indeed, there were figures present. The group hurried toward the hall, and the 2 individuals outside appeared to notice Xiao Tianque and his companions, striding forward to meet them. Senior brother, you have returned. Xiao Tianque recognized these 2 youths as Zhang Ji and Li Xian, who had once entered the sect alongside by Suqing. Nodding, Xiao Tianque inquired, "Where are the other disciples?" Zhang Ji gestured towards the hall behind him. "All are inside discussing matters with senior brother Sui Ning and senior sister Lin." Discussing matters? Xiao Tianque was puzzled. Has the sect leader not returned? Li Xian tugged at Zhang Ji's sleeve and interjected, "Senior brother, not long after you descended the mountain, the sect leader returned, but now they seem to be missing again." What? Ming Fan could not help but exclaim. Xiao Tianque's brow furrowed as he proceeded toward the hall. Zhang Ji and Li Xian hastily ran ahead, calling out to the disciples within, "Senior brother has returned." The disciples inside exchanged glances, murmuring among themselves. The frown on Lin Yi's face vanished in an instant, as she repeatedly murmured, "Senior brother has returned." In a heartbeat, the disciples surged out. "Senior brother, you have finally returned. We have missed you dearly." They showered him with an array of sentimental and effusive words. Following this, the disciples parted to create a pathway. Xiao Tianque strode into the hall, with Ming Fan and the others closely trailing behind. "Senior brother, you have returned." Lin Yi, her face aglow with a sweet smile, approached him first, yet maintained a respectful distance. "What of your peculiar ailment?" "Senior brother," Lin Yi inquired tentatively. "Senior brother's peculiar ailment," Ming Fan eagerly interjected. Recalling Xiao Tianque's earlier instructions, "Well, Ming Shitty, What of my ailment? Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with anticipation, her tone pressing. It is not so easily cured. Alas, senior brother may never again approach a woman in this lifetime. Her eyes, once bright, dimmed noticeably, and a hint of disappointment crept across her face. Observing this, Meng Fan sighed in relief, silently thinking, thank goodness I managed to navigate that. There is demonic energy. Ning Sheng suddenly bellowed. His gaze icy as he scrutinized Suya and Su Xiaoman. The other disciples braced themselves for a potential confrontation with demons. Su Xiaoman and Suya were momentarily struck speechless, with tears welling in Su Xiaoman's eyes. Lin Yi also noticed the two strikingly beautiful women, one exuding natural allure, the other radiating innocence. For the first time, she felt a sense of crisis. Senior brother, who are these two? They are friends I have made. Xiao Tianque replied. Senior brother, they are demons, Ning Sheng asserted, his tone firm. Ning Shitty, there exists both treachery and virtue among humans, and the same holds true for demons. Practitioners of the Tao must treat all beings equally, without excessive discrimination. Xiao Tianque's words left Ning Sheng momentarily at a loss for rebuttal, and he refrained from further comment, prompting the disciples to temper their presence. Where have our master and uncle gone? At this, the hall fell into a heavy silence. Xiao Tianque gazed at Lin Yi, who was weeping softly with her head bowed, and asked gently, what has transpired? Lin shimmy. Sighing, Ning Sheng stepped forward, offering a sound stone. Senior brother, you should see for yourself. The spiritual energy surged into the stone. 3 familiar faces materialized, disciples of Mount Shu. By the time you view this, the 3 of us old fellows have already departed from Mount Shu. This journey has been fraught with peril. Once your senior brother returns, he shall immediately assume the position of sect leader. Lin Yi and Ning Sheng shall assist him in managing Mount Shu. After delivering their instructions, the Songshu Daoist paused before adding, Disciple, time is of the essence. I, along with the 2 elders, will strive to buy you some time. With that, the stone fell silent once more. The disciples of Mount Shu were left in confusion by the final words. Only Xiao Tianque understood. I in his heart, he mused. It seems that my master and the others were already aware of the impending calamity. Yet, doubts lingered within him. How to buy time? Where would this transpire? Who is the adversary? At that moment, the image of Baigu flashed through his mind. Perhaps she held the answers. Lin Yi, noticing Xiao Tianque's momentary distraction, called softly, Senior brother? Ning Sheng inquired from the side. Senior brother, when will the ceremony for the sect leader take place? Xiao Tianque calculated briefly and replied, 3 days hence. With the return of their senior brother, the disciples of Mount Shu once again found their focus. Fervently preparing for the sect leader's ceremony in 3 days. Suya and Su Xiaoman were settled into guest quarters not far from Xiao Tianque's residence, with no ulterior motive, merely the proximity of their lodgings to his. Having arranged everything, Xiao Tianque made his way directly to the abode of the Songshu Daoist. Master, what have you left for me? Earlier, while activating the sound stone, an obscure voice had reached his ears, declaring, there are items left in my abode. Xiao Tianque searched thoroughly but found nothing. His gaze finally settled upon the 8 trigrams diagram before him. His hand brushed over it. A flicker of brilliance ignited in his eyes. Indeed, there was a hidden mechanism. The Songshu Daoist trap was exceedingly subtle, and it was only after much probing that Xiao Tianque could be certain. With a swift motion, he dispelled the mechanism. A surging wave of spiritual energy poured forth, followed by a tumultuous torrent of bloodthirsty energy. Within that bloodthirsty aura, phantoms of demonic beasts roared forth, shocking Xiao Tianque to his core. Had there not been an additional layer of restraint, this terrifying bloodthirsty energy would have surely soared to the heavens. What on earth has been left for me? As Xiao Tianque pondered this, the 8 trigrams record on his person inexplicably trembled, its runes shimmering. What could possibly resonate with the 8 trigrams record? Could it be? Taking a deep breath, Xiao Tianque retrieved the object from behind the 8 trigrams diagram. This is the Demon Refining Gourd. Chapter 73. The Demon Refining Gourd acquired. Seclusion. The Demon Refining Gourd is a formidable weapon. Named for its ability to refine demons, yet it can annihilate all beings in the world. Those drawn into it, even divine beings, cannot escape the fate of death and annihilation. It is evident that this Demon Refining Gourd has been sealed here for at least a century. Even so, the bloodthirsty aura it emanates is potent enough to drive a cultivator of Meng Fan's caliber into madness, causing their vital energy to rebel and leading to their untimely demise. The gourd, shimmering with a blood-red sigil light, is breathtaking yet terrifying in its brilliance. Buzzing incessantly, the demon refining gourd, gripped tightly in Xiao Tianque's hand, begins to tremble violently. Attempting to break free and flee. It seeks to escape. At this moment, his fingers are curled like eagle's claws, gripping the gourd with unwavering strength, his entire body surging with power, veins bulging, unwilling to relent even for a moment. The force exhibited by the gourd far exceeds Xiao Tianque's imagination, prompting him to curse under his breath. How can a living man be overpowered by an inanimate object? Gritting his teeth, he realizes that his physical strength is now sufficient to effortlessly flatten a mountain. However, the raw power displayed by the gourd seems to surpass his own. I cannot allow this prize to slip away, Xiao Tianque mutters to himself. Should he fail to subdue it, it would truly be an exercise in futility. Damn it! Xiao Tianque cannot help but curse aloud. The seal upon the gourd appears to come alive, the blood-red sigil light glowing fiercely, illuminating the entire room. The fierce and dreadful bloodthirsty aura surges forth, enveloping Xiao Tianque in an instant. Zhen Tian's sword gourd, lend me your power. Although most of the bloodthirsty aura has already been absorbed and refined by the Zhen Tian sword gourd, a portion still gnaws at Xiao Tianque's body. At this moment, his hand feels as if it has been tossed in a hot iron pot, swollen and painful, skin torn and blood blisters bursting, purulent blood dripping continuously. The excruciating pain causes Xiao Tianque to sweat profusely, his eyes bloodshot. The demon refining gourd is the most malevolent of the 8 treasures of Fuxi, and it is a miracle that Xiao Tianque, with his mortal body, can force it to remain as the gourd strikes again. The bloodthirsty aura intensifies, resembling invisible blades piercing through Xiao Tianque's body. Bagua record. You had a reaction before, so where is it now? You wish for my demise, don't you? Xiao Tianque, blood pooling in his throat, hoarsely curses at the Bagua record in his embrace. Miraculously, this provokes a response. To Xiao Tianque's surprise, his desperate gamble proves effective. The Bagua record emits a series of humming sounds, bursting forth from his grasp. Enveloped in resplendent sigil light, hovering beside the demon refining gourd, the Bagua record slowly unfurls, countless strange sigils spilling forth, swiftly enveloping the gourd. Beneath the sigil's coverage, the gourd's malevolent aura noticeably dissipates. Simultaneously, the sigils emanating from the Bagua record envelop his hand. In the next moment, his injured hand begins to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Once his hands are restored, the demon refining gourd falls from the air, landing precisely in Xiao Tianque's hand. Gazing at the portrait of the celestial master Sangxi within the chamber, Xiao Tianque cannot help but grumble. You certainly left me with a fine treasure, but this thing can be deadly. Despite the arduous and painful process, he has successfully acquired another treasure. Now, he possesses 2 of the 8 treasures of Fuxi. The Phoenix Zither remains with the Queen Mother, while the Book of Longevity lies deep within the Underworld. As for the other 4 treasures, he currently has no idea where to begin searching. Perhaps he might glean some hints from the cultivators attending the upcoming ceremony. Mount Shu is the premier sect of the world, and the new sect leader's ascension will undoubtedly attract cultivators from all over to pay their respects and witness the true visage of the new leader. However, many of them may come under the guise of congratulation while harboring ulterior motives. To inquire of them, one must possess sufficient strength to command respect. Xiao Tianque entrusts the preparations for the sect leader's ceremony to Lin Yi and Ning Sheng, then retreats into seclusion. 3 days should be ample time. Xiao Tianque muses to himself. Numerous spiritual treasures lie scattered around him, the most prominent among them being a spiritual vein resembling a dragon, emanating thick spiritual energy, bound by several seals before him. To advance to the harmonization stage, a cultivator must comprehend the laws of the world. However, Xiao Tianque is different. The Hongyuan Bagua Zhen Tian Gong he practices does not require him to deliberately grasp the laws. He merely needs to perfect the second layer to master all worldly rules. Furthermore, his body, having undergone transformation through the Enwat stone, is no longer as it once was. While absorbing the entire spiritual vein is somewhat risky, it is not impossible. After making his decision, Xiao Tianque forms hand seals to gradually unravel the restraints on the spiritual vein, preparing to devour its energy. Good lad, what audacity, to dare directly consume a spiritual vein. In that case, this seat shall lend you a helping hand. The act of devouring the spiritual vein proves to be far more perilous than Xiao Tianque had anticipated. Blood streams from all 7 orifices, his veins bulging, his entire being feeling as if it might burst like a balloon. Just as he finds himself locked in a stalemate with the spiritual vein, a domineering force surges into his body. instantly suppressing the energy of the vein. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Tianque decisively begins to absorb and refine it. Time flows like a river. 3 days pass in the blink of an eye. Representatives from various sects have arrived at Mount Shu. Sister Lin, the appointed time is approaching. Where is the senior brother? Ning Sheng's face is filled with anxiety. Lin Yi shares in the urgency, as disciples of Mount Shu search high and low but find no trace of him. Meng Shidi, you are closest to the senior brother. Do you not know where he is in seclusion? Meng Fan shakes his head, offering reassurance. Sister, you need not worry too much. Senior brother will surely appear when the time comes. Lin Yi casts a somewhat unfriendly glance at Su Xiaoman. Does Miss Su not know either? In recent days, Lin Yi has learned more about Su Xiaoman, and Sia remains by Meng Fan's side to repay her debt of gratitude. While the girl before her is a descendant of Anhua, the only one capable of approaching the senior brother, Brother Daoist, he did not inform me of his whereabouts. Lin Yi's heart swells with indignation. She and Xiao Tianque have known each other since childhood and have never been so intimately familiar. Among this generation of disciples, Ning Sheng is the eldest, and he quickly senses the tension in the air. Lu Yin, take a few disciples to find the senior brother. After instructing Lu Yin, he turns to Lin Yi. If the senior brother is absent, we must not neglect our guests. Sister Lin, let us proceed. Though Lin Yi feels displeased, she recognizes the importance of the occasion. After shooting a glare at Su Xiaoman, she goes to attend to the guests. Xiaoman, it seems someone is vying for your Taoist brother's attention. Suya jokes with a smile. Watching Lin Yi walk away, Su Xiaoman's gaze is resolute. Chapter 74. Setting an example. This is the Void Realm. It is a brand new experience, as Yi Fan steps out from his secluded cave. Standing atop the mountain peak, the fierce wind causing his garments to flutter. As Xiao Tianque's eyes open and close, he feels as though he is merged with all of creation, with a mere thought. He is aware of the happenings on Mount Shu at this very moment. Birds soaring into the clouds, insects and beasts scuttling about, all are within his sight. He perceives the essence of all things, harmonizing with the universe, achieving a state of unity between heaven and man. I am eternally grateful for the assistance of the esteemed elder. Xiao Tianque bows respectfully to the vast mountains before him. Had it not been for that overwhelming force aiding him during his absorption of the spiritual vein, he likely would have failed. Now that he has advanced to the Void Realm, he is unable to discern the location of the one who assisted him. It is clear that the person who intervened possesses formidable strength, perhaps rivaling that of the 3 elders of Mount Shu. Thus, he must not act disrespectfully. After expressing his gratitude, Xiao Tianque hastens to the Grand Hall of Mount Shu. Unbeknownst to him, the Grand Hall is currently bustling with activity. Representatives from various sects and wandering cultivators have gathered to witness the ceremony. Xiao Tianque does not reveal himself immediately with his master. The celestial master Tsangxiu and the 2 elders, Xinling and Chunyang, having departed, he seizes the opportunity to observe the reactions of various factions. A middle-aged man from the Kunshan sect slams his teacup onto the table. His eyes filled with displeasure as he voices his grievances. The youth of today truly lack manners. We elders have arrived, yet this junior has yet to make an appearance. Even Tsangxiu must show us some respect. What is this junior compared to us? The Grand Hall buzzes with murmurs of discontent directed towards Xiao Tianque. Lin Yi and Meng Fan hurriedly apologize, signaling the other disciples of Mount Shu to intensify their search. In my humble opinion, this new sect leader of Mount Shu has clearly disregarded us. An old man, hunched over with a cane and a large lump on his back, speaks up. Old hunchback, why have you come to the succession ceremony of Mount Shu's new leader? The woman clad in a green robe questioned with an unkind tone. This individual, known as Xiao Tianque, had some recollection of her. She was the elder of Falling Flower Valley, named by Yun in the current world. There are 3 major sects in the realm of cultivation: the Shushan sect, Falling Flower Valley, and the Kunshan sect. Besides these 3 prominent factions, there are numerous minor sects and wandering cultivators. The old man, known as Old Tuoyang, is a notorious figure among the wandering cultivators, infamous for his cunning and treachery. Hence, it was no surprise that Elder Bayun harbored disdain for him. Naturally, I have come to witness the ceremony. However, it appears that the new leader of Shushan is exceedingly arrogant and disrespectful. Old Tuoyang sneered, his gaze sweeping over the gathered cultivators. Esteemed guests, this Shushan leader does not regard us in the slightest. Rather than offering our congratulations, we might as well descend the mountain with me. I shall host a feast in your honor. Hold on. At that moment, a youth in splendid attire called out to Old Tuoyang from the crowd. Leaving everyone in astonishment, the young man kicked a cloth bag towards Old Tuoyang's feet. What is the meaning of this, young man? With a slight smile, the youth replied, "You will understand upon opening it." After a moment's hesitation, old Tuoyang untied the bag, and those present leaned in to observe. To their shock, the bag contained a bloodied figure, his limbs contorted. Upon witnessing this scene, old Tuoyang's expression darkened, a malevolent gleam igniting in his eyes. "I thought it might be someone else. It turns out to be your unworthy son," Elder Bayan scoffed. Old Tuoyang, his eyes ablaze with fury, turned to glare at the youth. "Why have you harmed my son?" In the face of old Tuoyang's wrath, the young man remained remarkably composed. Who exactly is this youth? At that moment, both Xiao Tianque and the onlookers were filled with intense curiosity. I cannot discern this youth's cultivation level." Xiao Tianque exclaimed in surprise. The youth toyed with a coin in his hand, smiling as he said, "Your son owes me 500 taels of silver from Zui Xianlu. That must be repaid." "Will you be settling this with banknotes or cash?" A gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Not only had the youth nearly beaten old Tuoyang's son to death, but now he was demanding payment. Was he courting death? "I shall take your life," old Tuoyang bellowed, swinging his staff towards the youth's throat. Yet, contrary to expectations, the anticipated scene of a throat being pierced and blood gushing forth did not occur. The staff halted just half an inch from the youth's throat. Unable to advance further, "You possess some skill, but you ought not provoke me," old Tuoyang shouted angrily, his left palm striking swiftly towards the youth's forehead. Surprisingly, the youth did not evade at all. Crack! The iron palm struck the youth's forehead, sending a shockwave that reverberated with a crisp cracking sound. This youth possesses commendable talent. It is unfortunate that he does not know how to temper his brilliance, many thought, feeling pity for him. Believing he was doomed, however, the next scene rendered everyone speechless. Old Tuoyang's palm turned a deep crimson, and the outline of broken bones was faintly visible, as everyone gasped in shock. The outcome was clear. It was old Tiang who had been injured. "Who are you exactly?" The youth humbly replied. "I am but a humble owner of Zhe Xianlu." Upon learning the youth's identity, old Tiang's demeanor shifted abruptly as he grinned and handed over banknotes. "Forgive my old eyes. This is 1,000 taels. I hope you will accept it." This scene left everyone present in a state of disbelief. Bi Yun and the others were particularly astonished. Old Tuoyang was willing to swallow his pride. What exactly is Zui Xianlu? The major sects like Kunshan and Falling Flower Valley had never even heard of it. Although the wandering cultivators lacked formal affiliations, they were also modest and frugal. Having only heard whispers of Zui Xianlu, the youth accepted the banknotes, deliberately ignoring Xiao Tianque's presence, and called out, "The time has come. Will the Shushan leader not put in an appearance?" Xiao Tianque was acutely aware that he had been discovered by the owner of Zhe Xianlu. "Esteemed seniors, I apologize for my tardiness. Please do not hold it against me," he said with a beaming smile as he stepped forward. "Master brother, these individuals are not easy to deal with," Ningxing whispered in warning. Xiao Tianque responded with a confident smile. Ningxing, perceptively sensing the surge of power emanating from Xiao Tianque, felt as though he was standing before a towering mountain. "You, a mere junior, have the audacity to keep me waiting?" Old Tiang snapped coldly, his tone laden with disdain. Have those old fools of Shushan lost their senses to appoint such an inexperienced child as their leader? Although the crowd held some dissatisfaction regarding Xiao Tianque's late arrival, none dared to speak as rudely as old Tuoyang. Seeking trouble? Very well. This is just the opportunity one need to set an example. The smile vanished from Xiao Tianque's face, replaced by a glint of icy resolve that sent a shiver through those present. Old Tuoyang regarded the youth with scorn and derision. "That I respect your age, but should you insist on flaunting your seniority, do not blame me for what follows. What can you do, little boy?" However, before he could finish his taunt, a pressure akin to the weight of the heavens descended upon him, pinning him to the ground, his bones cracking audibly beneath the strain. Chapter 75. The true identity of old Tuoyang. This aura is from the Dongshu realm. Elder Bai Yun's voice trembled, her eyes wide with terror. "It is indeed from the Dongshu realm. I am certain of it." Elder Bai Koan of the Kunshan sect stammered. Among those present, he was the most powerful. Having remained at the He realm for over a decade, he could hardly believe that this youth, merely in his 20s, possessed a cultivation level far exceeding his own. The other wandering cultivators and disciples from various sects found themselves immobilized, struggling to breathe under the overwhelming pressure radiating from Xiao Tianque, their eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. At that moment, old Tuoyang had been reduced to a mere shadow of his former self, his bones shattered. Lying incapacitated on the ground like a puddle of mud, he managed to lift his head, stripped of his earlier arrogance, and pleaded, "Spare my life." Xiao Tianque snorted coldly, finally retracting his aura, the corners of his mouth curling into a slow smile. The onlookers gazed at the smiling youth with a mix of horror and reverence, scarcely daring to breathe. It was evident that Xiao Tianque had achieved his goal of setting a precedent. Esteemed guests, we have encountered a minor disruption. I hope you will not take offense. In the face of absolute power, no one dared to voice their grievances. All were exceedingly respectful, smiling as they greeted him. The leader is young yet possesses cultivation far surpassing us old-timers. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Elder Baikuan was the first to voice his admiration. Indeed, indeed, various compliments echoed throughout the hall. Lineage and the others were left utterly astounded. Having initially worried about how to handle these individuals, only to find them now vying for Xiao Tianque's favor. Master brother, the time is at hand, Ning Sheng whispered. Xiao Tianque nodded in acknowledgement. Ning Sheng addressed the guests within the hall. The hour has come, please follow me. In the martial arts arena, dozens of ancient cauldrons were arranged in a hexagram formation. Xiao Tianque walked gracefully, placing incense into the central tripod. Boom boom. The sound of the bronze bell rang out like thunder, reverberating through the heavens. This moment, Xiao Tianque had donned a fresh set of robes, holding a whisk as he stood above the sacrificial cauldron. The disciples of Shushan bowed in unison, calling out, "We pay our respects to the leader." Following this, Xiao Tianque delivered a stirring and impassioned inaugural speech. Once all the formalities were concluded, dusk had settled in. Master brother, you should take a rest. I will handle these guests with brother Ning. Lineage suggested, aware that Xiao Tianque preferred not to be amidst such boisterous gatherings. Xiao Tianque nodded in agreement, not declining the offer. Throughout the day, he had not caught a glimpse of Su Xiaoman, leaving him feeling somewhat empty. It was the perfect time to check on her. Contemplating this, Xiao Tianque handed the whisk to Lineage and prepared to depart. However, at that moment, disciples such as Yin rushed over in a frenzy. Panting and filled with urgency, they struggled to articulate their thoughts. Master brother, Ning Sheng shot them a disapproving glance, reprimanding, "What sort of demeanor is this?" After taking a few deep breaths, Yin managed to steady himself. Master brother, something terrible has occurred. Xiao Tianque furrowed his brow, turning back to Yin. What has happened? Speak slowly. After bowing to Xiao Tianque, Yin recounted the events in haste. While I was searching for Master brother with my fellow disciples around Shushan, I discovered that many of the barriers below have been destroyed, and a poisonous miasma is advancing towards us from an unknown source. Ning Sheng's brow instantly furrowed into a tight knot. The restrictions of Mount Shu were no mere decoration. The ability to dismantle them without a trace indicated that the intruders were far from ordinary. Yin was acutely aware of this, which was why he appeared so tense. Master brother, what do you think we should do now? He promptly inquired of Xiao Tianque. Ning Sheng's gaze also shifted towards him, but a faint smile curled at the corners of Xiao Tianque's mouth as he feigned ignorance, luring the enemy deeper in order to annihilate them in one fell swoop. Having reached the Dongshu realm, he could effortlessly discern the location of the intruders with a mere thought. However, Xiao Tianque chose not to alarm them, instead opting to observe their intentions for breaching Mount Shu. Signaling to Ning Sheng led his disciples to stealthily set up defenses, while Xiao Tianque's focus returned to the guests within the hall. That old camel has not yet departed, Xiao Tianque noted with surprise. Given that he had publicly reprimanded the old camel for his insolence, it was unexpected for him to remain at the succession ceremony. Just as Xiao Tianque pondered this, the old camel began to move. "That I shall see what you intend to do." Xiao Tianque stealthily followed him, masking his presence. After exiting the grand hall, the old camel took a concealed mountain path to descend. "Old camel, where do you plan to go?" The sudden voice startled the old camel significantly. He turned back to gaze at Xiao Tianque, his expression blank. Stammering, he struggled to articulate a response. "You refuse to speak. Do you? Let me speak on your behalf. You intend to descend the mountain to send a warning, correct?" Xiao Tianque chuckled coldly. The old camel froze, and as Xiao Tianque drew nearer, he collapsed in fear. Attempting to maintain composure, he forced a smile and said, "Master, please do not misunderstand. I merely lost my way down the mountain. Is that so?" Xiao Tianque smirked. "Have you forgotten that I am of the Dongshu realm? Everything on Mount Shu is within my sight. Speak, why did you destroy the restrictions of Mount Shu, and who is below?" Faced with Xiao Tianque's stern inquiry, the old camel's face turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. Yet his lips remained sealed. "You won't shed tears until you see the coffin." Xiao Tianque lightly tapped the large lump on the old camel's back. "You may as well kill me." In the next moment, The old camel writhed in agony, his body convulsing as he rolled on the ground, begging for death. Raising poisonous insects with one's own flesh, what audacity. I wonder what consequences will arise should those insects spiral out of control. The lump on the old camel's back housed a rare poisonous insect. Although Xiao Tianque's earlier gesture seemed gentle, he had actually severed one of the insect's legs, inciting chaos within the flesh mound. The old camel was acutely aware of the insect's ferocity. Should it go completely mad, his demise would be inevitable. Straddling the line between life and death, he chose to capitulate. That I shall speak. I shall speak. I am an elder of the One Poison Cave. This revelation did not surprise Xiao Tianque. The cruelty of raising insects in such a manner left him unable to fathom any other power capable of such a feat besides the One Poison Cave. The old camel appeared startled, but soon regained his composure. You came for the One Poison Pearl, did you not? As he spoke, the One Poison Pearl materialized in Xiao Tianque's hand at this juncture. Xiao Tianque understood that the old camel's earlier provocations were merely a ruse to ascertain whether the Zongsu Taoist and his companions had indeed departed as rumored. Should they have left, the old camel would immediately send word, and the One Poison Cave's forces lying in ambush below would surge up Mount Shu, wreaking havoc and reclaiming the One Poison Pearl. The old camel did not deny this. Who among the newcomers from the One Poison Cave possesses the highest cultivation, and what level have they attained? In response to Xiao Tianque's inquiry, the old camel hesitated for a moment before replying. The One Poison Pearl is the lifeblood of the One Poison Cave. This time, all 4 cave masters have emerged, and each possesses Dongshu realm cultivation. Particularly, the Grand Cave Master has remained in the Dongshu realm for over 100 years. His strength unfathomable. The revelation that all 4 cave masters possessed Dongshu realm cultivation was indeed troubling. Xiao Tianque mused to himself. However, this did not imply a lack of capability to confront them. At this moment, the 4 cave masters awaited news from the old camel, 1,000 miles away, although rumors circulated that the Zongsu Taoist and his companions were no longer on Mount Shu. They remained cautious and reluctant to act rashly. While the Dongshu realm was formidable, they were but a mere flick of the fingers before the Zongsu Taoist and his companions. The old camel discerned Xiao Tianque's unease. And with a flick of his eyes, he quickly said, I shall descend the mountain to inform them that the esteemed master has not departed. Thus, the 4 cave masters will surely lead their followers back in defeat. Not daring to infringe upon Mount Shu. No. Tell them the truth and invite them to come. The old camel was taken aback, questioning whether his ears had deceived him, with the 3 from Mount Shu already absent. How could he single-handedly withstand an assault from the 4 cave masters? Could it be that there were still powerful individuals residing in Mount Shu? If so, would the One Poison Cave not face total annihilation? The thought sent a chill down the old camel's spine. No, I absolutely cannot fall for this young man's scheme. He silently resolved. A smile played on Xiao Tianque's lips, clearly aware of the old camel's internal calculations. Sword energy, delicate as silk, penetrated the lump on the old camel's back. I have no intention of forcing you, but should you fail to summon the 4 cave masters, this sword energy will slay the poisonous insect upon your back. Allowing its venom to permeate your very marrow, Xiao Tianque spoke slowly, devoid of any semblance of coercion. The old camel's mind brimmed with curses, but lacking the strength to resist, he could only nod in silent agreement. Go, and do not keep them waiting. Xiao Tianque kindly escorted the old camel to the foot of the mountain, watching as he met with the members of the One Poison Cave, concealed at the base of Mount Shu. The disciples of the One Poison Cave soon encountered the old camel, who was dressed in attire typical of Miaojiang. A middle-aged man, with a palm-sized scorpion tattooed on his face, impatiently inquired. Old camel, what is the outcome? The old camel wrestled internally, aware that Xiao Tianque was likely observing him in the shadows. Should he fail to comply with his wishes, his death would be assured. Yet, if he spoke the truth, it would likely result in half of the One Poison Cave's members perishing here, rendering him a traitor to the One Poison Cave. What nonsense am I thinking? The cave master is waiting for your news, the middle-aged man impatiently exclaimed. The 3 from Mount Shu are indeed absent, but we should still exercise caution. The old camel's warning went unheeded by the middle-aged man. Prepare yourselves. After briefing the rest of the One Poison Cave members, he transformed into a flash of poisonous light and vanished from sight. The remaining members of the One Poison Cave dispersed, executing their plan to encircle Mount Shu. Only the old camel was left behind 1,000 miles away. The earlier cloaked figures had arrived before the 4 cave masters of the One Poison Cave. Tian Scorpion, what news do you bring? The speaker was a man clad in black armor, marked by a blood-black scorpion insignia on his forehead. This man was the second cave master of the Wan Poison Cave. Blood Scorpion, return to the second cave master. Everything is as the rumors say. Good. Excitement was unmistakable in Blood Scorpion's eyes. A rotund man, with leathery gray-brown skin, slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of murderous intent crossing them. Bring back the Wan Poison Pearl. This man was the leader of the Wan Poison Cave, and the most powerful among the 4 cave masters, Wu Chan. Yes, all 3 cave masters, possessing Dongshu realm cultivation, appeared exceedingly respectful before him, suggesting his strength was indeed extraordinary. When the 3 cave masters arrived at the foot of Mount Shu alongside Tian Scorpion, they found no trace of the old camel. A burly man, bare-chested and with a tattoo of a centipede with 100 eyes across his chest, asked in a deep voice, Tian Scorpion, where is the old camel? In response to the cave master's inquiry, Tian Scorpion hesitated briefly before responding. Today marks the succession of the new master of Mount Shu. He must have feared drawing suspicion and thus returned to the mountain. A woman draped in green gauze, adorned with scales and possessing a forked tongue, chuckled. Those 3 old relics are no longer in Mount Shu. If you, 100 Eyes, are afraid, you may remain here while Blood Scorpion and I retrieve the Wan Poison Pearl. This woman was the only female among the 4 cave masters. Bai Shi, 100 Eyes cast a dismissive glance at Bai Shi, unwilling to waste words on her. Caution is the mother of safety. Though those 3 old relics are absent, Mount Shu's foundation runs deep, and we cannot underestimate their potential capabilities, Blood Scorpion advised. At this moment, the guests arriving at Mount Shu to offer their congratulations were blissfully unaware of the impending turmoil. As dusk descended, Xiao Tianque inexplicably summoned them outside the hall, claiming, the setting sun bleeds like a wound. To visit Mount Shu without witnessing this sunset would be a considerable regret. The dying sun. How wondrous it is. Indeed, the sunset at Mount Shu possessed a unique charm. Engrossed in their respective pursuits, none could have anticipated the sunset would be so breathtaking. The gathered cultivators engaged in fervent discussions, utterly unaware that before long, the sky would be stained crimson with blood. Lin Yi approached Xiao Tianque and whispered, Elder brother, they have begun their ascent. Xiao Tianque nodded and instructed, guard the demon locking tower well. Do not allow those malevolent beings to escape. As for them, Lin Yi nodded in understanding and quietly withdrew. Having known her elder brother for several decades, she was aware that he never undertook ventures without assurance. His directives surely indicated he possessed ample confidence to confront the impending adversaries. The disciples of the 10,000 Poison Cave attacked Mount Shu from all directions, reaching the halfway point without encountering any resistance from the disciples of Mount Shu, which undeniably bolstered their morale. Only Bai Yin felt an increasing sense of dread. The 3 concealed their presence, hidden within the void, gazing down upon the martial training ground. Oblivious to the impending doom, the participants remained unaware of their fate. Blood Scorpion's gaze was indifferent, a sneer gracing his lips. At that moment, Bai Yin's attention sharpened as he spotted the old camel sheep below, revealing a look of surprise. The old camel sheep stood beside Xiao Tianque, his expression as grim as one mourning a lost child. Mount Shu truly devoid of capable leaders, allowing a mere lad to assume the role of sect master. Blood Scorpion scoffed. Why not capture this boy and present him to me as a plaything? I wish to savor the essence of Mount Shu's master. As he looked at Xiao Tianque below, Bai Shi's eyes evidently glimmered with lustful intent. Attack. No, Blood Scorpion commanded, but it was too late. The disciples of the 10,000 Poison Cave, who had long been lying in wait, shouted as they surged towards the martial training ground from all directions. The people of the 10,000 Poison Cave. The gathered cultivators gasped in shock. Turning their gazes towards Xiao Tianque, they beheld a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth. The turtle has entered the urn. Do not panic, everyone. Chapter 77. The 3 cave masters enter the array. The disciples of the 10,000 Poison Cave must be exterminated. Follow me to battle. Bai Kuan of the Kunshin sect bellowed, rallying everyone to join him in the fight. Everyone, the newcomers are guests. Is it reasonable to let you take action? Sect Master Xiao, these people have come to kill us, and you continue to jest with everyone. Surely you have prepared for this. The youth who claimed to be the master of the drunken immortal tower spoke with a skeptical expression. Those who know me are indeed wise. In the next moment, the disciples of Mount Shu appeared at various corners of the martial training ground. each inserting their spiritual swords into the seemingly insignificant grooves in the ground. In an instant, spiritual light surged skyward, and countless strange runes materialized from above. The entire martial training ground transformed in a heartbeat into a Bagua formation. The disciples of the 10,000 Poison Cave gazed in astonishment at the surrounding shimmering spiritual light and extraordinary runes. What is this? Could these resplendent lights be Tao symbols? A disciple with golden core cultivation exclaimed in shock. The disciples of the 10,000 Poison Cave primarily focused on poison crafting and insect taming. Yet they understood the significance of Tao symbols. Tao symbols are the essence of a master's understanding of the Tao, imbued with their insights. Should they succeed in capturing them, their future cultivation would undoubtedly benefit immensely. Dozens of disciples from the 10,000 Poison Cave immediately set down their weapons and sat cross-legged on the ground, attempting to refine the runes before them. The hidden figures, including Bai Shi, were equally tempted. Though they had attained the Void Realm, they recognized their limited talents. Without extraordinary opportunities, their paths of cultivation might have reached their limits, stunting any further progress. Bai Yin, you have seen much. If this truly is a Tao symbol, we could seize this chance to advance further, thus liberating ourselves from the oppression of Wu Chan. Bai Shi eagerly inquired. Blood Scorpion was even more eager, silently preparing to snatch the opportunity. Bai Yin hesitated. After all, Tao symbols existed only in legends. He had never seen one, leaving him uncertain. Observing this, Blood Scorpion, Bai Shi, and Bai Yin simultaneously turned their gazes towards Tianque. Tianque, this opportunity has been bestowed upon you by the Cave Master. Faced with the rewards from the three Cave Masters, Tianque was momentarily taken aback. His face devoid of any joy. It was evident to any discerning eye that this was not a gift, but rather a concern for deception. Turning him into a test subject, he quickly replied, "Such an opportunity is too great for me to bear. It is not that you cannot bear it. It is that you may not survive." Tianque understood that if this item were indeed a Tao symbol, should he attempt to refine and absorb it, the three would undoubtedly stop at nothing to extract it from him. Noticing the coldness in their eyes, Tianque reluctantly approached one of the runes, binding and absorbing it. Xiao Tianque glanced up at the positions of the three with a slight smile, thinking to himself, what a group of cunning old foxes. These individuals must be the core members of the 10,000 Poison Cave. Upon hearing Xiao Tianque's unexpected question, the old camel sheep felt an unexplainable tremor in his heart and instinctively nodded. That is good. Witnessing the smile on Xiao Tianque's face, he felt a pang of unease. Sect Master Xiao, do you intend to allow these individuals to refine the Tao symbols? Bai Yun inquired, utterly perplexed. Surrounding individuals cast doubtful glances. Rather than letting these villains benefit, should we not refine it ourselves? Indeed, the scattered cultivators began to clamor. Some even contemplated leaving the barrier set by Xiao Tianque to seek out the runes for refinement. However, Xiao Tianque did not harshly intervene. Instead, he remarked with a hint of amusement, "If you wish to refine this item, I shall not obstruct you. However, I never claimed these are Tao symbols." Upon hearing this, the scattered cultivators erupted in uproar, retreating behind Xiao Tianque. He gestured for those behind him to remain within the barrier and approached the disciples of the 10,000 Poison Cave. Guests are here. Are you all satisfied with the gift I have prepared? The disciples of the 10,000 Poison Cave stared in shock at the youth before them. Is this truly the sect master of Mount Shu? Faced with an enemy's attack, he not only refrains from fighting, but instead offers Tao symbols. The more they pondered, the more bizarre it seemed. Are these items truly Tao symbols? The anxious Tianque could not help but ask. No, Xiao Tianque replied emphatically. The disciples of the 10,000 Poison Cave were taken aback. What on earth is this? Someone demanded sharply. What kind of symbol is this? My apologies, I momentarily forgot. But you may consider it a mark of the deceased. At that moment, everyone was horrified to discover their foreheads inexplicably darkening. Those who offend Mount Shu shall perish. Xiao Tianque cast a cold glance at the disciples of the 10,000 Poison Cave. In the next instant, a colossal illusion of a Bagua diagram materialized above the martial training ground. This is bad. This is an array. The disciples of the 10,000 Poison Cave and the three Cave Masters, already ensnared within the formation, shouted in unison. This array is the Bagua suppressing demon formation of Mount Shu. It has already taken shape. If we allow this to continue, none of the disciples of the 10,000 Poison Cave shall survive. Bai Yin recognized the formation and exclaimed in horror that we cannot allow this formation to succeed. The three cave masters acted simultaneously, descending into the array. Their formidable presence forced the surrounding disciples of Mount Shu back several yards, causing them to vomit blood. However, to their surprise, the formation did not collapse as a result. Rather, it accelerated in its formation. 3 Void Realm Masters have arrived. The 10,000 Poison Cave intends to annihilate Mount Shu. The gathered individuals within the barrier trembled, staring in disbelief at the trio that had just entered the formation. Yet, they noticed that Xiao Tianque remained composed, his expression unflinching even in the face of 3 formidable Void Realm cultivators. This truly left them baffled. The master of the drunken immortal tower, the mysterious figure in white, now found himself puzzled as well. This youth possessed considerable talent and strength, but facing these 3, his chances seemed slim. Yet he remained so calm. Could it be he had hidden means? The 3 cave masters of the 10,000 Poison Cave also sensed something amiss. To draw the 3 of them into the formation. It truly required some effort. Xiao Tianque mused his words. All present were left speechless, momentarily doubting their own hearing. This young man's target was indeed the 3 cave masters. The figure in white was stunned. Blood Scorpion sneered coldly. Boy, even if you draw us into the formation, what then? Killing you is as easy as pie. Once you are dead, the formation will naturally break. You might as well submit to me and become my servant. Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to revel in pleasures every night rather than suffer physical torment? Bai Shi licked her lips, smiling seductively. Blood Scorpion, Bai Shi, do not be careless. This formation is extraordinary. And it is not merely the Bagua suppressing demon formation. The 100-eyed reminded. Upon entering the formation, I have discovered that there exists yet another formation within this one. What? The Blood Scorpion and the Emerald Serpent were initially taken aback, but soon regained their composure. In the face of absolute power, your so-called formations are merely ornamental. Is that so? A faint smile played on Xiao Tianque's lips. In the next moment, Chapter 78, the means left by the 3 elders of Mount Shu. Could it be that this lad possesses some cunning plan? Noticing the change in Xiao Tianque's expression, the 100-eyed felt an inexplicable shiver run down his spine. An unnameable sense of crisis enveloped him, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end in an instant. Blood Scorpion, 100-eyed, did you hear any sound? The Emerald Serpent furrowed her delicate brow. Not only the people of the 10,000 Poisons Cave, but also Bai Kuan and others clearly heard a series of humming sounds, which seemed to resemble the ringing of swords. Kid, I am eager to see what tricks you have up your sleeve. The Blood Scorpion scoffed, curling his fingers as he channeled his spiritual energy. The torrent of spiritual power converged, transforming into a ghostly hand that reached out directly, as if attempting to grasp the very space where Xiao Tianque stood. At first glance, this claw resembled a roaring specter, intent on devouring him whole. He was confident that this strike would effortlessly capture the youth before him. Boom. Suddenly, the claw conjured by the Blood Scorpion shattered without any warning. Just as he was filled with suspicion, a chorus of wails erupted from the crowd behind him. Cave Master, save me. When the 3 turned around, they were met with the sight of half a body engulfed in flames. Reduced to ash, the Scorpion. The other disciples of the 10,000 Poisons Cave had long since turned to dust. In that fleeting moment, the Scorpion too was reduced to mere remnants. The crowd gasped in astonishment. And even the disciples of Mount Shu outside the formation were taken aback. Fear flickered in the eyes of the 3 cave masters for the first time. 100-eyed, what on earth is happening? I do not know. It must be the tricks of this lad. These disciples were the fruits of years of painstaking effort by the 10,000 Poisons Cave, now vanishing into thin air in the blink of an eye. Not a single one remaining. Though the 3 cave masters were filled with rage and hatred, what overshadowed their emotions was fear. Despite their cultivation in the Void Realm, they could not fathom the means by which this individual was executing such lethal strikes. Terrifying, it was truly too terrifying. In the midst of casual conversation, lives were extinguished without a trace. I never expected that the 3 elders of Mount Shu still had such means, the man in white from the drunken immortal tower said with a flourish. In the next moment, he approached Xiao Tianque and whispered in his ear, I know you are seeking the 8 treasures of Fuxi. I await you in the capital of North Zhao. Who exactly are you? Xiao Tianque instinctively grew wary. Bai Shi. Without waiting for Xiao Tianque to respond, he vanished from the scene. Seeing Xiao Tianque lost in thought, the Blood Scorpion, 100-eyed, and Emerald Serpent exchanged glances and simultaneously took action. Kill him, reclaim the 10,000 poisons pearl. The three formidable Void Realm cultivators launched their assault from all sides toward Xiao Tianque. The terrifying momentum made the very air tremble. Their combined strike was enough to shake mountains and seas. Boom, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Blinding white light spread in all directions. In that brilliant glare, everyone was momentarily blinded. When the white light dissipated, Xiao Tianque had already vanished without a trace. Is he dead? No one dared to confirm. After all, this youth emanated an aura of profound mystery. In the midst of casual banter, he could extinguish lives without a trace. Given his unfathomable means, he certainly would not perish so easily. The Blood Scorpion and others vigilantly scanned their surroundings, their consciousnesses forming an expansive net that enveloped the area. As time passed, the expressions of the three grew increasingly grave, despite their cultivation in the Void Realm. They could not detect a hint of Xiao Tianque's presence. It was as if he had completely vanished from this world. But if that were the case, why did the formation still persist? Could it be that he was not the master of this formation? The three slightly relaxed, when suddenly the old camel shouted, "Cave Masters, do not let your guard down. This person has reached the Void Realm and possesses numerous means. He will not die so easily." His exclamation not only caught the attention of the three cave masters, but also that of all the scattered cultivators, the Fallen Flower Valley, and the Conscience sect. You are one of the 10,000 poisons cave. In response to the crowd's inquiries, the old camel candidly replied, "And what of it? Now that the three cave masters are here, if you dare touch a hair on me, today shall be your demise." Gazing at his arrogant demeanor, everyone felt a surge of frustration. The 10,000 poisons cave was notorious, and both scattered cultivators and various sects harbored deep-seated hatred for it. Had the three cave masters not been present, the old camel would have been torn apart long ago. Now, with the three cave masters here, everyone feared for their lives, merely watching him with gritted teeth. Yet none dared to take action. Old camel, do not be so arrogant. Beware of retribution. Boom! No sooner had the words left his mouth than a bolt of purple lightning descended from the heavens, striking the old camel with unerring precision. By the time the crowd reacted, the old camel had already been reduced to a pile of charred remains. The onlookers were stunned, not expecting that his casual comment would turn into reality. The 100-eyed's gaze turned cold as he looked up at the storm clouds above. That lad is hiding within the storm. At that moment, for reasons unknown, all three felt an involuntary shiver run down their spines, as if an unparalleled expert had suddenly appeared behind them, gazing at them intently. The sudden surge of powerful energy captured the attention of everyone present. "What is that?" Baikuan squinted his eyes, focusing intently. A sword, a bell, and a flame materialized out of thin air, hurtling toward the three cave masters of the 10,000 poisons cave with overwhelming force. This sword was the shadow left by the Zongsu Taoist. The bell was the broken bell left by Elder Xianling. The flame was a seed of pure yang fire cultivated by Elder Chun Yang. Not good. The pupils of the three shrank sharply, their expressions changing dramatically. Bang! With a resounding explosion, the three formidable cave masters of the 10,000 poisons cave were sent flying like kites with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground. The crowd exchanged glances, all wearing expressions of shock. We cannot escape. At this moment, the voice of the 100-eyed trembled noticeably. The great formation was in place. Coupled with the sudden arrival of these spiritual objects, I refuse to believe that mere inanimate objects can kill me. The emerald serpent's pupils transformed into slits, akin to those of a serpent. She swung her long whip, conjuring countless serpent shadows that manifested like a sea of snakes, utterly terrifying. Emerald serpent, no. The 100-eyed attempted to intervene, but it was already too late. In an instant, the myriad serpent shadows were engulfed by the pure yang fire, turning to nothingness. The emerald serpent let out a pain scream. She too was scorched by the pure yang fire, her skin reddening and burning, waves of heat radiating from her body, as if she were about to ignite. Among the scattered cultivators, someone lamented, "This pure yang fire is truly terrifying." The reputation of Mount Shu's pure yang child is not unfounded. Once, he turned a major demon in the tribulation stage to ashes with pure yang fire. Baikuan spoke slowly, admiration evident in his eyes. "Blood Scorpion, do not touch her." The Blood Scorpion attempted to help the Emerald Serpent, but was sternly admonished by the 100-eyed that if you touch her, the fire poison on her will surely spread to you. Only the 10,000 poisons pearl can save her now. The Blood Scorpion and the 100-eyed cast murderous glares at Xiao Tianque, wishing they could devour him whole, for reasons unknown. At that moment, Xiao Tianque laughed mockingly at them. Chapter 79. Annihilating the Three Cave Masters. Boy, why do you laugh? The blood scorpion's eyes brimmed with fury. Perceiving the laughter as a blatant provocation, the hundred-eyed, however, found the laugh particularly eerie. If you come as guests, I shall treat you with courtesy. However, since you have offended Mount Shu and harmed our disciples, I have no choice but to take action. Moreover, what kind of benevolent beings are you from the 10,000 Poisons Cave? You, the blood scorpion, was momentarily speechless. If you can return the 10,000 Poisons Pearl to us and heal the Emerald Serpent, we shall immediately withdraw from Mount Shu and never return. How about that? The hundred-eyed continued. Furthermore, the 10,000 Poisons Pearl originally belongs to my 10,000 Poisons Cave. Master Xiao, you must not return the 10,000 Poisons Pearl to these people. The 10,000 Poisons Pearl harbors deadly toxins. If these villains use it for evil, all living beings within 100 miles shall perish. For years, the 10,000 Poisons Cave has been abducting people to refine poison and test medicines. Such actions are utterly intolerable. Xiao Zhongmin resolutely activated the Great Formation, annihilating them in one fell swoop. The scattered cultivators and the two major sects both expressed their stance, lamenting the heinous crimes of the Wan Poison Cave. With the means left by the three from Shushan, they understood that a mere thought from Xiao Tianque would suffice to obliterate the three cave masters of Wan Poison Cave. Both sides fixed their gazes upon Xiao Tianque, their hearts racing in anticipation of his response. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. The Wan Poison Pearl cannot be returned to you. However, the three blood scorpions appeared somewhat dejected, but a glimmer of hope quickly resurfaced in their eyes. Xiao Tianque descended from the thunderclouds, approaching them with a smile, and inquired, "However, I am not one to force others against their will. Tell me, how would you prefer to meet your demise? How dare a mere child, still wet behind the ears, provoke me so brazenly?" Blood Scorpion was utterly enraged, his arms revealing sharp bone spurs as he lunged towards Xiao Tianque's throat with lightning speed, attempting a lethal strike. Demonic power. It is rumored that Blood Scorpion broke through to the Dongshu realm due to inadvertently acquiring the primordial spirit essence of a millennia-old scorpion demon. Moreover, he had absorbed and fused this essence, resulting in a body that was partially demonized, enabling him to wield demonic energy. Faced with this fatal blow infused with demonic and spiritual power, everyone involuntarily gasped in shock on behalf of Xiao Tianque. At such a close distance, even I might not evade it. This boy is undoubtedly doomed, Bai Yin thought to himself. Yet, the reality swiftly slapped him in the face. Crack. It was not the sound of severed veins, but rather the crisp sound of bone fracturing. The smug expression on Blood Scorpion's face morphed into panic, quickly followed by agony. The bone spur equivalent to his bones was forcibly severed by an invisible sword energy. The pain of shattered bones drilled into his very marrow. My sword may not rival my master's, but it is certainly not without merit, Xiao Tianque remarked calmly, recounting the transgressions of Wan Poison Cave, kidnapping people, refining poison, exhuming graves for corpses, and slaughtering villages to refine malevolence. Each and every one of these heinous acts cannot be overlooked. What truly instilled fear in Bai Yin and the others was not Xiao Tianque's strength, but rather the means left by the three Tsangshu Taoists within this formation. The power of the three Tsangshu Taoists was deemed unparalleled in the world. Even the methods they left behind could easily obliterate them. Bai Yin's mind raced as he transmitted a message to Blood Scorpion. This child possesses formidable strength. We must strike with thunderous might to severely injure or slay him. Only then can we escape this formation. Blood Scorpion nodded in agreement. Xiao Zhongmin. Bai Yin's eyes glimmered with malice as he called out to Xiao Tianque. Just as Xiao Tianque turned to look at him, the hundred-eyed centipede tattooed on his abdomen suddenly seemed to come to life. Over 100 eyes erupted with blinding, dazzling white light, akin to a multitude of miniature suns. In that moment, Xiao Tianque's vision was rendered blind. Brat. Blood Scorpion brandished a pitch-black, gleaming blade, its tip resembling the stinger of a venomous scorpion. The black blade shot forth menacingly, its tip flickering with venomous brilliance, akin to a scorpion's tail aiming for Xiao Tianque's heart. The two worked in perfect harmony. Even if they could not slay Xiao Tianque in one blow, it would surely leave him gravely injured. The nearly unconscious Bai Shi gritted her teeth and fired two venomous needles. What a blunder! Xiao Tianque was somewhat taken aback. At this moment, he was briefly blinded, and they would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to strike with lethal intent. She in character, inches apart yet worlds away, Xiao Tianque silently chanted within. In this critical moment, he vanished from before the three of them. Impossible. Blood Scorpion nearly howled in disbelief. The strike, which should have been unavoidable, was evaded by him. By the time he regained his senses, Xiao Tianque had already appeared behind them. Slash, seal, burn. Xiao Tianque internally commanded. The heavens and earth converged. Sword energy rippling, 10,000 swords trembling and howling. What initially appeared to be a mere illusion of a sword suddenly solidified in an instant, soaring into the sky, obscuring the sun. The terrifying sword might crushing everything in its path. The piercing sword energy was capable of rending the void, annihilating all. The dilapidated copper bell radiated brilliantly, runes soaring through the air, the ringing sound reverberating across the land, shaking the hearts and spirits of all, causing their blood to surge. This sound resembled the harbinger of annihilation. A mere spark, no larger than a fingernail, of pure yang fire erupted instantaneously, rendering the air scorching and solidifying. Boom, the sword energy left no trace. Blood Scorpion's gaze turned vacant, his body devoid of any sword marks. Yet he had long since lost the breath of life. As the final ray of sword light fell, his body shattered into countless pieces. Scattering across the ground, crimson blood rained down from the sky. Bayan's eyes were completely destroyed. His internal organs turned to blood mist, blood streaming from all 7 orifices, meeting a most tragic end as for Bai Shi. She was unable to emit even a single wail before being reduced to a pile of ashes. In the blink of an eye, 3 powerful beings of the Dongshu realm had perished. Everyone was left in shock, their eyes filled with terror. What do you all think? This sudden question made everyone involuntarily shudder. This act not only eradicated the invading enemies of Wan Poison Cave, but also served as a warning to others. Xiao Tianque was conveying to all present that even in the absence of the 3 Songshu Taoists, Shushan was certainly not to be trifled with. Should anyone dare to invade, their fate would be the same as that of the Wan Poison Cave members. The methods of Shushan were indeed extraordinary. Everyone forced smiles, their garments already drenched in sweat. Thousands of miles away, Wu Chan had grown impatient at this moment. A disciple of Wan Poison Cave, shrouded in a black robe, rushed over, holding dozens of life tokens, his legs trembling as he reported in a panic. Cave Master, all the life tokens of our Wan Poison Cave disciples have shattered, including those of the 3 Cave Masters. What? Wu Chan could scarcely believe his ears. He snatched the life tokens, searching frantically among them. Yet, not a single one remained intact. Who on earth killed so many of my Wan Poison Cave disciples? Could it be that those 3 old fellows have not yet departed? Just as Wu Chan pondered this, a piercing shout pierced his ears. Toad, are you not making your move? Chapter 80. The Shadow Sword and the Grievances of Wan Poison Cave. Toad, are you still not planning to take action? With the deaths of Blood Scorpion and the others, Wu Chan felt a sense of trepidation. Just as he intended to leave, a voice called out to him. Wu Chan's eyes glinted with coldness as he looked up that a robed youth was soaring through the air on a sword. You must be the new sect leader of Shushan. As the sword shadow beneath him dissipated, Xiao Tianque landed on the peak opposite Wu Chan, responding crisply, Indeed, and the Wan Poison Pearl is in my possession. Wu Chan's interest was piqued in an instant as he spoke in a commanding tone. The Wan Poison Pearl is the possession of my Wan Poison Cave. Given your youth, and that you are a disciple of the Songshu Taoist, if you return it to its rightful owner, I, the Cave Master, shall not pursue the matter of the murder of my cave disciples. Clearly, Wu Chan only knew that Shui Wu and Miao Feng had perished at the hands of Xiao Tianque. As for the deaths of other Wan Poison Cave disciples and the 3 Cave Masters, he did not associate them with Xiao Tianque. In his view, even if this youth before him possessed extraordinary talent, he could never be a match for Blood Scorpion and the others. Surely, there must be stronger individuals stationed within Shushan. As long as he managed to reclaim the Wan Poison Pearl, Wan Poison Cave would have a day to regain its vitality. Little did he expect that the youth before him suddenly burst into laughter, his eyes filled with derision. No wonder you are the foremost figure of Wan Poison Cave. Your heart is astonishingly broad. The 3 Cave Masters and dozens of disciples have all perished at my hands, and you still choose to overlook it. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Wu Chan was instantly shaken, yet he still dared not believe the words of this youth. Convinced that Xiao Tianque was merely exaggerating, that there were surely stronger individuals stationed within Shushan. Old fox. Xiao Tianque silently cursed in his heart that Wu Chan was exceedingly cautious, already prepared to flee at the slightest anomaly. Once he sensed something amiss, he would immediately escape. I may be able to contend with him, but if this fellow chooses to run, I cannot stop him. Eradicate the roots, to completely annihilate one poison cave. I cannot let Wu Chan escape that if he wished to lower Wu Chan's guard. There were only two methods. The first was to make him truly believe that no strong individuals were stationed within Shushan. This was somewhat difficult, as even Xiao Tianque harbored doubts about the presence of hidden strong individuals within Shushan. The second was to thoroughly enrage him. Anger can cloud one's judgment, leading to a loss of reason. Thus, he would not think of fleeing, but rather focus solely on killing him. With a plan forming in his mind, Xiao Tianque revealed a playful smile. Toad, are you afraid? If you are worried that there are still strong individuals in Shushan, then you should quickly scurry away with your tail between your legs. A dog with its tail between its legs, living in constant fear. Although one poison cave is not a righteous sect, it has persisted for hundreds of years. Today, it seems that its lineage may very well be severed by you, Toad. Are you not afraid that the ancestral spirit of the 10,000 Poisons cave will rise from the depths and strike you down with but a mere flick of its hand? Wu Chan's countenance darkened, his gaze grew increasingly sinister, and his veins bulged ominously as his skin turned an ashen hue, resembling a grotesquely inflated toad. The incessant echoes of Toad reverberated in his ears. Assaulting the last vestiges of his rationality. In his youth, he had been a dashing and handsome figure, yet his obsession with the toxic arts had grotesquely altered his appearance, transforming his visage into a source of inner torment. At this moment, Xiao Tianque's words were undoubtedly aggravating him further. Silence, Wu Chan bellowed, and in that moment, he resembled a colossal toad in a fit of rage. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth like a tempest, sending boulders tumbling and ancient trees splintering, even scattering the clouds above. Wu Chan was incensed, yet this was merely the beginning. Xiao Tianque feigned a gag, pinching his nose and expressing his revulsion. Toad, have you been feasting on excrement? The stench is simply indescribable. Die. Wu Chan was utterly enraged, his skin deepening to a shade of black, his eyes bulging like those of an enraged bull, his massive form swelling as his abdomen emitted a series of croaks. Akin to a balloon on the verge of bursting. A colossal shadow of a toad manifested, its cavernous mouth agape, and a tongue, supple yet fierce, shot forth like an arrow, gleaming with lethal intent and producing a piercing sonic boom. Xiao Tianque's lips curled into a smirk, a glimmer of delight gracing his features. You've taken the bait. The agile tongue coiled around Xiao Tianque like a giant serpent, attempting to strangle him to death. Thunderclap of the demon subduing palm. A light command resonated. A crimson-purple lightning enveloped Xiao Tianque in an instant. The violent thunder caused Wu Chan considerable discomfort, as if his own tongue were ensnared by a hedgehog. Xiao Tianque summoned his spiritual power to pry the constricting tongue away. A viscous, foul-smelling, milky liquid dripped from him, and the scent, the color, caused Xiao Tianque's mouth to twitch, overwhelming him with nausea. In that moment, he wished fervently that this milky substance could be nothing more than ordinary saliva. In the realm of the void, a flicker of astonishment crossed Wu Chan's eyes. In their brief exchange, he had discerned Xiao Tianque's cultivation level. The fury in his gaze intensified. Wu Chan had already formulated an answer in his mind, yet he still hesitated to ask, "Did you truly slay the Blood Scorpion trio?" Wu Chan was acutely aware that with the power of the Void Realm combined with the foundation of Shushan, it was not inconceivable to eliminate the Blood Scorpion trio. Once I have vanquished you and obliterated the 10,000 Poisons cave, you shall know the truth. A stir of intrigue coursed through Xiao Tianque. The Qingying sword materialized in his hand, its formidable aura pressing down from all directions, intertwining light and shadow in the celestial realm, faintly revealing the blade's form. Wu Chan's eyes, unlike those of ordinary men, recognized that what Xiao Tianque wielded was not merely a hilt, but a sword whose blade was invisible to the naked eye. Upon the blade, enigmatic Tao patterns danced, and a dragon coiled and roared. A sudden tremor coursed through his heart, his chest swelling with a torrent of hatred as he gritted his teeth and enunciated, "That is the Qingying sword." This revelation took Xiao Tianque by surprise. He had not anticipated that beyond his master and the two elders, there existed another who recognized this sword. Who would have thought that in my lifetime I would encounter the wielder of the Qingying sword? Excellent. Splendid. Old grievances and new vendettas shall be settled together. Wu Chan's eyes blazed with fury, yet he erupted into a maniacal laugh. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The venomous creatures, previously concealed within the rocky crevices, now surged forth towards Wu Chan in a frantic rush. In the blink of an eye, he was engulfed by a swarm of venomous insects, rendering even his eyes obscured. Just as Xiao Tianque was engulfed in bewilderment, Eerie crimson lights shot forth from the gaps between the insects. Simultaneously, the Qingying sword in his grasp began to tremble, emitting a series of melodious chimes, seemingly filled with excitement. In the next moment, a series of blurred images surged into Xiao Tianque's mind from the Qingying sword. An emaciated elder dressed in Miao attire clashed with a middle-aged Taoist, their weapons flashing in a fleeting dance. Blood splattered, and the axe shattered. A series of sinister chuckles jolted Xiao Tianque back to reality. The myriad of venomous insects gradually dispersed, revealing Wu Chan once more. Previously, he had appeared as a mountain of flesh. But now he stood as robust as an ox, wielding a large axe radiating an eerie crimson light. His presence was imposing, akin to a deity of wrath descending upon the earth. Upon seeing the axe in Wu Chan's hands, Xiao Tianque instantly understood, and with a smile, he mused, "In the past, you slew my master. Today, I shall slay you, the toad of 10,000 poisons," bringing closure to this tale. Chapter 81. Blood opens the blade. A sword comes from heaven. Who would have thought that the Qingying sword had such a profound connection with the 10,000 poisons cave? Undoubtedly. The fleeting images that had flashed through Xiao Tianque's mind were of the former wielder of the Qingying sword annihilating the ancestral spirit of the 10,000 poisons cave. Old grievances and new grudges would be reconciled today. Wu Chan spoke solemnly. Brandishing the blood-red battle axe, his aura surged ominously. Wu Chan uttered a light command, with a violent swing of his arms. He infused his spiritual power into the axe, cleaving downwards towards Xiao Tianque with the force of a mountain. The razor-sharp blade gathered an incredibly terrifying malevolence. In that fleeting moment, a grotesque, malevolent deity seemed to materialize behind him. As the axe descended, the very heavens dimmed. Were a mere mortal to face such a strike, they would undoubtedly be rendered paralyzed by fear. However, a rare glimmer of excitement flickered in Xiao Tianque's eyes. The sword in his hand resonated with the same fervor. "Come at me," he shouted. With a resounding clang, the sword met the axe, sparks flying as the sound of metal clashing rang out, crisp and resonant. The collision of axe and sword was akin to the fierce struggle of dragons and tigers. The two warriors exchanged blows with ferocity. The terrifying waves of energy surged forth, sweeping across the surroundings like a tidal wave. Towering mountains, once obscured by the heavens, collapsed into a cascade of rubble under the pressure of their fierce energies. The battlefield shifted rapidly, transitioning from the air to the ground, from peaks to valleys, to dense forests. Wherever they fought, the ground was flattened beneath the overwhelming force. "Mother, is that a celestial battle?" A woman, tending to weeds in the fields with her child, looked up in astonishment at the child's exclamation. Before her, golden and crimson orbs collided continuously, their sounds akin to thunder, deafening and terrifying. Unbeknownst to them, the battlefield had reached the vicinity of Shushan. Boom! The thunderous noise drew the attention of all. Who would have thought that someone could contend with the senior brother for such an extended period? Ming Fan marveled. In his recollection, whenever the senior brother unleashed the Qingying sword, no one could withstand even the briefest of moments. Su Xiaoman, cradling a young Qilin, remained silent, her large, watery eyes fixated on the battlefield. Silently praying, the training grounds were in an uproar. Everyone wore expressions of astonishment. Among the 4 masters of the 10,000 poisons cave, 3 had perished, leaving only the most formidable. Wu Chan. Numerous tales surrounded Wu Chan, with the consensus being that the other 3 masters could not hope to contend with him alone. Yet now, the new leader of Shushan, a youth not yet 30, was engaging him in fierce combat, seemingly gaining the upper hand. This revelation left them incredulous. The deaths of the Blood Scorpion trio had not surprised them, for they were aware of the measures left behind by the 3 celestial void Taoists. At that time, their focus had been on the foundation of Shushan, but the scene before them now compelled them to pay heed to this new leader of Shushan. From the depths of the demon locking tower, a voice of astonishment emerged. Shortly thereafter, the various demons gathered in the first layer of the tower. A terrifying aura surged skyward, causing the copper bells hanging from the eaves to chime. Within the tower, the gaze of the assembled demons was fixed upon one among them. "Your Majesty, the heavenly demon." A demon approached respectfully, only to be devoured whole by the heavenly demon. Witnessing this, the others turned pale, their chatter abruptly ceasing. "Release the phantom demons," the heavenly demon commanded expressionlessly. He understood that the celestial void Taoists were not present in Shushan at this time, and with someone seeking trouble in Shushan, this was the perfect opportunity to escape the confines of the demon locking tower. "The phantom demons have emerged," Lu Yin called out. Lin Yi and Ning Sheng exchanged glances, their expressions grave as they shouted to the disciples of Shushan. Brothers and sisters, slay the phantom demons. We must not allow them to seize this chance to escape the demon locking tower. On another front, with a resounding crash, Xiao Tianque and Wuchan separated. Hovering in midair, locking eyes. Undoubtedly, both sides had underestimated each other's strength. You are a worthy opponent. Xiao Tianque slowly began to speak. Gazing upon his emaciated form, he cautioned, should you continue to wield that axe, there will be no need for me to slay you. Your own vitality shall be your undoing. From the messages relayed by the Chengying sword, Xiao Tianque learned that the blood-red war axe in Wu Chan's possession was called the Blood Gu Witch Axe. This weapon differed significantly from any other. Its potency was entirely contingent upon its wielder. It absorbed the user's life force to unleash its formidable might. The stronger the life force, the mightier the Blood Gu Witch Axe became. Conversely, if the life force was feeble, the axe was little more than scrap metal. The founder had instructed, when facing the master of the Chengying sword, one must vanquish them with the witch axe. Wu Chan coldly declared, fully aware of the axe's peculiarities, yet he showed no intention of retreat. After centuries of cultivation, he had reached his current state and would not gamble his life over some archaic teachings. His motives for slaying Xiao Tianque were twofold. Firstly, to reclaim the Wandu Pearl, and secondly, to acquire the most potent poison techniques of the Wandu Cave, the Wandu skill. In the days when the founder of the Wandu Cave was alive, it was the preeminent power in the southern regions. However, after the founder's demise, the cave rapidly declined, to the point where it now lurked in the depths of the mountains. Afraid to reveal itself to the world, this decline was solely due to the loss of the Wandu skill. With the axe steeped in blood, the Wandu skill would resurface. This was the reason he was determined to kill Xiao Tianque. Boy, tend to your own affairs, Wu Chan bellowed, as torrents of life force surged into the Blood Gu Witch Axe. The axe seemed to come alive, emitting a sharp, piercing shriek. In the next moment, dazzling blood light erupted, and bizarre blood-red runes materialized, causing the Blood Gu Witch Axe to detach from Wu Chan's grasp and hover in the air. Waves of spiritual energy rushed in from all directions. The bloodlight filled the heavens. Blindingly bright, the Blood Gu Witch Axe expanded dramatically, reaching over 100 zhang in height, obscuring the sun. Wu Chan's life force was nearly depleted, rendering him a mere skeleton clad in human skin. Blood streamed from his 7 orifices as he summoned the last remnants of his strength to cry out. Barbarian God Slash. The colossal blood-red axe descended through the void, akin to a divine being manifesting, swinging its axe against foes, radiating an unimaginable might. This blow could cleave mountains and split rivers. Should Xiao Tianque fail to withstand it, the entire Mount Shu might be cleaved in two, with blood as its edge. A single sword could obliterate immortals. The Wandu Cave would become a mere memory from this day forth. An invisible blade sliced through Xiao Tianque's palm, crimson blood flowing to envelop the sword's body. The sword soared into the skies. Amidst the clouds, a resplendent blood sun appeared. No, it was not a blood sun, but rather the sword's radiance. A singular sword descended from the heavens. This was the sole technique Xiao Tianque had comprehended in swordsmanship, and it was his most powerful move. The sword's brilliance, akin to a falling meteor, pierced through the void with unstoppable force. At this moment, the Blood Gu Witch Axe appeared no larger than an ant. A wry smile flickered across Wu Chan's pale face. He had ultimately met defeat. Boom! The Blood Gu Witch Axe shattered like rotten wood in an instant. Finally, after a dazzling yet terrifying burst of bloodlight passed, tranquility returned to the world, and the shadows of the giant sword and axe dissipated. Chapter 82. The name of the young sword immortal. What is happening? One of the presences has vanished within the demon lock tower. The heavenly demon emperor furrowed his brow, a sense of dread rising within him. The presence he had sensed, that of a cultivator at the late stage of the void realm, had suddenly disappeared without a trace. He found it hard to fathom what sort of means could annihilate such a presence in such a short time. Shock coursed through him as he wondered, could there be a formidable guardian at Mount Shu? Roars and howls echoed as the demons, preparing to escape the demon lock tower, noticed the heavenly demon emperor's change in expression and fell silent. Your Majesty, are you all right? A bolder demon tentatively inquired. The heavenly demon emperor uttered not a word, transforming into a gust of demonic wind and heading straight to the bottom of the tower. The other demons were left bewildered. In the end, they all dispersed. It is over. Lin Yi and the others gazed at the fading white light in the sky, Exhaling a sigh of relief, the shadows of the axe and sword vanished. Only a young man remained, sword in hand. He stood resolutely, his 3-foot sword stained crimson. Blood dripped from the blade of the Chunging sword, dyeing Xiao Tianque's robe. It was unclear whether the blood was his or Wu Chan's. The world was tranquil once more. The clouds began to gather again, flowing toward the void created by the swords forced on the ground. 2 towering stone mountains had vanished without a trace, leaving only a dark, deep pit before them. It is no wonder that the senior brother seldom wielded his sword at this moment. The many disciples of Mount Shu finally understood why Xiao Tianque, the sole disciple of the worldly sword immortal, rarely used a sword. It was not due to a lack of skill, but rather, the overwhelming might of his strikes could inadvertently harm the innocent. After a brief moment of recuperation, Xiao Tianque stored the now dull blood goo witch axe into his possession. This axe was far from ordinary. During their earlier confrontation, he had sensed its hidden power. After securing it within the burial sky sword gourd, Xiao Tianque returned to Mount Shu. The onlookers, whether wandering cultivators or representatives from the 2 major sects, were utterly astounded by Xiao Tianque's formidable prowess. Everyone warmly welcomed him, smiles adorning their faces. Truly, a hero emerges in youth. At such a tender age, he possesses the talent of a sword immortal. Who could argue otherwise? Although Senior Tsangshu has departed from the mountain, Mount Shu has never lacked sword immortals. In my opinion, we ought to refer to Xiao as the young sword immortal. The crowd buzzed with excitement, showering him with countless praises. I am still young, and thus unworthy of the title sword immortal, Xiao Tianque humbly replied. Nay, nay. With such strength, how many in this world can compare? It would be disrespectful not to acknowledge it. Xiao Tianque was not one to shy away from praise, who would not wish for fame at a young age. On this day, the newly appointed sect master of Mount Shu took office, and over 100 cultivators descended from the mountain. Within a mere half-month, news of the young sword immortal single-handedly annihilating the Wandu cave spread like wildfire across the realm. The cultivators were left in shock. Henceforth, no one dared to regard this young sect master with disdain. The name of the young sword immortal resounded throughout the world. With matters concluded, Xiao Tianque entrusted all trivial affairs to Ning Sheng and returned to seclusion. Half a month later, Xiao Tianque emerged from his retreat. The disciples of Mount Shu gathered in the Great Hall. Senior brother, your aura seems to have strengthened once more, Meng Fan remarked, circling around Xiao Tianque with uncertainty. The others present shared his sentiment. After half a month in seclusion, Xiao Tianque had solidified his cultivation and gained numerous insights. Su Xiaoman, cradling a young Qilin and standing at the back of the crowd, displayed a hint of despondency in her eyes. Since Xiao Tianque's return to Mount Shu, she had been staying in the guest quarters with Suya, hardly speaking to Xiao Tianque for nearly a month. The young Qilin seemed to sense her mood, gently licking her hand as if to comfort her. Xiao Tianque felt a twinge of guilt within. Senior brother, do you have something to announce? Lin Yi inquired. Knowing her senior brother preferred solitude, and that he must have summoned the disciples for a reason, Xiao Tianque did not conceal his intentions, stating plainly, a cataclysm of unprecedented scale will soon befall the 3 realms. Our master and the 2 elders have departed to delay its arrival. A stir rippled through the great hall. The sudden departure of sect master Tsangshu and the 2 elders had finally found its explanation for the concerns that had plagued them. In the coming days, I will descend the mountain once more to seek treasures to counter the impending catastrophe. During this period, all affairs of Mount Shu will be overseen by Elder Ning and Elder Lin. Xiao Tianque declared decisively, Senior brother, why not stay? I can go down the mountain, Ning Sheng suggested. Ning Junior brother, managing the affairs of Mount Shu is better suited to you. Moreover, I have already found 2 treasures and have leads. Xiao Tianque acknowledged Ning Sheng's sudden proposal, responding, Ning Junior brother, the impending catastrophe necessitates that the disciples of Mount Shu enhance their cultivation for self-preservation. Should I discover the whereabouts of our master and the 2 elders, I will inform you at the first opportunity. Understood, Ning Sheng nodded, recognizing that with his senior brother's strength, he would more easily navigate any challenges that arose. Sect Master Senior Brother, I wish to descend the mountain as well. Lin Yi suddenly interjected. Why is that? Lin Junior sister, you should remain at Mount Shu.